that is a scary mask. I tell
That's
you.
what I'm talking about. I said it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Shannon, she goes, sometimes it isn't paranormal. It's just a dog with long toenail. Oh, I know why she put that. Okay, now I got to share this with you. So Lois, who passed away, Shannon, you popped in after we talked about her. I left Shannon a message about it because she knew Lois as well. And so she says to me, I left because I voice message everybody because I talked to so many people. She says, I think you need a new lighter. And she was being a smart aleck on the phone about it, right? Or I mean, on the message back. And I message her back and I go, I wasn't trying to light a lighter. And then I'm going, I don't know, maybe it's Lois letting us know she's there. I was joking. But then I said, my dog is running around the background, though. Is that maybe what you're hearing? Because my dog has had a pedicure, but she needs another one. Her nails are long. And so that's why she put that in there.
Oh, that's funny. It's not a demon. She didn't cut her dog's toenails. You know, it's like,
Yes. Okay, so I knew that it wasn't paranormal, but the reason why I shared this is like Randy goes, they have a mask on, and you could tell from the eye cutouts. Sometimes human beings, there's a lot of clips I saw today that are much more terrifying than anything in spirit. Would that not freak you guys out if something like
oh
that?
yeah, I agree. It's like I agree with the mask type thing. I loved that the hands were kind of freaky. I thought they did a good job on the hand because I loved the hand. I did. I'm like, that's a good one. I think to me, a disembodied hand is scarier than anything. I really do.
I just thought it was freaky and creepy. I'm trying to see what this one, I'm trying to remember what this one is because this is from Monday. Oh, I think this is something out in the woods. This is from Slapped Ham, I think. Give me a minute.
And that poor
Oh,
kid, his hair is
oh
worse
yes,
than mine.
creepy stuff.
I thought I had McDonald's hair. I thought
This is
I had
creepy.
McArches. Ooh. Hey,
Hi, Kevin. I
Dragon.
got Z here. Okay, so this is creepy stuff supposedly found out in the woods on camera. See what you guys think. Like I said, I don't try to tell you what it is, neither does Dave. I want to hear what you guys think. If it's obviously fake, and I've talked with Dave about this before, sometimes it's a good idea to show fake stuff because even people who are well versed in the paranormal can add their 2 cents worth in here to say this is why it's fake, right?
Yeah, please. Yeah, by all means.
Okay, so
Speak
Brandy,
up, you guys.
she goes, a random person peering in anyone's window would freak you out for sure. Yeah, but the voice and the mask and the fingernails, that ugh. I can tell you guys, I'm 58 years old and was just about to turn 8 years old one year. Obviously 1 year. Like just a few years ago. No, it wasn't. It was 50 years ago. And my bedroom window was pretty high up in our house. And I was doing some homework or something, and it was dark. And these teenage boys were climbing up the side of my house, going in, like looking in my window to try and see me. That still to this day freaks me out to think about it.
I got one of those. You remember the movie Salem's Lot? It was a book and then it was a movie. It was like in the
I
70s,
don't
I
watch
think.
these kind
Late
of movies,
70s.
but yes.
It's called Salem's Lot. And if anybody's ever seen Salem's Lot, when the brother of the kid he gets turned into a vampire and he floats up to this window and he's outside the window asking to come in. And I was seeing that as a kid. I swear, I did not look out my window for the longest time because it really bothered me.
Okay, can
It,
I ask you just now, Dave? I wasn't
Mhm.
quite looking because I usually stare at the camera rather than right down, but I saw the corner of my eye. It looked like there was a shadow that peeked in from the right hand of the screen. Did anybody else see that? It would be your left.
Like here or here?
No, other side of it there. Yeah.
Here?
No,
This
other
side?
side. No. Yes. I caught it out of the corner of my eye. I don't know. It didn't feel
It's
creepy.
like that?
Maybe I was seeing things, but I thought I saw something poke its head in and then poke out. Did anybody else see that? I don't know. It was weird.
I
We'll
don't
have
know.
to
I
go
didn't.
back.
That's where the guys, when I was on with Jonathan, and then when I was on their podcast, we had a shadow.
Oh, I remember that on Talking with the Source with JK47 with
Yeah.
Jonathan, who's going to be on my
Same
show.
place. Same place too. It's always on my left.
I swear to God, because I seen it out of the corner of my eye, and when I looked down, it had already popped out. Maybe it was you though, maybe, but you weren't leaned back.
You'll have to look at. I
It
mean,
looked like somebody okay, so if it was this way, right? But from the other side, it looked like they just sort of popped in and popped out. I don't know. I don't know. So Kevin, well, either way, let's read these comments and then we'll get to the next one. So Kelly says there's nothing more creepy than a face looking at you through your window. You're darn right there isn't.
right.
So Kevin used to love this movie you were talking
Well,
about,
you
Dave.
know that movie. Do you remember that scene, Kevin? Because that one that bothered me for when I was a kid. But you know what? I think it bothered me most because I was seeing ghosts as a kid too. So when I watched the TV show, that was like, okay, this is not helping. This is not helping.
Like I
But
see Carmel there, like I saw the movement, but I'm
Carmel.
telling you, and it was out of the corner of my eye, and it was really quick. It was like, and you like when you moved back, I could see a shadow, but it was more behind you. This looked like it kind of just came in from the side of the screen, and now I'm getting goosebumps.
As long as it's not behind my chair, okay.
Okay, so Kevin says, of course, I was not looking damn. Well, I marked it down. We'll have to go back through the video because there's always videos on YouTube and Facebook, wherever we're streaming, streaming to. And then Kelly says, excuse me, I got the hiccups. Before we play the next clip, he goes, I want to get you and David here to do paranormal research on my house. Well, we don't have to be there. We could actually do it distance wise.
Yep.
Do you think it is, Brandy? Brandy says she just went back. That's why I asked. So first I'll read Kelly's comment and then yours. She goes, the thing Steve-O, her hubby, and her see here is ridiculous. And you have caught some interesting pictures you've sent me. So Brandy goes, she just went back and she thinks it's from David talking with his hands causing a shadow. Okay, thanks, Brandy. I will definitely be back too. No,
look, I'm looking at Dave.
that's what it looked like. Circle, like it looked like a head and not even a shoulder, just like it had popped in and popped out. Kevin says he's going back to take a look too. Thanks for looking, Brandy. Maybe that's all it was. Because when I'm doing the show, I'm not staring at David. I'm staring at my camera because if I'm looking at David, I look like I'm looking down.
Yeah.
Right? It's looking up.
The creepiest thing to date that happened in my house. Well, that's creepy. I'm gonna say
That
because I get all the stuff that
talking with the source was creepy.
Yeah. That when oh gosh, what was I gonna say now? Okay, the gnome thing that happened, I've said it's on one of our episodes, you can hear about it. The gnome thing wasn't creepy. I thought that was kind of cool, but the one was the laughing with the cats. That one is where I was sitting in my right where I am now and right straight down this hall.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, my cats are out there playing, jumping around on each other. And I'm just sitting here, I was on my phone or something, and I hear like this laugh. And I was like, it actually got me. I actually stopped what I was doing. I said, who's here? I thought I literally thought maybe my dad came in the house and I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, that was
that with the piano though? I said too. I almost felt like something was attached.
Yeah, oh yeah, and I did try it. No, I don't think it was the piano. I think it was just something here. That piano's still sitting under there. I haven't touched it again though. Who knows? Maybe it still is, but that was the only thing that's happened that was weird.
I didn't get okay, so Kevin asks, how can you rewind the live? Don't you have to wait till it's over to rewatch? I do, and David does. Other people, you can just say you're on YouTube, just go back to Facebook, go to my profile or David's group. You can go to UFO Paranormal Radio and United Public, the Facebook page, anywhere, and you can rewind it. So I know what you're saying though, Z Sun Dragon, when something's live, right? It looks like it's live, but you can back it up if you want to take a look. You can even do it on YouTube if you want. And
yeah, you can do it in my Facebook group too. You can back it up. We just can't do it here.
So Shannon says, I just went back and looked, and she says she didn't see anything lower either, just a shadow from him moving. Okay, maybe that's all it was then. Let's see.
No, I don't know a case.
We're not going to get into that tonight. No.
I didn't get a case. I don't know a Casey at all.
Well, we're not going to get into that. We don't do. We're not doing readings or getting into anything like that. So
Go,
Kelly
Kelly.
says the recent activity that happened here was there was a very nasty spirit here who literally cut my black tourmaline bracelet off me, my right wrist while I was sleeping. I woke up next to my black tourmaline bracelet laying on the floor. Interesting.
Ooh.
Well, it depends what it was made out of, I guess, and stuff. Like, did you see like it looked like it was snipped, Kelly, or could it have broken? Oh, she says there was nothing wrong with the string. It was perfectly fine. Interesting. So Kevin says, I will watch it over later because I want to stay here while you're live. LOL. Well, we want you here all
Kelly,
the time too.
I don't know. Kelly, I got to tell you, stuff like that. I had told Laura Lee about this. I had lost one of my earrings.
Oh,
Back
that's
when I was
right.
just wearing 2 earrings. I lost one of my earrings. Lost, gone. It is nowhere to be found. Okay. It's never going to be found. And I put the other one on top of this little like stand that's next to my bed. And I thought, well, maybe I'll find it one day, maybe I won't, whatever. But anyway, that was like over a year ago or something. And I
Mhm.
vacuumed and done everything. But one day I walked into my bathroom and I looked down and I was thinking about that earring. I had just looked at that earring up there.
Mhm.
And I go in my bathroom and look down and there's the earring. And I thought the first thing I thought to myself was my cat knocked it off the shelf and dragged it into the bathroom. Okay. Because my cats, play with jewelry. So I picked up the earring and I went to go put it back on the shelf. And I'm like, oh, wait, the other earring's still there. And that's the ones I got in my ear ever since. You can't see them, but I've got them in back and I've never taken them back out again. But it's weird when stuff like that happens. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't know why it did, nor do I care. I got my earrings back. So that's all I really cared
That's a
about.
thing though that was coming on TikTok a couple months ago in the summertime. People were calling it glitch in the matrix. Okay, this were
Mm.
their titles, not mine. But they were now we have to take their word for it because there was a lot of them where people were like really unusual items. There was only one of a kind, and oh, I'm getting goosebumps. That's not cold as I'm starting to tell you. And they would go to bed, and the next morning there would be two of them, or like iPods that are really expensive, and they only had one pair, and then all of a sudden two were showing up, and it usually involved, it seemed like they
Oh, yeah.
lost it. And then did you see that, Dave? There was a lot that would
Yeah.
show up and they'd have
Didn't you
duplicates.
didn't you have something like that happen as well?
I'm trying to remember because I think I did. I think that's why I started
I
looking.
think you did. I think you
Mhm.
did because you told me
Yeah.
about it a long time. Oh, I heard a theory one time, and it's just a theory, and it's not mine. But I heard a theory about things getting lost,
Mhm.
and it went behind what spiritual people know is that we focus our reality. So anything that is coming from the inside is what we see on the outside. And somebody had said, if we strongly believe that we lost something, we're not going to see it, even if it's right in front of us. And people will, and I was like, I don't know, because it's like, what about everybody else? It's like, well, if they believed you too, they wouldn't see it. I'm like, well, I guess that makes sense. But I think your things were moved around just like mine. I don't
Well,
think
my
we
brother, okay, not my brother, sorry. Um, I was gonna say, well, see, now I lost my train of thought here. But these, okay, so what you're saying, right? And if there are alternate realities and dimensions, timelines, and we can switch them without realizing, we could very well do that because there would be an exact same version, maybe doing different things, could be whatever, every possibility. So it could still be there. That's what I was gonna say. When you said about if you really truly believe it's lost and you can't find it, well, that's the saying my eldest always has. He always says, if my mom can't find it, nobody can find it. Like the whole house could look. And if I
yeah.
really can't find something, that's the big thing in our family, right? It's lost, but I can usually find it. But the thing is that this is weird when it shows back up again, or that you have two. And the people that I watched that were doing this, these were expensive items. Like they weren't like, like, and especially like an antique that there's only one
Mhm.
of, and all of a sudden you've got two.
Too.
It's
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that now. You're telling me about that. I know that
Mhm.
stuff is really weird. There's so many ways to think about it. And I personally can't tell you, and I can't sit here and tell you which one is absolute true because I don't know. I can get like an idea. But even if you even think about it, you wonder if like you could be on this timeline where you have the earring, and then you were in another timeline where you lost the earring, went back to the original timeline where you're like, you don't remember you lost it, you just don't have another earring, and then you slide back over again. Who knows? I
Okay,
don't
but
know.
the school experiments, think about that over in the UK. If
This,
you
yeah,
believe it, they would have stuff come out of nowhere that would drop.
nowhere.
I
Yep.
think it happens a lot more than we think we do. People are sharing their experiences in the chat, but I can tell you, and I've told the story gazillion times on here and everywhere else, where how it first started activity in our house after my crazy dream. You'd be going to go out somewhere, and there was a big bookshelf in my old house right by the door, and the keys were always there. You'd see them there, you put your phone down there, bend down to put your shoes on, stand up, and the keys are gone. You tear the
Okay,
house
yeah.
apart thinking you're going crazy, you can't find them. So you say, fine, I guess I'm not going out. And then you go back an hour or two later to go get the newspaper or flyers or something, and there's your keys right where you left them. So how does that happen?
Yeah, and I do know this too. This one I do know has been told to me by many spirits. Spirits sometimes have moved or changed things for reasons too, like keys, like not being able to find your keys for 10 minutes and then all of a sudden finding them, only to find out if you would have left your house 10 minutes earlier, you could have been in this really bad car accident. So things like that can happen. That I'm a strong believer in. That's happened to me. But
My sorry, my son was in here. You know what? My son, you guys have seen him before, the one with autism, and it's so funny. And David's so sweet to my son after the show. He always talks to him. And my son Justin looks forward to it, but he starts doing this right towards the wind up of the show. Are you done yet? Are you done yet? And he has no reason because he wanted to come in for 5 minutes, hey Dave, just to make sure we're done.
yeah, we're all done. He's so funny. We like the same cookies. We're the same cookie. We're both cookie monsters.
Yes, and David's so sweet to Justin. He really is, and I really appreciate
That's
that.
because we have the same mentality. I think that's why we're both silly.
And you
You know what
both
I
love
had today? This isn't spiritual and this isn't terrible. But if I had to wish, there's a thing at the foot of my bed. I wish it would be a bundt cake because today I went to Everything Bundt Cakes. Have you ever been there before?
bunt
Do you
cake.
guys have one? Do you have one in Canada? It's
Like
called Nothing Bundt Cake. BUNDT.
well, I've had bunt cake and I know what it is, but no, I don't think we have
Oh
that.
yeah, we have a place in the States called Everything Bundt Cake, and they make these little bundt cakes, and they have the best cream cheese frosting, and they're so
Oh
good.
my goodness.
And yeah, Nicole says they're so good. Yes, me and my mom went. I had the pumpkin one because it's fall.
And Brandy goes, oh, he's excited to chat with David. Well, you know what's so sweet about everybody that knows my son has been very sweet. They always pop on and say hi. But my son finds it hard because he's still limited with some of his verbal skills, but he will sit and talk to David and he loves to talk to him. He loves to pop. And David's so sweet to him. So I always thank him. David goes, no, of course not. And he's super, super sweet to him. So I appreciate that. You guys, we are almost out of time. Do you want me to try and play this quick clip or should we just wind down? What do you want to do?
Well, I think you could try.
Okay, we'll
Go
try
ahead.
it.
We'll
Play
do
a
a
little
quick.
bit.
We'll do a quick. We'll leave you with questions. How's that?
Okay, yeah, we still
Okay.
have
All
other
right.
clips. We got tons of stuff and it's fun for you guys. This was off of TikTok. I forgot to mention the last one. Okay, this guy on TikTok, what's his name? So I can see it. Oh, this is you guys, I swear I'm not on a slapped ham kick. I have not watched this guy in years. And this came up on TikTok, believe it or not. Let me play it. And then it's only it's only 24 seconds long. So we got time to play it. So this was terrifying real camping videos that will give you chill.
Over there, look, over there.
This is
You see
gonna be
that?
hard to see. Oh, I'll play it one more time quickly.
Over there, look, over there. You see that?
What the hell? What is that? What was that? Do you know what that was?
No, that's the fun. I think that's the fun of that. I mean, I don't know if there's someone screaming in the background or yacht, but
Well, screaming, I
I'd like
wasn't
to,
too freaked out about, but the thing that
yeah, I
like
like
the
the production
predator
value
or
of it. So
what's that?
I don't know what slap. I don't know if somebody thought that that guy was going to slap him, that he slapped somebody, or was that what you
No,
thought would
it was
happen at
the
the end?
thing
Like he
in the
got hit?
woods. No, it was the thing in the woods. It almost looked like
Oh,
a
walking in the
or
woods. I
T-Rex.
I couldn't tell. I couldn't see it really well. I didn't know if it was like supposed to be like a see-through thing or if I just wasn't seeing it very well.
Yeah, it looked kind of like the movie The Predator. Like it kind of like a heat signature. I wasn't you know what? You can hear things in the woods, and Dave can attest to us having come from
Yeah.
Wisconsin that are the most scariest, creepiest things you've ever heard. And
Bunnies, and foxes. Foxes are really scary at night to hear, and I love foxes. But boy, when they make their noises,
coyotes, all kinds of
coyotes,
things.
bunnies make a really weird sound too.
What I'll do, you guys, I have to run out right after this. Somebody in my city is actually selling some resin molds that I've wanted for a long time. So I arranged I'll go there right after the show tonight. But I'll try and remember. And what I'll do, there's a banner for the show on Facebook. And I'll send, I think Dave has some of these clips. If he doesn't, I'll send them to him. Maybe he can try and post them wherever if he wants to. But you guys,
Eventually, we had it. Well, and let me quick say this real quick. We had an idea, you guys, and if this is something that people live want to do, we were going to start a Facebook page
yes.
and put and download some of the clips and stuff that we use and put it on the Facebook page. And then also it can be a place where you guys can ask
Sure.
questions and we'll see them, or you can post videos to us and we'll use them.
Or your
so if
story.
that's something you guys want, yeah, we'll try to do that.
It all in the same place, and then after the show we can I think we should do that probably. Kevin saying anxious to rewatch, Nicole saying I love that idea. Well, let us know. And I apologize, guys, I don't mean to talk over Dave, and it's my fault because like I said, that wind is crazy out there. Heather added pheasants are scary. You guys, we got to run. It always goes by so quick on Thursdays. So very quickly, stay tuned if you're enjoying the paranormal, because the Outer Realm is up next live with Michelle DeRoge and Amelia Pisano. It's the second night of the Outer Realm, and you guys always got great guests, great spooky talk too. So stay tuned. Dave, where can they find you?
You can find me on Instagram and TikTok under the name Medium David Hansel. And I have a bunch of people who copy my account. So if it's got to have like 95,000 followers, or it's not me. You can go to my website, theywhispertome.com, or my Facebook group, The Spirit Experience, or my YouTube channel, The Spirit Experience, if that's not where you're watching this from. Keep in mind that Laura Lee and I will never, ever, ever DM you or solicit readings through private messages, okay?
Absolutely. Everybody says they like the idea about the group or page. We'll see what one's easier for us to set up, but we will set it up, and then we can post all this for people listening. You can go there, you can find it easily. I think that's what we'll do. So if you ever want to get a hold of me, you can get a hold of me on facebook.com/The Angel Rock. If you've got a guest idea, show suggestion, same for Dave, where he said you guys can send it to him too. Also, if you ever want to book a reading, I do energy healing, I do mentoring and teaching, no charge for paranormal help, or like we said, with missing and lost people and all those kind of things. We do that as well, both of us. Also, I have two groups on Facebook, Paranormal University for all things paranormal, and the Angel Rocker Tribe for more of the spiritual stuff. Just so you guys know, tune in Monday night. Jonathan was in here earlier, Jonathan Keyworth. We are doing 2 hours on the Angel Rock, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're doing 2 hours of ITC, intertrans communication, spirit boxes, spirit devices. And then, folks, I'm almost booked into February already. We're going back to guests, but over the holidays, I think we're going to keep those open so we can all hang out together. Right, Dave?
That's absolutely correct. So once again, like you guys, if you're interested, whoever listening, if you're interested in a reading from me, go to theywhispertome.com. The only place you can get a reading.
I wasn't listening. I was paying attention. You should remind you. Tell people where.
Yeah, and I don't even think I said it. So But anyway, well, thank you, Shannon. Okay, we love you too. Thank you guys. Remember, if you guys have show ideas, let us know what they are. We will get a group or a page up and get that going at some point.
We will figure it out. We definitely will. So are you ready? First of all, stay spooky.
Yes, stay spooky, everyone.
Oh, I'm going to give them a shout out. So Roger's got, I mentioned you guys earlier when Faye was in, this mug's for you. Roger's having Jonathan Keyworth on his show on Saturday morning. And I think it's at 11:30 a.m. Eastern, 10:30 Central. So Jonathan's a popular guy.
Woohoo!
Anyways,
Jonathan,
I'll
be walking on the red carpet one day.
Yes. So stay spooky. And are you ready, Dave?
Yep. 1, 2, 3. What's at the foot of your bed? I forgot. You know what? You know what, everybody? Stay spooky and stare at the foot of your bed. Maybe one day there'll be something there.
Don't forget your scary ghost stories over Christmas, too, because we want to do some stories.
Scary ghost stories.
All right, guys. Love y'all. We'll see you on Monday and then next Thursday for sure. Okay. Take care.
Take care. Have a good night.
You are listening to Fika with Vicky on United Public Radio, 107.7 and 105.3 from New Orleans.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fika. Our guest today is author Daniela Samina. Daniela grew up in Romania, apprenticing with her grandmother as a fairy seer and a medicine woman, and became a medicine woman and fairy witch herself. We'll be discussing her experiences through her works A Fairy Path, the memoir of a young fairy seer in training, that's coming out on January 1st, 2024, as well as Pagan Portals, where fairies meet parallels between Irish and Romanian fairy traditions. But I have to admit that despite enjoying both of these books, A Fairy Path was my favorite, and you know how I love my Pagan Portals. So here's my review. A Fairy Path. Daniela Samina's memoir reads like a fairy tale. There's a young girl choosing her path in life, a wise elder assisting her, and the need to keep her true self hidden from nefarious forces. You watch as this little Daniela wrestles with the big questions of life and are inspired by her tenacity in finding their answers. And finally, despite your age, you realize that you're still looking for answers to many of these questions yourself. With the addition of Daniela's little book of magic, full of spells and rituals learned as a child, you won't want to miss this one. And we seem to be missing Daniela at the end of that. So I'm just going to check my emails to see if something's happened. And we'll just wait for her to come back again. So we were on comments. How's everybody out there today? Okay, I don't know what we're doing. So we're just going to go on with this. I absolutely loved, on a more candid note, I absolutely loved A Fairy Path. It's not me. Because I'm hooked up with Ethernet. Oh, live radio. And we're back. Hi, Daniela. I wasn't sure if it was me or you, so we have a little excitement there while
Okay.
I tried to figure it out.
I think this is a very interesting way to start a conversation about fairies and things that were written in conjunction with fairies. Usually, I do not experience technical problems, but here we are, right at the time when you're mentioning the, my background and my grandmother and the way I grew up steeped into this tradition of folk medicine. And the moment you pronounce the fairy witch, bam, internet connection gone. I'm not sure whether on your side or my side, I'm not even wireless here. I was wired, and that doesn't go down.
Well, I listen. Every time we come upon the topic of fairies or anything close to fairies, the weirdest stuff happens.
Yes.
So this morning I was like, please don't.
Yeah, me too. I'm like, offerings here. We're probably going to touch onto the aspect of offerings to fairies as it is acknowledged in folklore and modern practice. So yeah, here's the relevance and reason for doing it. Just had an example live.
So yes, so the moral of this story for anyone who is not as brave as we apparently are is you don't mix live radio with fairies, because every time if I'm talking to anybody considering that subject, well, the audience, the people out there know that happens. So I had just read your review, and now you missed it. I want to say thank you. Thank you so much for writing this book, because I think it took a little bit of my heart with it. And welcome to Fika.
Thank you so much for having me. I am thrilled to be here. As always, I am very happy. I mean, I find it both it's a privilege, to be able to share something that is the crux of my practice, the fairy beliefs, the traditions, the ones that I grew up with, and the ones that I have learned along the way and integrated, because now I am at this cultural crossroads. I don't really like the term melting pot, so I would go with crucible. But this is where I am. I am in the United States, right? And this cultural crucible that so many spiritual traditions fuse into, and yeah, that's where my spiritual path has taken me. So yeah, it is a privilege to talk about it and share, because I believe I'm not the only one who functions at the intersection, multiple cultural threads intertwined. So this probably going to be helpful information, useful information for our entire audience.
Well, okay, I was going to start with a fairy path, but since you bring that up, we'll go with okay. I had everything in my head and now it's just been wiped out. Um the parallels where fairies meet, okay? And you're meeting
Yes.
in that spot right now. And where
Yes.
fairies meet discusses the parallels between Irish and Romanian fairies. But at oh, go ahead.
So yeah, I mean, I was thinking of a fairy path, like the book that you actually intended to start our discussion with. That actually took me, that whole foundation took me where I am today, functioning at this intersection. And about parallels, I can briefly say about it.
I
It
mean,
is,
if they want to know about the parallels, they can buy the book.
yeah,
But I was
absolutely.
I was
Absolutely. That's available. All major booksellers have it.
I'm on the background here of you. Well, we have you here. I can pick up the book anytime, Daniela. I
Mhm.
just
Yes.
can't interview you all the time. You're a busy lady. So you were saying that everything comes together and there's all this
Mhm.
mixing, and you have found a lot of similarities between
Yes.
many of
Mhm.
the. I know that you're also into Norris fairies, as well,
Yes.
and
Yes.
it's so. I mean, I'm interested in that kind of thing myself to find, because there are a lot of sameness. There's a lot of sameness.
Mhm.
As I read your A Fairy Path, your grandmother would do something, and I would think, oh, it's
Yes.
the same as over there when we were talking conjury witchery, when you were
Mhm.
going to sweep up the dust
Yes.
beneath the footprints. I was
Yes.
like, oh, there she goes. I just have to say, I love little Daniela. Okay. I just think she was the most, when I was practicing something, I was saying, oh, thank you for writing such an insightful book, Daniela. But it came out as inspiteful. And I thought, well, maybe there's something to that. Little Daniela has her
Yes.
moments. But okay, we'll bring this full around to the start. Tell us, I mean, I've read the book, you wrote the book, but just give us a brief idea of what the book is about, what your growing up experience involved.
So I want to use a visual because that's going to be probably easier, to explain it to people.
Yeah.
Think of a Venn diagram with several circles, intersecting, and with a fair amount of space at their intersection. So that's where little Daniela stood at this intersection. Now, these circles would represent the social background, what Romanian society was in the early 70s, the political pressure that we were facing from a communist regime that was becoming increasingly more assertive and was tightening its grip on what people would believe and think, aside from what they say and do. Then it's the other circle that represents the tradition, the lore and folklore, those treasures that I grew up with, the story material and the folklore material. And then there is the other circle, that of the practicing of all these old folk beliefs that I was seeing the living expression of those in what my grandmother was doing. And then yet another circle, so big intersection here, yet another circle represented by the Christian, which is the mainstream belief in Romania. It's the main religion practice in Romania. So then that's the Christian. So now think of these circles not like coming together to create a bigger space in the center. Oh, how nice would have been, but rather pulling increasingly farther and farther apart. So the place at their center where little Daniela was standing was getting tinier and tinier and harder and harder to balance into. And what I mean by this, now that you have the visual, now what I mean by this is, in a very materialistic and pragmatic society, not by choice, at its foundation, Romanian culture, Romanian people is a deeply spiritual people. So the religious, the spiritual component blend rather syncretically. But these were under pressure and threatened to be annihilated by a regime that was basically forcing pragmatism to the spiritual people. And yes, there was resistance. My grandmother and my family, I mean, as you gather from the book, we're like this bastion there of resistance underground, because you have to stay underground when you do these things, unless you end up in jail. Or in some re-education center where they teach you how to properly think, right? And so it was that pressure. So I had to balance, how much can I say? How much can I talk to other people about what I'm experiencing and seeing and loving so much at home? My grandmother was torn in between the desire to teach me and have me grow in the same traditions that she grew up with, but also warned by my parents and everything around us, pointing in the direction that she doesn't actually can be too open about what she teaches and what she says to me, because she would know what I would say outside the house. Then there is a pressure at school where they teach you about values and being honest and always speaking the truth, and me realizing, wait a minute, if I really speak my truth, I'm getting my family into big trouble. So where do I fall into this? So being a science-oriented and logical thinking person ever since I was little, but also drawn into the spiritual, mystical, magical side of things. And on top of everything else, I was having the qualities, that the second sight. And for a long time, I didn't even realize that I was the only one among my peers having that. For me, I thought that all kids can see their cats glowing green and blue and other colors. They just don't want to talk about it. And I could not understand why. So as you gather from the book, that was one of my problems to solve and deal with. So this is kind of the background where that, that it's the backdrop for the action in the book. So, and that's friendship. I have a very good friends with a friend. We actually start as enemies, and somehow there is this unifying thread of magic that brings us together. And my grandmother is instrumental in this, not only as my grandmother and a teacher, but also as a healer, a very empowered
And
lady.
the member
Yeah.
of the community, the older ladies would get together and sort of decided what was good for the rest of you. And
Yes.
proceeded. I always love the older women's stories and their
Yes.
and what they do. And so, and it wasn't even, you had to be, well, okay, we'll just use an example from the book. You said you saw Santa Claus and you were going to be sent to a psychologist, right? And
Yeah.
because this is just, so even imagination, if people want to put it down to imagination, was frowned upon.
Yes. This is where the disenchantments, I'm going to paraphrasing some of my friends, that we're having this discussion about enchanting and disenchanting the world. And I believe this is where disenchantment begins, when you start suppressing children's imagination, and not so much imagination, but their genuine experiences that do not really align 100% to what a strictly materialistic and pragmatic strain of thought would allow. So my experience, I had this vision of a person standing in my background. So that was early. We're kind of approaching that time of the year when this happened.
Well, no, and that's
Early
at the
early December. So and I'm seeing this person standing in my backyard, and I didn't know who they were, who they could be. So my mind, 7 years old, 8 years old me, jumps, oh, this can only be Santa Claus. I mean, who else is around dressed in this long outfit, leaning onto a staff? This must be Santa Claus. So it was my assumption. It wasn't that he said, hey, I'm Santa Claus. And my assumption kind of set in motion a whole chain reaction that that plus another smaller episodes that occur around being able to see things and talking about it too openly with others, had the school mistress, actually it was my teacher, my elementary school teacher, asked for me to have a psychological evaluation. And sure enough, they took me to the psychologist, childhood psychologist, to the neurologist, only to say that everything was fine with me. And they just had this, I was a very a child gifted with imagination and with a vocabulary way about my
You were a
age.
smart kid. You were
I
precocious.
was reading a lot. So
But you still had okay, at one point I thought they didn't have television, but then your grandmother mentions that you're watching cartoons.
yes.
So you did have a television. You were
Oh
just
wait.
happier doing other things.
So we did have television. Most of the programs that so by when I was a child, like prior to age, I would say 12, 13, our television programs were quite rich, and it has gotten worse and worse as the communists, tightened its grip and wanted to really severe what can we, like the Romanian people, not to see what was happening in the West, because we were there living on kind of an austerity budget imposed by the state for a number of reasons. No space to discuss those time-wise here.
Yeah.
But what we were getting was less and less. But no, we had television. I mean, everybody had television. Everybody had a phone in their house. So no, that's not. It's not a lack
No, I
of
just
means or. So we had television, yeah,
yeah, no,
and we
I was
watching,
just
yeah,
I was just
cartoons,
curious.
all the, I mean, the children's series that I would say were popular even here in the States around that time. So maybe they would arrive to us like a few years later,
Mhm.
but we still get to see cartoons and fun things on TV. Yeah.
So you chose because you were reading, as we said, a lot, and you had a
Hmm.
lot of time to spy on your elders and to get into shenanigans. So I thought she must not have a TV to have all this time, but you were just that those were you just kept moving.
What was happening around me was so much more interesting and so much more captivating and so much more engaging than the TV could have ever been. So cartoons, okay, I'll watch a rerun later on, but now I want to hear what those ladies are talking about because that's
Yeah, no, I hear you. That it was interesting. So when we talk about these powers squishing the
Mhm.
imagination, squishing the spirituality, what do you
Yes.
think? Why do you think they're doing that?
Oh, that's fear. That is
What is
fear
that?
because, like when people give free reins to imagination, they become creative. And when curiosity is unleashed and you begin digging and searching for answers, the answers that you find may clash against the interests of the governing class. So they are afraid. They are afraid that you may no longer get along and want to play by the music they are. You no longer want to dance by the music they are playing to you. So that's the fear element. And again, to that idea of diverging circles, I mean converging, but trying to diverge. Um, that was the problem with the political regime. They don't want people to dwell into this mystical fantasy space. They don't want that kind of imagination to actively being engaged. And also the mainstream religion also perceives that as a threat because imagination and free thinking and knowledge and reading, that takes you away from being railroaded into a specific way of thinking and acting, and that means they lose power over you.
So it both parts have a there's only one way to live kind of thing, and anybody that questions that is
Yes,
going to be in trouble, and you
yes,
questioned a lot.
I was in
you
trouble a lot.
you were under 10 throughout this entire book, and these are just big concepts for someone under 10 to be dealing with. So I'm going to ask you a little bit about the fairies involved in your story, but first we're going to take a question from author Brian Griner, who wants to know what is the difference between a fairy, elf, and gnome?
First of all, the difference is given by the culture, the cultural background in which you are evolving. in which you're placing, sorry, the notion. A fairy, gosh, we can have a whole episode on this. So fairy, the way I use it more as an umbrella term, as a catch-all term. So maybe gnome and elf or elf would fit under the umbrella, larger, broader umbrella of fairy. However, the word fairy has come into the English language being borrowed from French. 1066 Battle of Hastings, you have William the Conqueror, and then you have Norman into England, and the languages begin to influence each other. So we have the word fairy, fey, fe, coming to replace the word elf, alf, that was in use in that farther out west side of the world. So primarily elf and alf were used there. Then fairy comes in with the French language and substitutes it. There's a number of reasons for this to happen, not just linguistically. There was the belief that calling the elves by their name, elves, gets their attention in unwanted ways. So people start using fairies as a cover-up, if you will. Like we would use euphemisms today in Romania in reference to zâne, which word translates as fairy. And we don't really refer to them as dâne, but rather ele, which is them in third person. So this is like super, super surface level. Now, within each culture, fairies are of different kinds. It's like referring to the birds population in the United States. If you say bird living in the United States, you're not sure whether you're talking about a vulture or a hummingbird or a sparrow or a duck. So they're all birds. When you say fairy or fairy beings in reference to one culture, you're describing basically a population of otherworldly being vast, with a vast array in their variety. So if you're going to talk about gnomes, that's probably something more oftenly encountered in the Anglosphere. But today, with the communication and information and contact cross-cultural, as much as we have it, you can find gnomes in the United States. So wherever people travel, they travel with their fairy lore. So you have fairies no longer isolated to the English language speaking cultures, but you have fairy-like beings in other cultures as well. And of course, if you want to talk about those beings in English, you're going to use the word fairy for everybody to understand what you're talking about. In terms of physical characteristics, go into each culture that uses the specific name. So where gnome is mostly used, there might be sent, to more like Victorian era. So pointing toward earth related type of fairy being. If you go to fairy again, look into the cultures that use fairy less generically and more specifically. This may take you to England, may take you to Ireland, where you have the ASC. It's translated as fairy. And if you go to Romania, again, you're going to have at least a couple of beings that fell under this generic description of fairies, but they're unique in their qualities. So
And
I hope this answered the question.
I think you did a fine job answering the question. And the qualities themselves, as you said in the book, will reflect the people and their lives and their needs.
Very much.
So hi Tamara, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us. Susan, we'll get to your question in just a minute because it comes with the process. Okay. So you had a falling out at the end of the book with your fairy. And the first thing I want to ask you about your fairy is, now you met different fairies in different ways, in different guises. Do you think they were all your fairy, or do you think there was several fairies involved in your youth?
Oh, I'm pretty sure at this point. I'm pretty sure I've always been that there's several. So and there were of different types, so much so that at some point my own grandmother, I mean, I saw the fairy beings, I had glimpses at the fairy beings that my own grandmother as a fairy seer was interacting with and working with. But when describing some of my own experiences to her, I got the looks, and she said, well, that is certainly a fairy that you are describing, but I don't know what kind of fairy it is, because that's certainly not not from among the ones that I am in partnership with. So there were different kinds of fairies there. And later in life, much later in life, I was led to know and build back the bridges that I was so good at burning, as you remember.
Oh, this kid carried matches. What are we saying?
Matches and gasoline with me all the time. It's like, here is another bridge burning.
But you had to be strong. So how old were you when you were able to reunite with the fairies?
So our reunion, this sounds almost like high school reunion or college reunion, was like 20 years later. We had
So a
our 20
while.
years reunion. Yes.
And did your
Mhm.
original fairy come back? The
Yes.
one.
You
And
got my answer. Yes.
what's been happening?
Fortunately, yes. Happy 25th year reunion or something like that. Yes.
Yes, because as I pointed out while we were emailing, is I just wanted you to sit down and say the rest of your story, like after reading that segment of it. It's just like so. And when did you come to the States?
Okay, so I came to the States 22 years ago. 22 years
Okay.
ago. And I came here as a transfer student to finish my education. And that opened the floodgates for my spiritual life to roll on forwards the way it does now. So
Fantastic. So it was actually a positive move in that way.
absolutely. It was a very positive move. And let me explain why, because you might be wondering, wait a minute, you're coming from that magic land where, fairy pop into people's gardens and steamroll into people's
Yes.
life. And what's such a big thing of coming here?
And now you separated from that, but you found them here.
Yeah, I was about to say separated. I wouldn't call it that way.
Well,
For a number of reasons, all of them pertinent to the book and to our discussion.
yeah.
So I would say that coming here was a very good thing, because coming here gave me access to information that I did not have back then where I was. Coming here, as I said, I came in as a transfer student, and having unlimited access to the internet, and being able to get into groups and join people with the same kind of experiences and with the same kind of interests that I have was so much easier. And then the libraries, when I saw the library, the college where I came to finish my studies at Tulane. So when I went into Tulane University Library, I was like awe-struck and spent most of my days inside there. So, and I could read all the history and all the lore and a lot of the folklore and finally I was finding answers to the questions that I had. And then because of being here, I had access to conferences and to work of authors that later became my teachers. So, and those helped me basically settle on the path that I always wanted to be. I didn't know exactly how to get myself onto that path, a place where the mystical and the metaphysical marries the logic and the science, because I don't like the take that's devoid of either. So I like this marriage
no,
of
that's
both.
that's completely
So
understandable. So it's the openness and free information that
Yes.
help that was not available to you before.
And community. I mean, being able to get together with, like
You're allowed
on
to
a
name names.
Facebook group. Yes.
You're
Names.
allowed to name
Morgan
names.
Morgan Daimler. So
Yes.
Morgan Daimler was she's they're amazing in their work and study and scholarship, and they also write fantasy, and I so like their take on
I
fantasy because it's really close to. They have this book Into the Shadows, and it's like really
yes.
close to. And then Kat Heath, or Seo Helruna, uh, who again writes um, on the Norse traditions and on working with elves, where it's kind of where I am at right now. So very much drawn toward working with the Alfar, with the elves myself. So yeah, these are like two prominent people in my life.
Yeah, we've talked to Morgan a couple of times here on Fika, and it's
They're
always a great
amazing. Yes.
experience. Yes. Okay. So there were experiences where your grandmother said, you need to stay away from
Yes.
um, that
Hmm.
fairy. And Susan would like know, what is the origin of mischievous or malicious fairies? Why, I believe, is why
Hmm.
are there malicious fairies or mischievous ones, however you want to look at it?
When I look at fairy nature, um, so first of all, my take on things comes from an animistic perspective, which means that everything around me has a consciousness. Beings other than human have their own personalities, and when we talk about otherworldly beings, they also have their own agenda, which means that they're not subservient to people. They're not out there to make our life, people's life, more comfortable. And while there is a synergy, so they get things from us and we get things or learn things from them, there is also sometimes competition. And with people encroaching their places, barging into their homes, talking about them disrespectfully, um, that kind of explain where the less benevolent strike on of fairies, streak of fairies come. But there's also something ingrained within the nature of some of them, so they're not necessarily malevolent. Think of sharks. Okay, they're neither good nor bad. There are
No, they're
people who
just
go and swim. They just go and swim with sharks, but it's not to be said that everyone who dives into the ocean, hello sharks, I'm over here, come, I want to swim together. So things need to be done in a certain. Yeah, that's. So this is how people approach fairies nowadays. Oh, that's a fairy ring, I'm gonna go hop into it, and then all kind of things begin to happen in your life and you don't know why, because you love fairies. So part of the fairy mischief is that's their nature. What they do is what they do, what they're programmed, if you will, to do, what's ingrained in them to do. They express their fairiness in that way. And sometimes this mischief comes from humans being disrespectful, and not even intentionally disrespectful, simply not knowing and taking their knowledge about fairies just from fantasy books, and those Victorian era kind of books and literature that depict fairies as all sweet, all benevolent, completely harmless, very cute. I'm not saying that there are no such fairies, because probably are, people saw them that way, but not all of them are like this. So I can tell you how the Romanian and the She are.
Well, for the example, we always say when things go a little off, when we're
Mm-hmm.
discussing fairies on the show, that it is fairies, but I just see it as
Yes.
them being impatient. Come on, discuss us. Like, we're here, we know what's going on. Like, we want to be a part of this. We want people.
Yes.
So it's just like anybody that gets excited to be involved.
Mm-hmm.
And we are talking about them, so they want to make sure that it's done,
Yes.
a reminder we're listening.
So I want you to say about this. Sometimes you get these kind of malfunction, like we had today. I never had it before, or it's very, very rarely when this happen. And it's not, oh, I want you to stop doing this. It's more like, hey, we are real and we're getting your attention. And just be careful how you present. Make sure you really shed light, because you're here to educate, to inform, to help build a bridge, a healthy bridge in between, our world and yours, kind of thing. So yeah, bring balance.
Well, as you said, with the technology, the ability to bring the two worlds together
Mm-hmm.
is much more accessible, and probably time, like when we think about
Yes.
nature and what needs to be done, and climate and things. Okay. Brian would like to know, are fairies long lived? I would expect their lifespans would affect how they view and interact with humans.
Absolutely. That's a really, really good point, because fairy beings, they have unfathomable long lifespans. So that when I learned about it, that is when it made sense to me for my fairy friend, my fairy guide, to reconnect with me after 20 years ish. Because what was 20 years for me, for them, it was like, oh, nothing at all. It's like, we had like a little argument an hour ago, and now I'm coming back to, see if you still want to play with me or talk to me. So time runs differently in fairy. And if in within our audience, there are probably many who journey, who meditate, and you may probably are familiar with the experience where you sit down and you believe that you've sat down for 5 minutes, and when you look at the time, you realize that it's been an hour or more, or the other way around. Oh, that felt so long, and you're actually steeped in your meditation for only a few minutes, yet you had such a profound experience that felt lasting like forever. So time is a relative concept. It's certainly not a unifying thread in between our world and theirs. On the fairy side, and this is something that I had a chance to cross-validate with what other people experienced. Fairies tend to be ahead in certain ways, like modalities of affecting healing or manifestation. And when they come and they help, and they give you that little energetic boost, that whatever kind of work you're doing increases, doubles its effectiveness. On the other hand, they also like things from the world of humans, because we seem to be a little bit quicker at technology, developing this kind of technology. They probably there don't need it so much. This is why
That's
they're
what I
not
was
really bent
thinking.
on.
Yeah.
It's like, why do I need Zoom when I can, bilocate or multi-locate? If you're something like deity size, I can multi-locate. I can be in the same place at different times and talk with 5 people in the same time. I don't need Zoom and conference mode. So yes, they certainly know a whole lot more than we do, because they've been around for far longer than we do. So more like thousands of years lifespan compared to 2 digits, occasionally 3 digits on our side,
Well,
never
and
getting to 4.
I
That's
think that's important when communicating with them, to remember that if you're asking about something happening or whatever, the time frame is not going to be recognized that you're giving them. So
yes.
it's not
Mm-hmm.
like that's something that you have to look into a little more. Okay, Tamara
Yes.
said we have fairies here as well. She then later said stupid spell check, but because it didn't come out right. um, I was going to mention that, yes, in Canada we do. I mean, everybody does,
Oh,
but we have
absolutely.
the native indigenous
Absolutely.
fairies, and they're, I know out east they're called little people, and from the Micmac legends. And I have said from the beginning of the show I would love to get a native storyteller on to talk about that with us,
That
because I feel they need to share that themselves.
yes.
So if you're out there, like, give me a call, send me an email. The information is out there. Go to Facebook, Fika with Vicky, and let me know, because I do want to talk about them as well.
That would be wonderful. So Canada has an extremely rich fairy lore, folklore. I did a little bit of research. For me. Barbara Rietti stands out with Strange Terrain. This is her book. Warmly recommended. It speaks.
Oh yes, I have. Yeah.
Actually, in reading Strange Terrain, there were experiences there that some children had in Newfoundland. And in reading, I was like, oh my gosh, that's exactly my encounter with one of the encounters with the fairy that was trying to lure me to take me away, to follow her into the woods. Yeah, so I had one of those things happening, and it's in the book.
And Tamara is also saying, as you pointed out, because fairies are wild, they are not of the world where we have bad and good. There isn't really any mischievous or whatever to them. It's just
Yes.
reaction that they have.
Yes.
It's not labeled. So we went through all the comments. Okay. We're going through time too. So you came back. Before, I call it the green room, when we were in the green room earlier, you were talking about writing a fairy path.
Yes.
And I was saying, like, it was a very emotional book. Like I said, it took a piece of my heart to think about this little girl in this place under 10 dealing with all of these circles, as you put it. So do you want to tell us a little bit about what writing it was like?
Yeah, the book, thank you. The book covers actually a time span since I was about 7.5, 8 until I'm like 10, slightly around 10 years of age. And a lot of it has never been processed. A lot of the experiences we had run-ins with the security forces, with those who are in charge with policing what people think and believe and speak about. So we had run-ins with it. Me at age 9, I had my run-in with them.
Well, they came right to your house.
Yes, when they came to my house, and how that interview went on. So it was that, and that wasn't stuff that I could talk about, not even with my parents. I mean, that happened. Think of the past. We don't even mention it. You don't know who's listening. You don't know your house may be bugged. There might be. So no, we don't talk about it. So there's a lot that had to stay bottled up for years, many years. And I finally found my way, found my path, read Morgan, read Cat Heath, found my voice, realized that I'm not alone, read Barbara Rietti, found my voice, realized that I'm not alone in having such experiences, and that's nothing, it's not a crime, to speak about them, to share about them, and to own them ultimately. So in writing that book, I felt every bit of everything as it was happening again. Both the thrills, or mostly like the thrill and the bliss of being in that incredible space with my grandmother, with her friends, those witchy ladies, and doing all the magic work, which I oftentimes, it was like eavesdropping on, just peeking through the keyhole. More than actually being a part of it. So experiencing again all the thrill and the magic that I was so blessed to have in my childhood, but also the harshness of that reality that you have the dream, but then you have to shelter the dream, or you have to hide it so nobody can steal your dream, nobody can damage your dream. So it was cathartic when I was rewriting and revisiting the encounter with, the security, the police guy. It, I almost got, it's something that I didn't put in the book, like the physical state that I was in for the next 3 days, 3 or 4 days, and the nightmares that I had like weeks after. And again, you cannot talk, so there's no where to go and, hey, can you help me process that? So the processing actually happened when I wrote the book. And it was easier in a sense because as an adult, you can take things that you cannot really take when you're just 9, or you have a different way of taking them. So that was very healing. And while I was writing the book, my interaction with the fairy beings around me, that also shifted in new directions, and I had more clarity of interaction. And something here that I will disclose in absolute premiere, never talked about this ever on any
Oh,
channel
Fika with
before.
Vicky exclusive. Okay, okay,
Fika
we're all
with Vicky
ears.
exclusive. So I came, to the first, by now, Vicky, that the book has kind of 2 finals. So
Right.
I came to the first final and it was like, this cannot be it. So that's the sense of emptiness. And then a number of things happen and they're reflected in the epilogue, like the last final, that tells a lot of how do I see my path right now and what is my relationship to fairy
Right,
beings right
right.
now, and kind of building bridges that I burned.
And
Yeah,
and
so that's the key there.
you were I do you think you would have gotten through that time? I mean, it was a very without that time without the fairies and that spirituality and your grandmother. Do you think on one hand you had to hide who you were, but
Hmm.
who you were, I think gave you extra strength.
Yes. So this is why, and this is not covered in the book. It wasn't relevant to the topic really. But when I turned my back, at some point I willfully dissociated. I did not know that there's gonna come one day when I will move across the ocean or just move into another culture where all this will be accepted and I can be who I am and do. So for survival purposes, and I was, 11, 12, you hit the teenage years, you want to fit, you want to be part of your, one with your
Right.
peers. And it was a constant struggle in between wanting to be me and wanting to fit and actually have friends with whom I can have normal conversations. I mean, normal by their standards. So, and this was a struggle for many years until we had changes happening in our country there. And but by then I was like lost. There were years when I didn't know who I am. So
Well, you
yeah,
had to be someone else for your own safety
I had
for so
to.
long,
I had
so
to.
that just would come with that territory, I would think.
Yeah.
That
So yeah, I mean, I got lost. I didn't know who I am, and then when I had the freedom to be who I want to be, I forgot how to be who I was. I know it sounds complicated, but sometimes you forget.
yeah,
You
no, it's
forget.
very straightforward. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
with the experiences that you had to cover and wear a mask for so many years that,
Yeah. And
taking that off leaves you with
you don't know how the feeling, how is it to be without a mask. And then fortunately it's like, okay, this is what it is. And the time I decided to take the mask off was prompted by fairy intervention. So I got these nudges, if you will, and
they came
reminded,
back.
hey, oh yeah,
Yeah.
they reminded, now you're in the place and the state where of mind and whatever, psychological, emotional, you're in this really good state and you can honor your contract. And I'm like, contract? What are you talking about? So I was here, and this is the Romanian fairies. This is why I was like, not really left them behind. So these are the Romanian fairies with whom I had the interactions before, and they're like, yeah, you wrote a rain check to us. And then I went back to the book and I realized that I did actually write a rain check to them. And I had to honor that rain check, which resulted in like 3 books. So
Yes, because we have another one coming out in the summer,
yes,
right? Is it this summer or next?
no, it's 2024. So in 2024, there will be the fairy herbs for fairy magic, the
Right,
3rd
right.
book.
And
Yeah.
actually, A Fairy Path hasn't come out yet, but I've read it, so I just feel like and talking. So there's
Yes.
two new books. There's two new books coming out. And at the end of A Fairy Path, we have Daniela's little book of magic that she wrote as a child and had to, well, you'll read that in the book, but
Yes.
that she wrote as a child. So she didn't have a physical. So how difficult was it to remember those things to put back in there?
So I needed a lot of fairy help, seriously. I needed a lot of fairy help to reconstruct those. And it was like making a lot of offerings also and invoking my grandmother and her memory, like her guidance to help me reconstruct. So just a little bit for the listeners to know where this fits with the rest of the book. When I was little, I was trying to record everything that I was hearing about magic and spells and what my grandmother and her friends were doing and try to have them together. The word grimoire didn't exist for me. I didn't know such word exists and that people actually write these things. But, and also had a wand. By the way, I still have the wand, believe it or not, that blackthorn
Oh,
wand.
fantastic.
I don't have it here with me, but I do have it. It's on my altar. So, with that, so the book, the notebook, I started to write them in a notebook, which got confiscated by my parents at some point, and then I had to reconstruct it from memory. And in rewriting and remembering those things, they kind of
Stuck in your
stayed with
head.
me. But then in moving and changing places and locations and houses, that little booklet, which I called Daniela's Little Book of Magic, it
I
was
love it.
written
I love it.
in black ink. I wrote on it. So that got lost. And now all of a sudden at the end of the book, through the book, I'm actually describing and detailing
Yes.
some spells and ritual the way my grandmother was doing it, the way I saw it done by another medicine woman, the way I participated in it. But then at the very end of the book, I decided to give like this little chapter with practical implementation of, magical tidbits that I grew up with. And obviously, it's not an accurate rewriting of what the 9 years old and the 10 years
Yeah,
old
no,
put
no,
on
no, no,
paper
no.
back then.
Yeah.
So it has just prepared to get this to be presented with this. It has the patina and the flavor of everything that I learned in the meantime, but the core, the essence is there. So that's little Daniela presenting you with things that
But
she was doing as a child.
there's a lot of stuff in there. Like I mentioned, and I mentioned, your grandmother used a combination of maple and
Yes,
dogwood and
Hazel.
hazel, my favorite woods. But it was just very interesting for me because maple is, I also like holly and oak and never mind, I'm not checking it, but maple you don't hear in a lot of of these things when you read them from
Mhm.
so it was just interesting. And did she ever mention what the symbolism of the maple was? She didn't ever give you any direction. I'm going to, I because I was just like, and also using like snow, like very folk
Yes,
music and music,
yes.
very folk magic, and using what was there. Daniela, Tamara says she's definitely buying your books. Um, Brian has more questions. Are fairies always among us, or does their interest in the human world get more or less over the years?
I think their interest in the human world is getting more. And that's very nice because human interest into their world is also getting more. So I'm very happy to see this more recent years, this kind of revival and interest into going back and reconnecting with fairy. So yes, I believe that to be true. I think they're around us, and this is not because I said it or that's my experience. If you go and read Irish folklore and folklore from Romania, or also, Nordic, Norse, Germanic folklore, everybody says talk respectfully about them because they may be around and you may not see them. Meaning that they can be, make themselves visible and invisible, different degrees of corporeality there. But they can certainly be around. So talk respectfully because you never know who's listening.
Yes, not I'm It's always like, but I'm not directing that towards you, fairies.
Yes,
That's just
exactly.
a
So
general
no.
world opinion.
Yes.
um, Brian. Okay, I'm gonna close the comments off after these next two. Brian also asked, okay, you mentioned an altar. He would like to know
Yes.
if fairies request worship for humans, or are they simply treating us as neighbors or even friends? Well, you have an altar because you're a witch more than a fairy witch, right?
Yeah. So I'm a heathen. So there's a place there. So my altar is my centering focal point. So it's a place where I would like to go, and I know that it's reserved for connection and interaction with. It's a place where I can leave this world behind and fully connect with the other. That's the best way to put it. And there are different things there, that represents my beliefs and what I think I want to connect with. So in terms of so can you repeat the question again for me?
Do
I think I lost it.
fairies require
Oh,
worship from
worship. I got it.
humans?
So I wouldn't say like worship in the same as you would worship a deity, because that already attributes fairies a different status. My personal view of them and the way they appear, like from um, Irish and North Germanic sources, they are very powerful beings. The degree of power within their fairy societies also ranks varies. Not everybody is equally powerful, but they are definitely powerful than humans would be in terms of magical, manifesting illness and health bestowing abilities. So it's not necessarily worship. If this kind of comes across the grain with anybody being told, well, you only worship gods, you don't have to worship fairies. They expect respect.
Yeah,
And like, if you want a relationship that's friendship, then you have to treat them as such. If I'm buying flowers for my neighbors on her birthday, it doesn't mean that I'm worshiping my neighbor. It means that I'm buying flowers and I'm acknowledging my neighbor on her birthday. And the fact that I'm inviting people over and serve them food, it doesn't mean that I worship them. It means that I'm a good host and I'm providing the best for the people that I'm inviting over. So with the fairies is the same thing. Don't get into, piece of advice here, if I may, don't dive into relationships. Give enough time to know whom you're seeking to interact with. Read the lore that is pertinent to the areas and the types of beings that you're seeking to connect with. Learn about offerings that come across every single culture. Make offerings to the fairies. And yes, you can have friendship, very friendly relationships going on. And the fact that you make friends with some fairies doesn't mean that you're going to make friends with all the fairies. If you're going to look into Irish lore particularly, you will see big fights and enmities within between groups of fairy beings.
that
So
lasts for
actually,
years.
that lasts for years. Again, think of time, the way it goes over there. And you actually being in the good graces of a certain fairy king or queen or group of fairies may put you in direct enmity with the others. So tread carefully there. Happened to me. So
Oh, that's a whole nother. Okay, this is the thing, Brian. I would like to say it's just like me. You don't have to worship me. You just have to respect me.
exactly. Yes.
so, so, anyways, Daniela. Okay, once again,
Yes,
nothing
please.
answered, and our hour is done. We're done. Can you come back sometime?
Anytime.
Okay, okay. We'll discuss that. So I have to say goodbye for now. I told you there's so much to
Absolutely.
talk about. I can't fit it in. And you take care, and we'll arrange a date because there's a lot of questions and people are gonna read these books, right? And then we'll be able to discuss them more. You're welcome,
Absolutely.
Tamara. Tamara says thank you.
Thank you so much.
Robin Sims also says thank you, Vicky. And
Thank you so
Daniela,
much.
it was very interesting. And so you take care. Write more. I'm waiting for the herbs and that to come out. And I still have so many questions about the parallels and that. So maybe we can concentrate more on that next time.
Sure.
The fairies
Sure.
themselves. Okay, take
Hmm.
care. Bye-bye. So we'll get Daniela back and we'll be able to ask her some more questions and hear more about the fairies in her life and the fairies that she has studied. Next week, we're going to have author MJ Moores, and we'll be discussing her new series, The White Ravens. The White Ravens, and first book, The Hollow Kiss. We'll also be discussing editing because she has worked as an editor both freelance and as and as for small presses. Until then, may your coffee be hot and your story sweet. Thanks for listening, everyone.
Okay, my 30-second countdown did not come on, but my name is Bart Sharp, and this is Becoming Quantum Conscious. And we're on United Public Radio, and I don't know what flashed before my eyes there, but I guess that's the replacement for the countdown. Once again, this is Becoming Quantum Conscious, and I am Bart Sharp, and you're on United Public Radio Network and UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 107.7 and 105.3 out of the beautiful city of New Orleans, Louisiana, and we are worldwide. We are on Roku, YouTube, Facebook, Spreaker, and other platforms, and literally it's connected all around the world. And so no telling where everybody is, but we're really glad you're here today because we really have a great show today with somebody that, as I have read her book, which is The Madonna Secret. And it's really a fabulous book. It's a novel. And we have the author here today, Sophie Strand. And welcome to the show, Sophie.
Thank you so much, Bart. And thank you for just saying that sweet thing about my book. Thank you.
Oh, it's a really powerful book, everybody. It has such wonderful descriptions. And it's one of my favorite topics because Mary Magdalene, some legends and stories say that she went to France and went to this magical land where I do spiritual tours. And so all the mag heads, as we call them, all live in Southwest France and, study Magdalene and stuff. And something so unique about Sophie is that, well, she's a very skilled author, but you always get this intuitive sense that she feels things very deeply and brings that out into the story about Mary Magdalene. And I guess I just wanted to start. It's like, why is Mary Magdalene so important in this day and age, you think?
It's a good question. Well, I think it's less so that she is individually so important right now. And it's more that we're in an age where stories that were suppressed, that were maligned, that were erased and hidden, persecuted for so long are poking up from the ground again. That, you know, the queer voices, female voices, voices that are non-white males are suddenly emerging, you know, and literally emerging in, of course, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Nag Hammadi scriptures, you know, the Gnostic Christian texts that predate the canon of the Gospels, that are probably closer to the historical Jesus. So we're getting these alternative takes on stories we think we know well. And at a moment in time when we can really see that 2,000 years of Christianity, as mistranslated by the Roman Empire, as co-opted by empire, has not been good for the environment, for women, for people. It might be interesting to go back and replant it in its complex anthropological and ecological context and its entanglements. And I do think that the Magdalene, as a woman, as obviously being a key character whose voice has been repeatedly suppressed, might be an important person to ask for her story. And of course, we have lots of folklore. We have all of these texts that were suppressed that are coming back. We have a history of iconography, of heretical groups like the Cathars, that I'm sure, as someone who's spent a lot of time in France, you know a lot about. But she's in no way been forgotten, but she's never been accepted by the dominant paradigm. So I think that she's an interesting person to ask for advice on how to compost Christianity, how to compost a narrative that does not seem well matched with its original characters.
Yeah, wow, what a great answer. And it's really interesting with Mary Magdalene as you talk about this age, because when you look at it astrologically, the last 2,000 years of I can't remember the last age, but it's the age of man-made law. And the Romans were experts at man-made law.
Right.
Of course,
Yeah.
if you didn't follow the man-made law, a man-made man would confront you on it very abruptly. However, this next era of Aquarius is all about nature-made law.
That's what I'm for. Wait, isn't it Aquarius to Pisces? That's my friend who's an astrologer was telling
yes,
me. Yeah.
Yes, it's Pisces. It just keeps slipping my mind. But the important thing is we are in that new age and we have transferred over. According to my guest next week is Peter Craig. We were talking about this. We pre-recorded the show that he went into the thing, and nobody exactly knows when it's going to transfer, but his theory was it transferred officially, energetically, and astrologically about 3 months ago.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. He's a really cool guy.
I'm gonna have to listen.
Yeah. He's good. And so we have this woman that you written about, and it's really great with your book because it's your own story, and it's a lot of the components with Mary Magdalene, but it's a fictional story. It is something that our imagination can follow and apply to our own lives, because this is a woman who lived in a society where women were defined in a certain way, to be passive, to have children, to almost be possessions, and of course did not learn how to write, but yet she never really believed in any of that. She stayed true to her own course, even as a little child, to be more.
Yeah. And it seems like a difficult thing to have done. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's an easy path for her to take. She doesn't, it's so interesting that you do these pilgrimages in France, because the frame narrative of the story is that an old woman in France, a man, Lucas, who I based on the gospel writer Lucas, goes to find Mary Magdalene to finally ask for her side of the story. And she, of course, is in exile in France, where this folklore is deeply rooted, Magdalene folklore. And so the idea is that she's not in Egypt, she's not in her homeland of Judea, she's in France. And what is it like to stick to your guns and to really stand up for what you believe in, and then end up way far away from your family and from your kin? What does that feel like? So that sorrow of exile is really an important theme, I think, to me.
Yes, and as Magdalene experienced in her childhood, it was like the symbol that I learned in France from Mary Magdalene is the tower. And
Yeah.
of course, she as a child, and I'm not going to reveal too much detail of the book because it's such a wonderful journey, but she would be out in this particular tower or on top of her roof, looking at the stars, saying prayers, meditating, and connecting to something she really did not intellectually understand, but she kind of knew she had to do it.
Yeah. I mean, for me, and I'm sure as a Magdalene, as a maghead, as you said, which I love that term, I'm sure you know about this, but perhaps our listeners don't, which is there's been a modern erasure, conscious mistranslation of Magdalene as representing a place. But Magdalene comes from Migdal Inn, which means the tower. And there were no places on any maps, be they Jewish, be they Roman, until 200 years after Christ, where even anything is even called Migdal. I like to say to people that it would be equivalent to calling a town building or house, and that it would make that we forget that the Aramaic of the time period, because everything has been mistranslated, it's been put through a game of telephone, we forget about the context of what would have made sense. What makes much more sense is that we know from the canonical gospels, from apocryphal stories, that Jesus gave people nicknames. You know, he called the Zebedee brothers the Thunder Brothers. He called Shimon, Simon, Peter, Rock. That he loved that, and honestly, we have Miriam Magdalene, Miriam the Tower. So what's much more interesting to me is to think about what that nickname might have meant. Does it have scriptural tradition, the Tower of the Flock? What does it mean? Does it mean the tower that sees over people? Is it someone intimidating? Is it a name that denotes intimacy? And so for me, the tower is a really interesting way of looking at the Magdalene as being nicknamed by the character of Jesus, and then to reclaim that name. I mean, one thing I was interested in is a lot of theologians, historical scholars that I love have oftentimes been incredibly rigorous with their scholarship until they come to that name. And I always have to think that it's not laziness, it's a conscious erasure. That they say that there's a place called Magdala, but Magdala wasn't a place until the Jews had been exiled from Galilee and Judea, and until Romanized peoples had come over and taken over and renamed everything well after the sack of Jerusalem and well after the collapse of that entire ecosystem. It wasn't a place. She couldn't have been to Magdala because it wasn't actually in existence. Yeah.
Well, I admire your knowledge of history and the details of all of what that is. And I know your mom and dad. I know your mama and dada. They've been on the show, and they're writers, and they've written really great books. But you seem to embody so much of that, this great intellectual pursuit. And at the same time, when I read your story and I read some of the real gem of some of this book is your descriptions and how it feels to embody a certain feeling inside of you, which Mary or Miriam in the book feels very deeply. And this really kind of bleeds over into intuition, that you can feel and describe stuff so deeply.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's like this guy I was interviewing yesterday, Peter Craig. He says, I'm not intuitive at all. I'm an empiricist. I'm practical. And yet he, has all of these workings with angels. And when I'm around him, I get really bleary eyed because it's so powerful. I can hardly concentrate. So maybe you're in that boat, that the intuition is so ingrained in you, you don't even realize it's happening.
Well, I have a feeling, which is we have this idea of intuition or psychism or channeling as being supernatural, but I actually think it's profoundly natural. I think we have a very narrow epistemological frame. Epistemology meaning ways of knowing. that
Yes.
is relatively recent, born out of white Eurocentric Enlightenment paradigms. And the truth is that the world over, people have been smelling, tasting, feeling, reading leaf patterns, watching the stars, tracking their own body cycles in ways of knowing that are much bigger and wider and more fertile than the very narrow empiricist lens we abide by now. And so for me, intuition is not supernatural. It's not miraculous. It's embodied. It's the fact that my senses evolved over a long time in concert with an environment, that my hand is this shape because it fit into an ecological niche. It started as a mistake and became an adaptation. And so my body is exquisitely keyed to an ecological dialogue and to reading weather systems, to smelling things, knowing that certain weather is coming, and for me, that's really my spirituality, is entering back into that sensual embodied dialogue whereby I am being used as a mouthpiece for a more than human music. One of my favorite parts of scripture is the Song of Songs. And I oftentimes say it's in ecology. It's not a text. You don't know who the speaker is. Is it the woman, the lover, the brothers, the foxes? There's smells, there's touch, there's movement and music. It's overabundant, it's entangled. It explodes the idea of the atomized self that we work so hard on containing. And so for me, what seems so sad about the gospel as it's been translated, mistranslated, ossified, broken down, is that Jesus seems like a person who loved to use nature metaphors. He lived most of the time outside. He encouraged mutual aid, cooking, dirtiness, telling stories that made people interrupt you, taste and smell. He seems to be very much, he called himself the bridegroom more than he did the Son of God. The bridegroom, which any, normal Jewish person at that time period would have known, referred to the Song of Songs, this sensual, erotic, divine. And so for me, the most important thing about writing this book was, yes, I wanted it. I love historical fiction that's densely researched. And some Magdalene literature upsets me because it's not well researched. It erases the Jewishness of these people. It erases the complex political machinations, the textures, the foods. And I love having that detail. But the most important thing for me was, if the Gospels are disembodied and I was going to offer a different story, I wanted it to be something you could taste and eat and smell, that you could enter into with your animal body. So I really tried to do that.
And really, and when you describe that, I keep thinking, and I promised myself I wouldn't reveal too much about this book, but the scenes where they are with Saint John, or by the river, Yakimin, and you describe the community there, and this playful and this kind of this wild enthusiasm about the scripture that both men embodied, and like Yakimin was kind of the old school, and this up and coming guy named Yeshua was interesting and exciting. But when you talk about all the people, I kept thinking of Burning Man.
Right? Yeah.
And this inventiveness is like, we're beyond every boundary that we've known. And we're, of course, out in the wild, in this nature where we're safe, and yet anything can happen. It's just a wonderful feeling when you write about that the reader can journey into that place and feel all of that sensuality.
Thanks. I mean, it was so helpful. So I went to Bard College and I got briefly the honor of studying under Bruce Chilton, very briefly, but I've really benefited from his work and his lectures. He was part of the Jesus Seminar. I'm sure you're familiar with his work. But he was really, his research into John the Baptist's movement and what it might have actually been like was so formative in me thinking about that, which is, it was like, there's a reason why people want to convert to your group. it's not because it's the word of God, it's because it's sexy and fun. And because times are really hard, the Romans are oppressing you, they've stolen your land, and this is a different option, and it seems better. And so it's important to represent that group as being compelling, as something you'd actually want to
Yeah.
join.
You
Um,
know, and that's so funny because when I talk to people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s that have a different outlook about what work and play is, it really matches up with like, well, I'm just kind of, you know, tired of the way the system is running right now, and I'm going to do something totally different, and I don't have all the answers with this, which I think Mary Magdalene is why people are so attracted to her.
yeah,
She stood alone.
yeah,
And you described that so well in her childhood as the girl that was on the tower communing with the stars. Her sister thinks she's weird. Her brother, she's way beyond her brother. Somehow she has this huge intellect that she can memorize things and never forget them, a photographic memory, so to speak. And she also is out there maybe in this communion with extraterrestrials that she doesn't even know is happening, but things are happening, and you keep giving these little clues and insights like the communion with the leopards, that
yeah.
they approach her and pet her, and that is a great symbol of her vileness.
Well, it's interesting. I growing up had very big encounters with animals, and they
Mm,
were, and I had, of course, I had parents who were really interested in the history of religion and creating interfaith communities. And so definitely grew up around theologians, rabbis, priests, eco-anarchists, leaders, spiritual teachers. And yet for me, the biggest teachings always came from non-human teachers. They came
mm,
from encounters with mountain lions, with rattlesnakes, with vultures, with eagles. And so I created Miriam's own experiences. I did draw from the big cats, the snakes, and the birds most associated in the Mediterranean with the goddess. So I did want to associate her within a kind of constellation of images that make sense. That the
yes.
goddess was always seen flanked by lions. We have Inanna, Astarte, by leopards, by snakes, by doves. So I did consciously use symbols that to the deeper reader and researcher of goddess traditions, they would prick up. But I was drawing on my own life, which is it was these encounters with otherness, with other types of intelligence that changed me, that directed me. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And one of the scenes where she's a witness, and this is right in the beginning of the book, of a woman who's being stoned to death because she's supposed to be a prostitute, and and it was probably just a frustrated husband that, you know, projected this on her and created the lie. And Mary Magdalene, the little girl, comes and intervenes between this beaten woman and the men before she's killed, and the vultures come in, and the vultures freak out the men and they all run away, but they came in kind of like our attack squadron, so to speak. And it was just interesting. It's just this great message that if you really stay true to yourself, spirit, a higher power, some sort of source is going to come to your assistance.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the realizations that Miriam has over time is that she has devoted herself to an ecological divine that is not necessarily on the side of humans. Not against humans, but they're not the main character. And I think
Yeah,
that is a tension in her. You know, she loves human beings. She is married to kin to human beings. And the divine that she's in dialogue with says, yeah, you guys are okay, but something bigger is going on. And that
yeah,
can create real tension, I think, in her.
it really is. And maybe the whole message of Mary Magdalene and Jesus really wasn't made for the 2000 years that we've just experienced,
Yeah.
the age of man-made law. Pisces, but it's the age that is coming now because
Huh.
Jesus is very
Yeah.
heart-centered. But
Yeah.
Mary Magdalene is very second chakra-centered. She is like
Interesting.
very much in her being of holding this energy for it to come through, and it always comes through when she needs it.
Yeah.
You know, like when she did her first healing.
You know,
She,
something I've been thinking about with her is so even in the iconography and the story of the Gospels, she's there at the tomb. She's the anointer. She's there at the cross. That when the disciples have fled, even the Roman writers who are definitely trying to get rid of these other women can't ignore the fact that she's there at the cross, she's there at the tomb. She's there at moments of transition, limbo. Think of
Yeah.
her as being a death midwife. She's there to show us how to die, how to transition, how to move through experiences that are incredibly difficult. And something I have been thinking about is we're at this critical moment in humanity with massive extinctions that we've caused. So we're inside this massive moment of death. And she's shown up to say, I know how to do this. I know how to midwife you through this incredibly painful birth canal.
and intellectually, I don't know how to do it, but I'll
Yeah.
know that all of it will come because in my being, I understand this. And
Yeah.
she has developed that being. And you could say, oh, well, they both have been divinely guided and divinely uh, conceived to have this karma. But to me, you still have to do the lessons throughout your life to become and actualize what that is. The seed may be there, the potential, but you still have to live this. And so much about this theme of the book is listening within,
Yeah.
and Miriam really listening, and Yeshua in his own way listening, and
Yeah.
he being the big so-called rock star doing all of these incredible things. Miriam could have done all of those things too and decided not to.
Yeah. She moves slower. I think a lot about how the difference between them is the difference in speeds. That he is a burning bonfire, and bonfires burn up really quickly, and she burns steady and slow. You know, at a certain point in the book, she bemoans the fact that she's not as quote unquote powerful as him, that she doesn't have like the ability to do what he does. I don't
Uh-huh.
want to spoil it. It happens towards the end, but
Yes, let's not spoil it. And
yeah.
this is a great time to take a little bit of a break because we have Matt asking the question. Sophie sounds very intelligent. Duh, yes. I don't mean to put you down, Matt. What's that book called? The book is called
The Madonna Secret.
The Madonna Secret right here. And also, I just wanted to say that you are on United Public Radio Network and UFO Paranormal Network. And this show is called Becoming Quantum Conscious. And I'm Bart Sharp. We have Sophie Strand here. And not only can you see us on the regular radio out in New Orleans, but also on internet, on the UPRN website, on Roku. You can watch us, and Sophie's definitely more prettier than I am. Though I do have my Mary Magdalene red shirt on
Yeah,
today.
it's a nice red.
Yeah, it's just, this is Magdalene for me. And also we're on YouTube and Roku. I said that before. Facebook, Spreaker, and other platforms. So we welcome everybody. I just wanted to read a quote from this because you were talking about death. And one of the great things about this book is all the descriptions. I keep thinking of Steinbeck's Grapes of Wrath and the way he describes situations that you felt like you could feel the situation and feel what people felt. And that's what he wanted to bring the reader into in that great book, one of the greatest books in American history, in my opinion. So this is it. This is about death. Weep, mourn, but know this. These ancestors told me birth is the closest thing to death, and death is the closest thing to birth. Women have known this secret for thousands of years. Long ago, your people burned their dead in the floors of their homes. They slept pressed against the bones of their last children. They knew that they were truly not lost. The dead are but just seeds waiting to grow again. I mean, that's just so riveting. You just feel what that is. Of course, your mom, Perdita Finn, has just wrote a book about
Yeah.
summoning the dead and having the dead come into your life and help you, called Take Back the Magic. So I know, like mama, like daughter type of thing. Um, you know, and this is about fever because she was very sick at one time in the book. She goes, and then she was gone, meaning the fever, leaving me with a fever so complete my very skin felt it would burst and peel back from my bone. Like, wow. Pretty intense. Um, can you just how do you come to such great descriptions?
Well, that's very kind. I think that it's a compost heap of different things. One is that I read all the time. And I oftentimes say that the best way to think about writing and to feel into it is not to think about it, but to intuitively feel what writing feels like. And you do that by learning what you like to read. I read books. I've read so many books and really felt in my body what descriptions work, what descriptions change me. So I think when I sit down to write, I'm carrying all of these books in me and all of these ideas. I also think that I was born as the child of writers who taught me to think about life as poetry, to always be creating poetry on my fingers, counting it as haiku syllables. My dad is a haiku poet. So it's all of those things coming together. But one is also, and I think the third is the most important, which is I've had some very difficult experiences in my life that I needed to scaffold in language. The only way to keep alive, to keep surviving, was to find a way to contain and alchemize and change those experiences with language. And I think that is what whenever I come to a story, I think about it as a mode of survival. How can I take experiences that are so big, that are so hard, and put skin on them, give them a skeleton so that they keep us moving?
Wow. It's a great way to deal with fear in general is
Yeah.
to really look it straight in the eye and describe it and know it clearly for exactly what it is. And then when you embody it again and accept it as what you have described it, it doesn't have nearly the load because you're no longer afraid of it, or you're no longer trying to push it away from you. You realize that it's a part of you. And
Yeah.
and so it just really sounds like you're doing that same thing. I just wanted to ask you another question. And then I kind of want to get into some of the observations of Mary that I haven't really, or Miriam, that maybe we can talk about. But
Yeah.
this is kind of a simple one. What kind of message would you like your reader to walk away with when they read this book?
Oh, well, one is that there are so many myths, stories, paradigms right now that hold within them silenced voices. And I invite other people to interrogate the religions, the stories, the cultures they were raised within, and look for the missing voices. Do you have an art form? Do you have music? Do you have your own writing? Can you bring these voices back to life? But the other one is that, it's at the very end, she says, don't, this is not really spoiling it, but she's illiterate. She can't write. And she says the most important thing is not writing this story down. It's keeping storytelling alive and breath, boats of breath that tie bodies to other bodies. So I think the thing I want to keep alive is that we need to keep telling stories that they adapt to changing climatological and social circumstances. That every time we think we know a story, it's worth possibly retelling.
Mm. Yeah, so maybe people can make their own story
Yeah,
in
tell your
relation
own Magdalene story.
to Magdalene, which
Yeah,
I think many people want to do, and
exactly.
maybe they don't have the courage with that to have that. Uh, I go to this mountain in France called Peche Cardu, and I channel. And when I go to this mountain or at a certain place in the base, it's really easy to channel Magdalene. And one day she said, "Well, do you want to know what my energetic body is like?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she goes, "Well, you know what the solar plexus is about, the God within, and the second chakra is about your being, the way you hold power and your sexuality and your intuition and your creativity and those things, how you walk with that in your anger." And but she showed me that the chakra in between was the stomach, and it held the energy of feeling everybody else's energy and not reacting to it.
Huh.
And when you can live in that state where you have no reaction, but just total allowance for everything and everyone around you. And as she said, when I was in France, I was around danger all the time, and they would kill me, and they killed people I loved, and yet I had to love them. I had to keep it at a higher place, even they were dangerous, so I could be this clear channel. And when that happened, then the heart changed into the color of red that we commonly associate with Mary Magdalene, which is kind of like this, but it's a little bit darker. And to me, it's a very passionate and yet caring, nurturing love that color's all about.
So interesting that you bring up the stomach. I don't know a lot about chakras, but I have a genetic illness, and one of my main complaints, one of my most serious complaints is gastric ailments and stomach. I
Mm-hmm.
can't digest food. And so it's so interesting to think about that as being a place that symbolically, energetically represents this perhaps this invitation to digest resentment and anger.
But
Um,
also digest everybody's anger around the world and
yeah.
around everything, because some people are that energetically big, and they're very powerful people when they are energetically as big as the state of New York or the northeast region of America. But also they are connected to millions of people, and they take on their energies, and therefore the body has troubles taking that on. Uh, it's a blessing, and it's also a challenge to do that. Um, just food for thought. And somebody like Jesus or Mary Magdalene, their energetic being was huge. They were taking this on, and maybe that's why they were in nature so much, because there's fewer people out in nature. You're isolated, and you can start to have that peace inside of you.
Yeah, I mean, also just practically, the Romans controlled all the cities.
Yeah.
So, one of the best ways to create a kind of countercultural movement was to leave civilization, to leave the city.
Yeah.
And I think that right now, I'm not anti-city at all, but I do think that, there's we have so much human noise in the city and so little
Mm,
ability to get quiet enough to hear the other voices.
yeah.
And I think that they invite us, the Magdalene and Jesus at the river in Galilee, which would have been much closer to the ecology of Provence, we now know at that time period. It invites us to sit with the birds, the foxes, the weeds, the greens, and say, "Do you have better advice on how to manage this?" I've gone to all my human teachers, and they're pretty worried. Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And when you look at the Jewish culture at that time, they were so stuck in their head with the scriptures
Well,
And
I will counter that.
it created a maze of consciousness. They were kind of lost in the maze of trying to find out the right answers. And both Miriam and Yeshua went straight to it.
I will counter that and say, because
Okay.
I do always, there's always a strong urge to homogenize the Judaism of the time period. But there was Galilean Judaism. There were about like 20 different intersecting sects. So you have like Jerusalem Jews who are, of course, very scholarly, but the type of Judaism that Jesus comes out of is very animistic, very oral, very interesting, and really interested in oral storytelling and play, kind of like wandering Zen masters, at a certain time period. So I think it's always important to say that it's not really these like people squabbling over scripture. He comes out of this almost magical tradition of Northern Judaism, which is of a very different flavor. And I think that's, for me, a really interesting conundrum, which is he takes this very ecological, animistic Judaism of the North down to Jerusalem. And of course he's mistranslated. He's coming up against just a different type of Judaism, and they agree about some things, but they're experiencing empire in different ways, and they're surviving it in different ways.
So one question, I want you to continue with this. Is that background a scene?
No. I mean, I think it's so interesting. Scenes are I'm thinking about peasant agricultural folk practices. The Judaism of the real people, not the as I do think it's quite likely that Jesus studied with lots of different teachers. We think of spiritual seekers that go to different communities. He obviously landed with John the Baptist, but did he spend time with the Essenes? Perhaps. But I'm thinking of what is the type of Judaism he would have been raised in as a child? What were the stories? What were the beliefs that would have permeated his childhood? Because those things, that's a strong sedimented layer. So I was really interested in the folk practices, that we have backformed an idea of Judaism that is strongly tainted by kind of Christian anti-Semitism. And it's important to go back and see that it represented an ecosystem of different practices.
Wow, interesting. And the way you describe him physically, he sounds like a wild man. He sounds a little bit crude and kind of like knocked around, like everything isn't in place, like a super handsome guy. And at the same time, he's very attractive, very charismatic, and people are naturally drawn to him. So he has that rugged look about him.
I think something I think a lot about is, so he's preaching to Galileans who have been through some of the worst imperial violence. So they come from an epigenetic history of empires, dislocation, murder, genocide, oppression. So they have that in their ancestry. But then on a day-to-day basis, they've had their land stolen by the Romans. They don't have enough money to pay their taxes or feed their family. The land that they considered them to be sacred has been stolen. And every couple of weeks, the Romans come and rape someone and kill everyone. Their revolts, they all fail. People are often murdered, families, children. So these are hard people. These are people who are like, prophets come and go. They usually fail. Life is really hard. And these are people who it's hard to get their attention. It would be hard. And I think, who's the kind of person who could come into that community of hardworking day laborers who have seen all of their hopes squashed again and again and get their attention? I'm thinking it's a person who's like them, who's incredibly physically charismatic, who knows how to engage people with his whole body.
Yeah, and it would be natural to think that, he's going to lead the revolution because he's powerful, because as we start to talk about people in modern day, or a lot of people, they have this thing that God will save all my problems if I'm faithful to God, which means I'm faithful to religion. And to me, that's kind of isn't exactly correct. God guides you and is a voice that's silent. And much like Mary Magdalene, she said, I put myself in a situation and I open up the energy in my body to receive something higher, and I kind of get out of the way. and let it happen.
Yeah,
And
how do we let ourselves be borrowed? That's such
yeah,
an interesting question.
which is a real difference between what spirituality is and what the Jews needed to live a better life,
Yeah, yeah.
because there wasn't a great answer to that better life thing for those people at that time.
No, and in fact, I think one of the main impulses is, how do I write this as a tragedy and not a miracle story? Because
Yeah,
the story ends with Jerusalem burned, with most of the main characters dead. You know, we from the remove and the safety of different cultures of empire, we can view this as a miracle story, but for the people involved, it would feel like the end of the world. And
it
so I did
is.
want to honor the fact that this is a story of apocalypse, of a personal apocalypse.
And
Yeah,
some places survive and still are, for example, Jerusalem,
yeah,
regardless of how the people live and die.
yeah,
They persevere. When I've been in Ireland before, you talk to the people, and it's kind of the same thing. They've been taken over, and people have bought their land, or they've taken it away from them, and et cetera, as the history goes on. But the Irish people and their connection with the land remain. And it's almost like, well, I may not own that land now, but in a couple of generations, it'll come Irish owned by my, grandchildren. You kind of have that mindset. And this is kind of Jerusalem. Jerusalem has many changes because it's kind of in the center of the world energetically in some respects.
maybe
Uh,
it's a place that has attracted bloodshed, and where children of many different beliefs have died. I mean, I I've walked those roads. I got sick when I actually went to Israel to visit family for the first time.
mm.
Um, yeah, I mean, it's interesting for me to think about.
And it's
Like,
also
yeah,
the place of beautiful consciousness,
yeah,
where
yeah, which,
things prosper and thrive
yeah,
and grow and develop in my own sense. I've never
yeah.
been
Oh,
there, but as a psychic, I travel all over the world, and I'm always led to the power of that place.
yeah.
And
I mean, I've been there, I spent time there, and I agree. But I also think that what I always want to gift to people is Miriam was responding to the place where she was born, the place where she knew the birds. She ate the food that was grown in the dirt. And if she's teaching us anything, it's not to fetishize somewhere else, but it's to root down to where we are. Like, where is our Jerusalem here? Like, for me, what I think about is I read Jesus's parables, and then I look outside my window right now to the Hudson Valley and say, what parables are here? What do I have to notice? How do I come home to the patch of dirt below my feet? And so
yes,
for me, the really important thing is to plant this story back in the ground in Jerusalem and Galilee and the Jordan River, but then
and
to come home to where I am.
and to plant yourself into
Yeah,
the earth of your community.
yeah,
Uh, Maybe even plant trees or plant things that grow big and beautiful things
yeah,
that everyone can benefit from.
yeah. Free food. I mean, I think if Jesus has any teaching, it's share food. Share food with everyone. And it's such a simple thing to do. Can
Yeah,
we support local farmers? Can we start gardens of our own? Can we protect wild plants, that we can eat?
but
Um,
also that would be sharing knowledge and
yeah,
having the courage and bravery,
yeah.
like yourself, to write a book like this. This book is 598 pages, folks.
Yeah.
It is thick, and it takes a while to read it because you have to think about a lot of the concepts in it. It's not something that you're just flipping through and being entertained. It
Mm.
like perplexes you to think and to feel and to get all of those things in. So this is part of what grows from the soil through your feet into your hands, and then onto a computer to type it all out.
I know. Yeah, it was 1,000 pages initially. and then
Oh
I
my
edited
God.
it. So I was like, that's way too long. But yeah, still very long.
Yeah, but historical fictional novels in
Yeah.
general are 400 to 600, 700 pages.
Yeah. I
You
wanted to
know,
create
so
an epic. I wanted it to feel like a full meal. Yeah.
yes, it is an epic because you really tell the story of the times, and that's a wonderful thing. I don't think, from what I've learned from this book and from your conversation, of how much the Jewish people suffered every day, and how they have held that probably maybe up
Yeah.
to this day.
Yeah, we're
Uh,
seeing a lot of collective. I mean, I think the one thing I'll say about that story is it's not just one people who are suffering under empire in that story, it's everybody. And everybody, you see men hurting women, but those men in turn are being hurt by empire. That,
yeah,
the main, the villain of the story is not a person. It's the idea that we can control other people and their land and tell them where they can go and can't go.
the
Um,
the beginning of man-made law.
yeah, there you go. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And also before, what I always thought of John the Baptist as I studied like the Knights Templar,
Uh-huh.
the two people that they secretly worshipped and admired was John the Baptist, Mary Magdalene. And that was kind of in that secret premise
Yeah.
there with that. But, you know, John the Baptist is that doorway to David, teachings
Yeah.
of Solomon, the magic that Anna, who was the grandmother of Jesus, and
Yeah.
that's a great book, Anna, grandmother of Jesus, that all of them held this old magic to impart. And the thing with John the Baptist is kind of like he's the last semblance of it, but he always seems to be kind of dried up and rigid, like,
Well, I have my own feelings about. I've been very inspired by the historical work of John Dominic Crossan, just
mm-hmm,
writing about the differences in what John was teaching with Jesus. And John was actually much more, you know, traditional in his
mm,
views. He seemed he was really only heretical and only killed because he opposed Herod, but Herod was actually more heretical when it came to traditional Judaism. So it's really interesting things when you go
yeah.
back to the nitty-gritty. Yeah. So he was actually teaching something that was pretty standard.
Yeah, and I guess it just had to be, in
Yeah.
general speaking. Now
Yeah.
we got about 5 more minutes, and
Yeah.
and I didn't say this, but I wanted to say it now. If you have a question for Sophie, uh, you better get on your computer and type it out, and we'd be happy to field that. Um, you know, I just love it, and this is so much about women now, of this fierceness to express, but also this journey of knowing what's in your gut, knowing who you are, knowing something of like that connection of a greater wisdom, and to stand up for that, and like the Dalai Lama says, Western women will change and heal the world. And it's kind of like that's a lot what you're describing is a person whose accomplishments and wisdom transcend all of time.
And she was not a Western woman.
No, she wasn't, but she is
Yeah, I
what
know.
Western women can look for, and that's what
Yeah.
they can learn in this book is like
Yeah.
a story like that.
Yeah. I mean, gosh, I just hope that we can, this story was my emergency. I thought to myself, what story would I want to heal? Would I want to heal in myself? Would I want to pour my soul into before I died? If I had a limited amount of time, and given my health at that time period, it looked like I did. I thought this is the story that could keep me alive, or I would definitely want to write before I die. And so I
Mm.
always want to just offer to people and to women, to anyone, what story is your emergency? That we're living in times that are awful dire. We shouldn't waste time on stories that don't feel urgent. So, yeah.
Oh, wow, what a beautiful thought.
Yeah.
And we're coming down to the last couple of minutes, so I'm going to say my parting shots, but I want you to think about this question. What would you or Mary Magdalene or one of the two give to people right now as a message, like advice or higher guidance, so to speak, or higher advice, excuse me? And while you think about that, I will say that this is Becoming Quantum Conscious. And my name is Bart Sharp. And next week, we have Peter Craig with the title Transformational Healing of the Higher Realms of God. This is a man who does a lot of healing work in the higher realms and sees a world consciousness, how it works and how it's dysfunctional by examining it from the higher realms. So this will be a really amazing show. I've pre-recorded it, so I already know it's an amazing show. And you are on United Public Radio Network and UFO Paranormal Radio Network out of New Orleans, Louisiana. And we are seen on Roku, Facebook, YouTube, and other platforms all around the world. So I hope you enjoy us next week. And we have Sophie Strand here with her book, The Madonna Secret. And we never did cover well, I kind of know what the secret is. And if you read the book, you will know what the secret is. So we'll leave that secret. So, Sophie, what advice do you give? What would Mary Magdalene say, as they say? WWMMD.
What would Mary Magdalene say? Well, I think at the heart of my book, it's not a book about theology. It's not a book about telling you what to do. It's a love story. And that's what I'm really interested in, are love stories. And Miriam follows what she loves, and for better or for worse. And I oftentimes think that in the natural world, beings follow their desire, their appetites, their tastes, their love, their attraction. And the bee goes into the flower, attracted by its color, attracted by its nectar, and incidentally pollinates so many other beings, incidentally weaves itself into mutual interdependence. And so I say to people, follow what you love. Follow the animals, the beings, the stories, the inquiries that you just can't stop thinking about, and trust that it will pull you into your ecological niche. It will pull you back into that ecological dialogue.
Wow. Very profound.
Thank you so much, Bart. This has been such a pleasure.
Yes, it is. And we want to thank everybody for tuning in, and we hope to see you next week. And thank you so much again, Sophie Strand of The Madonna Secret. And we'll see you all next week on.
Welcome to the Science and Paranormal with Dr. Yana and Dr. Elliot, where science meets the unexpected, where we delve deep into the mysteries that straddle the line between scientific inquiry and paranormal. Get ready for a mind-altering journey as we embark on this phenomenal discovery together on United Public Radio Network 107.7 FM.
All right, welcome to the first episode of Science and the Paranormal. I am Elliot Van Dusen. For those who don't know me, I am the Director of Paranormal Phenomena Research and Investigation, and now I'm going to be a host on the show with Dr. Yana Greenberg. She's having some technical difficulties tonight, so right now I'm riding solo. We have a very special guest tonight, Dr. Marina Smironova. She is a faculty member at the Department of Humanistic Psychology at Saybrook University, and she specializes in consciousness, spirituality, integrated health, and she is originally from Russia. She's very well educated. She actually won an award at Saybrook University for her research and studies involving consciousness and transpersonal psychology. So very excited to hear about her work. And without further ado, let's bring her into the show.
Hello, everyone. Thank you
Hi.
so
Oh,
much.
no
And just
problem.
just to clarify, it simply is a word for excellence
Oh
in
yeah,
my work. Yes.
I still think it's amazing. I was reading your biography on the Saybrook University website, and I've seen that you've done some great work in transpersonal psychology. And um, why don't you tell us about some of the research that you do involving transpersonal psychology and consciousness?
Thank you. So I truly believe that research is about living it. So the qualitative approaches is something that is dear to my heart. But most importantly, what developed for me was to be in the moment in transpersonal ways, recognizing consciousness, recognizing spirituality, recognizing how it affects integrative health, and how the transpersonal domain comes into conversation by day and by night. So while my interests are largely transpersonal, and or the audience can think of it as transpersonal in terms of going above, beyond, but through the personal domain, and incorporating not only biographical domains, the domain of the psyche, but also perinatal, and I can say more about that, and transpersonal domains. So think of it as a tripod that represents the psyche with three domains, again, biographical, perinatal, not prenatal, perinatal, and transpersonal. And for me, living that transpersonal tradition is where it's at.
That's great. I know with your studies as well, you believe in reaching a higher consciousness. Can you tell our audience about your work with reaching a higher consciousness? How does one actually reach higher
Yeah.
consciousness?
Gladly. I am so glad that you asked, Elliot. So we could think of it as highly theoretical approach, and yet we can actually bring it into everyday life through various theories, but also practitioners who have enriched our understanding as a humankind. One of them is Dr. David R. Hawkins, who, when he was alive with us here in this plane, he has contributed decades of experience, over 5 decades, as a psychiatrist, but not an ordinary one, and who actually transitioned into being a spiritual teacher later in his life. So he developed a map of consciousness that represents consciousness as we can experience as humans in our domain here and now, beginning with 1 and up to 1,000, with 200 being a game changer because 200 would be representing the level of courage. And when we speak about the level of courage as consciousness, we can think of it as vibration. He has actually calibrated this using muscle testing over a period of decades. That system still is operant and well, and it translates exceptionally well to everyday life. In that system, anytime that we are experiencing difficult, challenging moments, time, and stretches of our life, such as, for instance, grieving. Grieving would be at 75 on that scale, right? Think of it as, again, level of consciousness or vibration. Fear would be at 100. 150 would be, for instance, going into anger. And having this human experiences really helps us to lean into life. And then at 175 comes pride. And at 200, we have an essentially new level of courage that actually helps us to go further. And that would be raising our vibration in such a way that we, according to David R. Hawkins, no longer are attracting the detriment of the world to us. So think of it as this way, that whatever is that we're experiencing, and none of this is right or wrong, it is just in the realm of human experiences, but what we choose to cultivate attracts alike. When we're choosing to cultivate courage at 200, it attracts more courage. When we're choosing to cultivate a level of acceptance at 310, for instance, right? More experiences are coming to complement this. And for us, having this conversation and touching on not only experiential territories, but also on intellectual territories, and the domain of 400, that would be the domain of logic and intellect. For instance, David R. Hawkins, in his collaboration approach, determined that in the intellectual line of development, we can only go as far as 499. At 499, we have Einstein, for instance, as an example. And Elliot, you may not believe it, but according to David R. Hawkins, at 500, which is a paradigm shift, it's a domain of LOVE. Love.
Interesting.
We have dogs wagging their tails. We have birds chirping. We have cats purring. We have that awakening of non-linear domain. And here we are when we find ourselves there, even for a moment, even for a short stretch in a day, by even maybe stepping outside at noon and greeting the sun. It could be as simple, any ritual that cultivates love and lovingness in return. We are choosing to raise our vibration or raise our consciousness. There's something to be said about unconditional love, which is at 540. Think of it as a realm of deepest gratitude. Anytime we choose to be deeply grateful for our life, and that is actually well researched, yes, that we are benefiting in numerous ways. And according to David R. Hawkins, we're entering that field of unconditional love, which according to him and many others is a very realistic goal for us human beings to
Very interesting.
reach towards. Yes, yes, yes. And needless to say, it goes much higher, up to 1,000. Yes, so our avatars and enlightened beings, enlightenment can start about 700 sometimes. There are areas that are below this in 600s, and then it goes higher and higher and higher. And this scale of consciousness is logarithmic. Even a few vibrational tones, if you will, up amount to a tremendous change in human life for oneself, for our communities, for the humanity.
Very, very fascinating. We have Dr. Iana Greenberg is ready to join us here. She's going to come in.
Wonderful.
Am I here, guys, finally?
You are here.
Oh, fine. Thank God.
You are
Well,
here.
hello, everyone. I am so pleased to be here. I actually raised my consciousness in a technological terms now, and I was able to overcome it at the level of 500, and I'm finally here. So I am so glad. And I was listening to the conversation that you guys had, and a question arises. So, in order for us to, in fact, raise our consciousness and be able to get past the level of 200, would our personal stories and narratives be an impediment to our progression toward the spiritual development? For example, the archetypes that are the inherent parts of our soul. How do we overcome those patterns in order to reach the spiritual ascension, spiritual development? Well, first of all, I guess that we need to define what are the archetypes. So, Dr. Marina, would you be able to talk to us about archetypes? What kind of
Yes.
strange concept is it? Everyone
Yes,
talks about it. Let's define it.
Yeah, happily. Thank you so much for asking several questions. Think of archetypes as primordial forces of the divine. This is one of the ways in which Carl Gustav Jung, who contributed most of his life, most of his adult life, to developing knowledge in analytical psychology, which includes archetypes. And we can think of archetypes as they're innumerable. They're ubiquitous. And he distinguished between archetype per se and archetypal manifestation or expression. For example, an archetype of a mother as an archetype per se can and does manifest itself as in a variety of, let's say in this case, women, for example, yes, who carry certain attributes. In some sense, they're more pronounced than in others, but overall, it is that energetic weave that allows us to recognize, aha, this is an archetype of a mother and manifestation of that. This is archetype, for example, of a sage and manifestation of this. This is an archetype of a teacher And here are many manifestations of that. Here's an archetype of a seeker, and we have 3 right here, manifestations of them right here. Elliot, Yana, and me, yes? So archetypes are all around us. And with respect to your question, I actually, for myself, have connected the archetypal development, the levels of consciousness that I mentioned, for example, through the map of consciousness by Dr. David R. Hawkins, and archetypal domain 2. We can think of various levels of vibration or consciousness as archetypes. And that is how I see this. For instance, an archetype of love, yes, can manifest in so many ways. And we're talking about here 500. Of course, there are stories that go and narratives that go and accompany us all our lives. And at certain points, I truly believe that we're offered opportunities to heal, opportunities to recontextualize our life, opportunities to accept and embrace and forgive our own selves for holding on to certain ideas that no longer are working for us. For instance, an archetype of fear at 100 can be a lifelong struggle. And there is such a term in transpersonal psychology, in the psychology of Carl Gustav Jung, as archetypal possession. And we can think of it as a metaphorical sense where an archetype comes in as a very poignant and all-embracing, in the sense of that particular archetype presence. For example, fear can come in quite often for individuals in such a power that it could feel overwhelming. Yes. And so how do we extricate ourselves, even for brief moments in time in our lives, from that domain, or from that, metaphorically speaking, possession or full identification with this archetype? I suggest we keep negotiating our territories.
Well, I
Yes.
believe that first of all, in order to steer away from fear, I think we need to define the archetype as such. So what is, in fact, the archetype? The archetype is, to put it simply, well, it comes from the Greek word archetypos, so which is the origin of the arche, and the typos is the pattern. So those are originally the original patterns, original ideas that are embedded in our human behavior, that are embedded in our psyches, that are governing our behavior, our feelings, our consciousness. So going back to that question on how do we move beyond our own personal stories, that with the archetypes, it is such a vast concept, and everyone seems to be having their own understanding of this concept. However, they are the universal patterns of behavior. They are the motives. They are the primordial images that are symbolically manifested and understood. So even the Plato, if you look back 400 years BC, even Plato, he started talking about that. And I'm sure that other people were talking, the philosophers before him as well. So he had that idea of eidos. Well, actually, eidos was the idea. So now what we call the idea was the eidos. And he believed that that was the free form that comprised our souls and became a part of it before we are born. And then, of course, Jung, he carried on that idea, and he expanded it and became a father. And actually, he was a grandfather. And then James Hillman became the father of the archetypal psychology. So if we look at that, not to fear that idea, those are intellectual forces that are a part of our psyches. And even before the Plato, for example, that he was influenced by Socrates, Pythagoras, and Homer, for example, right? And then even after him, based on the ideas that Plato was describing and talking and writing about. So he influenced Immanuel Kant, René Descartes, and even Nietzsche. So that idea of archetypes is deeply embedded in science, in literature, in philosophy. So how do we go beyond our personal stories, those archetypes, like you described wonderfully, archetypal complexes, and reach this certain level of development, spiritual development?
I sense that there are a number of ways to go about this, and everybody has to find their own way. Yes, for Jung, when he spoke about complexes, at the heart of each complex is an archetype with a primordial force, as you mentioned, patterning force, and also ubiquitous force. It goes beyond ages. And the entire collective unconscious, as Carl Gustav Jung postulated it and held it, is filled with archetypes and archetypes per se, who are waiting to be awoken. For me, rather than going deeply in our conversation into archetypal psychology of Reda Hillman or analytical psychology of Carl Gustav Jung, I sense that it would be helpful to simply stay with vibrations, or in colloquial, with the vibes. When I think of archetype of forgiveness, and that is linked also to David R. Hawking's scale of consciousness, well above 200. That archetype in and out of itself, anytime I choose to say a prayer and say, I forgive myself and I ask for forgiveness from others, I am releasing myself from the hold or possession of that archetype, should it be reaching that level. I think this is a powerful everyday knowledge, everyday knowing that we've been taught, or at least we've heard many a time, and sometimes we dismiss it as something trivial. And from my own lived experience, I've learned that this is far from anything trivial, and this is as archetypally powerful and as powerful in terms of vibration as any high theories, any high philosophical conversations, such as even Plato's The Republic, the myth of Ur, which very beautiful story at the end of the Republic. And to me, when we think of energy, we can think of this as archetypal presence or vibration. What kind of archetypal presence is this? And how is this that it influences me? Is it bringing me towards the direction in that sense of 200, 300, 400, and 500? Or is it drawing me down where things, one after another, seemingly begin to just go the wrong way? So what is at the heart of it? And I could choose to focus on what is going wrong, which is definitely is overall human tendency. Because we first notice what does not belong. This is our part of our protection mechanism. And it takes practice and takes mindfulness, and it takes a moment of contemplation and pause. And this is something that Richard Rod teaches, and I really appreciate his ideas of the gene key and dream arc. This is another way of bringing to reality, working with archetypes. And for him, it would be 64 key archetypes. This is part of the gene keys, and it's based on I Ching system, ancient system. And how do we work with each archetype, including the archetype of love? And I am emphasizing this on purpose because, again, according to many, including David R. Hawkins, unconditional love is a very tangible and yet elusive, yet energetically available archetype we can cultivate in our lives. And so for me, I can speak for myself. I don't know how that would work for our viewers and listeners. I'm sure they will resonate with something that all three of us are sharing tonight, and that's the idea. Anytime we choose to gravitate towards shame, towards guilt, towards apathy, towards getting lost in grief, in fear, consciously or unconsciously, yes, and in anger and in desire for simply less than we're capable for achieving as human beings, with capital letter H and capital letter B. I sense that it is an invitation for us to pause and ask, when was the last time I experienced something that inspired me? Maybe it is reaching for the keyboard that's right to the left of me. I haven't played for so many years, and all of a sudden, this summer, out of all possibilities, at the end of July, and actually astrologically later, I found out it was the day of Sirius. So it's very interesting. It came up that I set up my piano and I started playing. And guess what? Anytime I choose to change my vibration, I either go to the kitchen, start cooking, or making bread. I go to the piano, I take my dog for a walk, or I simply listen to authors that help me to raise my own consciousness and that work for me. This is why we often listen to music. This is why we often give a call to a friend. This is why we often reflect upon the times that we perhaps even felt better. So, what can we do now is the question. How can we do it right
Now,
now?
and that is so interesting that you mentioned that it works for you. And we are all dissimilar. We can be similar to some extent, but we are so different. And then for all of us, we have our own ways of coping. And when you mentioned that we have to be really conscious of what does not belong to us, meaning that what are the forces that are preventing us from moving forward? What are the forces that are keeping us below the level 200 and not allowing us to move forward? So that makes me think of Dr. Elliott's research, and he's teaching the classes on parapsychology. And what is the course that you're teaching on?
Parapsychology and
Dem-
demonology.
Demonology, that's right, on
Yes.
demonology. So if we look at that, at the archetypes, which are the primordial forces that actually can hijack our emotions, our thoughts and feelings. Now, how is this concept similar to demonology? Would it be in lay person's terms or in the religious terms? Something that is would be demonology, but in fact, in archetypal psychology, it would be that would be called archetypes, and those archetypes would also represented in the images that would have the names. And there are archetypes of higher vibrations, like Dr. Marina mentioned, and there are archetypes that are also causing us to get involved in really bad behaviors that are destroying us, like addictions, alcohol, drugs, even shame, like Dr. Marina's mentioned. And that will be a continuous state of existence, shame, for example. And how would that be similar or dissimilar, Dr. Elliott?
There are some similarities, for sure. The one thing that comes to my mind is the metaphysical dualism part of the concept of, higher consciousness. Talks about the underlying, belief in good versus evil, light versus darkness. Dr. Marina was talking about vibrations. So oftentimes in demonology cases, we hear of low vibrations, negative vibrations, whereas we've been kind of touching on the positive vibrations and high vibrations. There's certainly a relation to that kind of concept there, and also the uh, the forgiveness part that Marina was talking about as well. That's really big in Christian demonology or Christianity, because um, you not only have to forgive your neighbor, but it's also very important to forgive yourself as well. And you were talking about what holds us back, what are the forces that holds us back, and um, again, Dr. Marina hit the nail on the head there about the mind is programmed to be so negative. And it's so funny, we've survived for so long, but our mind always like doubts our abilities. It doubts our capabilities, like what we can do and how high we can go and how far we can reach. And it's always trying to like break us down. And you have to find those ways to kind of clear your mind. And one concept that I do is mindfulness techniques. For example, that helps you um, kind of clear your conscience and also helps get your vibrations up and clear your mind. So I think there are some similarities between um, this phenomena and demonology to an extent, for sure.
To an extent, yes. Long time ago, when I just started researching archetypes and I did not quite understand the concept, to me, they were very similar to instincts. So this idea of instincts that we have um, can be understood in the terms of the archetypal manifestations. Now, if those forces that comprise our souls are able to move us in directions that are, for example, unwanted by us, and that is being even speaking on a mundane level, like, for example, that we need to prepare for the talk, for the study, for a podcast. We need to read, we need to perform some task that we have planned for a long time, and they are so immediate that need to be done. All of a sudden, what do? All of a sudden, we decided that, oh, I need a snack, or I become so hungry. Oh, you know what? Right now, I need to wash the floors or hang the curtains. And what happens is that those are not, that is not our consciousness per se. Those are the parts that are essential to our psyches that can hijack our attention and go someplace else.
Yeah.
So with the instinctual thinking and behavior, like Dr. Marina said, and rightfully so, that we have to move and surpass completely, transform ourselves and move beyond those negative forces that are holding us down, that are on a lower vibrational level. And we can feel that from other people as well, that we associate with, who are not having the healthy practices, healthy physical practices, or even spiritual practices. And also who are not aware of the level 200 or 500, moving beyond the level 200. So love, like you mentioned, if we practice, if we participate in meditation, for example, every single day, and bring our vibration up, so does that automatically move us beyond the negative forces of the archetypal connection, or demonic, for example, that is in Christian religion, or actually also the many other religions, there are the negative demonic forces and angelic forces.
Yes.
So, and in the psychological terms, there are archetypes that can be also the negative and they can be positive, but in fact, they are just the fundamental characteristics rather than the specific peculiarities of the idea. So they are universal. And if we talk about, no, this is not me, there can be viewers that can be saying that that is not me. I don't have any archetypes. I don't have any demons. I don't have anything that are governing my behavior. Would they be right?
I can't wait to hear hear this response. The one thing that comes to my mind is the persona. This was a type of archetype that Carl Jung had
That's right.
come up with. You know, basically, like maybe on this podcast, I present myself one way, but in my personal life, I may present myself differently. So I think a lot of humans do that, even in the workplace. You probably have the work version of Marina, and then you have the personal, side of Marina. That's my 2 cents on that part. So I think it would be very hard for somebody to say that they don't have any type of archetype for sure.
Yeah, I'm so glad that both of you are taking us so much deeper on the conversation. I'm sure that our viewers and listeners are simply enjoying it and perhaps are being puzzled, and that's all okay because we puzzle over this together. And you're absolutely right, Dr. Elliott, that Carl Gustav Jung postulated that there are 5 fundamental archetypes that are predominant in our psyches as human beings. That would be, one of them is persona, the shadow. Then we have anima, or the archetypal feminine within. We all have it, regardless of our identification. And then animus, the archetypal masculine. We also have, all of us have it, a measure of that. And then, of course, the totality, the wholeness of the self with the capital letter S, that goes quite often beyond being fully knowable. In that sense, absolutely all of us have it. And the archetypes, you're absolutely correct, Dr. Yana. The archetypes themselves generally incorporate a variety of qualities. And there's such thing as, for an archetype that could be expressed very positively, for it to be expressed negatively. For example, we know incredible research of Tony Wolff. And at the time where it was done in the 50s, 60s, it was just tremendous feat and knowledge and understanding. She has an article that our viewers can find very easily via any search engine, and it's called The Structural Forms of the Feminine Psyche. The Structural Forms of the Feminine Psyche. She is sharing with everyone who would be willing to read and listen, and probably 14, 16 pages, very short article about the 4 fundamental archetypes pertaining to the feminine psyche. And of course, we could say about masculine psyche, and of course, we can think about variations of preferences, etc. And she speaks about mother, hetera, Amazon, and the medial woman. And the idea is that we naturally, if we think of ourselves, or any woman can think of herself right now as naturally, from the time the woman is developing through childhood, through adolescence, one of the 4 archetypes, either mother, hetera, or lover. And lover here is in general sense is a lover of beauty, not simply sexual, sensual. Although it is, but it can be an expression of beauty in the world and appreciation for that. So either mother, lover, hetera, Amazon, and medial. One of them will come in first and quite naturally and strongly. If a woman chooses to stay only in that archetype, for example, let's say archetype of a mother came in first simply because a woman was caring for siblings, caring for others, even for adults who were unable to care for themselves. That archetype of nurturance can come in first. And if a woman chooses to only develop this archetype, it is likely to change to the negative, to manipulation, to having, secondary gains, to being very controlling, etc. Yes, it's the reality of things. And then in that map, Tony Wolff shows us how one of the adjacent archetypes, or both of them, are going to develop next. So in that mother territory, right, in the map that Tony Wolff offers, here we have Amazon, or someone who pursues on her own right that I can do this, whatever that is, that can kick in next. Or it could be medial, being present in a very impersonal way to the personal and also transpersonal domain, through visions, through receiving information, through having intuition, and so on. And typically the 4th archetype in that map, archetypal map that Tony Wolff shared with us, will either not come in at all. If it's left unattended, it is not likely to come in at all. Or if fortune comes here in a way of knowledge, understanding, support, mentorship, then it can be expressed, and quite often in symbolic ways. So in that sense, we're all part of this territory. And for masculine psyche, there is an interesting book that was written in the 90s about the 4 masculine archetypes. And it would be the king, the lover, the warrior, and the magician. And to me, they correspond quite nicely to Tony Wolff's mother, lover, or hetera, Amazon, and medial. And so it's a wonderful read also in regardless of gender and how we identify ourselves. It's a wonderful read, both of them, into the archetypal wealth of possibilities that we can cultivate within ourselves. And to me, that in and out of itself, knowing that we cannot get one-sided. If we get one-sided, we pay the price. If we think I'm just going to be in the mother archetype and I'm going to perfect it, guess what? It's likely to turn into the negative. because one-sidedness is dangerous for the psyche. We're more than, and this is where our conversation about ascension comes in, right? Everything we're speaking about tonight has to do with also us rising, yes, in our level of awareness, rising in our own consciousness, rising in our willingness. And that willingness on David R. Hawking scale would be 310, right? Well above courage, which is at 200. And giving ourselves and gifting ourselves with that cultivation of that lovingness towards ourselves, towards our own pitfalls, towards our own mishaps, towards what we believe we are and all of a sudden we're not, and saying, you know what, I'm going to cultivate that lovingness and I'm going to gift myself with that and those around me, and I'll keep forgiving. And again, this is something that works for me. I am sure that readers will figure out what works for them. So to me, it is just a daily, in a sense, a daily prayer. And the prayer could be simply, today I choose to welcome love in my life. And maybe today I choose to believe in love again. And that love could be simply gratitude. And we know research, what it says about gratitude, tremendously powerful realm, vibration, and even recalling what we're grateful for, it could be 1 to 3 each day, changes our life forever.
Yeah.
It really does.
We have so much conversation now in the medium. Anywhere that we go, everyone talks about raising vibration, and raising vibration. There are so many different charts and theories that have been developed in the last few decades on how to raise your vibration. But the thing is that it is not so easily done at times when people go through difficult periods of their lives and the suffering is so immense. It is impossible to even consciously approach this situation of raising your vibration because you're so deeply in the suffering that makes it almost impossible to even have the thoughts of love and forgiveness. And the most difficult thing to do that I have noticed in my life, that we can forgive other people, but we sometimes cannot forgive ourselves. The most difficult thing is to forgive ourselves. And I'm sure that many people would be agreeing with me on that. Perhaps some are disagreeing, but in my personal life, I have discovered that even if I let go of certain things, I still not able to forgive myself for certain things and let go in order to raise my vibration. Now, we can speak in the terms of just feeling better, healing, for example, right? And that would be the same as raising your vibration. And then how do we let go of that suffering? Is that suffering, for example, is it a replay of those unconscious archetypal stories, our own personal narrative, that sometimes we're not able to let go of that, and we're continuously replaying one and the same story, being stuck in it? So how do we move beyond that? I know that Dr. Marina, you mentioned now you, Dr. Elliot, also, you guys are so good, like meditating, praying, you're so good. I have to be doing that as well because I forget. That to raise my first awareness, and second my level of consciousness, and third my vibration, and then when they all come together, I start to feel better. So in order to do that, how do we surpass our own suffering personal narratives? By what small actions that we can take in order to move in the right direction, coming from immense suffering into the light? Okay, the question is for Dr. Marina for now.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I am being
Nobody
attentive
jumps in.
to my
No,
colleagues.
nobody jumps in. Okay.
Yes, I'm being attentive to my colleagues. And again, here, I feel that, and I know you're absolutely right on about the levels of suffering that can be so deep that it's very difficult for us human beings to extricate ourselves by pulling on our own bootstraps. And this is where professionals who are invested in healing, in therapeutic modalities of various kinds come in This is why we rely on them. This is why the vibration of healing that quite often best healers in the world that communicate is that of 500 and higher. And when we pick up that vibration for those who hold it, this in and out of itself is very tuning for us. Each individual, if you ask me, has the self-responsibility for healing, for finding support that they need, and for asking for that support. There are spaces, you're absolutely right, for instance, that of shame and guilt and apathy, where the energy levels are so low that they're life-threatening for the individual. This is no small matter, and proper support is absolutely essential. And this is where all therapeutic and medical professionals can come in, of the best kind, those who are transpersonally informed, to help individual to raise their vibration, raise their level of energy, physical energy, getting back into the very basics of having nutritional, having nourishment for the body. Yes, having, back committing back to sleeping hygiene that would be more beneficial for the individuals to even simply get rest. And here at the same time, I understand that as we pass those deeply troubling spaces that available to us and human beings, all of us, no exception, as we pass and as we begin to feel stronger energetically, vibrationally, it is time for us to look at our core beliefs and core attitude. And that attitudinal vitality, and David R. Hawkins spoke about this, it is absolutely essential in cultivating that level of our vibrational consciousness of what is it that we would like. And then on each level, as we go up and we go down, we need to look at what here is an attractor in that level, and what is actually a stuck place in a sense, or secondary gain that prevents us from going higher. And of course, that is something that not solved in one beautiful conversation, but this is something what transpersonal um, professionals look at: mind-body medicine, archetypal work, dream work, indigenous healing, sound therapy, breath work, clinical hypnosis, guided imagery, mythopoetics, you name it, gene keys, dream arc, what have you. They come in as something that will call to each of us at different points of our lives, and we know what is calling to us. Yes, what that interest that arises with us, and this is something that also Jordan Peterson is so beautifully poignant about, that we've got to follow the thread of interest development out of the blue without questioning it, because if we do not, yes, we're choosing to continue to what David R. Hawkins called the juice, receive the juice of secondary gain, and we're comfortable because we are not willing at a particular time, yes, to let go of familiarity or secondary gain, secondary reward. So that is a general conversation where we find ourselves. And to me, I can bring it home to how I've learned to work with this. I've learned that beliefs that I held 5 years ago, 5 months ago, 5 days ago, no longer work for me today. And it is up to me to keep holding on to them, or to keep consciously cultivate beliefs that work for me. David R. Hawkins was tremendous influence in that. So is Bruce Lipton for me, yes, because he catches himself right on the spot. Oh, excuse me, what did I just say? I canceled that. And instead, this is what I choose to believe. And for David R. Hawkins, it was simple like this. Yes, this is what I used to believe. I cancel this right now. And instead, I believe that. For instance, I had a moment recently where somehow I had a very powerful experience in conversation with the person I've met, and we had a conversation, and I will never meet this woman again. But she had such an impact on me that after allowing myself to go into process of all of the conversation, I said to myself out loud, and I really meant it beyond the intellectual domain, and that was the difference. I do believe in love again. My life changed forever. It's just as simple as that, because all of a sudden something click for me, and all of a sudden the intellectual or the left hemisphere let go and it went into the right hemisphere, or this imaginal world where everything is possible, and transitioning from 400 domain, and that would be David R. Hawkins' domain of intellect, that goes from 400 to 499, and jumping the paradigm into 500 in an embodied way. That was a spiritual grace I can only have dreamed about. And it came because a stranger, seeming stranger, right, cared enough to have soul-soul conversation in a way that we both benefited, and therefore the world at large. So everything we choose in terms of our belief resonates, vibrates into the world around us. And this is just one of the examples how we can cultivate and rise in our own development and cultivate the habits that help us to hold this vibration. Even Dr. Yana, when that means cleaning the entire house before going to chapter 5 in dissertation. That happened to me back in 2012. I just could not go into chapter 5 till I clean the house up and down. And I now know it was an ascension activity. I had to get organized in such a way that my psyche could actually be present with material that at the time for me was high voltage. A lot of what was going on. So why don't we see it as an ascension activity, whatever is that we must do before we get to the meat and potatoes of things? Maybe it's cleaning the dish, okay? Maybe it's just doing the stretches. Maybe it's just there's a very simple way. I find it, those of you who are fond of what do they call the kids jump on? Trampoline. There you have it. Trampoline. I know in Russian, but English is a little behind here for me. It is such a powerful, simple exercise that is heaven for lymphatic system. It's simply jumping at your own pace. It could be like that far or that far and all the way in a trampoline. And it resets the mind, body, psyche in a very simple way. It does for me. I'm not alone. I wonder if that could be something we again go to literally raise ourselves in vibration as we jump up, but also help our mind, body, psyche with all of the processes that are happening for us 24/7. So it could be, or rather could it be, that every part of our being, our mind, our psyche or soul, our physical body, our emotions, our again belief system, etc. All of them are up for our grades every day, and opportunities are many. And we choose which ones we take.
And that is so essential. Now, you mentioned that we can go away from the intellectual understanding of things. Oh, all of a sudden, I don't hear anyone. I'm going down below 200 again on technical terms. So, our science has developed over the centuries, and our psychological science developed, and the technical science has developed. Now we moved from the Stone Age to where we are now. And of course, we understand and we have intellectual conversations on archetypes and the role in our psychics, for example. And we have all of those charts moving beyond 203 and 4 and 5 and finally ascending to the heights that we would never come back to be reborn again on this earth. When in fact, everything goes to that conversation that you had with that woman that you would never see again, which is love. Nobody was speaking in the ancient times of raising our vibrations as we talk now. We listen to the sound bowls. So we raise vibrations in any way that we can. By the way, I have the sound bowls and I love them. And everything comes just a pure human connectedness, heart to heart, and a willingness to have that connection. When that moment that you had with that woman has become so rare in our modern life that we seclude ourselves from everyone with a fear of having that human connection. And in fact, that connectedness between us humans, this is what makes us human, in the understanding of love and respect and just living in peace with each other. If you just look at the situation in the world. It is all of the dark forces that are against, and the people are going against each other, and there are wars and murders. So how do we go? How do we go beyond that and go into ascension, that we can be speaking of raising vibration and going up, and finally reaching the point of our highest self? But when how do we transpose the atrocities of the world, society creates itself, that we create ourselves, that our shadows are being projected, or the societal shadows are being projected, cultural shadows are projected on other cultures, and one goes against the other. Like, for example, every culture has something in it that they hate in other cultures. Somehow we think that we are supreme and others are way below us. I've been there myself. I was raised that way. And I was thinking that, okay, like, for example, in Northern Europe, right, people probably don't hate each other because they're all quite the same. But no, you think about the Irish, you think about the English, you think of the Scots, and there is this animosity. There's this always something going on. There's even in the south, like South, Azerbaijan and Armenia, they're having something. They hate each other. Everyone thinks that the opposite ethnicity is really the something below dirt. You know, how can we bring that on the more mundane level in order to surpass that suffering in the world? Do we just do it one by one? Like, do we take ourselves seriously? Do we look at ourselves in the mirror first when we want to change the society? And we scream on every corner that, oh, I'm changing the society, I'm going to do this and that. And we have all of this signs and billboards. Oh, I am for this. Like, politically, for example, we're identifying ourselves when we don't even want to look into the mirror and see our own face. We don't want to see our own psyche and to do something within ourselves. And of course, in order to look at ourselves, that it is scary to look into ourselves. It is scary to understand where we come from, right? And moving away from the idea of archetypes or anything else of the intellectual, we have we have to be able to look at ourselves first, what we can change inside, what is not working, coming back to Dr. Marina's statement that what does not belong. If what does not belong must be dealt with. But if we don't look at ourselves, if we don't dive deep inside to understand ourselves, we can't change the society. We'll always be projecting ourselves, our own shadows, our own hatred onto other people and the societies per se. For example, I can boast of, in fact, transforming myself to some extent and moving up on the spiritual ladder beyond 200. Well, I think that I am above 200 and I'm moving in the right direction. However, all those deeply ingrained patterns that we have that were culturally imposed on us, right? The hatred, for example, that is so incredibly powerful. I was the other day, I couldn't sleep, and I woke up at 5:30, and at 6 o'clock, I was already walking my dogs. Believe it or not, I was in the park, and there were so many other people walking in the park. And I saw the couple, the elderly couple, holding hands, and they were somewhere from the Middle East. And I myself, of course, being from the Middle East and being kicked out of there and having going through the war and all of this atrocities, I deny that part of myself, that their culture, which is the Middle Eastern culture, and I did not know at the time where they were coming from, right? Where they came from here to the United States. I immediately assumed I wanted nothing to do with them. And I was walking by and I said, I'm going to make an attempt. I'm going to make an attempt. And I did. And I spoke to them as they were holding hands. They were probably like early 70s. And I spoke to them. and I said good morning in a language that I thought that they would understand. And they did. And they had this incredible smiles on their faces that somebody that would look like this white American actually looked at them and said good morning to them, and said good morning to them in a language that they can understand. It was such a huge step for me. Not that I hated those people, but I hated that part of myself was not probably, I've not been able to forgive myself for being a part of the society that had this incredible hatred and a war going on when I was growing up in Azerbaijan. So turned out to be that that couple was so happy, but just looking at me, the man said, I told him that I was from Baku, from Azerbaijan, and he looked at me. He said that we are from Afghanistan. And of course, they understood what I was saying. But then by looking at me, he said, are you Russian? Yes, I'm ethnically Russian. So he started speaking Russian to me because he was the driver when the Russian troops were stationed in Afghanistan. So look at that connectedness when we speak all these intellectual terms, and we can speak endlessly and publish endless number of papers on that. When everything comes to the pure form of love and connectedness between people. So their culture is my culture. So how come do we deny that part of ourselves? And we continue to deny up until we make that conscious choice, like you, Dr. Marina said. We have to make that conscious choice and look into ourselves and not unto people that were passing on the street at 6 o'clock in the morning. I could have easily dismiss it and just walk by, but no. I spoke in their language and they understood that. And that language is not even the verbal language. That was a language of love and respect. And that is all that matters in our human interaction with each other. So having love, Dr. Marina, I'm not surprised that you're talking about it now, but it's kind of surprising that we even talk about it on this podcast. Love transcends hatred. So if we just have the ability or even desire, the slightest desire to look into our own souls, we will be able to transform not just ourselves, but the society around us. Not to go and scream at every corner, I am changing everything, that I am going to change the world. Start with yourself. Start with yourself first. And it is okay to start with yourself, because when we have this feeling of shame that we don't deserve it, no, we do. We do. By just being alive, we deserve. I actually don't like this word deserve. We don't deserve actually anything in this world, right? We come here thanks to our mothers and our fathers, right? They carry for us. They deserve love and respect. And what do we deserve by being born here, right? We have to also earn that. So this concept of deserving something is alien to me. I don't deserve anything. You know, I work toward it, and I build this connectedness with other people. Now I forgot what I was going to say. You know, it's and for Elliot, it's almost midnight for you too, right?
Yeah, no,
So
it's
it's easily
12:38 here on the Atlantic coast.
Oh, see that, yeah, and you're so
Now that's an act of
composed.
love. That's an act of
That's an act of
love.
love. That's
That's
right, and
right. That's right.
determination.
And
Yeah,
unconditional love should win it there.
unconditional
At
love, right?
5:40, that's an example, Dr. Elliot. But Dr. Yana, thank you so much for helping us again to anchor in everyday life. How does it all land? Because we have opportunities every moment. We make decisions all the time, unconsciously, even when we think we do not. And any time we remember that we are in the territory, even with that map again, and I just would like to speak to that a little more, because some of our viewers and listeners may say, I see it in a different way. In that map of consciousness by David R. Hawking, since very easily available through any search engine, by the way, on internet, the map is right there. Think of it as, again, vibrational or level of consciousness help to navigate and negotiate where we are at. Humanly, we can be thrown anywhere. Maybe it is a mystical experience and we hit 600. And all of a sudden, as it subsides, we're never the same. But then again, the everyday life kicks in and we forget, or seemingly forget, that we actually understand who we are. We understand that the divinity within is alive and well, especially after experiences of mystical nature. We understand that. Nobody needs to convince us in that anymore. And at the same time, if we are not receiving proper support in our inner circles for that demanding journey of ascension, of personal development, of raising our own consciousness, of manifesting fully our divinely human divine nature, we can experience, again, we can drop, at least for a period of time, in territories of, be it fear, or be it regret, or be it what have you. And the idea is that it's okay that we visit those territories, but we've got to extricate ourselves as reasonably quickly, if you ask me, in my biased and limited perspective, as we can. And as long as we keep setting up camp, metaphorically speaking, in the vibrational territories that are 200 or higher, and call that our home, it's okay to visit places that we visit. Yes, and this is where spiritual bypassing comes in. Yes, we've got to work with what is, what presents itself at the measure it presents itself. And then we keep developing spiritual tools such as meditation, such as contemplation. And contemplation could be anything and everything, and as a way of life, to being present to what is, yes, in the best way we know how. And that example, this beautiful story, thank you so much for that gift, Dr. Yana, of your willingness at 310 on that map of David R. Hawkins. At 310, that's a high level, not willfulness, but willingness. Yes, exactly. All of a sudden allowed you full access to that lovingness of 500s. And what a gift. And all of a sudden, synchronistically, magically, serendipitously, things happen in a miraculous way. How can it be? Because not only you had courage, you were willing to. You're willing to. And anytime we are willing to surrender to the higher forces of our understanding, call it God, call it the divine, call it the Holy Spirit, call it what have you, that we truly bow to, in a sense that we recognize, yes, that these forces give us life. Anytime we are willing to surrender to the higher will, we're willing to surrender to that divine will within us, we win.
And we can do it at any stage of our
Yes,
lives, regardless where
yes,
we are at that moment.
exactly. And our stories are just testament to this. Yes, very humble, experiential gifts, if you will, and they are for sharing, because miracles happen every day. And they are ordinary and non-ordinary and extraordinary, transpersonal,
True.
and etc., etc., etc. And Dr. Elliot, I am so excited to hear from your perspective. How is it for you in your life, and what shows up for you in terms of ascension or energy, or how do you cultivate your own vibrational levels to work in the territories where angels are scared to trot?
Mm.
And I speak about with a lot of respect, because this is not for everyone. This is not for individuals who don't hold a very strong spine, physically, personally, transpersonally. How do you navigate these domains and hold your own vibration and help others to do that?
It's not for the faint-hearted, for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. There was one case I worked that involved a demonic entity, and I had spent quite a bit of time at the house. I'd go and stay there for 2 to 3 weeks at a time, and I found by the end of the trip, while I was there trying to help the family, it was definitely taking a toll on me. So when I would come back home to Canada, I would recharge my batteries, and that may be, you touched on some of the things, such as like the healthy eating, um, exercise as well is another good benefit, because not only does it release endorphins and chemistry, you know, or chemistry, but it also helps you push through things, like, or at least when I worked out, I would push through things mentally. If I had a rough day at work, I was a police officer for 15 years. If I had a rough day at work, I'd hit the gym and I'd be able to turn that negative energy that I absorbed all day and use it, through exercise to burn it off basically. And then when you finished your workout, you felt really good, you felt healthy, you had that biological chemical release. Um, so that's certainly two things that I would make sure I would do when I'd come back. Um, I'm very much into mindfulness. I'm more familiar with cognitive behavioral therapy and mindfulness. So CBT and mindfulness have helped me as well. Bit of meditation I find that really helps set the day for sure. If you do it first thing in the morning, kind of sets your day, or take periodic breaks throughout the day, even if you can only fit 10-20 minutes in, like you guys both talked about. Really, it's about self development and forgiveness, and not trying to be so hard on yourself. And by doing all that, you do really aspire and ascend to be a better person. And those are certainly things that I do for sure. So when I work these types of cases, I go in there being conscious that there could be some negative energy that you're absorbing, especially in the environment. But um, I certainly go in there. I do a professional job, and then when I'm done that job, I really try and just kind of do some self care and work on myself. And that's important if you're doing any sort of work in, not so much just regular hauntings where you have normal, nice, conscious people that you're dealing with that have passed on through physical after physical death. But when you're working those demonic type cases, it's really, really important. Most haunting cases we get called to, it's usually like a family person that's hanging around, or it might be somebody that was attached to the property before the new owners took over. So it's nothing like evil or malicious or anything like that for the most part. But those ones that you do come across, certainly you have to take your precautions, and you have to do your self-care afterwards. um, I always say, as parapsychologists, we believe that when you die, that your consciousness and personality will like remain intact past the physical death part. So if you were a nice, kind person in this physical realm, that's what you're going to be in the spiritual realm. You don't change dramatically. So if you were a not nice person, like a Jeffrey Dahmer or Ted Bundy or a serial killer, you're going to be that same consciousness and that same personality in the afterlife. So it depends on what kind of house you get called to, but for the most part, we don't really get called to those crazy evil kind of cases that you see in TV. But like I said, every once in a while you will get a pretty wild case, and you just have to basically, like I said, do that self care. Whatever that is for you, different people may find different things help. Some people don't find meditation helps. I like it. I find it helps. So you got to find what that is for you. Is it exercise? Is it meditation? Is it spiritual counseling? Some people find comfort in that. So yeah, it really depends. You just got to kind of find what your niche is for self-care.
Thank you so much. I very much appreciate your down to earth and well developed way of being with all sorts of energies. And you're absolutely right. And all three of us know in our own way how demanding um, the field of consciousness can be with everything it presents ourselves with. And as you were sharing, by the way, thank you so much for contributing 15 years
Oh, thank you.
of your life of conscious service to the society, to hold each of us in a way of more safety, in a way of being more cognizant, and being more present in a way that others needed your strength, I'm sure, in many situations. Thank you. Thank you for that. I honor your contribution and your gift to all of us.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
You know, as
yeah.
police officers, we always seem to meet people on their worst day, and it's unfortunate because, you know, the more longer you're in there, you forget that there's good, you know, decent people out there as well. Because everyone you're dealing with people that are on having their worst day of their life. So, um, it's definitely something that I've always been cognizant of and done a lot of self care as well. When I, you know, would get home from my shift.
And nevertheless, Dr. Elliott, after having retired, you're still in a very similar field, still helping people, still diving deep into the problems and atrocities of everyday life, right? You're still there helping people. So, coming back to your own archetype, that's the archetype of the hero. Archetype, can't say the savior, but probably the archetype of the hero, right, Dr. Marina? And you are there. Uh, Bring your shoulder to people that are not able to deal with their own problems. And archetype of the hero is not an easy undertaking. It's not an easy path in life. And you will agree with me like no one else. Being a hero is not an easy task. It's like it is also not for the faint-hearted because you have to go and conquer dragons. If not every day, then pretty often, and there's one huge single dragon that you have to conquer for yourself personally in order to move forward. So that the archetype of the hero, this is yours. So for example, my archetypes are the archetypes of even the Persephone going um, someone to details, and of course that would also be the archetypal complex because her mother and her husband Hades, he would also be the part of the archetypal complex, and then you also acquire the parts of the mother, Demetra, of course, the Persephone as the goddess of harvest, of the light and day, or light of day, of the light of the day, and the underworld as well. So everything, we have our own stories, our own narratives that we live. And you, Dr. Elliott, you couldn't go anywhere from it. As you stepped on the path of the heroic journey, you didn't steer away. This is what you've been doing. And just to help us understand and help the viewers understand the archetypal patterns, they're not necessarily so difficult to understand. They are an everyday occurrence. And like you, Dr. Marina, mentioned that you can't be uh, just a one facet of one archetype. You have to develop it fully. So you have to be that beautiful woman, Hetera, right? You have to be able to be that the great mother caring for your families, correct? And in order to develop yourself and move and ascend, we have to be conscious of our own patterns, of our own trajectories in life, and not walking unconsciously. We have to be able to know our own stories, the path in this life, because otherwise we are going to be stuck. It's so important to understand your own personal story because from it comes everything else.
Yeah, that's very true. I think you hit it right on top of the head there.
Yeah, that's right. Hit the nail. Hit the nail.
Hit the nail, not your thumb.
Hit the. That's right. Sometimes it happens the other way. Yeah, yes, especially for me. I'm not so good, and that's why I need the hero, for example, that would come and put the nail into the wall, right? And we all need possessing different archetypes, of course, of different storylines in our lives, coming from so many different directions in life. We need each other, right? We need each other. I need someone to put that nail into my wall, right? To get on the ladder and to paint my high ceilings, right? I need someone to do that. Because I'm not able to do it, and not because I did not develop my own personal archetype, but because we're so interconnected in this life and we need each other as humans. So with this tendency as it is now in the society, of disconnectedness and complete disconnectedness. And it's not only on the personal level, it's the countries, societies per se, and we must bring ourselves back together. But if we're not conscious of it, it will not take place.
And yet, Dr. Yana, I know fairly well that the archetype of the Amazon, and I'm referring here to that map by Tony Wolfe with the mother, hetero lover, Amazon in the medial, is alive and well. I've seen you painting wolves beautifully.
Look at that, revealing all of my secrets here.
Well, you know, the listeners and the viewers need to know that we can and we do
are able and we
exercise
can.
exactly
Absolutely.
because we say so. And in that measure, we also get to negotiate our archetypes because archetypes are so powerful. They can come in, swallow us life, and spit us out. We negotiate our territories. We say, you know what? We're only human.
And also, not just only human, I am a woman and I need a man in my life in order to also to fulfill his own masculine duties, right? Duties to the society, duty to me as a woman. So while we can, of course, to beat the nail into the wall. And thank you so much, Dr. Elliot, for talking about it. Now, Dr. Marina is revealing all of my secrets that happening behind the closed doors. Look at that. Hanging
Simply
a painting,
ask.
for example, and
Simply
everything.
ask, Dr. Yana. I am here. Simply ask.
Yeah, just ask her. She will tell you everything about me. So yes, while it is so important to be able to do everything and not just be stuck in one particular facet of your archetypal complex, nevertheless, we have to be acceptive and really receptive of other people in our lives. So, which is we're talking about the masculine energies, that the anima and animus that you've mentioned that we have in our souls. And if our viewers don't know what it is, then the men have this idea of a woman in their psyches that has been comprised of so many different images of females that they had seen from the beginning of their life to the point that they are right now. And that would be not necessarily the most gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous woman with legs that start from her neck, for example, right? It would be the type of a woman that is responsive, the image of a woman that would find response in his own soul, in his understanding of the love and beauty. Because as we say that the beauty is in the eye of the beholder, yeah, in our own eye, right? So and the same is the idea of a man, right? The animus that is a part of our female souls as well. That what happens to us, to women, we have that idea of a man for whom we're searching our entire life. Like in my personal case, that I've been looking for a particular man that only I had the understanding of what it was. You know, only I, in my mind, nobody else did. And you go through the life unconscious of it, of the animals that you have, unconscious of it, right? And you go through the life knowing that this is not it, and that is not it. And when in the world that is going to come into my life, and you don't know, and you know only at the time when it comes, and then it's like hitting the nail on the head. Oh, I love this expression. It's like, and finally, I nailed that head, not that nail. Whatever, guys. It's midnight. I nailed it. Doesn't matter where I nail it. I nailed it on the head somewhere. I nailed it. So finally, but it takes time. And once you know it, you know it. And that knowingness comes from the inside. It does not correspond to other people's understanding of the person that you chose. It is your person and only yours.
And then the journey
I'm leaving the stage.
has only begun. Yes, then the journey,
has only begun.
Yes, yes, yes. And you know, as you spoke about this, Dr. Yana, thank you so much. I'm returning to your question that you offered all of us our viewers and listeners also in the beginning, what can help? One of the ways is simple ways that each of us, should we want to, should we find it suitable, should we find that this resonates with us, and at whichever time, we could simply begin setting an intention for every day of our life. Maybe for the morning, maybe also for the afternoon, maybe also for the evening, maybe also before we go to bed. Because a lot happens in the dream world. We all know this. Why not consider that ancient practice that went by many names, that allows us to contribute to the context that are optimal for manifesting our fullest, highest potentials we're here to manifest? Again, divinely human, humanly divine, why not? Why can't we remember the Lion King and the scene where the sky, celestial sky, opens up and Simba is looking at the sky and his father who passed on manifests for a moment in celestial garment, clad in stars, and tells him, remember who you are. You are a true king. Calling to the divinity within in each of us. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Wouldn't it be amazing? And I wonder what it would be like for each of us to consider that we have this power to set intention wholeheartedly and also surrender the rest to the divine that goes by many names, the God of our understanding.
And not to actually look from the outside, right? Somewhere
That's
in
right.
the sky, somewhere. Some people look at under the ground, of course, like for the opposite, for the negative archetype, like from the positive and negative. But it's also important to understand that divinity is in us.
That's right.
It's
The
nowhere
divinity
else.
within.
Divinity is in us.
Well,
I am who
I
I
beg to
am.
differ. I beg to
I
differ in
am
this one.
God. And I'm gonna go
I
to bed
beg to
thinking that I'm
differ.
God. I'm goddess.
Well, you know, a joke comes to mind. Okay, everybody, let's lighten up a bit. Okay. A dog sees his owner coming home and says, my owner, he loves me, he pets me, he makes eye contact with me, he feeds me, he walks me, he must be God. Cat sees his owner coming in, says, my owner, he pets me, he gives me eye contact, he feeds me, he allows me all the freedom I want day and night. I must be God. We get to figure it out. Each of us, right?
I know.
I
I
was
need to come
I
back.
was waiting for the third component. Like who was the third?
The third one
was
we figure
us.
it out. Exactly.
Exactly. The third one we'll figure it out. Who are we, the dog or a cat? I'm a
Or
cat. I'm a
maybe we
cat.
have our own pattern of leaning into divinity within and without. Could it be?
Actually, we're lions, and lions have been represented as a symbol. So also the divine as well of the might and power. So Dr. Elliot is a Dutch lion,
Yes, I am.
and I am the Sumerian lion, right? So we're cats. Let's become cats. So
Well,
we
I'm
are gods. So we
Siberian
have to
cat.
remember,
A big
yeah,
cat.
and you're a tiger.
That's
Yeah,
right. A
we have
Siberian
to
one.
know.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So we have to remember that I am who I am, and we have to stay true to ourselves. And I would like to end this amazing, incredible podcast with the understanding, with the thought as we go to sleep that we are who we are and we have the divinity in us. And if we want to change anything in our lives, we start with ourselves and we're allowing ourselves to do that. We must understand that without any narcissistic behavior here, that I am that cat. I'm that cat. I must be God. And once we understand that, so many things will change in our lives. So I am who I am by allowing ourselves to be who we really are, not who we are. How Dr. Elliot said that this is my persona, this is who I am. No, who we really are, what is our mission on this earth, and our destiny, and what we have to accomplish on this earth. Like Dr. Elliot, who he's a hero. He saved so many people, their souls, their lives. So in here, being a therapist as well here, diminishing the suffering in life, and you, Dr. Marina, as well. Not only that you work with people by diminishing their suffering in life, but you're also teaching them at the university level on how to be that person in order to move, to bring the light into the lives of other people and to their own. So I would like to thank all of you for your amazing perspectives, for your wisdom, and for your willingness to
That's right.
be
At 310.
here
At
at 310,
310. Yes.
willingness to be here.
Yes, and
So
thank you, Dr. Yana, for inviting us both. And it is a true treasure and pleasure to share in wonderful company of our viewers and listeners. And we shall continue to remember who we are, and each day brings a new level of awareness and new depth. In that I trust.
That's great. I just want
incredible.
to thank you for coming on the show, Dr. Smirnova. I think it was very enlightening to hear you speak, and you gave us and the viewers a lot to think about, and for us to work on our self improvement. And yeah, just thanks so much for coming on. Thank you, everyone, as well, for listening to Science and the Paranormal, broadcasting live from the United Public Radio Network, the UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 and 107.7 FM in New Orleans, and also on Roku TV.
Thank you. Blessings and many, everyone.
Blessings to everyone until we meet again on the Science and Paranormal. Bye
Have a
bye.
good
Looking for stories that are fresh and new? Dark fantasy, humor, space exploration, time travel, cyberpunk, alternate history, and more. They're in the L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future anthology from 24 award-winning authors and illustrators, plus art and writing tips and bonus stories. L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future. Buy your copy at galaxypress.com, Amazon, or wherever books are sold.
Looking for something new in dark fantasy, humor, space exploration, time travel, alternative history? They're in the L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future anthology. Get the 10-volume box set with 159 stories and full color illustrations, plus 34 articles with writings and art tips. Get the UPRN discount, $125 for the entire box set. That's a $60 savings for that beautiful box set. L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future. Go to uprntalkradio.com, click on the link, and place your order.
What? Hey, hello everybody. Welcome to Into the Night with Sean Kelly. Excuse me, little frog in my throat there. How is everybody doing this week? I'm doing okay, and we have a hell of a show for you tonight. But first of all, I want to say that we are on UPRN Talk Radio 105.3 New Orleans, 107.7 Mississippi. Hey, Johnny, good to see you. And I don't know, it was a good week. We're into the heart of the turkey season here at where I work at, and so Hey, Virginia, good to see you, hon. Johnny or Virginia, can you send Cy a link to the show, please? I appreciate it. So it is in the heart of the turkey season, and I'm busy as hell. So, but I don't know. I'm just so excited about tonight. I got to get her bio out. She has one heck of a bio. Seriously. Hold on one second. Let me get to her. Let me get to her. I'm so nervous of having her on tonight. I mean, literally. If you can, guys, Virginia, Cindy, Johnny, if you can get Cy a link, please, to the show, please do. Okay. Without any ado, I'm going to get this on the road here. My guest tonight, Jenny Nicasio, she's from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is an author, artist, and former MUFON field investigator, as well as a freelance journalist. Her literary work include From the Sky and Rocky the Rockefeller Christmas Tree, which is a hell of a book. I like that book a lot. Highlight her talent for imagination storytelling. She is also the creator of the Chasing Prophecy Radio and host. Jenny's diverse skill set, which encompasses artistic and investigation abilities, enriches her contributions to both the literary and journalist fields. And you know what? Um, me and Jenny go back. We started together on the original Chasing Prophecy, and without her, I wouldn't be here today without you guys. So, without further ado, I'm going to bring on a very good friend of mine, Jenny Nicasio, and we're going to talk about her new show coming up too. So, without further ado, Jenny, how are you,
Hey.
honey? Thank you for coming on.
Oh, you're welcome, Sean. It's my pleasure. Good to see you. Hi, everyone.
Good to see you too. Everyone, Johnny, Cindy, Virginia, Cy, my friend Jenny Nicasio.
It's been a
Got
while,
me
but
going.
I'm here.
Yes,
I'm
it is.
here.
I know, and I'm glad. See, they're all going to say hi to you and stuff like that. So, what you been up to, girl?
Oh, wow. It's been a crazy season in my life. I've been through a lot of changes, good changes, bad changes, life.
hmm
Um, but everything's good. I'm a grandma of 3 now.
Whoa.
So that's
Uh-oh.
exciting. It's real. Hi, Johnny. Hi, Cindy.
I'm telling you what, you got 5 more grandchildren coming your way, buddy.
Well, the more the merrier, I always say. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a ride.
hmm
A lot of, ups and downs, you're fully aware of.
Right.
I got, my mother passed away, so that was a big life change at this stage of the game. I like the kids, growing up and babies. It's amazing. But I'm glad to be back.
hmm with you having, I know this is a dumb
Regina.
question, but I'm going to say it anyway. Um, hmm, with the grandchildren, did it seem to bring more enjoyable stuff into your life?
To be honest with you, yes, but it made me try to figure out. I needed to find out who I was again. I lost who I was, my identity. When my mom died, it was like I was my mom's daughter.
hmm
And then I'm a mom of my sons, and now I'm a grandma. It's like I forgot who I was for a little bit, and trying to deal with that and finding, a balance between all three. You know what I mean? It's like, who am I? I get in this, at our age, I wouldn't call it a midlife crisis because I think I was midlife a while ago. But I'm getting closer to the,
Yeah,
to
you're
the
getting there.
light.
You're getting there.
um, hi,
Hi,
Holly.
hi, Gina. Hi, Holly. How are you? Good to see you, girls.
It's
Yeah.
her, you know.
So, gosh, I'm glad you don't know how happy I am. I'm actually doing the Irish jig in my chair here without you knowing about it.
Okay.
Actually.
All those
So,
Irish jigs, yeah.
you know it, man. You know it. How was your Halloween?
It was fun. I didn't really dress up this year too much. I was too busy watching everybody else, because the kids were dressed up. My son dressed up as Mario from what's that store Mario Kart, and my little granddaughter was the princess. He looks so much like Mario. And my other one, I don't know if you guys are gamers, but there was this gamer, Dr. D, I guess that's his name. Little Louis dressed up like him. He had sunglasses on and a mustache. So
That's cool. That's cool. So, I'm glad that I'm glad that you finally getting back into the swing of things. Um, Now,
yeah, me too.
everybody, this Sundays now, Jenny's going to have a show on UPRN Talk Radio 105.3 New Orleans, 107.7 Mississippi. Okay, she's going to be on 7 o'clock to 8, correct?
Yeah, and I
Wednesday?
just want to let everyone know it's still Chasing Prophecy. It's just I got a new banner. You can see it.
I like it, Burnt.
I
like
just
it.
wanted to spice it up a little bit because it's just not ghosts and everything. So it's all a lot of different, phenomenon. And it's still me, and I'll still have a guest. I don't have per se a solid co-host yet. So what I'm doing now is having guest host, try to get
Mhm.
one on every week, and then if we'll see if anybody actually wants to stick around, then they can come on. But
Yeah, so we've got a new format going on here at the station. This is my last 2 hour show. Okay. What they did, like I explained on Sunday night, they're splitting us up, splitting me up. I'm going to do an hour on Sunday from 8 to 9, and I am going to do Tuesday nights from 8 to 9 because they have all kinds of new shows coming in. And the Sunday show was really great. I really enjoyed everybody being there. It's funny, Jenny, doing 2 hour shows for the longest time, right? Now they took me down to an hour and it just goes by smooth, like
yeah,
smooth, you
I
know.
liked the 1 hour show. I thought that you got what you had to say and you moved on because that's just me. In fact, it's hard for me to sit down in one spot for 2 hours. So
I
I
know
think
what you
it'll be
mean.
work.
It was getting kind of like, it was getting kind of tiring to do such a thing. I'm also on with Joe on News on the Flip Side too on Friday
That's what I
nights.
heard. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I heard.
Hey, Brian, good to see you. Brian's my cousin.
Hey, Brian.
Now, what's going to be great with these are my followers, man. They're great people. They're really close. They're like family to me. Who's in the chat room right now, and I can guarantee they will be tuning into your show more than likely.
I hope
So,
so because it's gonna be the same good Chasing Prophecy. It's just so I think it's gonna be better because I'm going each different direction. So I think it's gonna be. I'm try
when
to get
when
really
when you
good
mean
guests.
directions, what do you mean?
Not
Like,
gonna be just like I said. It's like it's not just like the latest headlines and just different like not just the paranormal. It's anything that there's so many weird stuff that's going on right now.
yeah,
I
there is.
mean, I was just listening to TikTok and they had this place in Oregon that there's a I don't know if anybody saw it. There's a doorway in the mountainside. And now apparently one of the guys that went there, the original person who went there and videotaped it, he's missing. So everybody's going there to check it out. So it's really like where's this doorway? It's into the mountain. A lot of people are speculating they're giants. So that's what I mean. I will grab something and if I see it that I think that's unusual, I'm going to do some research on it and I'm going to try to do a show on
Oh, that's cool. And Oregon, Washington State. I'm telling you what, there could be more doors, out in
it.
that
Yeah,
area.
a lot of portals
Oh
and
my God, definitely.
there's a lot of stuff that's going on.
So, do you have any guests lined up yet that you gonna?
Yeah, Brian Sharpless is coming on Sunday from 7 to 8. He's going to talk about his new book on horror monsters and horror shows. So it
Hmm.
should be good. He's
Yeah,
really
is it?
entertaining.
I like him. He's a good dude. Never got back to me, but that's okay. That's okay. You know.
He's probably busy. I
I just maybe for some reason it went to the wrong email. I've noticed I'm trying to get a lot of different people on. I'm trying to get Taylor Marshall on. I don't know if you know who he is.
Oh, yes, I
He's just
do.
he's just
Yes.
the old. He used to be uh Greek Orthodox Catholic, I think that's what it was. And he wrote a new book on the apocalypse and the Antichrist. And I watched a webinar yesterday and it was so interesting. And it was all about the Antichrist and the apocalypse. And he's talking about the 3 nights of darkness. So I want days of darkness. And I would really want to discuss that with him because I think it's a very good topic.
Oh my God, yeah. But it's funny. Um, I did not. I hear it all the time, the 3 days of darkness. But it's like, what is it, Jenny? I don't understand it.
That's why I want to have him on the show. It's like there's going to be 3 days of darkness. Now, apparently, it could be something from an electronic bomb where everything goes down, the grid goes down, cars don't start, electricity doesn't work, everything is shut down, and
Mhm.
for 3 days. And this is supposed to be the start of something. And so I really, he didn't get too much into it, but I really want to discuss that with him because I think it's a fantastic topic, especially these times, these
Oh
crazy
my
times where,
God.
I mean, we're dealing with some really weird stuff lately, and
Yes, we are.
um, it's scary, and we're getting back to prophecy, like chasing prophecy. Um, we're getting back to that, and a lot of it's coming true. And I don't know. I just want to talk to him about it and see where we stand. Hi, Boots.
Yeah, hi, Boots. It's been a
how
while since I've seen Boots.
how what this particular time is in association with the apocalypse. Like, are we in the 7 year? Is there such a thing as the rapture? I mean, some people talk about the rapture. I have not been able to find it in the Bible. I would like to talk to him about it and see how he feels about it. But that's one of the, you know, that's the kind of topics I want to talk about, not just
Okay.
ghosts. And because I have enough experience with ghosts.
Yeah, I'm going to bring that up later on in the show. Yeah, but
Yeah.
no, seriously, it seems like Taylor Marshall, honestly, I keep looking at him, but I still don't have enough. You know, I don't know what to say, but I want to email people, big people, to come onto the show, but it seems like
Well, the way I see it is we got when we were close to 1 million listeners on our live show towards the end when I was
yes.
on there with John Dentry.
Hmm.
And for that many people, I mean, and I was getting a lot of sponsors. So if they're interested, that means that somebody else is going to be interested in what they should be interested in wanting to be on it because you're reaching not in just nationally, but it's internationally, and we're getting. There's probably people in Israel that listen to the show. It's like
It's
it's
like
just
our
not.
number one country, Jen. It's our number
It's
one
just
country.
yeah. It's like why wouldn't they want to be on the show?
Hmm. True, that's true. But I did hear through the grapevine, through other people, that usually a lot of the big talent, big people that are out there, kind of like going on small little podcasts. You know what I mean? For
Mhm.
just to help the podcast out, or what? You know what I mean? And I think it's great. I mean,
Yeah, we're not competing with Joe Rogan, Alex Jones and all them. Speaking of
no, no.
Alex Jones, make sure you go on InfoWars and support the show to keep him on the air because tomorrow's news is today. I love Alex Jones.
I watched a couple of his stuff on some of his things he was on TikTok, and he's interesting. He's an interesting Joe Rogan the same way. You know.
Yeah, see, Joe Rogan gets big money from Spotify. I mean, he
Hmm.
gets a lot of money from Spotify. Now they're all falling in his direction, just like Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan. They're leading the, they're right behind him, but they got it from him first.
Hmm.
And he's talking about the new world order and where we're headed and what is that, digital currency and all that. It's like we're on the path to no return if we don't do something about it. And that's why you got to watch InfoWars. Okay, I stop. My son's
Johnny
probably saying, "Mom, stop."
Johnny Freeman says never beg, and Virginia says he loves Joe. Yeah, never.
Mhm.
I could say never beg.
Yeah, I
But
like Joe Rogan too, but he's got a lot of but I like Tucker too, so I follow him too. So those are the three
mhm.
people that I usually follow. And there's Michael Savage, I follow him. There's a couple other dudes. I just Wendy Bell, but she's a little crazy though sometimes.
That's what I
She
heard. She really like, from what I heard, done. I mean, went off the deep end there for a while there. You know,
Well,
and
she's I heard she's like she gets really angry. And a lot of them do get angry because you have every right to be angry for what's going on. But it's like the same anger every day. It's like but then again, I said, I like Alex Jones's personality. So maybe that's just
mhm.
because I'm an Italian and I deal with crazy people now. No,
For
no.
anybody out in the chat room right now tonight, if you have a question for Jenny, feel free to ask. And I guarantee it, she'll answer it.
Yeah, Johnny Wendy is great. I mean, I met her a couple times. I went to one of the rallies for Trump back in 2020, and I got a picture with her. I think she's
Hmm.
fantastic. She's
Hmm.
she's I still listen to her almost every day. What I
Hmm.
don't like about her show is the commercials. I mean, you have to have them,
Right.
but there's just some of them are just well, I don't know. I just didn't care for them, and I don't know why she's letting them be sponsored. I guess money's money.
No, of course, that's how she, that's how we, I still got
Yeah,
Carnation sponsoring me the second hour. And,
that's
but
good.
yeah,
Yeah,
we got
Carnation
them.
was good.
Oh, oh yeah. And there's a lot of Carnation products all over my store, Jenny. I'm telling you, it's freaking crazy at work. It really, really
I
is,
bet
man.
it's that time. It's the season to
Turkeys
be
are
jolly.
expensive.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
I
You
was
know,
gonna get catered. I wasn't gonna
you were
make because
what?
you helped me last year. You helped me last year pick a turkey because I wasn't sure if I wanted a fresh turkey, and I'm glad I went with a fresh turkey because it was one of the best turkeys I ever had. So I'll
Yes.
probably get another fresh turkey again.
It's the only way to go is a fresh turkey. You got to
Mhm.
figure, and I found this out from a turkey farmer that supplies all the grocery stores, is that the frozen turkeys that you get, they've been frozen for like 3 years. You know what I mean? They
Oh
have,
my God, I'm never
yeah.
getting a
So
frozen turkey for 3 years. That's disgusting.
I mean, that's just
No, thank you.
ridiculous. And
I
then
don't want frozen
check
turkey
it out though. We got the Christmas hams in today. So God, it just
already.
like, oh my God, yeah. I mean, Halloween candy was still on the shelf and they were throwing Christmas candy right next to it, man. I was like,
Uh,
damn. But
well,
they did mark it down pretty good.
they say the earlier that like if you have Halloween, if they're bringing Christmas stuff out right when Halloween is, that tells you that the economy is really bad. For some reason, they
Mhm.
bring Christmas earlier, and I don't understand the theory. I don't know why they. It's weird.
I don't understand it either. But okay, let's talk about, you're an author. Okay.
Hmm.
What inspired you to be an author? What inspired you?
Oh God, we're going back to when I was in high school.
Okay, go ahead.
I used to write these little romance. The historian. I still remember the one. I wish I had them. I lost them. But back in high school, I like to write. I love to read the historical romance novels that my Aunt Myrna had. They were so bad.
Hmm.
um, and I would read them. I'd stay up all night reading, all night long. Until the
Hmm.
wee hours in the morning, I'd stay up reading one book after another. And then I thought, hey, I can write. So I did. I wrote it. I wish I had them, but I did. I wrote it a lot when I lost them all. And then I wrote a children's story when I was pregnant with my second, and it was for my oldest, my toddler, and it was about
Hmm.
having being pregnant and having a baby. And I lost that one too. And I even had someone do the illustrations for that one. And that's where it started. When I was a kid, I didn't have too many friends when I was like, kid, teenage, like preteen. Wasn't allowed to have them pretty much, but till I was older. And I just
Hmm.
spent most of my time reading late into the night.
Wow.
They were naughty books. They were naughty, naughty, naughty romances. The pirates and the Indians taking the white woman, and yeah, it was bad.
We just I don't know. I read Rocky. Okay. Is that the children's book you were talking
Yeah,
about?
Rocky. Well, yeah, I wrote more than that. And I don't know why I didn't. I just figured those to name a few. I wrote the trilogy. I have like three books. Have one on the way coming out soon. I have a nonfiction book out. I have a little was it a little book on me- eh, what was it, like the Piercy's meteor shower, and then I have the prequel of Rocky, not Rocky, of From the Sky, Project
Hmm.
Moondust. Yeah, Rocky's is the little Christmas tree that wanted to be the big tree in New York City.
Honest to God, ladies and gents, Rocky, the Christmas tree. Honest to God, it's a great story for your kids, man. Where can you get it on Amazon? What?
Yeah, you can get it on Amazon, Barnes and Noble. It was in the bookstores when it first came back in 2000 and oh geez, 2012. It went
Hmm.
through a lot of issues because that's the one that was, ripped off by Viacom
Yeah,
and Penguin.
yeah, yeah. I don't understand people, in this time of the why. I don't know. I just get frustrated when I see other people do that, other
Well,
companies
yeah,
do that.
it's like I actually sent it to him in an email. I sent it to Nickelodeon. I wanted to had the storyboard and everything. I had the whole book, the illustrations along with the illustrator. I sent it to them and I didn't hear anything back. And then it was Christmas one Christmas. My son was going to med school for an interview, and he said, "Mom, you have to sit down. Mom, you have to sit down." I said, "Why? Why?" Nickelodeon stole your story, and they came out with a movie first, and then the book. It was Albert, the little tree that wanted to be the big tree in New York.
Oh wow. Huh.
Yeah, and so I got a lawyer and I went ahead and sued them. It
Hmm.
went as far as the Supreme Court, but they voted on it. And I was telling you that one day. Remember, I was telling you about Sonia Sotomayor. It was all
Yeah.
over the news. It was on the news, Fox News, CNN. It was on Washington Post, Daily Wire. That Sonia Sotomayor did not recuse herself. She received $10,000 3 days before that she was supposed to vote on my case. And on the day that she did, she received $3 million 3 weeks before that. The day of the hearing, she received $10,000.
Hmm.
And she didn't recuse herself, and all the other people did. Yeah, it was all over the news, and I found out about it. And I go, oh my God. So, yeah, that's
It's like
my life.
it's like a kick in the teeth.
Yeah, it was.
Seriously. But
Yeah, it was.
I noticed when we started 4 years ago, I'll be honest with you, I was really psyched up about it. But what you taught me about podcasts, I didn't know a damn thing about UFOs. I didn't know a damn thing about Bigfoot. None of that. And I was like, it just got me hooked. And I am and I'm not here to embarrass you online or on the show or not, but honest to God, I am grateful for you for by sending me a message asking me if I wanted to be on a podcast. You know what I mean?
Oh,
That really, and from, was it 4 or 5 years ago now? It's close to five, you
I think
know,
it's 4 years. I think it's 4
4 years.
years. Yeah.
Okay. And I remember the first place that we, did our first
Like
show.
we listened to it yesterday, me and my son, because I found it. I was trying to figure out. We had 179 episodes of Chasing Prophecy. This 179th episode on Sunday. So
Sunday,
that's yeah,
179. Ain't
that's
that crazy?
179. Yeah.
And it was just knowledge. It was just knowledge of everything on the road. And you taught me a lot. Hey,
Yeah.
Squatch man, good to see you. Squatch is a good dude, Jen. He's a good dude. But yeah, and I'm very grateful that you got me into this. And now, I retired over a year ago on paranormal investigating, right?
Yeah.
And I did draw Pittsburgh Paranormal Society. So, and the reason why I did that, some of the reasons, but the big main reason was I was getting really tired of it. All right, going out, investigating, coming back, and stuff like that. And when you introduced me to podcasting, I was like, well, maybe I should just put a little bit more effort into podcasting. And to be honest with you, I like it a lot better. You know what I mean? I like it a
Yeah,
lot better.
it's interesting. You meet a lot of different people, a lot of from different walks of lives, different ideas, and
Hmm.
it's amazing how many people we've met. Come on, think about it. We met a lot of people.
Yes, we did.
Got to talk,
We
got a
did.
lot, talked to a lot of people.
Hmm.
It was
And so I try to expand the horizons on my show. Um, so there are times that I go through the paranormal spiels, and then there's times I go through what's happening in the world today,
yeah.
and then I go in with the Bigfoot or whatever. And I mean, all my guests that I have had on, really made life interesting because even though
Mhm.
we would have one guest on Bigfoot, and I'd learn something from them, and then there would be another guest, a different person, I would learn more. So
You
kind of like
constantly learn. You constantly learn. You take with you every little bit of information, and it just becomes like an open folder in your brain of all the different stuff that you could just pull out.
right, exactly. So now we're coming up to your trilogy. Was it Fire in the Sky or something like that?
From the sky, it's been
From the Sky,
through.
yes.
Yeah, it was through a lot of transitions. I mean, I started out. It started out with Moondust. I had 3 different publishers. And then finally, I said hell with them all because the one publisher didn't pay me. So the way I see it, it's been optioned before a movie. It's still optioned, and COVID really messed everything up. And it's funny though, the first guy that wanted to who optioned it, he just passed away. He was Christian Taylor. I don't know if anybody Christopher. I think that's how
Mm-mm.
you say his name. He was on
Yeah.
ABC's General Hospital. He had his own production company, and he just had a heart attack at 54 years old, which is crazy. But yeah, it's still optioned, and it's
Mhm.
you want to know how it came about?
That's funny. That's fun.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just for me, it's real hard for me to read a book, um,
Well, you can
because
listen to it. You can listen to It's available on Audible.
oh, it is. Oh,
Mhm.
okay. That might be a little bit better because to me, here's how I am by reading a book. Okay, I'll read the first 10 pages,
And you
then I'll
fall
jump
asleep.
in. Then no, then I'll jump into the middle because I get bored for the first 10. Then I'll jump into the middle and I'll get bored again, and then I'll do the ending.
Well, that must have been a lousy book because you shouldn't get bored. If you're getting bored, it means it sucks. It's a lousy
Oh,
book.
well, yeah. So, plus my mom, she's a reader, so she has everybody from Dick Francis to Ellery Queen, all kinds of stuff. So I don't know. Me and books just don't get along. Um, so how's everybody out there? Virginia, Squatch, Cy, Cindy, talk to us. How's life going? Do you have any questions for Jenny? You know, feel free. Um, So, what do you think about coming back to UPRN?
I'm happy about it. I'm glad. Um, I never thought I'd come back. If it wasn't for somebody kept on bothering me, telling me, "Mom, you should go back." Yeah. Uh,
Virginia says she skips through books too.
yeah. Well, it's sad. It's sad. It means that the book's not good if you skip through it. Now, I was told that my trilogy, people just kept reading it until it was finished. They didn't put it down.
Uh huh.
And I write like like watching a movie, like I'm filming the movie, like
Right, right, right.
it's like I make it into a movie format that you can
Hmm.
actually do it. But yeah, it's you should check it out. It's about aliens. Um, you know, Project Moonbook, Moondust is about the beginning of the story. So it's how let's see if anybody's chatting. Uh, but it's a good story.
So, Cy says she's doing fantastic. Cindy says she's doing good. Definitely enjoying the podcast. Thank you, Cindy. And Johnny Freeman says I don't read books, and that's okay.
Well, Audible is a good so you can listen to it and you
Hmm.
don't have to read it. You can like that's why I like to do Audible. Like if I'm exercising, like most of my podcasts that I listen to is basically when I'm working out
Hmm.
or cleaning. I put them on and listen all day long.
So you have to talk. Who? Oh, you're talking. Your first guess is that dude that about the horror shows, right?
Yeah. Oh well, Brian Sharpless. He was the one
Yeah.
on. He our very first show. He was on sleep paralysis, the sleep demon. That was the name of the podcast. I mean, that was
Hmm.
the title of that episode. Was the sleep demon? And he wrote. This is he was writing a lot of books and did a lot of research on sleep paralysis. So this is something he did for fun because he loves horror movies and he's going to talk about all the different horror movies and monsters, and how it intertwines with psychological disorders. So it should be an interesting show.
Hmm.
It should be.
Oh, oh, I have no doubt in my mind. Is that the dude I got into a debate with at one time? Is that the dude from California? Where he says it's
No,
sleep paralysis.
he's from Pittsburgh. He's from Penn
Oh,
State
okay,
area. Yeah, he was a
okay.
professor at Penn State, I believe. No, we talked a lot about like a lot of strange people like Ashtar Command, and that the reason why Ashtar Command sticks in my head and Valiant Thor is because on TikTok they have footage of the real footage of when Valiant Thor went to the White House and talked to Eisenhower. Is it
I saw that.
Eisenhower? Yeah, and he was there for 3 days, and they had a congressional hearing on it because he claimed and I mean, I believe this actually happened. I mean, it's not like we didn't make go Google it if you don't believe me, anybody out there. Google it, and you'll even see a picture of him. Very nice looking man.
Hmm.
And he said he was from a different planet, and he said that he wanted to make sure that they didn't use any kind of nuclear bombs to destroy us. And that's why people think speculating that he's coming back.
Right.
If for some reason Iran or Israel or somebody, China or anybody lets off a nuclear war up ahead, what do you call them, bombs? And they're coming back before they even have time to stop it. He's coming back. Oh yeah,
Uh,
Virginia, sleep paralysis is horrifying. It's horrible. I had it probably my whole childhood and my adolescence, young adult, I had them. Thank God I don't have any, knock on wood. I don't want any more.
Oh no, I agree. I haven't had one in a very long time. Okay, so the scientists call it sleep paralysis. I call it the old hag theory. Okay. Um,
Yeah, we used to talk about that on yeah.
yeah, because there'd be times I laying in bed and all of a sudden I see this like ugly looking thing looking at me sitting on my chest, couldn't move and stuff like that. And it ain't no sleep paralysis. I just saw this
Was
ugly
it
looking
before
thing.
was it your woman you were with that night?
No,
They say all
no.
the ladies look better after closing time.
No, it wasn't. No, it looked like an old hag, something that you heard, or saw in like Cinderella, the little witch here with the apple that made Snow White
No, that's
falls.
scary.
Yeah, that was scary looking.
That's not a good thing to see.
So
Not at
she
all.
said, Virginia has said that she has sleep paralysis, but she said she got them after watching, it's gone, Conjuring, you know?
Oh yeah, those Conjuring, they scare me. I don't really like the scary movies. They anytime you watch a scary movie, you're opening yourself up to a nightmare.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But you know how I feel about The Conjuring and The Haunting in Connecticut and stuff like that. I mean, come on, Jen. The way I feel it, that Ed and Lorraine Warren, I mean, this is my own opinion on it. I believe they wrote the book, and Ed and Lorraine, their name is the one that really got it out there. And
Yeah.
And it's like I've been on investigations like that, and not that bad the way they write it in the book and perceive it in the movie, but I don't know. Your book, your trilogy. My God, if that ever got on TV, you'd be rich and famous. I guarantee it. It's all about the book. It's all about and I don't know. I do have a problem with that when people try to, because when we did the Haunt in Connecticut show, okay, when we did that show, I did some really hardcore research on that, and I just heard or I read that Ed Warren told the guy who writes the books, he said, "Here's the story, make it make it sound scary," something like that. And I was like, "You son of a bitch," you know what I mean? It was like, I but that's me. So I don't know. Like I said, if your trilogy ever got out, you'd be rich and famous. I guarantee
No, I would hope so.
it.
I would want that.
Oh, Virginia said that she had a head hanging over her, no body, when she had
That-
that sleep paralysis. Yes, she said it was a witch's head.
Well, that's not fun.
No, no,
That
no,
would be
not at all.
terrifying. I wouldn't want
No.
to see that. That would be horrifying.
Mm-mm.
I
So,
don't think I would like
a
that.
couple things that I want to get to. What do you think? What is? We're going to talk a little UFO here, real quick. Um, what is your feeling of UFOs and Bigfoots connected?
Oh, I think there's a good possibility that they are from a different dimension, or outer space. A lot of
Hmm.
people think that they are. I know
Hmm.
John Bentry. Does he think? No, he doesn't. I don't know if he believes in both. Does he believe in Bigfoot? I don't remember. I know that Stan
Yeah,
Gordon thinks they are.
yeah. And I hear Stan Gordon's been making his things around. His tours around all the things that are going on. When they do presentations and stuff like that. Stan Gordon's
Conferences.
been conferences, yeah, that he's all around there doing his stuff. There's a guy, he's a friend of mine now, and his name is Maxim Furyk, and
Mm.
he wrote two books. I've had him on the show, Coal Region Hoodoo, and what it does is it talks about all the paranormal activity surrounding, the coal mines out east. And he's a good dude, and he's doing pretty good. So anybody out there who is listening, who is an author, who would like to come on my show and talk about your book, please feel free. Send me a message at Pittsburgh Paranormal Society Facebook page. But I try to help out as many people as we can, and I'm so excited about your Sunday show coming on 7 to 8. Yes, he did, Johnny. He did a real good job. Um, I just had him on about a month ago on his new book, but I don't have my notes here, and you know how I'm not good on my memory, Jen. So it's like, but no. So everybody, like I said before at the beginning of the show, right? Um, I will no longer have a 2 hour show on Tuesday nights. I'm going to have a 1 hour show on Sunday nights from 8 to 9, and Tuesday night, 8 to 9. And Jenny is going to be before me on Sunday nights. And that's really, really cool. Had a good, outstanding, a lot of listeners that night. I'll tell you what they were for a Sunday night show after the show, or they're twice or whatever. But I don't know. I'm just so glad to see you. Yeah, I am really glad to see you. So what's happening now in the future for you? You get married, have a boyfriend? What's going on?
I'm gonna be on The Bachelor. No, the Golden Bachelor. No, oh no. Teasing. My kids keep telling me to audition for it or whatever.
You
No,
should. You
no,
should.
I'm not. No, I'm just to continued. I'm taking some more art classes. I'm still writing, and starting to paint more.
Okay. And everybody, her paintings are great, are beautiful. She has one of Jesus, and I'm telling you what, and you should. And is there any way people can actually see your paintings, Jen?
I have them on a Facebook page. My Facebook page. It's my art page. They're over there. But
And would you
I
like
have.
to do your Facebook page? Would you like to tell everybody who? Is it Jenny Nicasio?
Yeah, let me see what I don't even know if it's still up there because it's been a while. Let me see if I
Virginia
can.
said that we have a book in the future, Johnny Freeman. He said yes. So what's the book going to be about? If you want to talk about, what you want to talk about, or if you want it to be a surprise. I don't know.
It'd be a surprise.
Yeah, I like being surprises. Cy, who's Amelia? I mean, you got to tell me that one. But these are all my um, Cindy. She's sweet. Said she'll definitely look at your Facebook page. Oh, your journey. Okay. Yeah, that would be sweet, Johnny. Writing a book about you and Virginia's journey. That would be cool. And you're more welcome to come on the show and we can talk about your page, your book that you're going to have. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm excited for Sundays. I am.
Was that your idea to do the Sunday show?
No,
Was
no.
that
It was another person, and I kind of liked it. It spread it out a little bit because like I said before, the 2 hour shows were killing me. They really were.
uh,
Um, but and having a Sunday night show, especially in the time slot, everybody, had a busy week and they're settling down now and they don't want to watch TV. They, listen to the podcast, So it's
mhm.
like I said, I did pretty decent this past Sunday. And you know what, Jen? It went by so quick. It went by so quick. And it was
Oh, you say
interesting.
you did it Sunday. It went
Yeah.
okay. So
There's my buddy Gary. Hey,
well, that's
Sean, heading to
good.
bed. Just wanted to check in and say hello. Hey, Gary, good to see you, buddy. Welcome back. Like I said, Jen, I'm telling you, it has changed. I'm getting a lot of followers now, and that's great. You know,
That's
it's
great.
great. And
Are they
so
going to follow you to your new time slot? I hope
what's
so.
that? What's that?
They're going to follow you to your new time slot.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
Well, that's good.
absolutely. And and we're gonna do good. I mean, we're like the 1-2 punch for Sunday nights is what we're gonna be. The 1-2 punch. Oh well, okay. Johnny said he'll try to bring his family. Uh, okay, okay. So we'll talk about that later. I'm interested. Maybe I can get you on side and we can talk about your book here. But so we got about 10 minutes until about 9 o'clock. Um, do you want to hang around for a while, Jen, or if you need to
Sure.
go at 9,
No, I'll
that's
hang
your
out for a little bit with you, and
okay.
then I'll.
Okay. But at 9 o'clock, everybody, you know the deal. We take a 2 minute break. I'll play what I played at the beginning of the show, so everybody can get up and go to the bathroom and get something for the 2 minutes. And so I can sneak off and get some of my nicotine. Ah, look at you, dear. Thank you. I like that. Oh, that's right. You're on my page. That's right. That's right. That's cool as hell. Isn't it great? But yeah. So Sunday nights, everybody, 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. She's good. She knows the deal, and I'm telling you, you're definitely good to enjoy her show. No doubt. No doubt about. But Paul, let me talk about Paul a little bit. So what? My bathroom break. It's funny, Virginia. Every time I have my 2 hour show, she has to go to the bathroom all the time. She talks about it. That's cool. Yeah, she's following you now. Cindy is. So that's cool. And Cindy knows people. So you're going to get more people coming to your show. But my son, he went to China.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And he was over there for 2 weeks. And he said he didn't feel comfortable.
Mm.
Right. And I asked him, I said, well, why didn't you feel comfortable about going to China? And he said, Dad, um, it wasn't so much the military presence over there. It was all the cameras that they had everywhere. You know what I mean?
Oh really?
Yeah, he said that they have cameras everywhere and they watch you. I mean, he said there could be no police around or whatever they're called, and you do something wrong, you're busted. You know what I mean? And
That's scary.
oh, it is scary. But you know what? The people that he was with, he had a good time with. Because the business that he works for in Indianapolis, the main place is over in China. So it's like he might be going again next year, you know. So, but
Wow.
he's doing okay. He's getting old now. He's what, 33, and he's growing up. My baby boy growing up. You know, um, we really don't talk too much, but um, because he has his life now. You know what I mean, and that's okay. But how are your boys doing?
They're doing excellent.
Are they?
My son, my oldest, he's in cybersecurity analysis. He's doing really well. My other one's a doctor. At somewhere down by town. I forget what it's called. They're doing great.
Good. And the daughter-in-laws?
Oh, they're wonderful. Kelly, she's one of my best friends. um, we have fun with the babies, and Tori, she's great. I see her not too much, but when we come, it's wonderful to have her.
Hmm.
Nice.
So, what I want to do, if you're going to hang around for a while, after the commercials at the 9 o'clock hour, I'm going to talk about your little incident you had down there. Was it Myrtle Beach?
Oh no, it was North. She's with Maryland. That
Maryland, yeah.
was
Uh,
scary.
yeah, and everybody, you
We
need to
should we
stick
should
around.
we should play the TikTok. We should
Yeah,
play it.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh, I
I don't know
do.
how to bring. I don't know how to bring them up. You're going to have to teach me how to do that because I want to start a new format for my show. But yeah, so everybody, called. She called. We had a show that night, and it was me and my friend Eric. And all of a sudden, I get this old mess. I get a message from Jenny. Oh my God, Swan, there's ghosts down here. There's ghosts. But you know what? We're going to wait until after 9 o'clock so she can tell, we can ask her questions. Is anybody out there right now in the chat room that has a question for Jenny? Please feel free. You know, feel free to ask her. Um, get into the conversation with us. Is anything on your mind? Have you had any paranormal experiences? You know, type it in, and we'll talk about it. But yeah, so mom's okay. She's have her good days. She has her bad days. My brother's my brother. So it's like, wow. So that's really what's happening in my life right now. Okay, and I guess what we went through for a year, okay, seems to be, you know, making a flat line now. So everything's going pretty good. So what is your, let me see. Okay, here's the deal. Do you believe in ghosts, Jenny? I'm going to do this for about 5 minutes. You believe in
Yeah, of
ghosts?
course. Of
Okay.
course.
How about your house? Is there a lot of crap still happening out there?
It's kind of slowed down after my mom passed away, but there's been
Mm-hmm.
weird things happening, like TV coming on by itself in the middle of the night. green orbs outside the window,
Mhm.
weird stuff like that. So I'm not really sure what, you know, what it
Size,
is.
bring up size. She goes, I have lots of activities in my home with spirits. Never alone in the house. 4 or 5 portals. Spirits come all the time.
Mm,
I guess they're attracted to your energy, Si.
they must
Because
be.
have to. They have to. And that's what it's crazy because I went out with a couple people that wanted to investigate a house, and they said, "Can you come along?" I didn't do no investigation. I was there for, moral support, you know. And you'll be surprised how many damn portals was in this place that we were at, and there's like 6 or 7 of them, and the majority of them were all in like closets or up in the corner, of the room. It was crazy. I mean, there was a lot of activity that we did that happened. And so they're sorting through the evidence right now, and then they're going to present it to the people. You know what I mean? So we're looking forward to seeing what they caught. I know what happened during the investigation, but there's always more evidence to be found. Did you happen to go to what's that battlefield out by you, Jen? Uh-oh, she lost me. She can't hear me or she can't talk. You there, Jen? Jen? Johnny says that we closed a few side. Yeah, you did. Cindy, can you see the portal with your eyes or just sense them? I can't hear you, Jen. Oh, wow. For me, Cindy, I can see the energy because for the way I look at the portal is that I see like little balls of energy. Johnny can sense them. I can see them, you know. Um, I think Jenny's having a little bit of a malfunction with her mic microphone. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I am going to jump into the commercials right now, and so she can fix her stuff problems with what's happening. So everybody, we're going to take the 2-minute break. Oh, really, Si? Using portals with the dowsing rods. That's interesting. That's cool. Maybe we can talk about that in the next hour. But you know what? I am going to take our 2-minute break here. So everybody, Virginia, if you have to go to the bathroom, go to the bathroom, and John and anybody else, get something to drink. And I will see you in 2 minutes. Get the ad up. Where are we at?
Looking for something new in dark fantasy, humor, space exploration, time travel, alternative history? They're in the L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future anthology. Get the 10-volume box set with 159 stories and full color illustrations plus 34 articles with writings and art tips. Get the UPR discount, $125 for the entire box set. That's a $60 savings for that beautiful box set. L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future. Go to uprntalkradio.com, click on the link, and place your order.
Looking for stories that are fresh and new? Dark fantasy, humor, space exploration, time travel, cyberpunk, alternate history, and more. They're in the L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future anthology from 24 award-winning authors and illustrators, plus art and writing tips and bonus stories. L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future. Buy your copy at galaxypress.com, Amazon, or wherever books are sold.
And one more, and there we go. Get back to it. So, hi, Jenny. I can't hear you, hon. Hold on, let me double check. Oh, from the videos, but okay. Um, so this is the second iron as Jenny is still, trying to figure out her mic. You know, um, I wanted to say that we are on UPRN Talk Radio 105.3 New Orleans, 107.7 Mississippi, and also I want to thank Carnation for um, sponsoring the second hour of Into the Night with me, Sean Kelly. Um, if anybody else needs to advertise anything, feel free to advertise. Tell me what you want to advertise, and we'll go from there. So, as Jenny's working on her show, on her microphone, um, so she had an interesting deal done in Maryland, and whenever she gets her mic back up, then it could be working. She'll talk about it. But so, did everybody have a good week? You know, I sure did. You know. Oh, and I forgot to announce that uh, the CRPS disease is a very bad disease, and what it is I have three friends that have it, and you're in constant pain all the time, and there is no cure for it. Okay, um, and so all they can do is give them pain medicines, and it's like this is the awareness month form. So if anybody could do me a favor and just pray for these people, my friends, please do. um, so Virginia says it's been a good week. Okay, and everybody else seems to have a good week. um, and so mine was interesting. And of course, I said, thank you for sending prayers, Cindy. Appreciate it very much because they really definitely do need it. Because what it is that they're constantly in pain all the time. And, and it's just not right. It just, I don't know, and it's the crazy thing about the whole situation is that they're good people. Okay. Thank you, Virginia. They are good people. And, I just don't understand why it happens sometimes. Okay, she's working on her thing. Um, don't know why her microphone's not working, but that's okay. So Sunday, the Sunday show that I did turned out pretty good. Maybe she's going to come back in again. I hope so, because I really do want you guys to hear her ghost story. Um, So whenever I get the link back, then I can send it to her. But the Sunday show was pretty interesting. I really enjoyed everybody being there to support me. I really love the support for the Tuesday night show. And I think it's going to be very, very interesting. To be honest with you, 2 hour shows are very long. Okay. And it got to the point where um, I wasn't really like toward the end of the show was kind of hard. And I'm being honest with you guys. But and if it wasn't for you guys, I don't think that I could have actually made it. You know, um, but Sunday turned out great. It was great doing for our everybody out there who's in the chat room. Please tell me, did they enjoy it? Did they enjoy the 1 hour deal? Um, 1 hour show. I don't know. I'm lost for words right now. But I'm going to send her a text and see is she okay. All right. Um, thank you, Virginia. Thank you. Yeah, it was. I'm glad that you guys liked it. And thank you, Johnny. And now with Jenny coming on from 7 to 8, oh, you did, Virginia. That's good. Um, they shoes, 2 hour shoes. I never heard of 2 hour shoes. That's okay. I'll let you slide on that one, buddy. Cindy says, I definitely enjoyed the 1 hour show. It's very interesting how people are sensing portals in different ways. Yeah, I know typos. Yeah, but she's probably laughing out loud there. But yeah, Cindy, back to the portals. Let me see where she gave me. Um, let me see real quick. Okay, not yet. But it is interesting about the portals. And like Johnny says, he senses them. I see them, every now and then. I feel them. And, but mainly I see them. And it took a while. It really took a while to get them. Michelle, there are portals and vortexes all over the planet. Yes, there are. Thank you, Michelle, for coming on. Everybody, I want you to meet Michelle. Very intelligent lady. Um, and I'm very grateful that she came into the show. I mean, she has a great show, The Outer Realm, which was good, which is a great show. And then, you also got Joe Montaldo. And thank you so much for Michelle for being on. So if you want another good show to watch, was it Wednesday nights, I do believe, The Outer Realm with Michelle? Yes, definitely. You got to check it out. But, I read a lot and, even down in West Virginia, when I would be out in the woods and stuff like that, honestly, you could actually see all the energies, like the different portals. I know my friend Anthony Celebos, who comes to the show every now and then, he goes to the forest down in Texas. I think it's San Antonio. I'm not sure the name of the forest is. But you know what? He sees a couple portals all the time. In fact, he actually walked through one. He explained it. One of the shows that he was on, and he explained it on one of his shows. But he said it was just like a big burst of energy that it just like I don't know. It's just like being out there in La La Land, if you want to say it. I guess that's the only way I could talk about it. But for everybody that don't know what a portal is where it goes into a different dimension. A lot of spirits, that's how they come into our world uh, through these portals. Um, and also with the outer space, there's a lot of portals up there. And I just so good. And I am just lost for words right now. And I don't know where I'm going. But it's going to be okay. Um, so that's the really big deal on the portals with me. Cybel Sai says portals are exhausting to close, which I do. If you would like to, share how you do close a portal, Sai, you're more than welcome, to type it in and I'll share it and read it for everybody. No, Cindy, portals are mostly around water. No, Bigfoots do too. That's too, Johnny. Bigfoots travel, and I really believe that when I asked Jenny that question a while back. I believe that whenever there is a Bigfoot sighting, right, I usually check to see what how the UFO action was going on. And usually when that happens, there's a lot of UFO stuff happening. Oh, okay. Oh, we back? We back? Jenny, we back?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. What happened?
I don't know. It was weird because it was when you started to play those. I don't know if something kicked me off or what.
Huh.
And then I went into the wrong room. Someone else.
Everybody, Jenny's back. Now we can tell, she could tell the story about her trip down, about her ghost down in Maryland. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Jen. The
it's kind of
floor is yours.
creepy. Oh boy. Okay, went to the beach. I haven't been there a long time. It was probably almost 30 years. But we go to a condo. What was it called? Shark Fin 401. I think it was Shark Fin. Vacasa is the real estate agent company. So it's a beautiful condo. Don't get me wrong. It was beautiful. It was a lovely condo. So beautiful. So first thing we went, I noticed that none of the light fixtures had light bulbs. None of the fans worked. None of the lights worked. None of the outlets worked. So we were like, okay, what the heck's going on? This place, there's something wrong. And then there was a big, there was duct tape all over the microwave. Do not use. So I said, okay. So I can handle this. And well, actually, my ex-husband came with us, so that was weird. And he felt bad for me. He goes, why don't you sleep in the one bedroom, my bedroom, because he felt bad because it has a big ocean front. It was beautiful. And I said, okay. So I go in his room and he pulled the blind and all the blinds came off. They just fell, every one of them. And then he goes, let's see, this bed looks good. This is great. You can sit here and look at the beach, blah, blah, blah. So he sits on the bed and the whole bed broke. I said, oh, so you wanted me in this room because you knew it was all falling apart. So that was the beginning of it. And then it was just like really weird. Nothing worked. Nothing worked at all. And then that night he goes, it was so weird. Somebody was poking me. I said, what do you mean someone was poking me? She goes, legit. Somebody was poking me in the middle of the night. I said, he goes, I think this place is haunted. I said, you're haunted. But then I started noticing that nothing worked. And then I said, this is crazy. And then I think it was a night. This is the second night we were there. And my son comes in because the whole family went. And he goes, I smell something. Something smells like it's burning. I said, I don't smell anything. So he went and opened the refrigerator and the temperature said 60 degrees. He goes, this thing is broke. Well, it was smoking. I mean, it was catching on fire. So we had to call the fire department. So they called the fire department and we didn't know what to do because we just went to the store, bought all this, food and stuff, milk and eggs and bacon, everything went bad. So he's fighting with the real estate agent trying to get us a refrigerator or something. And he's in the one room in the back on the phone. It's a big place. It was big. It had like 5 bedrooms, a big living room, big wrap around windows that go all around the condo that you can see the beach. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. And we're sitting at this huge table they had. It reminded me of something on Game of Thrones. It was huge, dark, wood. We're all sitting around the table getting ready to play this game called the Werewolf. And it was called the Werewolf. It was a silly game. So we're sitting there and all of a sudden I said, this is crazy. Nothing's working. And all of a sudden the fan came on with a light. It was going and it's like, who turned the fan on? And I said, this place is probably haunted. And when I said that, the lights blinked again. So this goes on and on and on, asking questions like, is this a ghost? And you have to see it. I have to play it for you if I can figure out how to play it because we filmed it. And this is first we thought it was all fun and games. And then it got really weird because he kept on. It was like, say, did someone die here? Yes for one for yes, two for no. And the first time it went off, it said yes. It was it, and all of a sudden, the back bedroom, we could see it. And I'm filming this. The light in the back bedroom was cracked. It went off. And then all of a sudden, the door opened by itself. And it was so freaky. And I said, did someone die in the back bedroom? And it said yes. And I said, did you die? And it said yes.
Oh
And it was
wow.
this was going on. We were like all freaking out. And then my ex-husband goes, he goes, I go like it. I said, are you the one who poked Mark last night? Yes for once, twice for no. And it said yes. And then we were laughing. We said, I said, do you think he's cute or something? Do you think he's handsome? And it said yes. I was like, oh my God. So it's a female. It was a female, or it could have been male. I don't know. But this went on for like 25 minutes. I mean, and it was fast. It was like there was no like you know what I mean? It was like, yeah, asking the questions right after each other. It was so, I mean, I wanted to leave. And then my son was on the phone. We ran down to, he goes, get out, I'm on the phone with him. So it wasn't him. And they said, oh, there was remotes. And the remotes were there, but there was no batteries in the remotes for this. And then my ex-husband ran down to tell my son in the back bedroom. And when my son came out and they said, well, they want to know if they found us a different place. Do you want to leave? And he was telling my ex-husband this, and all of a sudden the fan in his room went full blast speed. And it was like, he didn't want us to leave, whoever it was. But we stayed there. And I'll tell you what I did. I slept with the rosary beads. I have to find if you can talk, I'll look for the I know how
Yeah,
to play the what do you
the
call it?
video.
How to play a video. I
Yeah, I
just have to
have to learn
find it.
how to do that. But yeah, as she's looking for that video, that was a pretty interesting story. I mean, and then what was really cool about it, like I said before, I was on my show with my friend Eric, and she came on and she talked about it for a little bit, and I'm thinking to myself, not bad. You gotta have her on for a show, and but it was really cool that she got a hold of me and we talked about it. Did you ever figure out who it was, Jen?
Well, we did a lot of I did a lot of research on the building, and apparently the person who used to own it died. And I thought, well, maybe that was, them. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But it was I'm trying to get in here. I mean, I did a lot of research on it, and I'd even talked to the people that lived on 301 because we were on 401, and they said they never heard of anything like that. And I'm like, oh, I just find it hard to believe that they
Mm-hmm.
never, they never heard anything about it, because either it was haunted or there was a serious electrical problem, put it that way,
Right.
because it was so bad. How do I have two different profiles? How do I get on my other one? Let's see. I
Okay.
have
So as she's figuring it out, she did show me the video and it was pretty cool. Um, so next week, next Tuesday, I will be on for an hour. If anybody out there right now that Bill was the guy, Johnny Freeman said his name was Bill. Okay, Johnny, thank you for that. If anybody else has any information that could possibly tell Jenny who it could have been, um, feel free to. But next, anybody in here right now, Virginia, Johnny, Cindy, Cy, anybody out there that has any ideas that they would like to have, as a guest or any kind of on my show, feel free to put it in there. I'll write it down and go from there. You know, but to me, when you talk about the beach, I do not like the beach at all. I mean,
Why?
that sand, all the sand gets in your feet and clothes, and there could be sharks out in the water and stuff like that. And no, in my luck, I get my big Shamu body out there. It's like the sharks are going to say, "Wow, look at that Thanksgiving." I got another thing here. You want to go on it?
Yeah, I found it.
Another,
You ready?
yeah, go
Tell
ahead.
me if you can. Tell me. Oh, it's so hard to see though. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see
You
it real
ready?
good. Yep.
How do I do this? Okay, I gotta go up here.
Here we go, ladies and gents.
Can you There's literally demons in here who need a poltergeist. Send help.
Can we tell them we want our money back? Are you a ghost?
It's possessed. It's possessed. It is possessed. It's literal. It's not a ghost.
If you're a ghost, blink twice.
It was a demon.
You're right, Johnny. Sand goes places it shouldn't. That's the truth.
How long have you been here?
That door knocker on that door. It's a big one.
Did you get a picture of that door opening up?
Yeah, I did. It went really fast. You had to look really. See, we were laughing, thinking it was funny because until the night came.
Okay.
Look at this dude.
I asked a stupid
Is
question.
there
So
something
couldn't.
wrong with this building? Blink twice.
Wait, it's just the lights are blinking on and off, dude.
See, that scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Wow.
This door just randomly opened.
It was
Everybody,
just
this is
totally-
real.
What is going on, dude?
Are you falling with us? Blink twice.
What's going on, dude?
He wasn't falling. Yeah, he was.
No, I'm dead serious, dude. There's demons and ghosts.
The one guy thought it was Jarrett thought it was a
Is this
demon.
building haunted? Blink twice.
What's going on?
Johnny says that's his kind of place.
No, it was scary as hell. I'm telling you.
Oh, I bet it
One
was.
little girl, did you hear her? She was so scared. What is happening?
Oh, really?
I
That's
told
crazy,
you somebody
Jen.
turned on my
Good for you, Mark. Good for you.
Did you poke Big Mark last night? Blink twice.
Wait.
Oh my
That-
God!
see?
Look at that. Yeah.
Just stop it, dude.
Yeah, I don't know what. Somebody had to die.
Who's
there.
laughing?
We were all laughing. There's like a whole bunch of us, my whole family. We thought it was funny until it got dark.
Do you think Patty's sexy?
Boy, what
Blink
happened
twice.
after it got dark?
It was spooky as hell. The same thing, but they got, when I was in my bed, I'm sleeping and I feel this breeze. And I'm like, what? And I went in my room. The fans did not work. The lights did not work. Nothing. It did not work. Well, that night, the fan was going full force in my bed.
Do you like him?
And I was sleeping and I
Oh,
put the
wow.
covers over my head. Then the door was pounding like someone was trying to come in, like the wind. And I don't know if it was really the wind.
Why are you
The door
here? Blink,
were
you in an accident here?
Definitely was
Yes, there was an accident there.
No, John's on the phone. I just heard.
Like once for yes, and I said yes.
Kitchen on fire.
Do you what?
It is creepy, to be honest to God.
Did
Of
you
course,
break the
Johnny, we would have
refrigerator
fun.
blink twice?
Nope. Just let them know.
See, listen, it's the way you
That's
just kept
great.
on answering the question.
That's crazy.
I'm telling you to get
Wait. Did you break the refrigerator?
If you did, blink twice.
That's scary.
Wow. Wow.
You can already have some.
That's
And this one on.
insane.
I don't want to go. My brother wants to go back there. I do not want to go back. I do not want to go back.
Your brother?
That's just,
Oh, look.
he wants
and
to
all
go
of a
back.
sudden the
I said,
fan stopped.
I knew he
Yep.
had this.
He wants to go back. I don't.
Lily's the one that saw the thing at your house. Like,
Now, how long were you in Maryland in this place when you got down there? Was it right away that day, that night?
No, it started like when the refrigerator, like the second day.
Okay.
When we went in there, nothing worked. There was no batteries. There was no all. And then that's not all. We had a key code to get in, and you had to put a code in to get into the room. The freaking door, that was another thing that broke, and they said the battery was completely drained.
Wow.
And like I said, the blinds, they fell apart. The bed fell apart. The refrigerator caught on fire. Apparently, the microwave, there's something wrong with the microwave before that because they had it taped up with duct tape. So it was like, it was scary, Johnny. I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, that was the first time I really felt, had a conversation with something that wasn't real. But it was spooky.
Are
Yeah.
you wait? If
That
you're
went
a
on.
female, blink once. If you're a male, blink twice.
And like I said, it answered the questions right away. It's like
What's amazing about that, Jen, is that you had a lot of people there and it still communicated
Are
with
you
you guys. You know what I mean?
non-binary? Blink once.
Because usually, if you go into a room where people don't believe in spiritual ghosts, they really don't react.
Wasn't there a light?
Well, none of them saw anything like they ever experienced. My brother's the one who's skeptic, and he said he's never. It was weird. He's never had anything like that. Here, I'll turn it off. But it's really.
Virginia says you got great footage, hon.
Yeah, I know. It was really good.
And I'm like, yeah, because I thought
Like,
someone came in my room.
I mean, it just. He was just talking about like somebody poked him, like.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked whatever it was, were you the one who poked Big Mark? And it said yes. So it was
Wow.
so weird. It was
Yeah, it
really
was.
weird. I have a lot of there's so many weird stuff on my TikTok that I save. Oh my God, there's so many weird stuff. I don't know how there's a how do you say there's a way that you can go see what you liked, your videos that you liked.
You know what? I got catfished on TikTok. I
Oh
did.
God, no.
Yes, and now I'm off of TikTok for a while.
So
Yeah,
someone asked, what do you mean? What happened?
well, see, this one girl, she really, enjoyed my videos. She liked my personality. She loved me dearly and wanted to do this and, marry me at one point in time. She was
And you
willing.
fell
No,
for it?
dude, you don't know. I mean, I was at a bad time in my life when I was having it. And then all of a sudden, after she said all this stuff, okay, and I'm thinking, oh, wow, this is it, man. This is great. And she was 35 years old, sent me pictures of her. And after it was all said and done, said, well, can you please send me a $50 gift card from Apple so I can put more content up at TikTok? And I was like devastated. Do you know what I mean?
You
I
didn't
was
give
like,
her any money, did you?
no, not at all. I mean, I blocked her. I blocked myself. I just don't go on TikTok no more. It was really crappy that they did that. Johnny Freeman would like to have the address to that place you were at.
It's 401 Shark Fin. That is I have it somewhere. Wait a minute. Let me see. 401. It's a condominium. 401 Shark Fin in Ocean City, Maryland. Let me see. Shark Fin, Ocean City, Maryland. Let me see. It's Bacasa is the people that rent it out. Bacasa. I must have looked it up 100 times because I was trying to get information on it. Here it is right here. Let's see. It's expensive. But this is it right here. 401 Ocean City, Maryland. What is the full address? I'll just get here. Wait a minute. I'm going to share my screen and you can look at it and you'll be able to, if you put it into your, okay, let me get stop screen share. Okay, present. Oh God, I need to practice anyways. Wait a minute.
It is crazy, Virginia. And yes, Cindy, it just blew my mind that, you know, after all that stuff, and all she wanted was a $50 Apple card. And I'm like, no. And you know what? How people are so freaking mean out there. Okay. So mean to do whatever
You
they
know what, Sean?
can.
They're all like on all these, even on Facebook. It's not good. I mean,
No,
that's the real
it isn't.
estate. You can look if you go
Can you
there,
see that, Johnny? Can you see that, Cy?
and it's 401
Shark
Acasa.
Fin Road, right? Pick, is
Yeah,
it
it's for it's
401?
Shark Fin is the not the road. That is the that is the name of the condominium. I don't know why it doesn't have an address. I know I looked it up 100 times. It's Ocean Boulevard. I know that. Here it is, right here. North Ocean City, Maryland. Ocean City 221. Here, let me share it. You can see that. That one you can't stop sharing. And then I'll send it this one. And I tell you
Well,
what,
as
if you want
she's
a
getting it,
haunting place, that's it.
that sounds
Because
interesting to go to, Jen. I mean, maybe Johnny, Virginia, Cy, and a bunch of other of us go down there and just rent it out and
yeah,
see what the hell happens.
if you yeah, it's expensive, but if you have a bunch of people and I'll split it, because this is the table that can you see it?
Here, look, you want me to bring it up?
Let me here, yeah. Wait, just where'd it go?
Oh, there you go.
Okay, where is it? That is see the table we were sitting at and this is the area. There's the fan. These are the fans. This is the one that went crazy over there. The second one. But it's a beautiful condominium. Look at this. It was gorgeous. It was big.
Were there any good restaurants around it?
Oh, there's one on every street, on every block.
Uh-huh.
There's a place called Finnegan's, and that's all shrimp. And then there's the kids like this place called the Bonfire. I really don't like it. It reminds me of Ponderosa, but there's a lot of different places. But seriously, if you got a lot of people going, because it is expensive, and the only reason why we got it such a reasonable, we got it pretty cheap because they rented a place other than this one, and they called them in December and said, "Oh, they sold it," and so that they said, you guys can pick any place you want." So that's how they got it because normally it would be too expensive. It would be to like $2,000 just for what 5 days. I mean, that's 6 days. That's a lot
Wow.
of money. Yeah.
That's a ton of
But
money.
if you go down we went and it's cheaper if you go like towards the end of August and the beginning of September, you can get it really cheap. But I've never experienced anything like it. Never, 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 never. And I will never go back there. But my brother wants to go back because it was such a beautiful place. It was beautiful,
Are
especially
you
if you have a
sure?
large
Are you
family.
sure?
Yeah,
Maybe he wants to go back and see the ghost again.
maybe, but
Maybe he's
it's yeah. But if you have, I mean, for it to answer questions that quickly, that's kind of weird. But I would recommend it if you're a ghost hunter. I tried to call, like you guys told me to call, see if I could find a ghost hunter. There was none.
paranormal.
Not one. There was not one paranormal society or anything like that
Oh,
there.
really? Oh, wow.
Well, it was funny because we went to the boardwalk the next night, and there's a psychic I went to. I always like to check out the psychics at the beach. So I went and I told her about it. And she said, "Oh, it's so haunted." She said, and I said, "How long has it been haunted?" She said, "Probably about a year." So something must have happened in that year. And she said, "Get your money back. Get out of there. Don't stay there." But we stayed there like fools. And I tell you what, I was miserable. Me and my ex, we were so miserable because He had surgery in June, and he was so retaining so much fluid in that leg that the knee that
Mhm.
he had surgery. But I was retaining fluid in my one leg because I was in a car accident 5 years ago, and for some reason, I don't know what happened when I was there. It just swelled up. So I don't know if it was the
Might have
salt.
been the heat. The heat.
Well, it wasn't really. We went there and there was a hurricane. Like, so the hurricane wasn't there. It was out to sea, somewhere. But we
Mhm.
got all the bad weather. I mean, it was windy. It wasn't real hot. But they said that apparently that you can blow up with fluid because of the ocean. I never knew that,
I
especially when
never
you get
knew that.
older. When you get older, I never knew that.
Ah, I
But there's an
didn't know.
island that they have the horses, the wild horses, and one of the characteristics of the horses is they have a big bloated stomach from all the salt water they
Really?
consume with the vegetation. Yeah. And I
Oh
said, oh
wow.
shit. Well, they ate out every night too, and I'm not used to it because I usually fast and I don't usually eat like I don't usually hardly ever go out to dinner. I like to cook at home.
Mhm.
So I think maybe it was just the combination of the ocean water and the extra salt in the food. I don't know. Who knows?
That's very who knows, but
Who knows?
I can't
You don't
deal
like it. You'd rather
being
go
on
camping.
yeah, and then walking on the beach and sand, you know what I mean? And
Well, you
um
couldn't walk on the beach because you could walk. It's like because of the riptides were so high that when
oh
in the
really?
morning they would go all the way up to the dunes. But when you would walk, you know how when I was a kid, I would walk and it would be like you walk on the beach, but this is like up here, it would go like this down. You had
Mhm.
to walk down a big hill to get to
Okay.
the shore. It was like it wasn't very fun. Put it that way.
No.
It was
Okay.
no, it was not very fun.
But
But I
you
mean, I
also
enjoyed it with the
that's
kids and
good.
stuff.
That's all that matters as long as you had a good time with the kids and
Mhm.
with the ghost there. That would have been pretty get a little bit more information.
A little bit.
So after that, you showed me a picture. You went to Gettysburg. I want to hear about that trip.
Well, I did not like Gettysburg at all.
How come?
I I soon as I got there, I just wanted to leave. I did not feel good. I thought I was going to have a panic attack.
Hmm.
I don't know if it was because we traveled right from the beach and it was 4 hours, and then I didn't eat or anything. And we got out of the car, and as soon as I got out of the car, it was 90 some degrees. I'm like, oh my God, I'm never going to be able to do this. But I just had this horrible feeling the whole time I was there. I didn't like it. I felt like I was going to rip my hair out. I wanted to get out of there.
Saw
So
the energy of all the spirits that are up there, man. Yeah.
probably, and I wasn't the only one. My daughter-in-law felt the same way. I did not like Gettysburg.
Hmm.
I didn't like it.
Where'd you feel it mainly at, in on the
At the
battlefield or
battlefield, I did not like it.
okay?
I didn't feel anything. We went up to Jenny Wade's house. We didn't get to go on any tours or anything because of the time situation that we got there was too late. Everything was shutting down for the night. But Jenny Wade's house I didn't feel anything there either.
Hmm.
It was, but I didn't like it. That whole night I was miserable. I just wanted to get home at that point. I didn't
Oh,
like
were you
Gettysburg.
only there for one night?
Yeah, I didn't like it. I did not I
Oh,
went into
okay.
the
Okay.
museum. As soon as I hit the air and it was like this heaviness and it didn't agree with me. Not at all. But you liked
And
it.
you know what? That's okay. And you know what? That's okay. Some people can deal with it. Some people can't. You know what I mean? And I mean, I could take you to places up there that the energy is so strong and so deep, and you know what I mean. But you have to learn. What I had to do is I had to learn to tune it out. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
energy and all that kind of crap going on. But you did send me a
Yeah,
picture.
there were some good pictures they got. I was surprised.
Hmm.
They did
Yeah.
see some there were
But
some really
I
cool
love
pictures.
Gettysburg though. I mean I really enjoyed up there.
I think
It's
maybe
like
it go back in the fall or something when it's not so busy. I don't know. It just seems like
oh yeah, you can't go up there during the summertime. It's
it was
nuts.
Yeah, it was
Because I like
crazy.
to go. I like to go to Gettysburg like at the beginning of April or the beginning of October
October would
because
have been nice.
yeah, because it's very pretty out there.
Hmm.
So real quick, okay, by quarter till, I'm going to pull my cards. So I hope you stick around for the cards that I pull. I pull three. I use the animal medicine deck, and I pull
Hmm.
three cards, and we'll write them down, and and people can look it up on Google. But I do that because I usually close out the show about 9:50, 9:51. But yeah, so let's go, man. I'll go to Gettysburg, but all of us are like going to go. I hope we can get down because I will look for that place, that shark fin place. I wouldn't mind going down there.
No, I totally think it's haunted. I really do.
Okay, from what we saw, well, on your video there, yeah.
You go
I
down
mean,
on the day, you go down when there's no one there, or go down like on a weekend or something, or a weekday. Go on a weekday. Well, weekend. Go. I would go even. You could even go in like the fall, to get
mhm.
where the rates are low,
Hi, Amanda.
just to experience it. Because I hope they have a refrigerator that works now. That was
So,
insane.
sorry you missed the show. Good to see you, Amanda. Thank you for at least coming in. Amanda's a cool person. They're really good people here, and they're my support system. So it's pretty cool. It actually does make the day go by quicker, the 2 hours go by quicker. But I am seriously looking forward to doing the 1 hour shows now. I really am.
Well, I think two
There's
hours is hard to do. I mean,
Yeah, well, the one show that I did, um, you remember we were doing 2 hours chasing and 1 hour of into the night. That one night I stayed and talked I talked for 3 hours, Jenny. It was crazy.
yeah,
It
unless you
was
have a guest on. I mean, if you have a lot of
right.
material, I mean, if you plan it, like you have a lot of material to talk about, even showing videos and talking about things that are going on out there, it's okay.
Hmm.
Um, you have to have a lot of material to talk about.
So, real quick, Christmas, hon, what are you doing for Christmas?
Just doing the same thing we always do. Family comes around, Santa Claus comes to town.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's
You're gonna
busy.
have you have that big dinner, don't you?
We do. We don't have the seven fishes, but I'm gonna do something different this year. I think I'm gonna have like a seafood boil because we had them at the beach and I really liked them. The seafood boil and maybe the kids will probably still fry the calamari and shrimp, but I think I'm gonna do lobster tails this year.
Oh, really?
But I
That's
don't know
cool.
where to get them. I think I have to go down to somewhere downtown or the
Yeah,
strip district.
Woolies. You can get them there. Don't go to your supermarket because they are vitally really, really expensive.
Yeah.
They are expensive.
I have to stay. I mean, I don't want. I've given up again because I'm in so much pain. I was telling you, I can't eat flour or wheat or sugar. It just does not agree with me. I get too much
Right.
inflammation. So I'm going to try to really stay. I started up doing the intermittent fasting, the one meal a day. I feel so much better when I don't eat. So
Yeah.
drink a lot of water, drink coffee. I feel better when I don't eat. So when I do eat, that's when I start to run into trouble. So
Well, I lost 10, no, 12 pounds in about a month
what are you
because
doing?
I just don't eat as much as I used to anymore. Um, and hey, Michael Anthony, how are you, buddy? Good to see you. Welcome to
Hi,
the show.
Michael.
But
Yeah,
so I've lost 12 pounds.
that's
And
awesome.
good night, Cy. Good. I'm glad you're here. I
Yeah, the
came to listen
chemicals
to you.
they put too many chemicals on the food. They're trying to kill us, with all their additives. And I found out when I was at the beach that when I was telling you I was swelled up, I was getting my swelling in my one leg that I injured. And I had the Giant Eagle popcorn. I don't know if anybody's had it, the cheese
Yeah, I've had.
popcorn. It
Hmm.
is so good. But then I had it again on Halloween and the same thing happened. I'm like, what is in this? So there's
Mm-hmm.
an ingredient in there, sodium something that can kill you. And I'm like, why would they stick this in cheese popcorn?
Mm-hmm.
It's a preservative that can kill you.
Right.
So
And
I
there's a
threw the
lot of
bag
that
away.
shit going on out there now.
Well, I threw it away. I'm never having that again. But I noticed all that we were looking at all the different the junk food, like the
Right.
chips and the Doritos and there is so much shit to taste sick in there. So I'm the only thing I'm gonna have, well, you guys will probably think it's disgusting, but it's I go to the Dollar General and they have this pork rinds that have nothing on them. I
Mm-hmm.
forget who makes them. They're plain. And I dip them in sour cream dip, the carb dip for if I want to have a potato chip or something. And it is so
Mm-hmm.
freaking good. And there's no preservatives in it. It is just pork rinds and that's it. Sea
Huh.
salt, I think it was. The sodium is like 15 gram, like real low 15.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I had today. And I had some tilapia and some broccoli, and I had collagen coffee, which I do the liquid collagen and I do a powdered collagen. I mix it in my coffee. And I tell you what, I enjoyed that. And now I'm thirsty as hell. And what I drink is this Spellegrino, whatever you call it. I can't
Oh,
speak.
that
Where's my
stuff's gross.
No, it isn't.
It's tonic. It's like soda water, ain't it?
It is so good.
No, it
Yeah,
isn't. It's
Amanda, pork
gross.
rinds are great. No, it isn't. It's delicious. I'll have the soda, the tonic, not the tonic water, the sparkling water. And I'm staying
Yeah.
away from the aspartame in the Diet Coke, which is horrible too.
I can't deal with anything diet, man. All I drink is tea.
Well, it is really bad for you, but for Thanksgiving coming up, since I'm not doing the flour, I'm not doing the sugar, so I'm making my own stuffing out of. I make bread made out of flaxseed. It has like
Okay, yeah.
zero free carbs in it. I'm going to use
Mm-hmm.
that make my own breadcrumbs. I'm going to make my own butternut squash using monk fruits as sugar and swerve brown sugar and the heavy
Mm-hmm.
cream and the butters. And I'm going to make pumpkin pie with the heavy cream and maybe use a pecan crust. I'll make a pecan crust and even something else, maybe like a pecan pie. Um, I would not say it's like ketogenic because it's not a high fat diet. It's just staying away from the sugar, the flour. The wheat
Mm-hmm.
kill is bad for you. The gluten is bad for you. And I feel so much better when I eat, and I love pork rinds. I mean, they have some really good flavors. You can get them on Amazon. Dollar General used to have the best pork rinds. Like they had barbecue. They had this other one, herb and onion, I think it was.
You know what? Dollar General has some pretty cool stuff. I like going to Dollar General.
Well, I
Seriously.
made these cookies. They're called cowboy keto cookies. Oh my god, they're so freaking good. And they're made with coconut. Is it oatmeal? I think there might be some oats in it. They're not really low carb, but they're called keto. But I don't know why. But they're made with coconut sugar. Oh my god, it's so delicious. I mean, but that's
Amanda
bad because they're good.
Amanda likes her pork rinds with she eats it plain with Bull's hot sauce.
Oh yeah. They're good for
I
you. And you know what? I'm telling you what, when people cook pork rinds, coconut oil, avocado oil, olive oil, your body thrives on that. But it's the crappy oil like soy oil and vegetable
mm-hmm.
oils, and that's bad for you.
Right.
But butter is good for you, believe it or not. They want you
Oh,
to eat all
butter.
this. They want you to eat all this crappy. It's a all this processed food is trying to kill us. And all the chemicals they stick on that food, the corn, they roll in corn. Corn
Oh
used to be
yeah.
one of the best things. That I love popcorn. So I do still have the popcorn on the weekends. I get the skinny pop or I get the organic popcorn. And I make it myself.
Cindy Mitch uses olive oil.
Yeah, I have
And
olive oil spray. The only thing about olive oil, Cindy, is you can't bring it to a certain temperature. When you go above 400 degrees, it becomes rancid, and it can get you actually sick. So you have to be really careful with olive oil. I cook with coconut oil and avocado oil.
Coconut oil is not bad.
No,
Not
coconut
bad
oil
at
is
all.
good for you. It's good for your hair, your skin, everything.
Mhm.
You just
Well,
rub it all
listen,
over you.
it's getting close to the witching hour, if you're going to
Okie
be saying that.
dokie.
But I want to thank you for coming on, and good luck with your show on Sunday
Yeah, I'm
nights.
excited about it.
If anybody, how can people reach you?
They can go on my website. I mean, not my website, on my Facebook page. You're going to catch me more on my Facebook page. And my name is my real name, Jenny Nicasia. I think it's Jenny Nicasia, right? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Or I have my Chasing Prophecy. I posted a link in there. I do
Hmm.
believe I posted a link to my Chasing Prophecy. Um, yeah, I did before, but I don't know where it is. It might be still there somewhere. But you can go. I'm going to be broadcasting on Sean's page, Pittsburgh Paranormal Society. It's going to be one of the destinations. So if you want to check out the show on Sundays, right before he is, I'm on 7. He's on 8.
I'll see
So
you,
it should be
Johnny.
good.
Johnny,
Okay.
take care, buddy. Johnny,
See you
thank you
later,
for
Johnny.
coming on. Yeah, so Sunday nights, you
Sunday
know we'll
nights.
be right here. Yes, definitely. Thank you again, Jen, for being on the show. And
Oh, you're welcome.
you want to stick around for the cards or what?
I'll
It's up
stick
to you.
around. You're
Okay.
going to do them right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna do them right now.
Okay.
So everybody, you know the deal. What I do, I read from the medicine cards, and I pull 3 cards, and they are the animal totem cards. And everybody here, I pull 3 cards out. One for the past, one second one's for the now. Thank you, Virginia. And one for the future. So what I want you to do is please write these animals down and Google what they mean. So, okay, I shuffled them. All right, first card I pull out is the buffalo. So, everyone, please write that down, buffalo. And that's from your past. For your future, I meant the now card is the otter. Oop, there we go. There's the otter. And your future card is the raccoon. So those are the 3 cards for this week. And like I said, all you got to do is just go and Google those animals. And if the reading is for you, if those animals are for you and it helps you in something that you're dealing with, well, I hope it's good. I hope it does help you out. I want to thank everybody again for being here tonight. This is my last 2 hour show. I will be going on Sunday nights, 8 to 9, and Tuesday nights, 8 to 9. No, I'm sorry, 8:05 on Sunday nights, on Tuesday nights. And, and then I'm going to do an hour show there. Jenny's going to have her show on Sunday nights from 7 to 8. And I hope to see you guys come to our shows. Children, please, if you can, go to your parents and give them a hug and tell them that you love them. And parents, uh, good night, Amanda. Good to see
Good
you.
night.
And parents, please go to your children and give them a hug and tell them that you love them. Okay? It's not that hard because them 3 words, I love you, they go a long, long way. And if you have no children, if you have no parents, find somebody that you can actually give a hug to and tell them that you love them. It's good medicine. It really is good medicine. And this is the holiday season, so depression is really, really bad. A lot of mental illness stuff happening, depression and stuff. If you see somebody hurting, please, please, please go and sit with them. You don't have to talk to them, but just sit with them. If they want to talk, you know, let them talk. but please, this is the worst time of the season of the year for people who have depressions. Good night, Cindy.
Good night.
And on that note, I will be on Sunday night, 8 p.m. on UPRN Talk Radio 105.3 New Orleans, 107.7 Mississippi. And Jenny will be on at 7. So, on that note, good night, everybody.
Good night.
And have a good night. And let me try to find my outro here. There it is, Sean's exit.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Light Gate. Hope everybody's holiday was warm and special, and that all your relatives who served were honored in great ways. Hold on. So I'm having a mix-up. Okay, we're done with that. Okay, so we're live streaming to you from the beautiful city of New Orleans at the United Public Radio Network at 107.7 FM and the UFO Paranormal Radio Network at 105.3 FM. We are on Roku, we are on Facebook, we are on YouTube, and many, many, many other platforms. We have a great radio audience. Sometimes some of our people on radio only cannot see what we're presenting, so we're going to try and endeavor really hard to describe everything. Thank you very much, and take it away, Preston.
Thanks, Dolly. Yeah, thank you all for joining us tonight on the Light Gate. Pretty excited. I think this is show number 29, so we're moving along. And I, of course, am Preston Dennett, researcher, author, experiencer. And my lovely co-host is Dolly Safran, subject of the book Symmetry and a lifelong experiencer. And we're going to have fun tonight. And I'll get to our guests in a second. Yes, you heard me right, guests. We have a surprise guest joining our main guest. But just want to say hi to all you guys because we truly appreciate that y'all come here each week to listen to us talk and explore this amazing subject of UFOs and, of course, the paranormal and all that comes with it. And let's just see who we've got here today. Let's see, Gustavo Marcelo Blanco. Thanks for joining us. And of course, John P. Adventures. Always happy to see you. Obito, hello. Renee Cruz. How are you doing? Well, I hope. Let's see who else. Hector Gonzalez. From New York City. I've been there. It's a really the city that never sleeps, for sure. I stayed actually in a penthouse apartment of a famous soap star. Our family did. Happened to have a connection there. Let's see, who else do we have here? Brian Morgan. Yeah, doing well, Brian. Hope you are too. Tonight's show is going to be amazing. Who else do we have here? Tools, who has opened up a little chat group on Discord. So yeah, that should be all kinds of fun. And of course, Dolly Safran is here in chat. Hi, Janice. Great to see you. Maria, hello, and namaste. So very generous and lovely of you. Thanks for joining us. Thank you so much for the generous super chat donation. And oh, good, I'm here too. Hey,
Hey.
That's my alternate
Hi, Preston.
personality. Fun Talks TV, Louise. Greetings from New Jersey. Hello, my Earthling friends. Let's see, who else do we have here? Christopher Harmon and Sergio Boner Stabone. Real Badger. How are you doing, Real Badger? Always awesome to see you here. And Star Orchid. Sorry, Star Orchid 8. And Allison Carr. Is that an emoji that's supposed to come up? I'll figure that out one day. But thanks for joining us, Allison and Terry and Liana. And of course, hi, it's Alicia. Yes, that is so kind of you. Our favorite people. Oh, we love you so much. Linda Catlett, hello. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Oh, Terry, thanks so much for the super chat. You guys, that helps quite a bit because there are some expenses that you might not be aware of to get this show running. So we truly, truly appreciate all that you can do to help support the show. CT Guitar Guy. Ah, a cat. Yes, the cat is kind of a ghost cat anyway. She walks through walls, I swear, sometimes. Okay. Oh, I already said hi to you, CT Guitar Guy. And from Australia, Kayleen White. Awesome. And Susan, our prior guest, and a chapter in my book. Hope you're doing well, Susan. Thanks for being here. I love you forever. Doxy, lots of people here tonight. Thank you so much. Scarlet Fire, yay. Who else do we have here? Central Wisconsin, did I already bring you up? I did. Who's in here? Grandmaster, Social Center. A lot of you guys. Boy, we have a busy chat already. Tools and Musalavi and Thirsty and Don Curtis. Yay. Oh, and Chris Teen. Yay. Bonneville all the way from Denmark. Very cool. I love how this show reaches out all the way across the world. Raul Melendez. Oh, we love you too. And thank you so much for your very generous super chat. Very much appreciated. But yeah, let's get to the show because we could say hello to you guys all night long. And do get your questions in nice and early because we would love to have a lot of questions in tonight's show. Both our guests are actually return guests, returned by popular demand. They were very popular shows, and so we brought them both back. And tonight I am super excited to bring back Raphael Lugo and Jake Robbins. Now, both were prior guests on the show. Of course, Raphael Lugo had some technical difficulties the last 15 minutes of the show. So we really wanted to bring him back, if only because of that, but also because he's had so much more to share. And let me just tell you a little bit about him in case you don't remember. Raphael Lugo is, in fact, a hip hop artist, also a contactee, a speaker, a documentarian, documentary that we're going to be talking about tonight, podcaster as well. He's a Bronx, New York native, and since the age of 5 has been visited by many different ETs, greys, tall greys, insectoid mantis beings, and hybrids. He definitely believes he's part of this whole hybridization thing going on. And he went from gangster rap to what he calls high vibrational, multi-dimensional hip hop. So we do have his links in the show notes, but he is now using his abilities to make positive music and educating the masses about his contact with our family from the stars. His music is all about peace, love, and positivity, while at the same time enlightening people who are able to receive the knowledge handed down from the stars. So he's been doing everything in his power to educate the people through his podcast called the Hybrid Podcast and a Facebook group as well called CE5ET Connection, calling all hybrids. And as I mentioned, is currently in the post-production stages of his documentary. So super excited about that. And also along with him is his friend and experiencer and researcher and podcaster, Jake Robbins. And if you remember our show with Jake Robbins, he also has a podcast, which let me see if I can bring that up here. It's called Aliens, UFOs, and Ghost Stories podcast. He's had lifelong experiences, has a huge connection with owls, still ongoing. He had one just last night. So super excited to have both these wonderful gentlemen back on, and we're going to have an amazing time because we have two guests tonight, and I will just pop them here onto the stage. There's
Hi,
Raphael.
Raphael.
There's Jake. Okay.
How are you doing? Hello.
We're good.
Doing well. Doing well. Hope you are too. How are you doing, Jake?
Really good. I'm glad glad you guys had me back. I love talking with you guys.
There's
Love talking to you too. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So there we go. All set up. Yeah. Thanks so much, guys. Raphael, your show is so popular.
Oh my gosh. I feel so blessed and honored to have been on here not once, but now the second time. I don't know if those that didn't get a chance to listen to the first pod, I am convinced that they blacked out pretty much a 4-block radius of my whole like apartment complex. So for those that don't know, I live in the Denver area, and at the time I'm kind of like 2 hours back as far as time zone goes for the people on the east side, but for those in the mountain time, it's currently like 7 and change. So at the time when we were speaking, it was a little later, but there was no signs that a blackout was going to happen. I mean, there was no wind, no rain, and out of nowhere in the middle of our conversation, just everything went black. So I thought it was just my apartment or maybe just the building in my apartment complex. So I went out to investigate a little bit further. And to my knowledge, I looked across the street at the other apartment complex, started looking at the street lights, noticed the gas station, and literally for a couple of blocks, I think all around it was completely blacked out. Now, there's no way to prove that it was because of some of the kooky information that we was bringing to the table at the time, but I mean, I'll just put it out there and let you guys speculate on that. But anyway, it was an amazing pod, and I would love to speak a little bit more about some of the stuff that I got going on, and as well some of the stuff that I wasn't able to touch on the last pod. So once again, Preston and Dolly, thank you so much for having me on the second time, and to have my boy Jake on here, my man Jake, good friend of mine, Aliens, UFOs, and Ghost Stories podcast. So I think this is going to be a very special podcast, and I just can't wait. I can't wait to see where it goes.
Yeah, Jake, your podcast was also very popular. People loved you. They really resonated with your story. So it's so awesome to have both of you together. I think this is the first time we've ever done two guests at once.
Oh yeah.
That's
well,
so
I'm honored.
cool.
I love talking with you guys. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very cool.
Okay. Well, who wants to start? I'm dying to know anything you got going on right now. Anything.
I think Raphael should start.
I have no problem with taking the lead. Well, I'll start with a little bit about myself as far as my experiences go. So I do believe to have had contact and have been blessed to have had contact with multiple beings. Now, I want to preface this by saying that although a lot of the experiences in the beginning to me were very scary, terrifying, just due to my lack of knowledge to what was happening to me, as well as my family not being so open. I mean, every time I would express to a family member that this was happening to me, it was either a demonic force that was attacking me or if it was a bad dream. Now, to give them a little bit of leniency, right, and leeway, they wasn't really versed on the subject as well, and due to the religion that we was raised in, which I was raised a Jehovah Witness, not a practicing Jehovah Witness at the time, but that is a very strict religion for those that don't know, and it just wasn't a conversation that I can bring on in the house, which brought about kind of a lot of complications in my later years due to my experiences because they did keep happening. So a lot of my talks and a lot of the things that I like to at least let people know about these experiences is in the beginning, for those that might be going through this, it's not all peaches and cream, peace, love, and light. It usually takes a very long process of like a dark night of the soul type deal before we get to the whole loving and understanding of the knowledge and download. Some of us get that knowledge a lot faster. Some of us get, a lot shorter of a time to deal with the negativity of it. But I do want to say that all my experiences till this day have been positive. And if I ever express anything negative about my experience, it wouldn't be to say that the beings were doing something negative to me. It would be more of my lack of understanding in what was happening in the situation. So in the beginning, when I was 5, I've had contact with what I consider to be the grays, the little short guys that come into the room. I do want to ask this question before I continue on. Now, I've noticed that they tend to move in threes, if
Yes.
that makes any sense. And I wanted to know why that is, because I always hear other people's stories when they talk about the grays coming into the room, and it's always 3 little guys. And for me, it was the same way: one at the foot of my bed, one at the door, and another one behind the one at the door in the hallway. And I just wanted to know, Dolly or Preston, do you know anything?
Psychological and
I have my
scientific.
theories.
It's scientific and psychological. 3, if there's one, you have most humans have a tendency to want to obliterate it. They'll go after it. Okay. If there are 2, they have to track 2 of them, but they'll go for one and then the other. If there are 3, they're tracking emotionally and mentally tracking 3 of them, and they now think they're outnumbered. It's a human thing. I've got 1, I can get him. 2, yeah, I can take the other one, but 3, no way. And it helps them make you not come after them because they're easily harmed. They're AI and they break easy. So that's why.
Yeah, and we see this with human beings as well. If you send people out on a mission, you don't want to send one guy because what if he gets, taken down, and 2 guys? Well, then they're going to be separated. So with 3 people, you have someone who can go back, get help, someone to stay, help the person who needs help. So it's a very common thing, even among.
I love hearing this because I didn't even think about those 2 things, and that makes so much sense now that I bring it. Yeah, for one of them to be in the room, and that's how I explain as far as the way they put you under a kind of sleep paralysis control type deal. The way I explain that is it's more for their protection and not for us.
Yeah,
It's
I want to explain that now. I've been directed that I can now explain a few things. Okay,
cool.
So I'm going
That's
to give
amazing.
you some truth. When the white light comes in and they send down the bluish light beam, that is an interdimensional beam. And once you're in that beam, you are either outside of it or in it. If you're outside of it, looking in it as they're coming in the room, you are out of their time. They're out of your time. And your brain is trying to perceive them as moving through this linear time when they're in another, and they tend to move very, very slowly. So you think you're frozen. You're not tracking it as it's actually occurring. If you're in the blue light and you're going with them, people tend to see them moving normally, and that you realize that you're now moving somewhat, even though you're constrained by the it's like a beam. It's a light beam, a ribbon that you go into, and it constrains you. So it's not holding you. You can stick your arms out of it if you want to. You can move around in it, but it's when you're perceiving them, the light coming at you, it's two totally different. One's out of time, one's in time, and you think you're constrained or you're moving. You can't move. It's really weird how that works. It's both ways.
Okay.
Well, it is weird. There was one case of a lady I interviewed, Charmaine Scott. I'll never forget it. She was in Louisiana. A UFO came down over her, and she was frozen. She felt absolutely great. She had been in absolute fear. This beam comes over her. She's tranquil. She's in this incredible sense of peace. But her friends are right outside the beam of light, and they can move around, and everything's fine. And she says they were like a world away. Finally, one of them reached into the light and pulled her out. And that's when she completely could move again, became scared all over, and off they went running for their quote lives.
Wow, that blows my mind because yeah, I totally understand that. Like sometimes I would mention like there's this huge UFO just floating in the middle of this sky right in my driveway, and I know I'm in my driveway and I can look at the houses around me and there's nobody peeking out a window. There's nobody, everybody's just not interested in this massive. And I'm thinking about the cars that might be driving maybe a couple of blocks away. How are they not looking up at the sky and seeing this UFO? And then I also notice that in my driveway, there's no wind. The trees ain't moving. I hear no insects. I don't hear anything. I just see the UFO and the light. And
The traffic will go away.
yeah, it's like I once explained that I had two researchers come over my house, Miss Denise Stoner and Miss Terry Lynch, when I first was having these, you know, I would say like the PTSD in the beginning. I didn't know what was happening to me. I started reaching out to other researchers and other contactees and experiencers, and they ended up coming to my house. And Miss Terry Lynch told me a story that was quite interesting. She said that because I asked her this very same question that I just asked you guys, like how is it this massive UFO and nobody sees it? And she told me that there was an incident when I guess they did like a massive, like her whole either neighborhood or her whole block in which she lived in, everybody was being taken at the same time. But for some reason, the whole hypnotism or the whole kind of thing that comes over you when these beings are around didn't quite happen to her. And she was in her kitchen and she was very lucid up like normal. And she ended up walking outside to her driveway, and everybody in her neighborhood was pretty much in a trance outside the driveway. And there goes these trucks, and I won't say like exactly the way she explained it, it's her story to tell, but from what she says, there was these trucks and people in the neighborhood were just getting put in these trucks. And she didn't like she was like there's so many different techniques in which these beings or these operation, which might be covert or otherwise, they can do certain things with technology that hasn't been disclosed yet. So to us, it seems like weird, kooky magic, but it could be a dial or a button or just, you know, a force field. I just don't know what to call these things. I'm not really, you know, that versed in the
Well,
knowledge
the
of
government can
like
do it, and
tech.
so can the ETs. So
Yeah.
complicated issue.
We learned. Yep.
So
Okay.
yeah, I always thought that was super interesting how they were able to just clear out anybody from seeing them. Another thing that I found quite interesting on the topic of just switching it over to like my lab stuff, I've recently extended the documentary to put in the piece in which I'm speaking about the my lab. And
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
yeah, I felt like it was a very important piece of the story. At first, we decided to keep it out, but at the end, we decided to extend it a little bit more and put it in there. And what I'm noticing is there is a huge difference between the way our friends from the stars decide to handle these experiences or these abductions, which I don't like saying the word abduction because I do feel
Okay.
like a connection we have with these beings, and this is a contract that we signed a long time before we can even remember. Like I know I signed up for the gig, but it took me a while to know that. But so what I was saying to the my labs when I had this experience. So for those that don't know, there was a night in which me and my family was having dinner, and Melissa, which is my beautiful wife, ended up, you know, she was washing the dishes and she was like, you know, I'm gonna throw away the trash. She goes to throw away the garbage. And in throwing away the garbage, I kind of noticed that she's outside, like in the walkway with the door wide open, kind of just staring up at the sky, frozen. And I'm kind of staring at her for a little while, trying to figure out what she's doing, almost to make fun of her when she notices she's stuck, but she's not moving at all. She's stiff. I walk up to her, I put a hand on her shoulder, And she immediately wakes up out of this trance that she was obviously in. And she goes, wow, look how beautiful the sky is. I look up, I see nothing. There's nothing in the sky, but I decided at the time I was a cigarette smoker, which I'm no longer smoking cigarettes. But at the time I decided to have a cigarette, and we was hanging out in the driveway, and I start seeing this light ascend in the distance. It's just a big, beautiful golden light just ascending in the distance. And I go, babe, look, that's one of those Chinese lanterns that they do. I bet you we're going to see like a whole bunch of other ones start lighting up. And I'm noticing that it's just, there's no other ones, and it stopped as it was rising. And I was like, okay, Chinese lanterns, they don't stop, they keep going. So it has to be a helicopter, and it's coming our way, and that's just the light in the front. So I'm waiting to like hear the propellers start coming, and once again, there's no indication that this is a helicopter. So it finally hit me, and I said, oh my gosh, I think I'm looking at a UFO right now. This is amazing. I grab my wife by the hand, and I say, I think I'm going to try to connect to this thing. I feel like I could connect. So I say internally within myself, with peace, love, and light, I'm an ambassador here from Earth, and I just want to tell you, with all the love I have in my heart, that I would love to connect with you right now. And just so I know we're connected, can you please just move a little bit to the right? And sure enough, it moves to the right. And I get super excited. I'm like, oh my gosh. I light up, I squeeze my wife's hand. She goes, ow, 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 that hurts. And I go, oh my gosh, I'm connected. And out loud, because I wanted the proof of my wife knowing that I was connected, I said, thank you so much for the connection. I feel the vibration. Can you please move to the left so my wife knows that we're connected? And right when I said it, almost before the words come out of my mouth, it starts shifting to the left. We both get excited, and then all of a sudden, as we're getting excited, we could see the light start pulsating, getting smaller, flickering around a little bit, pulsating, getting smaller, and we're just excited having this beautiful interaction with this beautiful golden light in the sky. And then almost like clockwork, within a couple of seconds to minutes of us having this interaction, one helicopter starts coming from the east, another helicopter starts coming from the west, one helicopter flies over my house, another, and all of a sudden, this light is now just like a movie, like you see in Independence Day or all the films you see. There's this golden light surrounded by a whole bunch of helicopters. No exaggeration, 4, 5, maybe 6 helicopters surrounding this light in a circular formation, all of them directed towards this light. The light is still pulsating. Me and my wife are like, this is a movie to us. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if a huge mothership comes on top of that one and this whole big thing. So we're like assuming something bigger. As we're watching this play out, I'm looking to the right, which is down the street. I see this black Durango start turning down my neighborhood. And at first, it's just moving slowly, so I'm looking at the Durango, looking at the light, looking at my wife, looking at the Durango, looking at the light. And sure enough, it's just moving slower. And what I noticed from this truck, that it was completely tinted, black on black, black everything, black rims. And what really kind of made me go, this is fishy, was in Florida, we have a tint rule at the time this happened in Florida.
Right.
We had a tint rule, and the windshield of this, it was completely blacked out.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't see anybody that was driving in it. So that really kind of made my heart skip a beat. So, excuse me, let me mute real quick. I have to call. So that really made my heart kind of really skip a beat at that time. And I was like, whoa, this is kind of freaky. So I'm still looking at these helicopters in this light. Me and my wife noticing the Durango. Now it stops at the house. It didn't really stop. It kind of rose up to the house next door to mine, and then it pulls off a little faster than it was coming down the street to pass us. And as it passes us, a light flashes from this Durango. Now, I saw it as a green light. My wife till this day says she saw a blue one or a red light, but I 100% saw a green light. And I didn't see it, which was weird. I didn't see it come out of the car, like a light come out of the car. As the car passed, it was almost like all of my eyesight was engulfed with a green light. So that was the best way to explain it. It drives down the street and it reverse parks in another house, like kind of looking at us. I can sense the eyes from this truck looking at us. My wife gets really creeped out at that situation, and she's pretty much had enough. She goes inside. I call her a chicken. I go, "Oh, you want to see a UFO?" And then when it happens, you're scared of the men in black, right? I'm saying things like that, right? To kind of like mess with her a little bit. But it was a scary situation. Comedy is usually my way of like dealing with fear and like
It
uncomfortable.
works. Yeah.
So she goes inside. I continue to look at this light, but the light completely goes dim and disappears. And now it's just a circular formation of helicopters and this Durango outside. So I'm just like, you know what? I've had enough. I'm going inside. Now, I want to say this. This is super weird. And 100, I truly believe that this is the weirdest part of the whole situation. Was when I walked in, my wife and I just mentioned it like, whoa, that was amazing, right? A UFO. And normally, like if it were to happen today, it would be the topic of discussion for 7 days, all we could talk about all the time. But at that specific time, it was just like, let's brush it off. Like this happens to us all the time, which doesn't make sense at all when I think about it now. We just said, wow, that was crazy. That happened. And then changed the subject like nothing happened. So now we continue to go on with the night. Nacho Libre was on Nacho Libre. Excuse me, Nacho Libre was on Netflix that night for the first time. Me and my family loved this movie, so we decided to watch it as a family. My sons, both of my kids, fall asleep on the couch at the end of the movie, and I had the old school Roku. So it kind of bounced the time on the TV screen. And I can see that it's 10:43 at this time. And I'm like, whoa, it's 10:43. Me and my wife are talking. I'm sitting on the love seat with my back to the door. My wife is sitting on the recliner in front of me, facing the door, and my two kids are asleep on the sofa, facing the TV, having a conversation. And then all of a sudden, my wife hears a jiggle at the doorknob. I didn't hear it, but she hears it. She tells me to shut up. She was like, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. Do you hear that? And I was like, hear what? And as soon as I went quiet, I can hear somebody kind of messing with the doorknob a little bit. As I'm hearing it, I go, okay, somebody's messing with the door. Oh, I know what it is. It's a friend of mine. I have a recording studio at home. He didn't call, must have been in the neighborhood. He's trying to like play a prank. I had a door in which had two windows, but they had curtains. So you could just move the curtains and see who's outside. So my plan was leave all the lights off in the house and kind of creep towards the door while this person is jiggling the doorknob and then whip open the curtains. And I was going to see my friend and be like, I got scared you instead of you scaring me. So that was like the whole deal. As I'm walking slowly towards the doorknob that's jiggling in the darkness, my hallway that goes to my recording studio, another bedroom, and the bathroom is to the right of me. As I'm passing the hallway, I just glance, and the brightest light of white light that I have ever seen in my life before I can even get to the door engulfs my whole eyesight. And then I end up waking up from that point. It's like I wake up and I'm in the back bathroom of my bedroom with my shirt off, laying in the starfish formation on my back. And I'm hearing in my ears like this ringing, a ringing sound. My whole body feels like it's tingling, like when your arm falls asleep. And my instinct, like almost like my primal instincts kicked in. And the first thing I thought of was, oh my gosh, where's my kids? And I popped up out or off the floor, ran through my bedroom, back into the living room, and I come to see that my wife is now sitting in the laying down in the love seat that I was sitting in, but in the most uncomfortable position. Like nobody sleeps this way. Her knees were almost hitting her chin. She's like crouched down, almost in like a crunch formation, kind of squished in the love seat. My oldest son is laying down on the couch where both my sons were sleeping, but his feet was where the pillow was, and his whole body was underneath the blanket. And then my youngest son was underneath my kitchen table holding on to his pillow and a blanket that he had underneath the kitchen table, which he's never used my kitchen table as a fort because it was a glass table. So we never let him play around it. So for him to be underneath it, almost using it as a fort, was weird. So I saw all this, noticed everybody was safe, didn't see no damage in the house. And my first instinct was I slapped my wife's, like I slapped her on the leg to wake her up. And I was like, babe, 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 wake up, wake up, wake up. What happened? When she woke up like really like almost confused, like what happened? I turned to look at the TV. The TV still bouncing the time. It now says 2:50 something in the morning. So I just saw 10:43 when I was walking to the door and saw a white light. It literally felt like I blinked my eyes and I'm in the bathroom with my shirt off, and now all of a sudden I run into the living room and it's 2:42, almost 3 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, babe, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. What happened? And she was like, I don't know. The last thing I remember was you walking to the door and I saw a white light and now I'm laying here. And that's literally my lab story. And the only reason why I could tell the difference between when it's a my lab and when it's my friends from the stars or my family from the stars is because there was this sense of like I've had surgery before, so I know it's like to wake up from anesthesia, and there's this sort of like smell that stays in your nose and like this feeling that I remember from my lower back, like this numbing kind of weird feeling in my lower back. And I had the same almost identical smell in my nose and the same feeling in my lower back. And I've never had that feeling with any other experience I've had when I've either had like a dream state, lucid experience with the ET, or when I was physically taken on board physically. Like I've never had that feeling. I always woke up, if anything, feeling better the day after than the day before. So, well, to finish, a couple of like 3 days later, I'm sitting down and I'm playing Call of Duty in my living room. My wife is just going about her routine that she normally does, and I'm hearing people in my backyard. And for those that don't know, I'm 6'1", 230 pounds. I come from not the best background, so I know how to defend myself. So I don't scare easy. And when I looked in this backyard and I saw these massive 6'4" beefy dudes that don't like just they stood out of place. They just didn't belong in my neighborhood, never seen them. I go, yo, what are you guys doing in my backyard right now? Like, you didn't knock on the door. You just, oh, sorry, we're looking for a drone. We'll be out your hair in a minute. That's what they're saying to me. And I'm like, whatever. Not gonna lie, once again, a little embarrassed, but super intimidated at the size of these guys. So I wasn't really gonna push the fact that they need to leave my backyard. Noticing that my wife is talking to this other lady in complete like uniform type, like fatigue pants, the whole setup, black glasses, hat. And they're saying, oh, we was doing a training operation in the area. We lost a drone. So we'll be out your hair in a minute. I think that was kind of like a cleanup team that came by to make sure there wasn't nothing left behind or they didn't leave any footprints or yada, yada, yada. But once again, that's speculation. I'm just telling you guys the timeline and the way it happened. But that's my my lab story, and I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Oh my God, that's
There's
exactly
a lot to unpack there, Raphael. That's a big one. I would say one thing which just really struck me is, because I've heard this from a lot of other people in terms of the UFO part, where you're talking to it and it's responding, because they do that. And I think this is very much intentional. And there's one guy I interviewed, Stan Hughes, who would go to Lake Pend Oreille and watch these UFOs all the time and talk to them, mentally reach out and connect with them, just like you were describing. And one time he's there with his little, I think it was his granddaughter. Yeah, it was his granddaughter, who's like, 5 years old. And suddenly she saw, oh no, it was his daughter, because she says, Daddy, they're talking to me. What should I do? And he's like, oh my God. He says, tell them you love them. And so in her sweet little voice, she says, I love you. And at this point, this object, which was quite far away, comes swooping down right over the head, shines a light on him, flashes really bright. So it leaves kind of an after image in their retina and makes it clear to them that they absolutely heard and they
And
love
we
you
love
too.
you too. Yeah, I love that. I love that. I love hearing stories like that.
Yeah. I had a almost my lab. Before my father passed away, it was me, my mom, and dad in my house. And I was not in my room that night. I was in the living room in my big, over fluffy Queen Anne chair, okay, big, overstuffed one. And I had my feet up on the stool and I was reading in the dark with a flashlight. And I was about to fall asleep, actually. And mm, I am really alert to almost anything. And I heard the front door. Now I have gates, heavy gates outside my doors. In other words, it's security gates, that slam shut and it's got bulletproof glass on them. And I heard that open, and I thought, did I lock that thing? And apparently I had not. And because it's the last thing I do before I go to bed, and I hadn't done that yet. And then I heard him trying to pull the handle on the door, and it was double doors, like French doors, double doors. They open really wide for wheelchairs and stuff. And I jumped up and at the speed of lightning, because the doors open in, I hit both hands into it and I slammed into it and pushed them back. And then out of my mouth came my dad's voice. I can imitate my dad screaming, "Bull, Sergeant Sapper, get the fuck off my porch right goddamn now. I got a gun." And that was, my mother came running with my gun and he heard me pump it. Okay, I have a double barrel shotgun, 2 triggers, no kidding. And I said, "Run, baby, run." And poof, they ran. We called the cops. The cops got there and said, "We can't find any evidence of anybody." And I said, "I want you to dust the door handles and everything." He said, "They've been wiped." And I said, "Great, okay." And I said, "Well, I won't forget to lock anything." They left an officer outside our home for 2 days, both nights. And I very calmly told my dad, I said, "I don't know what their deal is. I'm going to deal with it on my end of it." And he said, "Okay." And they left us alone after that. But I don't know if I had fallen asleep and they got in, God only knows what would have happened, you know? Um, I'm capable of anything. And if you suddenly wake me up, you can't just knock me out. I'm defensive. I can defend against that kind of an attack. And I would have killed them, literally killed them, because they were coming in my house with my parents in the house. That would have been all she wrote. And then we had another incident where this was all my fault. I was laying in the bed and I'm talking to Talata, and I have never been in a house that had a UFO come through it. Okay. And I'm like, do I ever get the pleasure of seeing this stuff? Can I have one? Can that happen? And the next thing I know, my room lit up red and I see it start to come through the wall. It was like a small one, like the sports model that somebody talks about. And my whole room turned red and it went right through my room, all the way through the house and out the other side. My mother was standing in the doorway staring at it like this, and I said, "Did you see that?" She said, "See what?" And I was like, "Dang, no, it pissed me off." But yeah, I got to see that. That was the real deal.
Wow.
And
Not to cut you off, but something similar to that happened to me. Now, I don't know if it was a ship, but I'm sitting down in the same house. It's like almost the Oviedo house, which I just want to preface this by saying that 20 minutes away from where I live, there was a Lockheed Martin. So I don't know if that's a thing, but I know that they do a lot of aerospace stuff with secret projects. So I wouldn't be surprised if that my lab that I spoke about just,
well,
that's where they did all the work. You know what I'm saying? Like
are
all
you
the
near Ocala?
extraction.
Are
Excuse
you
me?
near Ocala?
I was very close to Ocala. As a matter of fact, I used to live in Inverness, which is like 25 minutes from the Highlands, which is
Yeah,
smack
that's
in
that place was. Yeah, I know it well. Okay.
Dolly, I'm going to bring
Yes.
up a question real quick.
Okay.
Of course.
Before it gets too far away.
Please.
And it is, what do you mean the UFO went through the house, Dolly? Like out of this dimension. This is from Fun Talks TV.
It was interdimension. It was not in our dimension. It was, I could see it. It was like in the 4th dimension coming through, and they light up red when they do that. I mean, pure red. They don't use white lights or anything. No blue, nothing. They turn red when they're doing it, and they sluiced right through my house. You can go through anything from the 4th dimension.
There's people who report them going right through a forest filled with trees. And they're like, how is it doing this?
It looks like they're on fire.
Or not.
Yep.
It is solid.
Well, you know what the crazy I'm sorry to cut you off, but the crazy
No.
part about that, like the minute you said, how is it going through the trees? I get this memory, right? So I remember laying in my bed, right? I'm flat in my bed and I was being lifted up out my bed and I'm slowly, like feet first, going towards
Yeah.
like the wall of the house, which is leading outside. And I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna hit this wall and I'm just gonna float into this wall. And for some reason, everything looked very dull, like very like another
Okay.
color, like
Okay. Got
yeah, oh, almost like I was in the reality, not in the reality, in the dimension, out the dimension type deal. And I'm slowly floating, right? I don't feel nobody holding me or anything, just floating through. And then my feet go through the wall. And I find it interesting. And then my kneecaps, and then my waist. And then I can sense my whole body going. By the time it gets to my head, my head's gonna fall off, or something's gonna happen when my mouth gets there. And as the weirdest thing, as my mouth is passing through the wall, I can taste the plaster, I can taste the concrete, I can taste everything, the wood made in the house, and then all of a sudden I can smell the plaster. My nose is going through. I can smell the wood. Then all of a sudden I can see fragments of things, and
Yeah.
all of a sudden I'm outside. And
Yep.
I went straight through this wall. It didn't like make a hole, and I saw outside, and it was like I went through the solid object as a solid object.
Yeah.
And then as I was outside, I can see a huge light. Obviously, I'm assuming it was a ship I was going into. I could see a huge light on the outside, and it's over these trees that are right next to my outside. So I'm like, okay, it's going to maneuver me around the trees,
Yeah.
and I'm going to some way go through the light. And
Yeah.
sure enough, I just started going feet first,
Right through each other. Yeah.
upwards with my head facing down, and I can feel the branches in my mouth. I can feel
That
the
is so
leaves
weird.
passing through it. I can,
Yeah.
and the branches are not like going in my mouth. They're passing through my brain,
Right.
eyes, and then as they pass my mouth, I'm tasting them
And
out of my
smell
chin,
it.
and then I'm in
Yes.
the ship.
The
So I
chloroform.
was like, how
Chloroform.
do they do this? Like, what's the
Yeah, I
technology
talked to one
there?
guy. They took him right through the ground itself. He went through the
Yeah.
wall. There was a hill where the ship was behind it. He went through the hill.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It is crazy. I know. When I was 14 and they took me up out the roof of the house, which had rocks on the roof. You know, it's Florida, okay? We had rock roofs back in the day. And then it took me up through the daggone tree and I could taste the sap going through my mouth.
I'm
Now
telling you, I
it's
told
happened to
that
me
to people, and they don't
multiple
understand
times.
it.
I've had it happen. Now I have another issue is when we light gate and we're going into the gate. I now take a deep breath and I hold my breath because I don't want to smell it. I don't want to taste it. I don't even know if I can breathe in it. So I just hold my breath and get through as fast as I can. And they all laugh at me every time because I'm like, because I don't know. It's no. It's bad enough to taste everything on the planet. No, I'm not doing that. So yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people I've talked to though who don't experience that. The wall turns transparent.
Exact. I've heard that before as well. So I'm like, whoa,
What is going on
okay.
there? There's a
That's a
difference.
light gate.
Is
That's
it
a light
different
gate.
technology? So is this
Yeah.
different technology for the
Yeah.
beings or covert program? I would assume, right? There's
No,
just different
no.
ways.
If they're going through what they see is transparent, it's light and it dissolves. That's a light gate. That's what a light gate does. Everything becomes transparent, and they're doing that because they're moving them extremely quickly. They just don't realize how fast they're being pulled out. They have to get them out, and they're in another dimension when they're doing it. When they're in our area, they'll use energy beam to take you out.
The
Okay.
opaque dimension. So when
Yeah.
the color goes dim,
Yeah.
that's when you left.
Yeah. So
Okay, gotcha.
if you're leaving straight into the craft, that's because they're grabbing you very, very fast and you're like getting to them and they can pull you out that way.
Okay, so to travel back a little bit from what I was saying, because we was talking about the ship going through the room. So I've seen something similar to that, but I'm not sure if it was a ship. Now I've heard that ships can be all shapes and sizes. Sometimes you'll see an orb and it can be a whole civilization. It could be a ship with a whole bunch of beings on it, or
Yeah.
it can be, just what it is, an orb, right? So I just remember being almost in and out of sleep at this point. So I'm not quite sure if it was a lucid dream I was having or if it was a physical thing, but I just remember being in my recliner and my eyes were halfway squinted, and right through my door is this beautiful blue orb. And it's like the best way to describe the color of blue is like the bottle of Windex blue.
Right.
And it was kind of like sparkly,
Yeah.
and it moved slowly through into my living room, and then it moved where my recording studio was into that hallway I was talking about earlier. And I knew that it was lighting up everything because as it's moving down the hallway, I can see the blue light kind of like moving along the walls. And I can't till this day, because that was only the one experience that I'm talking about, that little
That's
curve
the
that it did.
mind of a fifth dimensional being who is the craft, and they're spying on you for 5 minutes or so. They don't, this is how they know where you are. They locate you in the house that way. The craft can actually remote view you, and they come in as a blue orb. And it's pretty big. It's about that big. Okay. And you describe
Yeah.
it perfectly. They're spying on you. A
Okay,
lot of
all right, cool.
people see
It didn't
bars,
feel threatening
entities
or
looking at
anything.
you.
It just felt like everywhere that the light touched, it
Yeah,
was almost doing like a layout of the, like just it was figuring out the area, the space for
Yep,
some reason.
they're just checking you out, making sure they know where you are and what's in their way. Yep.
I love these little validations because I never have anybody to ask these questions to. So this is amazing.
They're watching all of us. You know, they're keeping a close eye on us. ETs.
So that's cool. That's all right. So real quick, we got Jake here over here, all quiet and stuff, ain't saying nothing. Hey, Jake, do you have? I heard you had a recent experience with a UFO, and you've been the UFO guy for a minute, man. I would love to hear a little bit more about that because I did have this really big, beefy UFO on top of my roof from time. Excuse me, owl on top of my roof from time to time. I said UFO twice, and I meant owl, but on top of my roof from time to time, and I never really felt like it was an animal. Like it always felt like it was more than what it was because this confidence that it had when it stared back at you. It was almost like you're not looking at something that is scared you're going to shoot it down or scared you're going to make a noise. It's looking at something that is quite capable of looking right back into your soul and knowing exactly what you're going to do to it. So I'm just curious over the fact if all owls in nature are tapped into the beings, or are some of them, like robotoid owls that are drones? Like I don't know.
Wait. We need to take a quick station
Oh,
ID.
did it go by that fast? Oh my God.
So hold on, guys. And yes, definitely jump in because we do want to hear from you too. But I want to let all of you know you are watching The Light Gate. I'm your host, Preston Bennett. My lovely co-host is Dolly Saffron. And we are streaming live at the United Public Radio Network, 107.7 FM in the beautiful city of New Orleans. Also the UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 FM. We're, of course, on YouTube and Facebook and on Roku. So that is awesome. We truly appreciate all the work our producers do. And yes, you are watching The Light Gate, and our guests tonight are Raphael Lugo, who is awesome, and of course, Jake Robbins, who is equally awesome. So super happy to have you guys on tonight. And Jake, you are sitting there in the corner smiling widely, and we would love to hear from you because we know you have all kinds of interesting experiences as well.
Yeah. As an interviewer or the host of a show, when somebody's on a roll, you let them roll. And
Raphael can roll too. He knows how to roll.
I mean, his stories, his recall, it's absolutely incredible to me. Almost on like a Jim Sparks level. If you guys know Jim Sparks, but I mean, just being able to remember. Dolly, I remember the first time that we met. You said that the reason that you probably don't remember so much is because a lot of times with my experience, I'm terrified. So that's probably why, they could be wiping it. But I was
you turn it off. You stop it. You let it. you don't let it reach your frontal
It's a
lobe. In other
mutual
words,
agreement.
yeah, yeah. It gets talked about and you agree, and then you let it go. You can always come back to it. You can remember it eventually if you want to. Yep.
Yeah, I'm actually doing a regression on the 26th. So we'll see
wow.
what happens there. Yeah, it's a woman named Mary Bassett. She's I don't know. Do you guys know Bill Konkoleski? He's the head of MUFON for the state of Michigan, by chance.
I have heard him.
Yeah, he recommended Mary. I think that's the only people, or that's the only regressionist they use for the state of Michigan. Really excited about that. But we were speaking about orbs earlier, and there's one thing I don't think I've ever told on a podcast, and so we recorded on a Saturday for the aliens, UFOs, and ghost stories. The two of you came on, of course, and it was just a complete mind melt of a conversation. And you called me the next day, and my wife, who's not as much into the subject, I basically lined it up to where it was just 45 seconds of like, just listen to this. This is really big, and then you don't have to listen anymore. And I hit play, and it's playing through the Bluetooth on the car, and then Dolly's talking, and she goes, "Who's that?" I'm like, "That's Dolly." The moment that word came out of my mouth, Dolly, you called my phone, and it was on the Bluetooth of the car. It was eerie.
To do things like that. Yeah, I pick up and I go. Preston can tell you every now and then I'll just be sitting doing nothing, and all of a sudden I feel like I need to call this person right now. I mean, I really have to call this person. Sometimes it's 2 or 3 a day, and when I call them, they freak out. They're like, "Oh my god, I was just thinking about what the hell," you know.
That's happened. That's happened to me. So I just want to vouch. So I just want to say that. And I got a story after this one, Jake. So just remind me. It's
Okay. So, naturally, after you told me this mind melting things, if you guys are curious, go back and you can listen to, I'm not sure, it was the season 2, episode 1. But yeah, you hit me with a lot of really big stuff. And to be perfectly honest, because I didn't really know you very well, it's like, I don't know if I can believe in that really. And to kind of put you on the spot very politely, I was like, if any of this is true, like my wife's sitting here with me. Do you know like what type of background she comes from? And Dolly goes, Scandinavian. And her grandfather was Swedish. He was born in Sweden. And then the very next day, I get a call. It's a Monday, and it's Dolly, and she's kind of being inquisitive. She's asking about my father. She's like, "Is your father in his early 60s?" I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Salt, pepper." I'm like, "Yep." And she goes, "He's Indian, isn't he? Cherokee Indian?" I'm like, "Yeah." So I'm thinking to myself, my dad doesn't have a Facebook, but I don't know. Maybe she could have found that out somehow. And then she says, "He just saw a UFO, right?" And I was like, "No." So I was like, I think she might have made a mistake or something. And then I got off the phone with her and I called my sister. I'm driving to my parents' house. They're getting ready to move. And I go, "Tosh, you're not going to believe what just happened." She's like, "What?" I'm like, "Dolly had all this stuff right, but then she was saying that she was asking if Dad saw a UFO." And then she goes, "He did." And I felt like I got hit in the chest with a sledgehammer. Like, "What do you mean? Like, I have a podcast on the subject. Why wouldn't he have called me?" So I get there and I was like, "Dude, did you recently see a UFO?" He's like, "Yeah, on Thursday." And I'm like, "Why wouldn't you tell me that?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm really busy with a move." And he goes, here's the video. And it was 3 orbs, all like going in very strange. Looked like they were enormous. And in the video, he's like, "What the is that?" And he caught, a couple pictures, but I just think it's odd that in 63 years, I mean, he had something happen when he was really young, but where basically lights came down from the sky, and then he said he fell asleep when he was like 6. But so yeah, 57 years go by with him never claiming to see anything, and then he doesn't tell me, and then on a Monday, less than a week later, of course, Dolly calls me and asks if he had. And to me, that was like, okay, I can't deny this anymore. She knew about my my dad's sighting before I did. I just thought that was incredible.
I'll give you a cool Dolly one. So for those that don't know, my knee, I just had a ruptured patella tendon, right? So there's 2 things. There's 2 things I want to say about that. I'm healing a lot faster than most. Every time I go to the doctor's like looking at me like I'm a freak of nature because he keeps on telling me it's biology. Okay. Just it takes a certain amount of time for your bones to heal a certain way. They told me I was going to be in crutches and a bunch of stuff for a couple of weeks. I'm on like week 5 and I'm already walking around the house getting ready to drive my car. So it's like, it doesn't make sense. Every time I go to physical therapy, I'm getting better. So there was this one instance where I wasn't doing so good. It was like the first week, I think it was the first or second physical therapy session I went to. I'm sitting down in the lobby of like the waiting room. My wife is to the left of me, and I'm highly intuitive. Like I know when subtle energy changes around me really fast. Like I pick it up fast, and I trust my intuition a lot more than most. Like I'm really good at knowing the difference between what my brain is telling me and what's happening
That's the
outside of my
secret to
aura.
it, trusting it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's the trust, right? So I'm sitting down in the lobby and I look to the right and everything around me. Now the way I see Dolly, because she decided to remote view me at that time, I see her physically sitting next to me in a chair, but I can't scream out loud that I can see
Yeah.
Dolly kind of halfway translucent in this chair. So I tell my wife, whisper, I go, I think Dolly's sitting next to me right now. So I'm just going to say something. And I turn to her and I go, hey, I'm about to go to physical therapy. And now, mind you, to anybody else that's watching me in public, I'm talking to the air, okay? But I can physically see her sitting there. And I'm like, okay, I might be crazy because I think my friend came to check up on me, but there's no way to really know for sure, right? So I go about my business, go to physical therapy, come home, and I'm just like, it's itching. I have to call Dolly. I just have to see if my friend went to come check up on me. So I give her a call and I'm like, hey, Dolly. She was like, oh, you're calling me because I checked up on you in physical therapy today? And I'm like, okay, okay, all right, fine. We both know how to remote view pretty well. I get it. All right. So yeah, Dolly's done that to me before too. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed. Okay.
That's one of the benefits of getting to know Dolly. She did it to me. Appeared in my room one day. Of course, I did it to her first, but
Yes, he did. Turnabout's very fair play. Yes. No kidding. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So Jake, I want to say this before you tell the story. When you see, Native people have totems or animal spirits that they have, and everybody has their own totem, and you wonder how they get them, or who knows, or the shaman sees it for them, or whatever, how that process is. One of the funny things about this is that ET can appear to you as anything they want, especially the fifth dimensional ones, okay? And they can show as an owl, they can show as a wolf or a bear or whatever. And they did it that way to keep them from losing their minds when they saw, because they did not want to be treated as deities, okay? Spirits is okay, a deity, no, okay? So you see owls, that is your totem, that is your spirit animal, okay? So every time you start to see that, you're being visited. That's what I keep trying to tell you. So I want to hear the story again. You tell the story.
So there's not been a whole lot. It's just incredibly ironic that it happened yesterday, because yesterday at this time I had no idea that I was going to be here today. But so my aunt died on Saturday.
Yeah.
She died very early in the morning. Yeah, she was 1/8 Cherokee Indian, and on my back porch. I'm building a fire, so keep that in mind too. There's smoke. There's no reason that an owl would want to be near smoke.
Right.
You know what I mean? It would probably try to avoid it.
They wouldn't. That's right.
And I'm recording another podcast that I do, and I was specifically talking about my Native American ancestors, or just how they were. And I'm working on a tool. The fire's kind of dulled down. It's more smoky than it is fire. And I look up to the stars, and the biggest owl I've ever seen. When I say directly over top of me, I mean directly over top of me. This was quite a bit higher than the one at the C5. The one at the C5 looked like it was like 20 feet above my head. But this one looked like it was like more like 40, 50, 55 feet. And it stayed in a perfectly straight line. And I just turned my head, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but I could have easily tracked it another 20, 30 yards. And it was like, it just disappeared. very odd. And I think it's ironic or strange that, you know, less than 24 hours went by after my Native American aunt passed away.
Yeah, that
But
was
yeah,
a visitation. That was spiritual,
that's
actually. They were in dimensional flux with you, and you got to
mm,
see them that way. Yeah, and they
yeah.
showed they
So
were honoring you. Yeah.
yeah, and the only owl that I've ever seen in this neighborhood. Keep in mind too, I'm an arborist, and I don't like to pay for dumping logs and brush. I just burn it all on my property. So I'm outside a lot, splitting wood. My wife one time, this is a true story, like less than 3 months ago, it was 3 in the morning, and I had a beer on the ground, and I'm sitting on a log, and I was asleep with my hand just like this. That's how often I'm outside. And in 11 years, I've never seen one single owl, not one in my neighborhood. And other than that one that I rehabbed, I caught, rehabbed it for 3 or 4 days, and then it finally flew away. That's the only time I've ever seen an owl in 11 years. And not to sound like it's a weird flex, but like I'm always outside. I mean,
Yeah.
probably 10 times more than your average person, I would assume. But like, but yeah, so that makes 3 owls that have directly flown over me, not near me, but directly over me in 4 months. The first time it was me and my friend.
Yeah. Next time it
Yeah.
happens, open your mind and hear the message.
Yeah. But yeah, the first time it
All
was
right.
me and my buddy on a kayak in broad daylight,
Yeah.
which is not
Yeah.
typical. The other was
Oh,
the
wow.
C5.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then last night. So
They always bring
All
a
right.
message. Open your mind next time and deliberately open your mind and hear the message. Okay?
oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Now, real quick, if you don't mind me, while I got everybody here now, I have a couple of stories that I've said, obviously, on the last show and stuff like that. That's in the documentary that I just want to plug real quick. I got a documentary coming out pretty soon called "Calling All Hybrids." It's going to be on Amazon Prime pretty soon. We're just in the last final stages of coloring and getting all that started. So I'll be more than happy to give everybody the official dates as soon as I get more information on that. But one of the things that I didn't speak about in my documentary, because I never really had, I've never heard anybody else talk about anything like this. It was always kind of like a weird thing for me, but I do remember something similar to what I assumed to be a piloting program that I would love to run by you guys if we have a little bit of time here, if you don't mind me explaining that part of it. All right. So I just remember being escorted into this, almost like it looked like a cave, but it was definitely made out of like some kind of rock structure. But in this I was being escorted by two grays, about a little bit shorter than my shoulder height. They wasn't holding me by my hands, but I'm always walking in between two of them. So it's like I was walking a little bit in front of these two grays walking behind me, but they were kind of leading me into this cave-like room that had a flat metallic panel on it, and it had a screen that was almost like at an angle, but angled down. So imagine a screen that came above your head if you were to sit down in a chair. The screen would angle above your head and kind of slant down in front of you. And I kind of sat down in front of this chair. And when I'm sitting in this chair, I'm in front of this panel, and there's three symbols, no buttons, no nothing, just a flat panel with one symbol on the left, one symbol on the right, one symbol in the middle. And I get this sense that I have to put my hands over these symbols. Now, my whole life, I used to tell people, is it just me, or can everybody feel the solid in the air? I used to say that to everybody, and they used to think I'm crazy. But when I move my hands through the air, for some reason, it feels like almost like I'm treading water, but not so dense. And when I feel from my palm, I can feel like 5 to 6 inches away from my palm all the time. Like this has always happened. And I used to tell people that, but I go over this panel with my palms. I do not touch the panel. And it lights up like an orange glow. It's almost the same color as the inside of a toaster, the coils of a toaster, the same color from the inside. And the minute my hands go over these symbols, there's visually something happens on the screen. So it started off where it was just like sky, couple of clouds, and then my hands are over the symbols, and I get the feeling, like I just know this intuitively, that I raise up my hand a little bit, I start moving to the left, I raise up my hand a little bit, start moving to the right. So whatever I do with my hands, the ship is, or whatever simulation I'm on, is kind of doing the same thing. And when I put both my hands in front of the symbol, like the front of the middle symbol, it goes straight up and stays stationary. And it would send me on little missions. Like I would get the sense in my head that I would have to look for a being and pick them up. And I would see like a scenario of like people destroying places in the corner and this little gray hiding behind a bush. And my job was to like find a way to get to the gray on this simulation platform.
Yeah.
I never remember leaving the chair. I only remember walking in, sitting down, and it turning on. And I don't remember anything beyond me trying to get the little gray. I don't remember the screen turning off. I don't remember if I picked up the gray. I just remember that if I put my hands over these symbols, they light up and I feel almost magnetically charged to it. And whatever I'm thinking, or whatever I'm thinking in my head, like I know I'm moving my hands, but I get the sense that it's more for me. The motions of the hands moving up and down is more for my human brain, but whatever I'm thinking is what the ship is really doing.
Yeah.
So that's my little take on something I never really said publicly, like out there. I've told my friends, I mentioned it to a couple of people, but I've never really said that. I've said like publicly. So I just wanted to put that out there and see if anybody has heard anything similar to that, or if you can tell me what that can be about. That would be amazing, because I
It's
don't
one
know.
of the first simulators I went on when I was training, and
Okay.
they're teaching you to wire up to an electromagnetic ball, and they give you the simulation of the ball on the screen. Okay, the energy in it, and they're trying to see if you can make the connection between your mind psychically, your hands, and on the ball, because the ball does need has a physical component to it, and it's easier for you to mentally drive the craft using your hands with this ball. And when I fly, I don't have three symbols anymore. I'm connecting to Tawada. Okay, we both meet inside the electromagnetic ball, and I am wired to it. You must have really good reflexes. Okay.
Great. The funniest story is somebody tried to hit me in the face with a tape when I was a kid. I must have been like 11. They threw a tape directly at my face, a video cassette tape, and I turned my head and just said, and caught it. Like, here you go.
Yeah.
And I've been doing that. I could do that like
Yeah, I
so
have unbelievable reflexes. I also have 20/10 vision. These are because I have an eyesight issue with I had cataracts real early. Imagine all the light that I took real young. And so I'm having a problem right now with focusing close up, but I can see a long way away. And I react, I mean, I react to everything. When I was learning to drive for the government, I was so good at it, they put me on a simulator, another simulator. How about that? And they said, we want to see how you react to this. We're building a program. Little did I know, way back then, this was for AI driving. Okay. And they put me into a situation where I was about to crash on something, and I reacted so quickly to it. I pulled the wheel off the table that they had it mounted onto with a clip, and they all laughed at me. They said, "Oh my God!" They couldn't believe I did that. But that's a simulator; it's a trainer. So you took the beginning of training. You might actually have some
piloting.
Yeah.
Well,
for a while, you know.
So what's funny is I remember being on board ship, and I had this well, I call it like a hospital gown. It looks like a hospital gown, but it's like it's made out of gauze.
Yes.
Well, it feels like it's made out of gauze and it's stuck to your skin. And I'm wearing this thing, and I guess they let me walk around the ship. Like there was nobody around me. They kind of was just like, stroll and do your thing, dude. And I just remember putting my hand across the hull of the ship, like just to feel the metal of it, and wherever I would put my hand, it would go translucent.
Oh, you got to go translucent. You're good. Okay.
So
I can make it light up or go translucent. Either one. Yeah.
So I was like, to me, I would assume that there would be some kind of way that I'm connected to that ship, because I'm having the thought in my head as I'm touching it. Damn, I would love to see where I'm at right now. Like if I could see outside. And then
Yeah.
as I'm thinking it and I'm touching the outside of this, I'm touching the inside of the ship. And sure enough, it just goes translucent. Wherever my hand is, I can see outside. And I noticed that I'm a couple of blocks away. They had like a turf farm, like where they grew the like the astroturf or whatever.
Yeah.
It was a lot of acres. And I was just floating like a couple of feet above the middle of that farm on a ship that must have been like cloaked or something. But I would just touch the outside of the ship. I was like, oh my God, I know where I am. This is crazy. So yeah, that's nuts. And every time since I've drove by, I used to drive by that location. I used to look at that area and be like, I was there, man. You can't tell me I wasn't there, man. I was there. So yeah, so I just wanted to know, is there any way for the ship to be attached to me DNA wise or mentally, for it to
Yes,
know that I
you're
wanted to see
psychically
outside of
connected to this craft. I'm wondering about something. See, one of the things that I have to deal with now, because I'm grounded right now, they're not here right now, physically not here. Okay, but they're coming back. And when they can, I'm going back with them. Okay. And you can say goodbye to Preston at that point. He's going with me. Okay. And we got a
I'm
job.
going too. I ain't saying goodbye to no one. I'm gonna say goodbye to Jake.
Yeah. I have to fly at that point. I'll be helping to bring people off the planet, because we're going to get to a point where it's not safe here anymore. Okay. And a lot of people, and this is one of my things that I've been looking for, is others like me who are trained to fly and hybrids. So I'm thinking you're a hybrid. Okay. And you've been trained to fly, and you're not ready to start doing it yet. You have another path to work right now. But when they come back, I got a feeling that one day you're just going to go, oh, yeah, okay. And the ship will show up, and you'll get on and you'll go, and you'll know what to do.
Well, I get this sense like deep down in my body. I keep on telling my wife, I'm like, look, when the time comes, I'm just gonna know location where I need to be and what I need to do. Until then, I'm just gonna do my job, which is trying to just get people enrolled into the thought process of knowing that our family are from the stars. Like it's just no way around it. So and it's funny that you say hybrid, because the first song that I did coming out of my meditation was calling all hybrids. Like I had this moment of realization when I was making a lot of gangster music, that I didn't really know vibrationally what I was doing. The tongue is very powerful. I mean, we all know we're casting spells with the words that we say, so we have to be careful vibrationally what we're doing to each other. So at the time that I was making this music, I wasn't really doing what I was supposed to be doing with my craft, with my gift of being able to communicate. So I'm in meditation and I just see this little white light in the distance of my mind's eye. And then all of a sudden, the white light comes rushing towards me, and I'm engulfed in this white light. And I feel like I'm being pulled out of my body. And all of a sudden, I'm in the middle of the galaxy. I'm in the universe, right? And I can see myself floating in the middle of everything. And then all of a sudden, I have this Kundalini, God brain type feeling where I can feel everything all at once at all times. Like I knew what it was like to be like a blade of grass, and at the same time knew what it was like to be like the left wing on a butterfly.
That's
So it
what
was
it's like. That's what
it's
it's like
weird.
when you join with the entity. That's what happens to me. I
So
become the entity, and I don't even need my eyes or my ears or anything anymore. I'm looking through him. And
so
I
yeah,
can see everything.
I ended up doing this. Like I had this moment of realization, and then all of a sudden I'm being pulled into this kitchen where
Yeah.
this dude and this lady are like fighting each other, and my song is playing in the background. Then I'm getting pulled
Wow.
above a car. I'm getting pulled like above a car, and there's a guy like getting ready to do drugs, like he's tying up his arm or he's rolling something. Like he's obviously getting ready to do some hard, heavy drugs in his car. And once again, my song is in the background. And then I get this vision of a pebble being dropped on one side of the ocean, and then on the other side of the ocean, a tidal wave destroying cities. And I automatically understood that what I was doing musically was inspiring people and like enhancing negativity in people, which was causing more damage. And the minute I came out of that, I knew instantly, like immediately, I couldn't curse in another record. I couldn't do any negative music. Like I knew automatically what I was doing was wrong. The first song I wrote coming out of meditation was Calling All Hybrids. And I just, and that started the path of the music that I make now. And what I find the most interesting about that is I told that to somebody else and they were like, whatever entity, whatever ETs, whatever beings that contracted you to do whatever work on this planet you decided to do at this time just had enough with what you was doing and was like, it's time for you to do the mission, my dude. And they put me through like this torture phase where they made me feel like when I was in that kitchen, I knew how it felt for that lady to get punched in the face, the same way I knew for that guy's fist to hurt on her face. And I knew what it was like for the arm to get tied up and the excitement of drugs getting ready to rush in my system and the nausea going through. It was like, I felt everything all the time. And I was being told like, dude, you're doing something that you're not seeing. And it's like, you're doing worse and you're so
So
good
glad
at
you shared that, Raphael, because this is a hugely important spiritual lesson that all the world needs to know, that our thoughts are things. And if you were to go out of your body, you would realize very quickly how powerful your thoughts are, because everything manifests instantly there. There's no barrier. It's the same here. And one guy I interviewed who had a near-death experience didn't really want to talk about going through the tunnel of light or meeting people on the other side. He had a life review. And he was not a great guy at that point. And he said when you go through a life review, you feel everything you did to other people, good and bad.
Yeah,
So
physically feel it in your body. Yeah.
He hurt a lot of people. And he said it wasn't just them he felt the people they hurt due to his actions. And there was a ripple out effect. So he suffered badly. I mean, he was basically in tears as he's telling me this. He says people need to understand that when they do bad, it affects everybody. And your story is a perfect example of how closely interconnected we all truly are.
Exactly.
And it's just amazing to me that you said it so beautifully and just giving that lesson, which is such a beautiful gift.
Thank you. Yeah, I do see it as a gift because it's funny because I'm doing all this negative music and it was just like, it wasn't doing nothing for me. Like in my body, spiritually, like I didn't listen to it and get excited or anything. But now the music I make, it enriches me. I get emails from people how much I changed their lives or how much they don't feel alone. Like I had a friend of mine that was like, yo, look, I don't even know what an insectoid is or a mantis or a palladian, but I know that beat is great and everything else you're saying is great. And then the minute I stopped listening to it, the first thing I did was research insectoids. And I was so fascinated with this world of ufology. And I'm like, wow, this dude was literally just not even caring about ufology yesterday. And now today he's like all
is
about
so much more powerful, and you will feel all of that. So all of that is rippling out. So it's a little, even something as simple as a smile.
Right.
One lady I talked to who had a near-death experience got to meet angels, and the angels were so proud of her because she got out of her car and helped this little lady cross the street. And all these other big things she had thought she had done, which were so great, they were like, no, that was really what you did. It's simple acts of human kindness that have huge effect on all of us.
Wow, that is so true, so true. Now the question is, do we have time for something else I would love to bring to you guys' attention?
Yeah, but wait, let's get to a few questions because I don't want to
do it. I would love that. I would love that. I got more. I could talk forever. You know me. I got more.
We'll bring you back if we have to, if we can. Actually, that would be actually awesome. But here's one for you, Jake, which is actually for Doc. I don't know why these comments are so big. I'm gonna have to figure that out.
This is probably coming from his show because it's talking to him. Yeah.
I mean, it's covering your guys' faces, and it's so rude. So I'm so sorry about that.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna figure that out. But here's a question for you, Jake, from JSTA86 Tube. And I don't know if you know of this, but he's asking, will you ask Dolly the question I asked you?
So I can only imagine who that might be. Um, I had a couple people reach out. If this is who I am thinking of, I believe he's an electrician. He reached out and he had listened to, I believe, the first one that we did on aliens, UFOs, and ghost stories. And but yeah, he essentially was concerned with what you did say, that you guys would possibly be coming and taking everybody out, and but if you were vibrating high enough, and maybe the people who aren't really trying to be kind might not get left, or they might get left
Okay, I'm going
behind.
to be very specific about that, okay?
Mm.
If you are part of the group that doesn't want anybody to go with ET and are planning to use ET against you, they ain't going anywhere, okay? They're stuck here. They're going to stay here. Too bad. Too late. Sorry. All right? We all recycle. It doesn't matter. They're not going to take them. They're not going to infect their societies with that thinking. But if you've woken up and you're looking for them and you really want to know what's going on, you want truth, you finally want to know the truth, and you're willing to walk off the slave train, which we are on here, no joking around. Don't worry about it. You will hear them, you will see them, you will go with them. And that might be, and this might hurt somebody's feelings, but if there's a guy and he's robbed everybody for the entirety of his life, and he's been a real shmoo, okay, but he still wants the truth, like he's waking up to it, he's gonna go, okay? It doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong or indifferent, none of that matters. But it does matter if you want the truth and you want to know the truth and you're waking up to the truth. That's what they're going to come for. And most welcome to get you the heck out of here, because you don't want to be here for what's coming. We have a micronova coming and it is going to be bad. Okay. So no, the only people who aren't going to go is if you're black-hearted wastes of skin, as ET puts it. Don't expect to get lifted out of here. They won't put you on board. You won't. They won't even see them here. That's the point. They will be totally oblivious to it.
All right, here's a question for you, Raphael, which is a quick question from Fun Talks TV. Have you heard the song Jericho by Aniko? A really good song related to transcending and ETs.
I haven't heard the song, but I will by tonight for sure. Thank you for the recommendation.
I want to hear that. Okay.
All right. Okay, let's just get through another few questions. Here is one from Lila. Retinal pigmentosa in relation to experiences, please. Any info? I can't tell you about retinal pigmentosa directly, but I can tell you that contactees, as a general rule, do have light sensitivity. And retinal after images and light sensitivity and all of these things are one of the most common sort of physiological reactions, particularly if you stare at a UFO that's super bright for a long time.
It'll right onto your retina. There's a scientific reason for this, and it happens to every single person on the planet. When you close your eyes at night and you see purple and red dots and swirlies and stuff like that, that's the easiest way to experience retinal pigmentosa. You've been looking at all kinds of light all during the day, and it's still shimmering on your retina, okay? And it's playing to the back of your eye, and you can still see it. But if you have the ability, if your DNA says, we're going to be real sensitive to this, then you're going to be one of those people who sees, like if you look at an image long enough and you close your eyes, you can see the entire image for a certain amount of time and actually pick things out of it. And it's almost like being like I am. I have a memory that's incredible, and it's visual as well as hearing. And that's how I perceive things. So a lot of contactees have that ability because we are there. And there's another one on this side. It's called you're afraid, you're photophobic. Too much light in your eye is like, oh my God, you're burning my brains out.
I have to speak to this because you're blowing my mind. If anybody watching the YouTube right now, they could see my face. Like I'm contorting my face right now. It's going crazy. So 2 things I want to speak to. Light completely destroys my eyes. I'm talking about if the light is too bright in my home, I can't do it. Another thing too, electrically, I affect the lights. So that's one thing that I have displayed in my documentary. I'm actually displaying how I turn street lights off when I want to. Like it's pretty easy. So That's another thing. So the fact that it affects my eyes is huge. And I'm talking about it gets painful. Like if it's too bright, I will feel pain behind my eyeballs. And
Yeah.
I never knew why, but it's a thing for sure. 100% is a thing. And I lost my other point, so I'm just going to pass it off. But the light thing really,
Yeah.
I
All
I didn't.
contactees, all of us that are picked on by them more than anybody else, we all have that in common with one another. ET is horrifically affected like that. That's why you see them wearing lenses on their eyes.
Well,
They can't
that's
go into this
exactly what I was told by Miss. I'm sorry to cut you off again, but that's exactly what I was told by Miss Denise Stoner. So before I knew what was happening to me and these grays was coming on, I would tell her, "Look, I never know when they're going to come in the room to get me, so I hide knives in my house. I put a knife in my bathroom. I put a knife in my kitchen. I put a knife everywhere, like just hidden weird, like underneath a cushion or something. So if they get me in the living room, I can reach for a knife." And when I told her that, she laughed, just like Dolly just did. She was like, number one, you won't be able to use it against them because they'll know. And number two, they're just hide flashlights because the little grays hate when you shine lights in their eyes.
Yes, yes,
And
I can't
that's
stand
when
it.
I noticed that they have film, those black dark eyes that you're looking at. There's
Our
actually an
lenses,
eyeball or something
right.
behind that's moving around.
I
And if
actually
they
wear
come
lenses when I'm
yeah.
flying. Yeah, I
Yeah,
wear
if you
lenses.
come close
Have
enough,
to.
if they come close enough to your face, you can actually see the movement behind the lens. And I thought that was another super cool thing because a lot of people just describe these grays with black eyes, but
Yeah.
I've seen, beings that some would consider grays with the pupils and stuff. So it's like it was aboard on ship, but it wasn't
Yeah.
physically here. So it's like it's and they were more hybrid as well, but for sure, not all of them need to wear the lenses unless they're like in this light spectrum, it looks like. So
Yeah, they
yeah.
all see an ultraviolet light. I'm going to describe the way we don't see an ultraviolet light. The spectrum is broken in our eyes by our lenses, by our corneas. I'll give you, for instance, Picasso had cataracts, and they removed the cataracts, the lenses in his eyes. Well, they didn't have the technology to put it back on, and that's why all of his stuff went to blue and yellow and white. Different colors of blue and yellow and white. That's all he could see. He could only see ultraviolet light. Okay. I have 4 color rods in my eyes. And when you take the lenses out of my eyes, well, I already see ultraviolet light anyway, more than most people. I have that in my palette with 4 rods operating in my eyes. But when the lenses come out, I mean, everything turns perfectly ultraviolet, and I see things light up like you would not believe. And it is painful. I had to have cataract surgery when I was in my late 30s, early 40s, because I had seen so much light in my lifetime that it affected them that rapidly. I used to be a lifeguard when I was younger, and I stupidly didn't wear sunglasses, and it got me. Okay. I know better now. Preston will tell you I don't leave the house without the darkest glasses I can put on my face. Period. Okay, because I want all the lights out in the house. It's like turn them off. I can't take it. I see auras, white auras and stuff like that, and it's crazy. Yeah, ET's got a real problem with that. And here's the other thing I want to make a point of. Don't do it to anybody. If you see an object in the sky, turn off the laser lights. Okay, it blinds us.
Sorry.
Okay? It
I do see
blinds us.
fives. I do see fives
You
all the
see that
time with the little
whoop go
laser.
across your face and you go, what are you doing? Stop it. Okay. Do not point it at the craft. Circle the craft with it. That's great. We can see you moving it around us, but do not aim it on
Sorry.
our
I'm
eyes.
just gonna say sorry, Dolly, because it was me. All right. I apologize.
All right, I have a couple of more questions. I'm just going to flash this one up and let you guys think about it for a second and then put up another. But here's a question for both of you, Jake and Raphael. What's your favorite story? And I'll ruminate on that for a second while I ask this other question from John P. Adventures, who says, Dolly, do you know of a mothership, Fiery Orange? I'm Luanda in Luanda in the 1970s. Parents of my friends saw it on the beach in Africa. Yeah, fiery orange is a common color, I will say.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you could call them motherships because you can't conceive of anything being bigger than what you're looking at. But that craft was probably 350 feet in diameter, and or 278 feet in diameter. There's two sizes that come in that can come down. And yes, they're the light that they have, the big light on the right side of the craft facing you, is so bright that's all you see, and it's a giant orange light. Now, sometimes because you were there, there are certain chemicals in our air that cause those lights to change color, especially when they're coming into in atmosphere. They'll change from white to blue to orange to green to red to yellow. They'll do all kinds of stuff, and it's because the plasma that they're burning in the air is changing that plasma's colors. Sort of like you have those lights that have cathode tubes in them, and they have different colors because you're putting different chemical components in them, different gases and stuff like that. That's what happens to them. They're coming down and their plasma array will change color, but they can make that orange light anytime they want, and they usually do. And it's to keep you seeing them and not anybody else. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to go back to this question from Bournonville for both of you, Jake and Raphael. Either of you can go first. But what's your favorite story? What's your favorite?
I'll let you go first, Jake, but I just got a quick question. Is it a favorite story in regards to ufology, or is it a favorite story in general?
Anything.
That's up to you.
All right, cool. All right, cool.
I'll specify it.
I'll throw mine out.
I'll let you go, Jake. Yeah, I'll let you go.
So, I mean, other than there's a couple, like my buddy from Wyoming, that's probably number one, but he's not going to go public, and I don't blame him. But for somebody who is public, I'd probably say Chris Bledsoe's story. Are you guys familiar with Chris Bledsoe, UFO of God?
I'm sure, yeah.
To me, that's incredibly fascinating, and his interpretation of the whole thing is really interesting to me.
Yeah, I love that he was cured of Crohn's disease, which he suffered for such a very long time.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Wow. Yeah, I've heard his story as well. I think it is a very, very amazing story. I think I'm gonna have to go with the old classic because I love movies, and there was a movie about it. So I'm gonna have to go with Fire in the Sky, Travis Walton. I saw the movie at first. When I first saw the movie, I didn't really resonate too much with what the ETs was doing on board ship. I kind of knew that was a little bit more for, like, sell tickets and stuff like that.
That did not happen.
Totally Hollywood.
When you hear Travis Walton's actual story and you like kind of compare the truth with the movie and you kind of take away all the extra Hollywood stuff, I just think it's just one of the most fascinating stories I've ever heard as far as
I was
Fire.
so
I just love it.
Coming out and saying, no, they didn't portray it properly. And then he laid it out in lavender for everybody. And I was pleased with him for that.
Yeah, I always felt like in my heart that then the ETs are going to throw a sheet over your face and then scalpel your mouth open and do all the extra stuff. Like, that just didn't feel right to me. But other than that, the story about you know how everybody was able to see the incident, how it happened in the woods, how they knocked him down, how he wasn't found for a couple of days. Then I don't know. It was just super amazing. Just all of it. I mean, when I'm taken, luckily they come back, they put me in my bedroom. You know what I mean? They put me right back to sleep, wake up in the morning. But yeah, I couldn't even imagine my family thinking I'm gone for 5-6 days and then reappearing. So I just think that's amazing.
It's a great answer.
Yeah, I've got too many stories to pick a favorite, but in my recent book, Humanoids and High Strangeness, there's one chapter, which I'm going to put on one of these YouTube episodes I do one of these days, is called Peter and the UFOs. Man, oh man, that story of this kid who, with his friend, were trying to learn astral travel, but ended up hooking up with this contactee or perhaps an ET in disguise. I don't know. It's a very long, complicated story. But I'm just giving a teaser there about my book. But man, oh man, that one, each time I think of it, I'll present it on my YouTube channel at some point. But I love that one.
That sounds amazing.
Is Dolly's, I have to say. It really is.
Yeah, I know. I don't have a favorite story because it would be too hard to choose. The one that comes the closest for me is when I was on board and a doctor was brought up just at the moment before he passed away, and they honored him. I was on the floor crying my guts out over that. I mean, I was trying to hold it together, and then after he left, I was like, I couldn't even be consoled. It was the most incredible moment of my life. So in a weird kind of way, that's my favorite. So
All right.
Awesome.
Well, Raphael,
Awesome.
I know you have some more to say, but I just want to bring up a few comments here.
Yeah, no, of course.
Anastasia says, Dolly, don't forget me. Please visit my house in Connecticut and my family. Don't worry, Anastasia. There's a lot of comments going on in chat about, what
Yeah.
about me? What qualifications? As long as you're a good person, develop your psychic abilities, reach out to the ETs. They do know about you. They're watching all over all of us. So
yeah.
don't worry, live your best life.
Yeah, ET looks at it this way. We've been denied using our abilities for a long time, and we've been mind slaves for a long time. And so it is natural for them to understand that we've acted a little crazy, okay, and done a lot of crazy stuff. That doesn't make you a bad person. What makes you a bad person is to deny the people that right. Our autonomy belongs to us. ET is autonomous beings. They absolutely believe in this. And if you believe in this, if in your heart you know you want to be free and you want to know the truth and you want to wake up, go for it, do whatever it takes. You'll go in 5 seconds. It doesn't matter what happened while you were here. A lot of us have who are awake and understand and have come to a certain amount of wisdom are responsible. Okay. But that's a different level of understanding, and y'all don't worry about it. The only ones who aren't going are the evil-hearted. Okay, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to bring up this one last comment because I think a lot of people are feeling this. And this is from Fun Talks TV, who says, I'm listening to you guys and I feel this sadness that I don't have any experiences in my life from ET when I really want it to happen. Little sad face. Oh, don't be sad. I think there's a lot of homesickness going on Earth, just living in the third dimension. We're here for a very short time. It's we came here to learn all sorts of things and have this wonderful adventure. And it is difficult. But don't feel sad. ETs are watching over us. Contact will come. It happens to all people at some level.
Yeah.
And some people's life.
Yeah. We're flocking together. Don't worry about it. Because you haven't been using these abilities doesn't make you not a bird. You are a bird. You're all part of us. And you see this opportunity happening and coming and awakening, and you're like, hey, I'm part of this, right? And yeah, you are. You're absolutely part of this. So don't worry. Okay.
Okay, so now we have still a good 10 minutes before we have to close this show up. Or no, 15. So we're still good. All right, Raphael.
So I got a quick question. I wanted to bring something up that I also haven't told, but it's close to my heart. So when I was younger, I lived in Puerto Rico for a small period of time. My mom's also an experiencer. She doesn't speak about it as much, and she's only told me about one experience she's had as a child, not an ET, just with a ship. But I just remember there was a little small part in my childhood in which I would be taken out of class from time to time, and there was another part in my childhood. Have you guys ever heard of the Arecibo satellite? It was the biggest satellite ever at one point on the planet, and it was in Puerto Rico. And it was in Puerto Rico. So I just remember being taken there a couple of times, being taken behind like a back entrance, like where there was like a gate, and they opened, it said no trespassing. They brought me in. I don't remember too much, but I remember being brought into this room somewhere in that satellite's location. And I was sat with 2 other kids in like almost like a triangle formation. And our job would be to like interpret what we was thinking and like write it down. For some reason, I always had this idea that they wanted to see if we was communicating with something, and they enhanced the experience that I don't know how to explain it, but like the abilities that we have telepathically with the satellite. And I was just wondering, have you guys ever heard of any programs done with kids to where they use, because I've been intuitive my whole life. And my mom used to tell me things like, you used to go to a summer camp for like 2 weeks at a time when they used to pay us for you to go. And I've never heard of a summer camp where the parents got paid for the kid to go to summer camp. Yeah. So it's like, it didn't add up. So I never really talk about it because it's uncomfortable, to be honest. And I don't have too many memories that kind of really fragmented, but it would be like me being in this me being in this Jeep and then taken into like the satellites area behind the gate. And then I won't remember anything. Then all of a sudden I'm saying Indian style with other kids in like a room. And then all of a sudden they're trying to get me to like interpret what I'm thinking mentally on paper and explain to them what I'm thinking. And I just kept on feeling like maybe they were using me to like interrogate other extra. I don't know. It's just
No,
weird. It was just
they were looking for you. They were singling you out because they knew that you probably had abilities, and it's lucky that you didn't get completely sucked in because that's an MK Ultra program. And yes, it exists. And the one I was in Miami, once the Air Force Base, my father got me out of it and told them leave me alone. Okay, so yeah, that's MK
okay.
Ultra.
Okay, so another thing I want to speak to the MK Ultra. I remember this part, and I don't like speaking about this as well, but it feels like head to skull voice technology. So what ended up happening was I was taking a shower one day, and then out of nowhere, it sounds crazy, so it's hard for me to say this, but out of nowhere, there's like a legit conversation happening in my mind with these three gentlemen. And it's like a conversation, like I say we turn the nozzle up a little bit or yada yada yada. And then I can hear one of the people in this conversation goes, oh, like the S word, oh snap, oh S word, oh S word, oh I think he can hear us. Turn it off, turn it off, turn it off, and then it turn, and then all of a sudden the signal goes out.
You need to go to
And
bed
I
at
don't
night with no Wi-Fi on, no technology on. Turn all your phones off, fair damn. Get everything turned off. No more.
Okay.
Don't do it because they do have the ability to psychically connect with everybody now. And because you're awake and you are psychic, you can hear that happening, and they just wised up to you for that. They have a neural network. Don't doubt it. It's working. It's advancing, and they're even talking about it on the History Channel. It came out the other day. I saw it. I was like, oh my God, look, Preston, there it is. This is happening. They can talk to you. Do not, and when you're using your phone and you're done using your phone, Faraday.
the double echoes on the phone. It's like the minute I get on the phone, it only takes a couple of seconds before I hear like a little click, and then there's a double echo, and then
Yeah.
that happens a lot too.
Don't let them in your house at night. You need the freedom to be able to do what you need to do at night. Turn it all off, all of it.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you for that, because I it's hard for me to say things like that, because the minute I used to say that to like a family member, they'd be like, "Dude, you're crazy." It's like, stop it.
They're
So yeah.
hypnotizing people without them even knowing it. That's why groups become violent suddenly, and all this other kind of junk is going on. They turn people against one another with it, and they don't. You say it to them, and you go, "Oh no! Oh yes, it's happening. It really is." Okay.
Well, there you go. I've said
one.
a lot of stuff that I haven't said. I just want to say this before you say anything, Jake. I said a lot of stuff on this podcast that I haven't said anywhere else. So I just want to say thank you for letting me get that out and helping me kind of piece these puzzles together. But Jakey, eggs and bakey is on you, my brother.
No, so I got one. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I can't really talk about. Or I mean, I can if I'm extremely vague to other people in my family. So I mean, there's one that I ran by Kathleen Martin, which is of course the niece of Betty Hill from Betty and Barney Hill.
Right.
And to her, it was blatantly obvious, and it is to me too, really. But like, I'll say it this way: there's a young man within our family who, he kind of came over and he's like, "Oh, it's pretty cool you're doing this podcast about this subject." And I was trying to pick his brain a little bit, like, "What do you think you've ever had anything odd?" And he told me, he's like, "Well, I remember a couple times waking up and there was this thing in my room." And I was like, "Describe it to me." And I drew it. It looked like a typical gray, like almost exactly. And I'm not saying, that's an alien. Like I'm just letting him talk. And he goes, "Yeah, dream I had. They were trying to get me and my sister to go into a blimp, and I didn't want to, and I was trying to fight him off." And then he said, "And I was inside the blimp, and he said, but they wouldn't let us in the big part. We just had to stay in this part for a while, and then after a while they let us in." And I mean, there's a lot more other things I'm not mentioning, but I mean, to me, that's, a lot of experience seems to be generational, right? Familial. it just they follow like a family line for some reason. And
For sure.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I've had it all written down, like kind of the sketch, what he said. There's so much more I'm leaving out, but to me, I mean, I can't even think of a more obvious screen image, really. A big blimp. I mean, who has a dream that somebody in a big blimp is gonna try to get them to go inside of it? You know, I mean, yeah. There's also another member of my family. I'll say it briefly, but she's had multiple experiences with mantis beings, baby presentations while they're there, which I've had also, of course. Um, she has, you know, the classic. I've had this one, but I never really thought too much about it. But she's had dreams of, you know, the dream where there's hundreds of ships in the sky, or you know, just one really
Right.
big one kind of over the house.
Yeah.
But one really odd one that she's mentioned quite a few times is, it almost kind of sounds like a MyLab. But she said that she's had like almost like a catastrophe's happening, and then there's people. I can't remember, just coming down on ropes, which would sound military, but you know, have you ever heard of that? Like some sort of
I've seen just about everything. I've had
Different
downloads,
forms, yeah.
images, conversations, things like that. Okay. And what I want to tell you is this: we are now in a time where a false flag has already begun. It is upon everybody on this planet, and you are being bombarded with images and thoughts and ideas that are directing you in one direction, and that would be that it is coming to kill you, eat you, whatever. Okay. And depending on how together you are, how healed you are in your understanding of things, how psychic you are, you're either going to flat out become prey of it or not. And I suggest to everybody in from here who can hear my voice, y'all need to think deeply about what's going on around you and consider everything that's happening and put a critical eye on it, a stink eye on it if you have to. Don't believe everything right out the gate. Reasonably deduct, cognitively think it through. I know there's not a lot of science going around in everybody's education and stuff like that, but I'm telling you, ETs are not here. They cannot be here. We are in the middle of a giant electromagnetic field that is light years across, and they cannot be here. They are not here. So, what else is here? Here is here. And we've back engineered enough for it to frighten the hell out of you. Don't be frightened. Just think it through. Okay?
I mean,
Unfortunately, guys,
yeah.
we're at the top of the hour, so we're really going to have to close it down now. But I want to give you each 1 minute to, you know, pump your podcast or whatever information you would like. So whichever you want to go first.
I'm just gonna be quick and say, you know, instead of pumping the podcast or anything like that, I'm gonna pump peace, love, and light. I think that's one of the things that we all need to focus on. And I'm gonna spend this minute to say that I love everybody watching right now, and I know for a fact that love is going to carry us out of anything. So instead of promoting or doing anything wacky like that, just want to say I love you and spread some more of that good love.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll advertise your podcast. I'm calling all hybrids. Watch you guys.
Awesome. I'm excited about it. Okay, Jake.
All right, Jake.
Yeah, I would piggyback on that. I mean, you know, be strong in love, right? I mean, that's really what I sincerely believe that we're supposed to be doing here. I think especially men, a lot of young men my age, they just don't know how to receive love. They don't know how to express love. You know, they think it's strange to tell their buddies like, "Hey, buddy, I love you." Like, you need to
I love
express
you,
love.
man.
You need to, yeah, love you too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's really important. And then for a shameless plug, I mean, you know, it's just aliens, UFOs, ghost stories, and I try to do a good job of just getting out of the way and let people share their stories so myself and our listeners can learn. So that's all.
That's cool. Preston?
Yeah, I'd love with just love. Live without fear. Have fun, as I like to always say at the end of my YouTube channel. And remember that we ourselves are unlimited in our power. But yeah, we do have to end the show. So
Yep.
really
I'm looking at the time. I got less than a minute. So, okay, here we go. This is the last thing I'm going to say today before I sign this out. And this is directly from Talata. It says, be strong in love. Love is what carries through. Love is what heals. Love is the strength of life. Love has no limit. Therefore, let love become who you are. Let love evolve to its fruition. Let the light that is love burn bright. Let its wisdom guide you to higher understanding and its power move you to teach its power to others. Love. Okay, we are the Light Gate. I hope you all had a good time with us. We will see you next Monday night at 9:10 p.m. We're coming to you live from the beautiful city of New Orleans at the United Public Radio Network at 107.7 FM and the UFO Paranormal Radio Network at 105.3 FM. We love you, Roku. We love you, Facebook, all our other YouTube, all of y'all. Night, night.
Love
Love you
you.
guys. See ya.
Welcome to Horsefly Chronicles Radio with Julia and Philip Siracusa. Sponsored by Carnation. Airing live on United Public Radio Network on 105.3 and 107.7 FM in New Orleans. This show's opening has been produced, edited, narrated by Gwen Luckett at gluckett.com.
Everyone, and welcome to Horsefly Chronicles Radio with myself, Julia Siracusa, and Phil Siracusa. We are broadcasting live from the United Public Radio Network on 105.3 FM and 107.7 FM from New Orleans. We're fully sponsored by Carnation, so we want to thank them for their sponsorship. We love them. You'll have to do a few things in order to participate in chat. Go to our YouTube page, UFO Paranormal Radio. Go to all the Facebook stations, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, UFO Undercover with Joe Montaldo, News on the Flip Side, SoundCloud, Podbeam, Twitch. You can jump into our group, Horsefly Chronicles Radio, on Facebook. And tonight, guys, we're having a couple of technical difficulties. So Phil is here with me. You can't see him, but he's here. Say hi, Phil.
I'm the invisible man.
He's the invisible man. This is going to be so cool. So please, guys, welcome to the show. Another amazing guest, paranormal investigator and horror author John Ward. He began investigating the paranormal decades ago. He's filmed 2 documentaries and written 4 books in his middle grade horror series, Scareville, in which he has brought back the excitement to the reader in the books that he grew up reading. You can find all of his books on Amazon.com. So let's welcome him to the show. Yay!
Welcome.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Is that a Christmas hat you have?
Yes.
There?
It's a Christmas hat, baby. Tis the season.
Tis the season. Yeah, the season is here, right?
Almost.
You know, Scareville.
Phil, I have to tell you that these books. Now you remember.
Why does that sound familiar to me?
Okay. Do you remember Goosebumps?
Right.
Well, his books are very similar. It's like it's geared to young kids, right? But adults love it too. Remember
I
we
heard
used
of
to love.
Scareville. Yeah.
We loved Goosebumps. That kind of like it really reminds me of that. Which brings me to the first question. Tell us a little bit about how you got started and what books did you enjoy reading as a child that inspired you to write these books?
Yeah, so great question. So I got started last fall. I was always told, well, let me backtrack a little bit. I was always told I was a good writer as a kid. But as you grow up, you're always told you need to, get a job or there's no, like, pursue your passions like you do one or the other. So as I graduated high school, I kind of drifted away from writing for the past time. And anyways, long story short, I bounced from different job to different job. And last fall, I was racking my brain. I always loved horror. And I was at a park here in Ohio. It's called Super Park. And thinking, like, what can I do to get in the horror industry? And I turned around and there was a library up on the hill. And I had that light bulb. I'm going to write books. I was always told I was good at it. And what kind, right? So I thought, where did I kind of get an obsession as a kid? And it was reading Goosebumps, right? So I thought, I should write middle grade horror, similar to that. And immediately the floodgates opened, and I got really excited to start brainstorming a bunch of ideas, and immediately got so that's kind of where I got the idea for everything, and all these different ideas just popped in my head, and was eager to really get going.
Awesome.
Wow. I mean, so, like, I don't even know where to begin with this. I think it's a great idea that you're bringing these books to the young readers too, because it's so important for them to, like, now in our generation, to, like, really, understand how amazing those books were, and I think they're so similar.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I got started with it. Obviously, I wanted to bring back the kind of exciting stories for kids to read. But inherently with adults that grew up reading Goosebumps got excited about this as well, and it kind of provides nostalgia for adult readers while providing for younger readers too. So it's exciting.
Now, I asked you this question before. Have you ever thought about, like, what it would be like if these books actually made it to the movies? Like, what if someone approached you about that?
I would love it. Just be able to be behind the scenes and see what goes into that would be really cool. But I've had a lot of people reach out and say that the books would make a really good TV series or movie. Yeah, obviously I know it's going to grow exponentially for that to become a thing, but yeah, I mean, I've had people tell me that these would make a great film. So I'm hoping one day we get that.
Yeah. Now, you've done documentaries too. Are the documentaries? What are the documentaries that you've done?
Yeah. So obviously I've been doing paranormal investigating for a while now, but I started up a group called Dead Republic Paranormal. We're kind of defunct at this point, but we did two documentaries. I think our last one was a few years ago. But we did one documentary at Wildwood Sanitarium that was called Sleepless in Salamanca. So we did we like to do play on words with our titles, I guess. Sleepless in Salamanca. And then we did a second one at Wilson Castle from Vermont, and it was called Goodwill Haunting and something. Cheesy name, but they're a lot of fun.
Oh, wow. Have you what have you investigated? What kind of locations?
I've been all over the place. Being from Ohio, Ohio gets a lot of bad rap on the internet. Like, if there's one thing as a paranormal investigator, we have an abundance of locations here. I've been to the Ohio State Reformatory, Madison Seminary, Fairfield County Infirmary. I mean, we have tons of. I've been to Indiana, Ohio, New York, Vermont, all around really.
So tell us a ghost story about one of your investigations. Like, you got started, you went by yourself with a team. Like, walk us through, like, one of your ghost stories.
Yeah, I can give you guys one. It was actually in the Monroe House in Hartford City, Indiana. Have you guys ever been there?
What's it called?
Monroe House.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have been there?
Okay. No, I haven't been there. I heard of it.
Okay. Well, Monroe House is notoriously called the Demon House. I don't know if I'd buy that or not. If there ever was a demon location, I would say that place might have one. This was my second time being there, and it was with pretty much everybody from Denver Public. It wasn't like a documentary, we were doing an investigation. And we were doing a live feed, and I got influenced by something, and I blacked out. I cussed out some older lady that was commenting on the video. I don't remember ever happening. And then they dragged me out of the house. What was really weird about that night, like right before that happened, I had a water dropper hit my neck. Take that for what you will. I don't know. There's some correspondence with water and but we also had a situation where when we were in the house, it sounded like it was raining outside. And we go outside, and there's millions of bugs flying into this house, just flying directly at me. Ants crawling all around the patio on the back. And me being those, I probably could have got shot. Walked over to some neighbors' houses to see. There was no bugs. No bugs flying around their houses. It was all focused in on the Monroe house. And I know, a lot of cases that that could be a demonic presence. I don't know. But that was a really intense night. For me, the scariest thing with paranormal is blackout. Being influenced by something or what have you. I've had different sightings and stuff. Me, blackout and can't remember things you don't remember. That's the scariest thing for me.
Wow, that's creepy.
Yeah.
That is definitely.
That was probably like my next question. What was like the most intense case that you've worked on or been to? I guess that would probably be it.
Yep, that would definitely be one of them. Madison Seminary is another one. Have you guys been to Madison Seminary yet?
No.
You guys gotta come down to Ohio. Madison Seminary is awesome. So they have a section in the attic called the asylum. It was actually for short time use for that. And Adam Kimmel, the owner, had brought in some kind of surgery table or something. And I was investigating. And they have like the windows. I don't want to say take off. They have like cardboard in front of them, but you can still see get some ambient light through them. And I was looking at the one room that had this operating table. And I don't normally tell this story because it sounds like it's straight out of the movie. This really happened. And I'm staring in there. And as I was staring there longer, you know how you can kind of make out the shapes and the room and like your eyes adjust. But around the medical table, you see these long gray fingers just wrap around the sides of the table, and a black smoky head rise up from behind them. And that was probably the most scariest scene on an investigation. I left the facility immediately after that.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's some creepy things out there, right?
Yep, 100%.
Really creepy. There we go. We need both of us in there. Jim Brickleson, major echo. Oh, Jim. I used to work with Jim.
I know it's an echo. We apologize for tonight's show, and we're having a lot of issues tonight.
That's all right. We're going to get through this somehow.
We will.
Houston, we have a problem.
we will do it.
I used to work with Jim.
I know. I remember.
Knocking on doors. Jim Brickle, we have to go for a calzone soon. Love calzones. Now that's where Ohio. You have to come out here to New York and get a calzone.
I would definitely do that. Let me try some. I'm going to try to join on my phone and see if that fixes the echo.
Yeah, you're echoing a little bit too.
But it's creepy too. Like some of these things you capture. I know you say demons and. Look, we just give them labels, right, based on religion.
Right.
Which, quite frankly, I roll my eyes sometimes because I don't even know what you're dealing with, what we're dealing with, what anybody's dealing with, right? Because some of these things aren't fazed by religion, and I don't know, but yet they do attack. Some of these entities do attack people, and that's a fact. Not every time, but I think that once it's provoked, I don't know. What's your thoughts on that? Like investigating, and have you ever been scratched or slapped or pushed?
During an investigation, no. But I have run into a situation before I was an investigator where I did get screwed. And at that time, I was not a believer in paranormal. So I was a hardened skeptic, but there was one time where my now wife, she's my girlfriend at the time, she was back home in New York, and I was back in Ohio by myself. And I woke up and I had scratches on my back, three claw marks. So obviously caused that to happen. And I didn't even realize it until the next day. I was working manufacturing at the time, and it was really hot. And I was sweating. I was burning on my back, and I found out I had scratches. That's not something that's going to attack, unless you include like where they cause the blackout and that sort of thing.
You know, I was watching the Dead Files yesterday. I like the show with Steve DeShavi. I like it. Some of the stuff is out there in left field. I mean, this one guy claims that a 200-pound dresser was lifted and thrown at him by a spirit. Now, look, I'll tell you straight out.
It's a lot of energy.
Do I believe in ghosts and all that stuff? Of course I do. Do I believe they can lift a 200-pound dresser? I have a hard time with that one. What's your thoughts?
Right.
I mean, that means just lift the back of my car when I got to change a tire when you're at it. I mean, if you're going to show me that you can lift a dresser, I need some help around the house. I need cinder blocks lifted up. I need concrete work done. So let's put it to work. Let's put it to a test.
Oh, no.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Well, we lost.
The ghost took them away.
We lost our
They just
guest.
they get mad at me now.
Phil, you've like, well, we're gonna make this fun tonight. I mean,
But how do you lift a 200-pound dresser?
it takes a lot of energy to do that.
I don't know if I believe it. No, I know a ghost can scratch you. I know that there's things like that can happen.
Yes.
But 200 pounds? What are they going to go to the gym and start bench pressing?
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Still echoing a little bit. I don't know how to fix it. I thought that was my fix, but
Hey guys, Connor Biddle. He says, John.
Hi, Connor.
All right, Connor Biddle. We're talking about how a ghost on the Dead Files, and I watched the episode, is one of the recent ones when they stopped filming, I guess. I don't know. Lift a 200-pound dresser. I'm having a hard time. Someone help me out with this one.
Yeah. We've had Connor on our show.
Yeah. Great guy. How do you lift a 200? Do you have an explanation for that? Because I don't.
not 200 pounds. I did have a situation though. This was at the same time when I was accepted. And I was living in that roommate Sean, where he had a lizard up in his bedroom. His bedroom was a lot. It was an open bedroom above my bed. But this was at a time where I was still kind of like 50-50 on things, and I was in the apartment all by myself. And I'm going to go get a movie to watch, and I heard a loud bang in his bedroom. So I call him. At this point, he's like, he's like, you know what? Hey, Bob, that's the name of him around. And I was scared to go up there. He's like, well, you just go up there and make sure my pet lizards are okay. So I'm like, yeah, I'll fine. I reluctantly go upstairs, and somehow, this was in the middle of winter, too. This was December. We didn't have windows open, no air drafts. But somehow a picture had fallen off of his wall, flew about 15 feet to the right and shattered on the floor. And then his pet lizard cage had like a heat lamp on top of it. And somehow that had flown off the top of the cage between two crossbars on his dresser, shattered on the floor as well. So that's one that that was like the one thing that finally turned me into a believer. Like, how science can't explain that one away, and I couldn't explain it.
Yeah.
And that was very creepy.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard of dressers like moving. Like we had a friend. She was actually in your book. Our friend Lori, and she did say that her dresser kind of like moved in her living room. So I've heard things like that, but to actually pick something up that heavy, it takes a lot of energy to do that.
100%.
It really does.
I'm alive and I don't have
I mean, that's probably a ghost that worked out a long time in the physical realm. I don't know, maybe they're still working on the other side.
I mean, it could. Yeah, they do have jobs over there, so it's possible.
I mean, are they ghosts with muscles? Is this what we're talking about? Is this what it's coming down to? Now we have new technology. They have ghosts with muscles. They have gyms over there too.
Got Arnold Schwarzenegger in the afterlife.
Oh, Connors is one of you guys. It's about the feedback.
Oh, I know. We're doing the best we can today, so we apologize.
Chrome is having a problem. It's not. It's kind of everywhere what I'm reading.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to do the best of it.
Make the best of it tonight. Yes. What about residential cases?
I've only ever done one residential case. I'm not a huge proponent on it, and the reason being, I've heard so many stories from other investigators where basically the homeowners just wanted to use them almost as like a form of entertainment for the night, where their house was an actual watch them dance around like right. So me, like case, I will typically ask the question, what are you looking to solve? Do you want to prove that your home is haunted, or like, what are you looking to get out of this? And if they come to me like, hey, we just want you to confirm if it is or isn't, based on your experience, then I'll typically go out for that. But if they're asking for me to rid their house of spirit, I'm not equipped. I'll let them know. I can always refer someone else. But I've done one residential case down by Cincinnati in the suburbs, but we believe he was on Native American land, and the spirits were angry because he was littering beer cans, all kinds of junk all over his yard, and it was haunted. But the spirits were angry because he was not respecting them. That's kind of what we get.
That sounds like a familiar story.
Well, what's interesting, and he said that the spirits get aggravated.
Yeah.
So that means there's emotions, right? And they have temper tantrums, and they do.
Yep.
They do. I mean,
you ever watch something on television? All of a sudden, the TV automatically changes.
Yes. I mean,
that happens a lot.
It happens here a lot.
I'm like, I wouldn't put that on. Well, who's watching this show? It's crazy, but
No, but you're right. Sometimes we'll come downstairs and like the weirdest things.
Or the TV just goes on by itself. Now, look, we all know that remotes can change channels in other rooms. I get all that, right? I could debunk everything night and day, but there's some things that you just want to put on television, and it's ironic because it's always the same things that are going back on those channels.
The cartoons.
Remember that?
The cartoons.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We've had that problem where we would wake up and cartoons would be on, and we do have grandchildren, but they don't live here, and there's just no way that anyone in our house would put that channel on. But every morning we'd wake up and the same cartoon was on. Remember that?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I have yet to found a ghost that could help me get the winning lottery numbers. So
I wish.
I mean, look, if you could bench 200 pounds and move dresses and all this other stuff, then help me with those little balls that turn on Friday night, that Mega Millions. It doesn't take much effort to do that. So, what's your thoughts on aliens?
I'm a believer in them. I don't know definitively that I've ever seen or experienced it, but listen, I mean, our galaxy is one of many galaxies, and there's stuff out there. Like I don't know if you guys watch. I'm not huge on like TikTok videos. I watch Rogan clips once in a while. He talks about like just the fact that like there's ancient civilizations, like pyramids were built by aliens, advanced technologies and stuff. Like it's all conspiracy theories, but it's interesting. But I would say I'm a believer. I don't know about you guys.
Oh, definitely a believer.
Yeah.
Definitely. And just because it ain't on the news, because the news is fake anyway. So, it's the real people like you, us, and other teams around the world that go out and do the investigations. Because everything on all your big news networks is fake. It's make-believe land. It's I'm gonna make you believe in all the stuff we're saying, and it's just a bunch of crap in my book.
I haven't watched the news in probably 16
Yeah,
or
it's
16
all
or years.
garbage. It's all garbage. I'm gonna have a politics show soon, so I can start going off on every one of these channels.
This is the
I really want to go off on every one of these
but
channels.
this is the network for that because it does focus on that. So
No, I know this is a paranormal show,
No,
but
but
I really want to go
just
off
saying
on
you
a
would be
show
good at
and
that.
destroy every one of these news stations. Like go after every one of them, and then all the figures in the government too. How they're all full of it too. But anyway, that's the dark side of me.
No, the closest
we
thing
are
I've
making this like an interesting, fun show
you ever
tonight.
seen that Elon Musk satellite thing that's looking through the sky?
Oh yeah.
Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, I think he's an alien myself.
He
I
might
really
be.
do.
Yeah, I thought it was
I really think he's part alien. That man, he's brilliant. He's brilliant, but he is definitely a weirdo.
For sure.
And I still don't trust his electric cars, but there's too many.
Electric car.
Too many horror stories.
That is scary. What's your favorite piece of equipment to use?
Oh yeah.
If you have
honestly, it's weird, right? Like I don't use a lot of different devices. I'm more on the divination end, right? I like using our bodies, our senses. My wife is a magician with dowsing rods. We've done things where she's been blindfolded and done tests like that. Like had really good experiences. I've used a Ouija board once. I know I've got it in the background. I've only used one once. It's a pretty intense. I know people say that it can be part of psyche. I don't know. But yeah, I would say more along the lines of divination would be kind of what I'm in it for more personal experience. Trying to prove this point.
Yeah, I think with Ouija boards, it's really about the intention.
Well, with everything you use is intent, right?
It's a board. Yep. It's a board. It's just like anything else. You can use a flashlight. There was this toy that we used to use. What was the name of it? That lit up. Like really the old school toy. It had colors all around it, and we would use that for investigations. Remember? What was the name of it? Someone has to know the name of it. Oh man.
Yeah, it's one of those things that. But
really
I know
cool.
the nanny cam's now picking up things.
Yes.
They're putting it all over the place.
Absolutely. It's the intention. It's
100%.
a board.
Do you have a friend here in chat, Darren Smith? Hey, it's John Ward. Hey, buddy.
Darren's a good friend of mine. You guys ever come to Ohio? You want to investigate there? He manages a location called the Old Licking County Jail.
Oh, he does?
Newark, Ohio. Yep. And really awesome jail to investigate, very active. And he does a great job. Darren's one of my good friends.
So he manages so we can go there and investigate?
Yep, absolutely.
And can we leave some kids behind? Do the jail cell still work?
I don't know that. That's a good question.
I might put it out there anyway. I mean, why not, right? Why not have an investigation and drop off a couple kids?
Well, the funny thing is, before we started the show, I was complaining about the kids, and
this is a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, we're so mean. We're really not that mean. We're actually really nice. It's just
no, we're not.
Stop
lying to the guy.
We're trying to make the best of like very technical bad,
Send Darren Smith a friend request.
Okay.
So we get to that jail.
Yes, I will.
A couple of people I want to throw behind bars too. I'll come there 100 years and investigate, see if they're still around.
He's not going to want us there after this.
Hey, what do you think about the SLS?
Oh, I love it. No one likes it.
I've actually only ever been in a situation where someone using it once. I thought it was interesting. I was at Springfield County Infirmary in Ohio, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with Carolyn Carter or not. But she was filming it near a staircase, and the figure appeared next to Marcus right after he said he was filming. So that was really intriguing. That's the only time I've ever actually experienced something with SLS. What about you guys?
I did have an experience. We had someone from Paranormal Challenge here years ago, And like I said, I like to debunk everything, right? Until you can't debunk, right? And then you got to say, wait a second. Now, science does not explain this one. And we seen this stick figure jump on the stereo speaker.
Yeah.
And the SLS was on a tripod, so nobody was moving it for any kind of motion. And boy, was that creepy. And I will tell you what, after it did that, things started to get dark in the home, where it's kind of like, okay, you're watching me now. Watch what else I can do. And it's interesting. It creates negative energy when you acknowledge so many of these things and dark shadows. It's weird how it all transcends into, you know what I'm doing. You're watching me now. I'm going to watch you through the veil too, and I'm going to show you some tricks.
Yeah, I mean,
But the best thing that I like that you really can't debunk at all, no matter who you are, is a digital recorder, not a spirit box.
yes.
Spirit boxes are a dime a dozen. K2 meters. I could use the cable remote to make it go on and off. But a digital recorder, and you hear somebody responding when you play it back, and no one else is in the room, no TVs, no cell phones. That you can't debunk. When you get an intelligent response from the other side, you know you're talking to Casper at that point.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I love
I
these
love
these
these
recorders.
recorders.
EVPs are always my
EVPs are always
favorite.
my favorite.
The only
The
issue
only
is
issue is
forever to
forever
review.
to review.
Wait, did you hear? I couldn't hear. Can you say that again?
Uh,
Uh,
let me
let
think.
me think.
I said I love
I love
using digital
using digital
recorders.
recorders.
The only
The
issue
only
is
issue is
takes forever
takes
to
forever
review
to
the
review
evidence.
the evidence.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, that's like the old DVR systems. The
Yep.
old DVRs were like, who wants to sit there for 20 hours and watch?
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't a big fan of the DVRs. I just not,
Yeah.
you don't really get anything either. That's quality. I think the digital recorder, it's cool when gadgets light up.
Right.
But then again, is it part of us and our energy? And you'll also have to watch the air conditioned vents and the heating vents, because they can make these things, the REM pod, light up. We've tested that theory as well. So and a cold draft will make it light up in certain situations. So
yeah,
it's real. Sometimes I say shut the power off, block the vents, and let's get the party started. And let's see what we really get. And turn your cell phones off too, by the way.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No, but what you said in the beginning, I think the best piece of evidence really is yourself. I mean, we can go in there and you don't have to be a medium. You don't have to be a psychic. You can go in there and you can, if it's haunted, I think you're going to feel it just by doing so many investigations and being a sensitive. I mean, we're all sensitives and you're going to feel it and you're going to know it. And
No, I agree. One theory
I
try to go by when I investigate is one that we go by in life, right? You want to be around people with high energy, high vibration. So, like me, when I'm investigating, I'm trying to bounce around and be a lot of energy, fun. That usually serves a lot of activity versus like I know a lot of people that sit around and wait for things to happen. I try to make things. If that makes sense.
yeah, makes sense. Yep.
Well, that's like when we had wrestling with ghosts come to the house.
Oh yeah.
And do an investigation. They had a lot of energy. They were fun, and they got responses.
Vinny Vineyard, do you know him? They're just they came here and they were just funny, down to earth, very cool. And you're right, they had the energy and they got a lot of evidence. You're right. So you're right about that.
It depends on the person investigating too, right?
It does.
Yep. If you get someone who's just dry in life and they're trying to investigate, good luck. It's like pulling one fish in the ocean and throwing on a cast.
Yep.
It's just boring and tedious, and I don't even know if you're going to get anything. So
I have a question. So, in some of these cases that you've maybe invested, well, we only did one residential, but in your opinion, would it take you more than a few hours to see what is going on in a home that's haunted? I mean, let's go back to the show on TV, 28 Days Haunted.
That was a good show.
It was a good show, and I really did like the idea, because to me, I think it definitely takes more than a couple of hours, even 6 hours, to investigate a residential case, or really any location. I mean, they're not on our time. They're not gonna, they're not going. You know where I'm going with this. So,
Yeah.
what's your opinion on that?
No, yeah, I 100% agree, and like that's what I tell people too, like that haven't investigated yet, and they're looking to get into it. It's like, hey, you've watched Ghost Adventures or Ghost Hunters, and you watch a 45-minute show, and they cram 5 or 6 days into 45 minutes. Well, really 25 minutes after the interviews, but yeah, it's not a constant thing. And sometimes you got to really dig to get the answer. And sometimes you make those connections quickly. Sometimes you can go and get nothing. So, when it comes to residential cases, the case we had, luckily we were able to connect pretty quickly and confirm that it was indeed haunted. Now, like I said, with me with residential, I've never been one to say like, hey, I can get rid of this, I can do this or that. I'm going to report my findings. If you want to go from there, that's up to you. So we had mentioned probably Native American. It was Native American, but they probably weren't happy about all the littering in the yard. So if you clean up his yard, that's on him. If you wanted to help trying to get rid of Native American spirits, good luck finding someone to do that. But it's all about just making those connections. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it's quick, and sometimes you just wait there, and you may not even get anything. Sometimes
you may go to a location that's actually really, really, really haunted.
But you know what?
It takes time.
What about this? Have you ever investigated a haunted person? Forget about the location.
Okay. That's a good question. Very good.
I don't think I've ever investigated a haunted person. I can't say that I have. You're trying to think.
Let's look at some of those cases. Emily Rose. There's a lot of documented cases out there where it's not the location, it's the actual person.
Yeah.
Yep.
And no matter where they go, the entity is attached.
Yeah.
And that is interesting because they could be anywhere. And you know what? I think there should be research done on that. I think it's an incredible idea, talking to the person no matter where they are.
Yeah, no, I agree. I went to a paranormal convention. This was God, probably 6 years ago now. And there was a psychic medium giving a presentation to whatever you want to call it, famous Melinda Carver. And she had said something similar to that really resonated with me. She said spirits are everywhere. She told us a story about a situation with one of her clients who was working where they were being haunted, and they weren't sure what. And she goes in there and finds out that it wasn't the home, but a spirit had followed them to the grocery store. There was a little boy who got hit by a car and passed away. Missed his family and liked them and liked them. And I don't remember whether she got the spiritual end or what happened, but that really resonated. Spirits could be anywhere. You just never know.
This is true.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. We've talked about this recently. It's true. You can go anywhere and get an attachment, and it doesn't have to be a location.
Well, there was a movie we watched years ago, the family in Pennsylvania. Ironically, we live in Pennsylvania. I don't even know where it was, but their house they were being tormented, and they went over to the neighbor's house across the street, and the spirits followed them.
Yes.
And wreaked havoc on that family. Yeah, there's no boundaries. Hey, Robert White says hi. Well, hey, Robert, what's going on?
Robert.
So I don't believe there is a boundary. Spirits don't, if it's a person too, a person's like a magnet. They're haunted. Yes. They're haunted. And there must be a reason for it.
Yep.
It's really hard.
Inquiry minds want to know.
And it's really hard to.
I think you're haunted.
I think.
I'm for sure I'm haunted.
You're a funny guy, Phil. Funny guy.
So what do you think? I want to ask him this question. What do you think about death? You're a paranormal investigator. What do you think about death? Do we die where there's no such thing as communication? Or do we die and there is communication?
So this is the one thing that I still want to figure out as an investigator, right? Like I know something exists, right? We don't know if it's ghosts or dimensional beings. We don't know what exactly. My hope is that once we have the ability to communicate, because that would make passing feel a little bit easier. You may not be able to communicate all the time, but you have the ability to periodically. I think would make me feel like less anxious about that never come. But I believe it's possible. I've never had too many. I shouldn't say never. I've had a couple of situations where friends and visit me in dreams stuff, which take that for what I don't know if that's paranormal or just but I hope so. I don't know if you guys have had experiences like that. That's one thing I would love to prove that we can communicate. People have really passed.
I don't believe we die.
Well,
I don't believe in a lot of religion either. I mean, I don't disrespect anyone's beliefs, but being a paranormal investigator myself, I have a hard time believing in any type of religion. I believe that we always were. And it sounds crazy, but our limited perception of what we think we are, it doesn't magnify the responses coming back from the other side. When we're communicating through that veil, I think that we always were, and not the particular body that you're in, these are leased vehicles. That's what I say. And then when you go, you're trading it in for something new, so to speak, you know. But I don't think we've ever had a beginning. I don't buy it. And I don't think there's an end, which is good.
well, there are old souls though. I mean, that just continue that. I mean, I believe that when your time is out, you just become like a guardian, an angel, or something.
But that's
like
based off religion.
It's based off of religion, yes.
Right? And a lot of religion, in my book, it doesn't coincide with what we are finding out through investigating. You know, so I have a hard time believing in any of that stuff. And again, I don't disrespect anyone's belief, but I don't. Knowing what I know in the field that I'm in, I have a hard time dissecting some of this stuff of what we're taught through cultures and what we're supposed to believe. I don't believe in any of that stuff. I believe that we always were. And it's hard to magnify that. I watched this guy. He's really known. I forgot his name, but he made sense when he said something. He actually does a lot of TikTok videos. He's followed around the world, this man. And he says that this was an interesting concept. It's kind of like where I'm going with this. When you die, you don't know you die. You're just going to another dimension, another existence. It's like you're on a different level now. And you don't know it. But the people you left behind on that level one know it, that you're gone. It's a fascinating theory that he came up with. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're all energy. Hope another dimension of multi and not to work. The idea.
It's a learning. I think that it's a learn. You know, we're also learning, and we end up with more questions. The deeper we go, and the more we learn, it's more questions and more questions.
Yep.
So what's on your bucket list? Where do you want to go that you haven't been? Have you been to the Winchester House?
I haven't. I would love to go there. I would also like to hit California. Just got to watch out. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Steve Rod or not, but car broken off the track. Or not off the track. Car broken. All his equipment got so you got to be careful. But one place I really wanted to check out, like bucket list. And everybody says Pavalia. That would be cool, but I don't speak Italian. One place would be the ancient Ram Inn in England.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if you guys ever saw it on Ghost Adventures, that uses all kinds of stuff. It was built back in like 800 AD, so it's 1,200 years of history. I think it'd be really cool to check out.
That's a lot of history there.
Yeah.
So now, are you going to be doing a 5th book anytime soon?
Yeah, so I've got probably 30 or 40 ideas jotted down that I could feasibly write. But what I'm going to do, probably the first week of December, I'll start kind of whiteboarding up my ideas for the 5th book. And then hopefully by mid-December, I'll start writing that. Aiming for a February launch.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. That's
And
so,
maybe one day it'll turn into a movie.
I would love to see
I hope
that.
so.
I would love it. Absolutely. That's awesome. Just like the Twilight. I mean, it's a crazy thing to like compare it to, but it's just, it's the books. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I would love it. I would love to see that.
I hope it does. Really do. Scareville's growing every day. Awareness. People are getting aware of it, which is really cool to see. I'm at a point where I haven't spent any marketing dollars on it. So word of mouth, which is positive stuff.
And it has amazing reviews, so congratulations. It's a great series.
Thank you.
What's a horror movie or a scary movie that really gets you? It's like, oh, I have the chills.
I got one.
Well, no.
Oh man.
I know.
So I've got a couple answers. Really depending on how you want to go. I love horror. But the most profound impact of horror movie is probably the first one. And
The Conjuring.
The Conjuring, yes.
Yep. The first Conjuring. It was because I was interested in the paranormal. But that movie made me understand, like, hey, I can do this, right? I can investigate. So that kind of catapulted me into that. But there's different horror movies for different reasons. If you like startle scare, if you want to watch paranormal activity, Ghost Dimension. That has probably the startle scares of any horror. But and the trick or treat for Halloween. You've never seen that. I'm trying to wrap it up quick.
Oh, wow. Well, I have to say that, what was the movie that we were watching? What was the name of it?
We watch a movie almost every day.
No, the one.
I ran out of
There's one that you just watched that was really, really gory.
No, but that's gory. I mean, scary. I think Amityville Horror. It's what you don't see behind the entity that scares you, right? It's that like your mind starts to think, what is this? What is it? Like Amityville always gives me the creeps. I love to watch it.
Yeah.
I like to scare myself. But the hell am I talking about? I live in a haunted house. It's just one of those movies where you don't know, you don't see it. And when you don't see it, your mind plays with tricks on you. Like, what is it? But also, and no disrespect intended, but man, Tiny Tim always scared me for adolescence. When he sang Tiptoe Through the Tulips, and my parents were playing it back in the 70s, I got to be honest with everybody listening, I couldn't sleep for weeks. I don't want to. He's so creepy. But he was really a nice guy, too. He was a nice guy. But he just gave me the creeps.
Yeah, that song was used in Hideous, I believe. Yeah.
I don't want to tiptoe 20 tulips.
But no, if you want a good startle scare movie, it's not really connected with too much, I guess. But Paranormal Activity, The Ghost Dimension. And if you can get the director's cut, go with that one. That one will give you some startle scares.
We gotta try that. Yeah.
What did he say? Ghost Invention.
The Ghost Dimension.
Ghost Adventure.
But yeah, they find this spiritual energy, but it's got really good stuff.
Oh wow! And we've seen that other movie too. What's that with an N? That John Curley told us about.
Oh yeah, it's a weird name. It's a good movie, but I couldn't even say the name.
That's what
Nefarious?
Yes.
Yeah, there it is. Nefarious.
You watched that show? Yes.
That was good. Really good.
Really good. I never even heard of it until he told us. That was a great movie.
Awesome. I'll have to check that out.
It got you thinking. It really got you thinking.
You know, I always ask, why do these spirits or poltergeists, why are they going to touch pictures in the house and throw the pictures? But can't you do something more intelligent besides the pictures? Leave the pictures alone.
And hide the keys.
Oh, they just like
And
to
the
piss you
keys.
off.
Piss you off.
Yeah. It's true.
Turn on lights.
Turn on lights.
Rack up the light bill.
You know.
And a lot of times too, it's everything that's children's spirits, like little kids playing tricks on you, those kind of things. It's not always a haunted house, like we always keep saying.
Yeah, but when you throw pictures around and breaking
Well,
them.
I wasn't talking about that, but I'm just saying in general.
But I do remember I lived at my mom's house in Staten Island, and I heard someone downstairs in the kitchen, but nobody was home.
Yeah.
And the gas stove, all 4 pilots were lit. That bugged me out. I called the gas company. I called the fire department. That was unexplainable. Unexplainable. All 4 pilots. And some of these things you just say, why? What do you want to get my attention, but are you trying to burn the house down? Like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Yep. I think we need to find a way of communicating, all joking aside, communicating in a way where we're trying to see what do these spirits, or what are you looking for? What's the communication here?
Trying to get our attention, and they're some of them maybe trying to hurt us too. I mean, I don't know.
There's always more questions than answers when it comes to demons, entities, spirits, shapeshifters. And your thoughts as we're rounding up for the next 3 minutes, the black-eyed children. Your thoughts on that?
I haven't experienced one, but I would love to. And it's ironic. Get my security. So this is Molly. Use your face. There you go.
Oh, wow.
That's
Put
scary.
it closer to the camera.
That's scary.
I stick her face out the window so that she keeps any burglars at bay. But I've never experienced black-eyed children. How about you guys?
No, I experienced black-eyed neighbors, but not black-eyed children. I like to have that little doll and put it in the window, scare some neighbors away too.
Yeah, I know.
I scared myself. That was
But we did have what was his name on our show that wrote a lot of the books on the black-eyed children.
You're gonna ask me names, and my brain is in left field today.
I know what's wrong with me and names today. I mean, everybody knows who he is, but he wrote a lot of books on black-eyed children. And
there have been people that experienced them. Supposedly, either they're interdimensional beings, or the demons, or the shapeshifters. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what they're looking for either.
Well,
but it's definitely creepy, right? It's the things you really don't know about and you don't see that are most mysterious and gives you like, uh-oh. Especially when you're walking up the stairs and you feel someone's following you right behind you.
Or you're sitting on the bed and you feel something sitting down next to you or with you. No one's there.
Gross.
That's it's the little things that creep you out the most, I think.
Yep.
Right? Those kind of things. All right.
So where can people find you and all that good stuff? Lay it on us.
Pretty easy to find. So my main Facebook profile is my author page. I've got Scareville Books links on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. And then as far as finding the books, you can reach out to me directly. They're on Amazon, Noble, Books A Million, Walmart. Pretty much anywhere that sells books.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming on Horsefly Chronicles Radio. Even though we had interference with Chrome and all this other stuff, but I'll tell you what.
It was a fun show.
We still pulled through it, ladies and gentlemen, and I believe I'm going to be getting into politics. That's something I definitely want to do. Definitely. I'm going to rip everybody apart. Everybody.
So mean.
Hey, man, it was really nice to meet you.
It was nice meeting you.
Well, you know what? Your friend there, what's his name?
Darren.
Oh, he said send him a request.
Darren
Smith?
Yep.
So send him a request. Let's get out there. Let's get to that jail cell. Let's drop off our kids and investigate and leave them behind. And Julie, wrap it up.
Special thank you to Carnation for fully sponsoring the show from day one. We love them. Thank you. Please join us next Monday night on the United Public Radio Network on 105.3 and 107.7 FM from New Orleans. Thank you so much. And we're live on Roku right now, too. So thank you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you. You're an amazing guest. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me,
Thanks
guys.
for having me, guys. Awesome. Have a great night. Thank you.
You too,
Thank
guys.
you, everyone. Bye.
Have a great night.
Thanks.
Bye. Thank you.
Good evening. And if you're just tuning in, you're listening live to the Angel Rock on 105.3 and 107.7 of the beautiful city of New Orleans, Louisiana. Thanks for hanging with me a little bit, guys. I decided at the last minute because things were not cooperating. I think I'm gonna have to do a deep scan on this new computer. It's not playing things the way I want. I got some pretty spooky stuff ready for you. So I am your host, Laura Lee Potvin. I'm a host here on the network, obviously, of my own show here, The Angel Rock, and I co-host The Thing at the Foot of the Bed on Thursdays with my good friend and amazing medium, David Hansel. Be sure to check us out. I'm going to try to make it. David will be there. I know that for sure. On his TikTok, David Hansel. He's the one that's got 95,000, almost 100,000 people. That's the one you're looking for because there are tons of imposters over there. We usually go live on Wednesday evenings. Sounds like around 4:30 Eastern Standard Time now because things are getting darker, and he usually likes to go up to a park around his house where he's got a really nice outside area to do things, and we do readings and questions and what have you. Don't worry, guys. I have guests scheduled all the way so far into January. But you know what? I think we're just going to hang with you. I love doing these shows one-on-one with you guys. So I'm working on guests. I have lots actually to book, and I've been slowly getting to that. But like I said, we're booked right up. We're not going to be doing any solo shows for a long time. So we'll enjoy it while we can. Just a few housekeeping things. If you like what you see, please like, share, and subscribe, and tell all your friends. We have tons of new guests coming. Excuse me. And we've got great shows. This network's been around for 25 plus years. We stream daily multiple shows, and when we're not live, we are running the archive server, and the archive server just picks whatever it wants from the last 25 years. So you never know what you're going to get, but there's always something for everybody here. We are starting, as I understand, to start streaming on Sunday nights. I believe Trish Moe, who was on Tuesday nights, I believe she may be coming to, it may be Trish. I'm not sure if it's Trish or it's going to be another paranormal show anyways, one way or the other, on Sunday nights. And Sean Kelly, who was on, he's still on Tuesday nights, and then his second show, I believe, is going to Sunday nights too. So you want to check that out. I think Sunday night is a great night to do a show. Everybody's kind of winding down, getting ready for the start of the weekend, right? So why not? I think it's an awesome idea. I'm going to say hi to all of you in just a minute. Now, don't forget, too, that we have our own TV channel for the network. We're on Roku. If you're looking for it, you're going to sign in to the channel store. And don't worry, I've been bugging Joe, the owner of the network, for a channel code. I haven't got one yet. So the easiest way to find it is to go to the channel store and look up UFO space P as in paranormal. You're going to get a drop-down menu. I believe we're about the third or fourth one down. You're looking for UFO space paranormal and United Public Radio, because we are known by both those names, UFO Paranormal Radio Network and or United Public Radio Network. So I think I've told you everything I wanted to tell you before I start going through the comments here, but I always love to give my favorite YouTube channels a shout out. You know what? I think podcasting is becoming quite the phenomena. I've been doing podcasting long before it was ever called a podcast. And there's some great content and content creators. I follow true crime. I've actually started to discover a lot of people in the paranormal world follow true crime. First things first, I do want to give a shout out to the families of Maddie and Kaylee and Ethan and Xana in Idaho. Those are those 4 college students today, a year ago, who lost their lives. They were viciously taken. There is a suspect in custody. There is no trial date. It was supposed to have happened already, and there's no date. There's been a lot of delays. So my heart goes out to those people, and I believe there's a lot of memorial services that have been going on over the weekend, and there is a big candlelight vigil this evening. If you ever want to get caught up on the case, 2 of my favorite channels I highly recommend. One is Surviving the Survivor with Joel Waldman. He used to work for, I believe it was either Fox or ABC. He now does podcasting or his own show on YouTube. Their hashtag is best guests in true crime. And I have to say, they get some pretty impressive guests over there. So check it out. The other one is Grizzly True Crime. I love Gisela K. I don't know how that lady does it. I swear to God, she's got 10 clones, but she has a whole file on this case. The Idaho case I'm talking about right now. You can check it all out. She does timestamps. She does all kinds of things. Both audiences, great groups of people over there. I've made some friends over there. A couple have actually hopped over to our network to support it, which I really appreciate. So check them out. And then I'm going to tell you guys all about my favorites. You guys always know with my paranormal channels, I got to mention them. Absolute fave, the Foreman Brothers on Paranormal Nightmare. They put a new upload almost every Friday night. They usually go live on Saturdays when they're filming. And the reason why I like these guys, I don't think they fake things. They help a lot of people with severe hauntings. I would have loved to have called them when I was in my previous home. Mind you, they haven't come up to Canada yet, but they don't charge people to help them. They go all on their own dime, even before they got their own TV show. They went through this as small children themselves, and they're pretty successful at a lot of places where they haven't been able to get rid of a lot of the really nefarious activity. Then we've got some up and comers, the Paranormal Files with Colin Brown and his family. I like his channel. I don't know how that guy does it either. He's a young guy, and he puts out almost a 3-hour documentary every week. Now, sometimes he uploads on Mondays after my show on his own channel, obviously, or sometimes it's Wednesdays, but does a phenomenal job. And then Twin Paranormal, they claim they are the only identical twins doing this, and they've really grown. I followed them since they were really small, and I believe they're almost at 800,000 subscribers, so they're really growing too. So check them out. All right, time to get to our comments here. Zach Powers, I was wondering where you were. You said, who missed you? I missed you. I was just about to message you and say, hey, Zach, I hope everything's okay. Haven't seen you in a long time. So let's say hi to everybody that's been waiting patiently. Here we got Z-Sun Dragon or Kevin. We got Heather Cooper. She says hello. Then there's my message saying, hey, folks, I'll be with you in just a few minutes. And we got Sandra Sharp. We've got, let me see, Zach Powers. Like I said, he said, I'm going to highlight his message because he hasn't been around for a while, and we have missed you, Zach. He says, long time no see, everyone. Who missed me? I certainly did. And Sandra says, the sparkly ears remind me of the crystal foxes on Star Wars. I never thought of that, I guess. I'm getting in the holiday spirit. I have a problem with gnomes, Dave and I do. Actually, I came up with an idea. I got to ask Dave, but I have a spooky gnome idea I'm going to talk to him about and see what he thinks. So we'll tell you maybe more on Thursday about that. You guys will have to tune in. And then we got Michelle all the way over in Australia. She says, good day, all. And then she asks a question. Let's see, Lorelei, have you ever been back to that place you were living when you had that experience? Not inside the house. I have driven by it. I don't like to go by it. But I will tell you, when I moved, I'm going to get to your comment just a sec, Zach. When I moved, I've really only connected with 2 people. I have got all kinds of people contacting me from all over the world. They've seen our Paranormal Survivor episode, and we're concerned because it was left with, we didn't find anybody to help us, and we didn't in our previous home. And I'm much more well-versed in the paranormal, but when you're living in that arena with that type of activity, sometimes it's good to have an objective person come in and be able to do their thing, if you will. Anyways, one person who contacted me lives all the way in Sardinia, Italy. I now call her my adopted daughter, and I just knew intuitively she would be amazing, and she is. She's extremely gifted. She is one of my moderators in one of my groups. Actually, I have 2 groups on Facebook. The other person contacted me, works with demonic energies. I haven't talked to him in forever. He actually seems like he's kind of more migrated into a lot more of the light worker stuff. I should get a hold of him. He was a great guest. Anyways, he messaged me on a Friday night. I think all he said was, were you able to get help? He said, I believe it will be one of these 3 demons. Sorry, I'm losing my gum here. Actually, I'll get rid of it because I'm chewing on it nonstop. Anyways, the reason what made me reach out to him and answer him back was he got the name right. Out of the 3 he mentioned, nobody has ever gotten that name. I'd never heard the name I was given. And if you're just new to the channel, most of you that are in the chat right here, that I know you've heard the story many times, but this all started with a dream probably about 16 years ago. And it's like it happened yesterday, like 10 minutes ago. And there was a man in my tree in my front yard, and there was a tree. And basically, I was looking from the bottom up and seeing this man who's wearing this very expensive dark charcoal colored pinstripe suit, white silk shirt, black silk tie. He had neatly, for those that are listening, I'll try to describe it because 80% of our listeners are audio only, apparently. So I did forget to mention that if you want to join in the conversation, we would love to have you join in. You can find us over on Facebook under UFO Paranormal Radio and United Public, and on YouTube. We're streaming to my YouTube channel, The Angel Rock with Laura Lee. Podfin. Unfortunately, Facebook or StreamYard and Facebook would not play nice with my profile this evening. So what I've done is I've shared it from UFO Paranormal Radio Network and pinned it to the top. So you should be able to find it on Facebook under Laura Lee Podfin. I'm streaming to LinkedIn tonight. Seem to be getting a lot more people noticing the banner, and I thought, hey, let's try that. Let's take advantage of all the spots. We have 8 spots we can stream to, and we'll see what happens with that. Anyways, back to the stream. I remember seeing this guy. He had this black slick back hair all the way about right to the back of his neck, about ear length. And his face was what I noticed right away. It was like this sickly kind of, I don't know, greenish, whitish color. And I mean, the really creepy thing was, though, he had not this part. He had a black goatee and mustache, very tightly trimmed. It wasn't quite stubble. It was a little longer, but it was all in one piece, like a beard and goatee and mustache. But his eyes were completely pitch black, and then they kept switching back and forth to black and a flame. And I remember in the dream asking him, "Who are you? And why are you here?" He told me I'd had a little jewelry business and pet accessory thing I was making by hand. And he said, you know, that little business, well, that's nothing. I can offer you wealth. I can offer you fame. I can offer you anything beyond your wildest dreams. And it's not radio friendly what I told him to do. But basically, I said no in no uncertain terms. And I said, who are you? And then he proceeded to tell me he was a demon, told me his name, spelt it for me. And again, even more emphatically, I told him where to go. And I was not agreeing to any of that. And then he started to laugh at me and mock me. And he wagged his finger in my face and he went, oh, no, 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 no. Every time you see a crow or a raven, you'll know who it is. Now, I'd never heard this name before, never seen it before. I've been raised Roman Catholic, forced to go to church every Sunday. I went to Roman Catholic school till about 10th grade. Never seen this. And then when I was helping somebody about 5-6 years later, looking something up for them, I did find him. And everything he told me in the dream was identical to what I found. And I looked at multiple sources at that time. I had tried before. I didn't have the resources, though. As time has gone on and I've, taken more courses and worked with different mentors and people, you end up finding more sources. So I have never gone back. But anyways, back to your story. I know it's a long story, but for people who haven't heard it, that's why I shared it. And it is on Paranormal Survivor. It's season 4, episode 9. You can find it on YouTube. It's called Demonic Hauntings. and they named the episode my part, even though I told them I wouldn't film it if they did, but it's called Laura Lee's Demon. So it wasn't quite the way things happened, but in the episode, but still I'm appreciative of their story. So this gentleman, I ended up having a 3 hours conversation with. His name is Curtis. What was it? Is it Jackson? Curtis Jackson. I think it was Curtis Jackson. And he was so interesting. I ended up having him on my show that following Monday. I had an opening, and people were saying in the audience, "Oh my God, this guy should be like lecturing at universities." He had trained as a pastor, and he had worked with, I had been part of Luciferianism for a while and studied witchcraft and dark arts and things like that. And he worked with demonic entities. So he said he wanted with my, I said, I don't own the property anymore anyways, but he went there and he didn't go there physically. So you don't have to be physically anywhere. Energy goes everywhere on this planet, right? So he was going to try and clear or remove what was there. I don't know who owns the home. So I've driven by it before, but I never see people there. Like, I don't know who owns it or anything like that. So I've driven by it, and that's all I can say. I don't know if they've experienced what we experienced. I have no idea, but it's a good question. Sorry for such a long answer, Mish. Oh, we've got Carol. You're having trouble hearing me? Well, let me check my volume. Is anybody else having a hard time? Let me know. No, I'm at 100% here, so we should be good. But let me know if anybody else is having a hard time hearing. So Kevin says after the 11th, oops, sorry, hit the wrong one there. All the comments are coming. They're going up higher and higher here. Sorry. After the 11th, I start decorating for Christmas too. Time to get it longer to enjoy it. That's right. You go, yeah, that's right. Okay, good. Now you can hear. Good. I'm glad, because I usually do a sound check before I go live. And like I said, I decided to completely restart my computer because last week we had some problems with videos. So I thought, nope, I'm not going to do just a restart. I'm shutting it completely down. Good. I'm glad. Okay. I figured that other people would tell me if it was a problem. So it's always good to let me know, you guys, if you're having any problems like sound wise or anything like that. It's good to always let me know, because I can only hear what I hear as I'm speaking. I don't want to hear obviously through the computer, because you guys would get double speak. So thank you for that, Carol. And thank you for the confirmation. You guys can all hear well. So I decided I have some really creepy, spooky videos lined up and things to chat about. Anything you guys want to ask, like Michelle did, and I'm glad she asked. That was a great question. Feel free to put your questions in here. We can do whatever you guys want. That's why I like doing these shows. You guys want to do a few readings, you want to talk about anything, whether it's spiritual, it's paranormal, anything like that. I'm happy to talk about it, answer any questions. But I was watching another video today, somebody else I watch a variety of different videos. I don't have cable. I can access and watch cable if I want, but I usually am looking kind of all around me on YouTube and podcasts and things like that. And there's somebody I follow by the name of Radiant Brit, and she's a commentary channel on basically influencers and social media people who are problematic. And I don't always agree with her, but she makes some very good points. And even though she doesn't have children, and I have to agree with her point, she's adamantly in support of children not being exposed on the internet. And I can't tell you how many family bloggers, and I'm not trying to be judgmental here, it's just young children don't have a choice. And there's been quite a few. Well, there's one in particular, it's called 8 Passengers, and the mother has just been charged with child abuse, and it's very, very serious what happened. And these children never had a moment of peace. The camera was always in their face. There were 6 children. This mom was even filming their children shaving their legs, like as girls, and armpits, and first menses, we'll say, not filming the actual, but talking about it, making the children discuss it. It was discovered because the 16-year-old son, I guess, had his bedroom taken away because he had played a practical joke on his younger brother. There was no harm, no foul. hadn't had a bedroom in over 8 months and was sleeping on a beanbag chair. And these people were millionaires. Like, and the reason they're millionaires is because of the children. And this is what happens. People get brand deals and what have you, right, from their children. And just think about this, you guys. I don't know if you can remember, but especially when you're a teenager, can you imagine every mistake you've made, every stupid thing you said or did is on the internet forever? And you're forced to film whether you want to or not. So these are the kind of things that she looks at and she talks about. And I think it's really problematic for children when they don't have a voice. There's a reason why the Coogan's Law was developed in Hollywood for children, child actors. And there's going to have to be some kind of legal intervention, I think, for children as well when it comes to social media influencers. These people are making millions. And I have seen there's a case in particular that really got to me. I'm going to get back to why I mentioned Radiant Brit. It was Micah and James Stauffer. And, you know, I've discussed it actually with someone today, you know, and other people as well. You know, that's a lot for people to measure up to, especially if you're a mom or a single mom or a single dad, doesn't matter. And, you know, life with children is unpredictable and your house isn't always clean, the laundry's not always done. But when you're seeing these people acting like they have the perfect marriage and the perfect kids and Pinterest ready, everything for every holiday and what have you, right? And then your children are forced to film. And the scary part is there are programs out there like Social Blade. Now, it's not 100% accurate, but you can see who your viewing audience is. It is absolutely terrifying when you see some of these family channels, and these parents know this, that the bulk of their views are coming from males from the age of 15 to 60, 65 years of age. And some of the biggest views are children in dance costumes, children in diapers. And I mean, how could you not care? You know this. It's not hard to see who your viewing audience is, especially when you have a bigger, any channel. It'll tell you how many times your video has been watched, when it was commented on, and what have you. Anyways, her video today, she was talking about this new trend on TikTok where these female social media influencers, the challenge was to take $800 US and go out and completely furnish your house in a brand new Christmas theme, and each trying to outdo the other. And like she said, and she's probably right, first of all, it's a tax write off. And these are her words, not mine. And then on top of it, it's probably just going to get thrown out or dumped to Goodwill in after Christmas is done because it'll be next year's challenge. And it got me thinking because I thought, you know, wouldn't it be beautiful if one of those influencers had decided to take that $800, because she was mentioning, and she's right, after what we've been through over the last almost 4 years all around the world, there are people that are working 3 and 4 jobs and barely surviving. There's going to be kids that don't have a Christmas. It'll be lucky if they can get food on the table. A lot of people are homeless. Wouldn't that be cool if somebody decided to take that $800 and see what they could do with that to make people's lives better? Now, I'm not talking about filming, you know, giving it to the people so you can celebrate and say, hey, look how good I am. But if you put the ideas out there and you challenge people and you utilize your viewership to come up with some great ideas and do some real good with that. And it got me thinking, the holiday season is upon us. The other thing I've been seeing a lot of this ad, if you will, is the owner or CEO of Mind Valley, which is like a self-improvement type app and what have you. And he had a really good point. I think he comes from India and I believe he lives in the US. I could be wrong, but I believe it's in the US. And he said, and I'm not pointing a finger at my brothers and sisters in the US because it's not much different here in Canada or other places that celebrate holidays like that. But we all know about the notorious Black Friday. He said, there you are having a dinner, celebrating how thankful you are for the people in your life and the things that you have. And less than 12 hours later, you go to Black Friday And we've seen some of the videos from Black Friday, what happens. And I thought, yeah, he kind of has a point. So my whole point of mentioning this is, if you have enough and you are able to, one of the biggest gifts you can give yourself is to take that and be able to make somebody's life a little bit better. Even if you don't have money, it doesn't have to be money. Maybe you live in a place where there's snow, even if there's grass, like Michelle's in Australia, you're in the middle of summer right now. If you're able, even your time to go give somebody maybe that needs a little bit of help or whatever that is, I promise you, it will be a bigger gift to yourself to help somebody else. And even, looking into things like life review. We all have a life review when we leave this lifetime, when we go back home ourselves. And I'm starting to see from all the years I've studied near death experiences, professionally and personally. I also believe I had one as a toddler, that, the things that people thought that they did was monumental, that would be celebrated, like I really did a lot of good. I did this big thing. And then after a near death experience, they come back for those that have experienced a life review, and they're shocked that the little things that they thought meant nothing really. Like it was just like maybe smiling at an elderly person or helping them pick up a drop bag or whatever that is, that those were the things that were so huge and monumental, because you don't get to see what that feels like to the other person, or maybe sometimes it can be life changing for someone, right? So that was kind of where I wanted to start tonight was, if you're able to, and you can find the time or within, your heart, and I'm going to get to your comments in a minute, if you could do that yourself. And I'm going to tell you, not telling anybody about it is even better. Even better. Keep it all to yourself. I mean, if you think that maybe by sharing the story that it may inspire others, by all means, but we know there are people out there, I'm not pointing a finger at anybody, but they put it all over social media so that they get the praise and the glory of like, what a great, amazing person are you that you did this. So if you can do that, and then remember why we have the holidays, the reason for it, for whatever reason you celebrate. And again, I'm going to give the credit to Radiant Brick, because she was saying, most Christmases, I don't remember what I got for Christmas. She said, what I remember is the magic and the love and the happiness. Nobody was in a bad mood. Nobody was fighting. Maybe you have to get together with problematic people that you're going to have to be around, and they're going to ask those questions that are going to push your buttons. If maybe you could even just give them the gift of patience and tolerance, while still maintaining your boundaries, but maybe reacting in a way they never ever expected. And if we could just celebrate Christmas that way, because even if you smile at somebody that looks miserable on the street or whatever, giving them the gift of patience, sales clerks that are out there run off their feet at this time of year in particular. And it really goes a long way. So if you even have some joy to give, to share, if you're able to do that, I promise you, and the more joy you put out, the more you receive. And you might find, because a lot of people find themselves alone at this time of year and are sad or feel alone or lonely. So if you have the chance to brighten someone else's life, I hope you do. The last thing I do want to add to that, I'm going to talk a little bit about this as we do shows like this every week until I think we've got December, the end of November, we start back with guests again, is to take care of yourself. Okay. Spend a little bit of time, or even if you do have a little bit of extra cash, on yourself, because by fortifying yourself, you're filling up your own cup, that proverbial cup, right? And when we're our best version of ourselves, we're much more of a gift, if you will, to the people that we love, the people we work with, our friends, even strangers around us. And you really do have more to give. So I hope that helps you guys at all. Or if you guys, I see a lot of points here. I'm going to read them because I'm sure you guys have some great ideas. You always do. So we got Jonathan here. I didn't get a chance to say hi to Jonathan. So Kelly Hopkins says, good evening. Good evening, Kelly. She says she loves the ears. And Sandra says, um, I was watching Carmen Turner Shot in a lecture. She was awesome, of course. Would be great to have her on again. And that is so funny that you said that, Sandra, because I was talking to Carmen briefly this weekend, but I was just saying to someone how amazing she is. For those of you who don't know who she is, she's been on my show multiple times. She's an astrologer. I always call it a muggle job, what we do for our day jobs. And she's actually got her master's in social work, and she is amazing. And if you want to find out more about her, there's many shows. If you go back even through YouTube, my YouTube channel, under the live, there's a live tab. You can find her in there, and she's got so much information. So yes, I will be having her back on. It probably may not be till the new year. I should ask her, because she's just as crazy busy as I am. So I'll have to ask her. So Jonathan from JK47 Paranormal Investigations. Hey, Laura Lee. Jonathan, are you still here? If you are, I'm going to check as I go down the comments, because I was even thinking it'd be kind of cool to do some ITC if you're around. If you're not, I understand that. That's okay. I thought it might be kind of fun if you're up for it. So let's see. Zach says, I don't like it when children are propped up for views and exploited. Exactly, Zach. That is why I'm strongly against things like beauty pageants, because that is fuel for sick people. And it can be. It really can be. And I hear what you're saying. Okay, and I understand that that's sort of more of a bigger thing, especially down in the southern US. So I don't have a lot of experience with that, but I do have enough experience with watching family vloggers. There's one couple that's been on YouTube for a long time, Matt, and I think it's Abby, and they had their first baby, and then they filmed. I think the baby was about 4 months old, and this girl had the most look of horror when she realized she was pregnant again. So she's got two under the age of 2, and she used to show her children. And I never saw the video, but I've seen certain people, such as Radiant Brit, commenting on. She was complaining how she was noticing she was at the park with the child, just the child, the first son, because she was pregnant with the second at that time. I believe her husband was with her, and they were with some other YouTube couples, and that there was somebody prowling around and watching their children and trying all the collective group of people's children and what have you. And I think it was Radiant Brit, don't quote me, but she said, if you don't want people to be prowling and looking at your children and stuff, you got to stop showing their faces. And you know what? I often wonder if that couple's seen her video, because they never show their children's faces in videos. If their children are there, you may see the back of their head or whatever. And I thought, good for you. Good for you. And they are not one couple, I would say, is building their platform. They've been around a long time, or brand deals or whatever on the children. And they do a lot of other things besides just focusing on what their children are doing or family life. But I thought, you know what? Good for you. You listened and you heard it. Because again, I know I can't think of one person. And I'm 58 years old. I can't think of one person looking back when you were a young child, or even especially as a teenager, and everything you ever did was on the internet. Once it's on the internet, it never goes away. Like, I can't even imagine. And children didn't have a say in it. Again, same YouTuber today, Radiant Brit, was talking about. Now, I don't know who this person is, but apparently on Facebook, she's quite well known, and another family influencer. She's potty training her child on video on Facebook. Apparently, this young child has no clothes on. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't even stop to think. Like, you have no idea who sees your content. I'll just give you an example. I'm not showing anything like that. I'm not judging people. I'm just saying, in this world today, and I've said it many, many times, the reason why I don't have a brick and mortar office, if you will, because I don't do enough business in my city, first of all, but I have the whole world at my feet with the internet. But with that being said, the whole world can be watching your video. You have no idea who is watching it or seeing it or consuming your content, or even doing what they will with your content. I know I had my own experience. I was in my previous home, and all of a sudden I started getting all these messages from strange guys. It was over 2 days. And I mean, they were not on my friends list. They were like, hey, what are you up to? And I kept saying, who are you? And why are you messaging me? And I remember mentioning it to my partner, Dell, and he goes, well, I don't know, maybe people just, I don't know, maybe we're watching the episode we did or whatever. I go, no, these are all guys. So I was at the cancer clinic with my youngest son. He was very ill about 6 or 7 years ago, and they weren't sure if he had blood cancer. Thankfully, he didn't. It was due to his very limited diet from the autism. But I was sitting there, and I get another one of these messages, and I said, why are you messaging me? I'm getting all these strange messages. And he said, well, my brother's getting married, and I'm the best man. And he said, I've been tagged with getting entertainment for the stag or men's night together, right? And then he said, I didn't know where to look. Thank God this apparently has been shut down. It was a subsidiary, I believe, of Craigslist, but it was called Backdoor. And there was a lot of seedy stuff on it was like classified ads. He had got my name and contacted me. Thank God they didn't get on Facebook and get my pictures, but they put this near naked woman with dark hair and advertised her, of all places, in Kalamazoo, Michigan. I still have the paperwork with all this stuff. I kept the screenshots. And they had put that she was an escort and a stripper. And if anybody wanted to get a hold of her, contact her here. Well, he had somehow linked my messenger to that ad. This guy was horrified. I said, listen, I'm a mom. I said, I'm sitting at the cancer clinic with my son. And I said, I'm also a nurse. And I said, like, what? WTF, basically. And he was horrified. I remember he said, I am so sorry. He said, I have a girlfriend, I have a mother, and I have a sister, and I'm absolutely disgusted. He sent me the link, sent me where to find it. I ended up drafting a letter, kind of a cease and desist, and demanded it be taken down immediately. Thank God they did. But that was over nothing. Like, I don't even think I was podcasting when this happened. No, it might have been when I started podcasting. I'm not sure. It was that far back, but I mean, that happened to me and I'm nobody. So I'm telling you, you got to be careful out there. Sorry, I got a little bit off on a tangent here. Zach says, I never did Black Friday. It was a blessing when I had to work during that time. And he said, this Christmas will be different for me since it'll be the one without my first one without my mom. And I'm so sorry, Zach. I was thinking about you the other day, sending you some healing and positive energy and love. I really was. I was thinking about you, thinking, I hope he's okay. I haven't seen him lately. And you said, this is why I'll celebrate it with my family while they and I are still here. Tomorrow is never guaranteed. And that is absolutely true, Zach. It really is. And although our loved ones never leave us, and we never really do die, we are immortal. I can't think of one person, myself included, that really doesn't give you a lot of solace, because it would be any one of us would give anything to have our loved ones back, right beside us, so we could hug them again. So I send anybody who's lost a loved one so much love and empathy, my deepest condolences, and healing and love and light. And Kevin says, that is true, Zach. Appreciate who is still here and cherish the memories with those years with your mom. Mm-hmm. And Mish says, Zach hugs. And she said, oh, I did. I'm sorry too, Michelle. Michelle said my mom passed 4 years ago today. So I'm so sorry for that too, Michelle. And she said, someone is always watching as I was talking about what I was talking about. And that is absolutely true. So you have to be very, very, very careful, and we don't think about that too, because once it's on the internet, unless you got a lot of money, I guess, and you're very powerful. I've seen some things disappear or be extremely difficult to find on the internet. But just regular people like ourselves, yeah, it's there forever. And, so many kids, and there have been children that have come out, usually maintaining their anonymity, that they grew up on the internet and have talked about all the issues they've had with all of these things happening, and being their whole childhood on the internet. And these children, I keep thinking of these 8-passenger children. Their parents were Ruby and Kevin, and it's quite a story. If you guys get a chance, check it out. It's not a happy story, but the way it turned out, it's heartbreaking. What happened with these children, and especially the two youngest. And I hope that they're safe now. I know there were 6 kids. The eldest was out on her own out at college and really was estranged from the family. The second eldest is the boy that didn't have the bed for 8, could have even been 10 months. I'm not sure how long. They sent him to one of those very problematic wilderness camps, and I'll say that in quotations, that have since been exposed for what they really are. And these children were very well behaved. And I can't tell you how many times these kids have said, please, please don't film this. Please don't film this. And the mom just kept laughing and just kept going on and on and on and on and on. So I saw another one today, and I remember seeing this channel once on TikTok, and I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. The mom is Caucasian and little girl is African American. And the mom, while she would be doing her hair, would be doing affirmations with this little one. And I thought, what a great thing. And this was also covered in the video, one of the videos with Radiant Brit today. I don't follow her all the time, but she's some very good videos today, good topics to talk about. And I guess the mom thought I guess she was live, and she went to grab something, and she said to her little one, who's 6, I think the channel's called Scarlet and Tania, or please forgive me, it's something like that, Tanisha. Anyways, the mom said, go say hey to everyone, and the little girl's barely 6. She's absolutely adorable, and she said, I don't want to say hello. And then she started to cry. She said, I'm sorry. And her mom came on, and you could tell she was not happy, and she said, well, she doesn't want to talk today, so we're going to turn off. And I guess she didn't turn it off, and she was in the background. You could not hear it, but she was reaming this little girl out. And that's not the first time, right? And I get it, maybe that you're a single mom and that's your source of income is your little girl, but I think you gotta be a mom first. I don't know. That's how I never put my kids on the internet. I mean, now that they're older, yeah, but they're adults. Even if my son with special needs, I would never once put him on the internet if I didn't ask him. If he didn't want to do it, I'd never say to him, like, sometimes he pops in here, you'll see him in the background. And many of you that know me, if you've done a reading with me or a session with me, my son, or I've had meetings with people, with friends, and everybody's always been so kind to him. And he just is so thrilled when he can pop his head. Also, I want to say little head. He's a big boy. He's a big guy, but he likes to say hello, and it really makes his day. But would never have put my kids on the internet without asking them. Sandra says, Admissions Act, hugs to you both. I lost both of my parents 2 years ago. I feel your pain. Oh, Sandra, I'm so sorry. I'm really, really sorry. That's still very fresh too. You know what? It never goes away when we lose a loved one. It really doesn't. So my heart goes out to everybody who has lost a loved one. And Nicole Thomas Ryan says, hello. And Sandra said, I've also lost, Mish said, at Sandra, I've also lost both parents. I was blessed to have them, and put smiles. And again, I'm so sorry. So I decided we were going to start out with some of this, but you know what? We're here for some of the spooky stuff too. And somebody, I forget what I was watching, and somebody said this, and they were so right. They said, you know what? Spooky season starts with the buildup up to Halloween, but it actually almost continues right up to the beginning of January. Because I never really thought about this, about how many ghost stories are out there over Christmas. We even look at the Christmas story with Scrooge, right? The 3 ghosts, the past, present, and future. that's not the only one. It's just one that comes to mind. So I know, I think David had mentioned it on Thursday night on the thing at the foot of the bed, but you guys have sent in such great stories of spooky, scary stuff. If you had any weird, strange, unusual stuff happen over the holidays, maybe you've had something unexplainable, feel free. You're welcome to send it to me on Facebook Messenger, or my email's the Angel Rock 1508. It's just my birthday, August 15th. So it's 1508 at gmail.com, or any other way you want to send it. I'm on pretty well every other social media platform. You can send it to David Hansel too if you want. He's under the Spirit Experience, or theywhispertome.com is his website. And he's pretty well on, I think he's on every social media platform as well. And I think it's under the Spirit Experience, or if you look up David Hansel, because you guys knocked it out of the park for Halloween. So if you guys have anything you want to share that happened over the holidays, or even if you got a really inspiring story, I would love to share those too. Like maybe, there was like a special gift or anything that kind of brings the holiday spirit, or even the spooky stuff too. So I went to some of my favorite channels. I was hoping maybe Nuke's Top 5 would have, sorry, I'm just checking my messages that just went off here. I was hoping that what some of my favorite channels would have uploaded a video like Nuke's Top 5. They didn't. But I'm going to give Shannon a shout out here. She's usually here on Thursday nights with the paranormal poopers. She's a nurse and works evenings in a hospital. Then the floor she's on has a lot of elderly residents and patients on it, and they all gather around the iPad. Imagine back in the day it was a radio, now it's the iPad. And usually Shannon, while she's charting and doing stuff, is listening to the thing at the foot of the bed. So they have started to join. There's a whole group. Now, I didn't name them the Paranormal Poopers. They named it themselves that. Anyways, this Bizarre Bub, she's the one that shared Bizarre Bub with me. So I checked out his latest video. Holy crap, he has some creepy stuff. So are you guys ready to jump into some creepy stuff tonight? I also downloaded some creepy stuff from TikTok too. Sorry, my my thingamabobber here on Facebook, I've got it open too. Now the YouTube video I did not download because I was thinking if I download it, would that help? Because there are some ads in there, so I'll just mute them while they're playing. Let me grab a drink of something. And for those of you just joining in late, actually, we're almost at 7 o'clock. Holy cow, I've been talking lots. It's almost an hour. So excuse me, if you're just tuning in, you're listening to 105.3 and 107.7 out of the beautiful city of New Orleans to UFO Paranormal Radio Network, also known as United Public Radio Network, or we just call it UPRN. And don't forget that I'm not streaming the Angel Rock on Roku, but we do have a TV channel on Roku. You can find it by going to the channel store and looking up UFO Space P as in Paranormal. There's a drop-down list, and you're looking for UFO Space Paranormal in United Public Radio. And we have quite a few shows that are streaming on our channel. So I don't always say this anymore, but I'm going to show this. So if there's a couple ways to get around this. So I only highlight people if you're on Facebook. It comes up under Facebook user. So you're welcome to head over to StreamYard.com. I believe you just have to quickly sign up for a free account and then give them permission to use your name and your picture. Or you can put your name behind. It might tell me actually on my phone here if I look. Let me see, and I'll be able to tell who this is. Or you can put your name behind it, or you can choose to stay anonymous if you like. So let me see. I'm not sure who we got just tuning in here, but welcome. We're glad to have you. So now I'm curious. Since I'm already in here, I got to check it out and see who's here. It's not going to tell me, so I don't know who you are. They wouldn't let me stream to Facebook today on my profile. Believe me, I counted. I kid you not. This way I tell you Mondays are busy. I pushed that button to try to schedule my show to my Facebook profile almost 400 times, different times over the weekend, today. It was not letting me. Hi, Faye. Welcome. She says, this is Faye. There should be no reason why you're coming up as Facebook user, Faye. Welcome. Faye and her husband, Roger, used to be on our network. They've since just gone back to Facebook and YouTube. And they have Latino Psychic Visions. I believe it's Wednesdays and Saturday. I was on Roger's show a couple of weeks ago, and that one is called This Mug's for You. But Faye just started her own show, and it's called Faye's Angels. So I want to give her a shout out. That's on Tuesdays. And I think your premiere show was last Tuesday. And unfortunately, and I knew this because somebody that was here, I think on Thursday night, said, I'll see you at Faye's show on Tuesday. And I was in a meeting, so I wasn't able to watch it. So congratulations on that. So before we get to the video, Kevin's always good for a story. Z Sun Dragon. So he says, short story. Walking home from friends as the sun was going down in Glencoe, and Kevin's in Canada like I am. My brothers and I heard what sounded like chains dragging behind us on the pavement. Then it was in front of us. We kept walking and saw nothing, just clearly hearing it. Crazy, isn't it? Holy, I'll say, yeah, like Sandra says, you always have the best adventures, Kevin. You do. You have crazy stuff happening. I might message Jonathan because I had an idea about this too, something a little different. Jonathan has SP. I know he popped in, but sometimes he heads off in other places. But I'm going to see, Jonathan, if you're not out there, I'm going to try messaging you right now because he has an SB7. Now, I'm just doing this at the last minute, so he may be very well busy, but I do have devices of my own. So let me message him. I'm going to say, hey, are you busy? I'm going to say this so I don't have dead air time as I'm typing. I'm going to say, any chance you'd like to do some ITC live? I'll say with me right now. If not, that's okay. Like I say, I have devices too. Oops, Mister. No, I want me. My darn phone, I swear it's possessed. Hi, Manuel Lopez. He says, love and light. And Mish says, eek. And you said, oh, I see more comments. Was as though it was crisscrossing the streets, going back and forth. Oh my gosh, Kevin, that's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I don't know. I've never been to New Brunswick. I don't know if I'm going to go now because you've got some crazy stuff. Okay, I'm going to say right now, let me type this in. Because you know what I was even thinking is we'd set the parameters, but wouldn't it be nice? Like maybe we'd get some loved ones coming through with some messages. I kind of got that from Spirit today, and I thought I do have devices that I can use. They're just apps, but I thought we'll see what if Jonathan's around. If he's not, that's okay too. In the meantime, maybe we'll start out with this spook. Oh, and Faye says thanks for the promo. You're very, very welcome. I love Faye and Roger. Like I said, I was on Roger's Saturday morning show a few weeks ago, and I think it's usually only an hour and a half, but I kept saying to Roger, I don't have to be anywhere. Like, do you want me to hang out with you? And we'll do some more readings. And he said, yep, I think we were almost 3 hours, you guys. We had so much fun. It was crazy. And Nicole says, that sounds cool. Yeah, I thought it might be a cool idea. I've been thinking about it for a couple weeks. We can use my device, but like I said, an SB7. And the really cool thing with Jonathan, never really met someone like him. I think he's on a television episode. I wish he was here because a lot of times he'll just pop in to say hi, to offer some support. And I know he shares the show, and I understand people are busy, but I have seen things happen with Jonathan with ITC or intertrans communication. Hang on. I can try. Okay, hang on. Let's see if we can get him. I'm going to ask him if he wants to come on. So we'll see if we can get him on here. I'm going to say, do you want to join me on the show? I hate to do this. If I had somebody else here to talk, so you guys are just going to have to listen to me. Michelle says, the other night, my daughter's tenant was going to work around midnight. She said he heard her saying, hey, over here. Oh, that's crazy. We could try to reach, I'll say, people's loved ones who have passed. Or anyone else. I'll say anyone else. I'm going to send him a link. We'll see. He's been on my show before, so he knows what the deal is. So I know this was unplanned. I just kind of thought about it when I think they have a Wendigo. Oh, well, there's a difference. That's so funny you brought up. Michelle, I swear to God, you're right in sync with me tonight with a lot of stuff. I was thinking about the difference between Wendigos and skinwalkers because there's a difference. Give me 1 sec. I want to send him the link if he wants to join me. If he does, he'll pop in. If he doesn't, that's okay. I'm sure he's going to come on. I'm positive because unless he's busy, but I'm pretty sure he will. I'll send him the link and we'll see. So I'll send it and see what he says. So the difference is that to me, if you were thinking that, and it depends, like, did you hear it out? Did she hear it outside or was it inside? Because you say, I'm going to highlight this. Michelle says, the other night, my daughter's tenant was going to work room and she said he heard her saying, hey, over here. So I'm guessing it was outside. Now, usually a Wendigo, because I was trying to understand because I hear people use it in interchangeably, these two terms, right? Skinwalker, let's see what he says. Okay, let me get ready. I'll say no rush. Hang on, let me tell him this. No rush. Oops. No rush. Oops. I know I'm saying this out loud. It's just so I'm not having this dead space as I'm typing. I'll say no rush. I know it was unplanned. It was unplanned. I figured he'd join us. And Jonathan has been on the Angel Rock before. So the difference between a Wendigo and a Skinwalker from looking at this, I believe with a Wendigo, it's both of them are related to First Nations, but a Wendigo is more, if I understand this correctly from what I've seen, and feel free to correct me, I am not an expert in these areas. I've just done the research that I've done. Michelle says it's outside. So with a Wendigo, from the legend and lore I have read, if another human within the First Nations community has consumed the flesh of another human, that you are destined to be cursed and walk the earth forever hungry, always hungry, and can attack others and make a meal, basically. Oh, we've got a Kent here. I don't see Kent, but hi, Kent, if I missed you. So with a skinwalker, it's basically, again, First Nations legend, has to do with, I want to almost say like magic, if you will, but it's also they're shapeshifters. They can take the form of an animal. Sometimes they'll say another human. And that's where you may hear it's usually help, though. So Kevin says, like an impersonator, trickster, maybe imitating, so doppelganger. No, I had a doppelganger in my previous home. It was a female shapeshifter. She would take my form. She has hit my partner. Kevin says, ignore Kent. LOL. She would take my form. She's hit my partner a couple times, and then I remember I've told you guys this story before. We're both night owls, and in our old home, our bedroom was in the basement, so he went upstairs to make something to eat. It was about 3 or 4 in the morning, and he was in the kitchen working. I think he was making a sandwich, and so the countertop was straight across in front of him. There was a bit of an open space between the cupboards and the countertop, and you could see into the dining room, kind of into the living room in the previous home. And all of a sudden he comes flying down the stairs and he goes, did you just come upstairs and hit me super hard 3 times on my left shoulder? I go, what? And he goes, I go, why would you ask me that? And he said, because as he was making the sandwich, something hit him really hard 3 times on his left shoulder. He actually hit his head on the cupboard. He got hit so hard. He spun around to see who it was. And he said, it was the exact image of me. What I was wearing from the back, same, my hair's almost down to my butt, but same hair. My hair wasn't purple then, but everything, what I was wearing. And I said, so then what happened? And he goes, the fake me or doppelganger went out of the kitchen, went around the corner to go like almost down the stairs and disappeared. I go, well, first of all, I can't disappear. Second of all, and I always want to tease my partner about this. He's been to way more concerts than me. We love going to concerts, and he's way better hearing than me. So I said, you would have heard me if I came up the stairs. Plus, why would I go upstairs and hit you? I've never hit anyone, including even my children. So why would you think it was me? He goes, well, it looked like you. I go, you would have heard me if I was coming up the stairs. I have no reason to hit you. So yes, a doppelganger is the exact replica of, could be yourself, someone you know. So in a way, I guess what you're saying, kind of like a doppelganger, but skinwalker usually takes the form of an animal, not people. But I've heard people say that they try and lure you in by yelling help or hey or whatever to lure you in. So that is how I understand the difference. So Kevin asked in her daughter Michelle's daughter's voice or a random voice, and then Michelle said it. He said it sounded like my daughter. He thought it was strange her being down near the chickens. So it could be a lot of things. I don't think I would jump right to a Wendigo or a shapeshifter because from what I remember you saying, Michelle, I'm going to go back. You said it said hey and then something else. Let me see. She said it freaked them both out. The voice came from where she keeps her chicks. Okay. She was inside and this was around midnight, but the person who heard it and thought it was your daughter was outside. So the voice said, hey, over here. So I would think more it could possibly, I mean, we can't always just jump to paranormal, right? But it's pretty well unexplained. So I would put it in strange, unusual, paranormal. But Wendigo, I don't know if I would jump to a Wendigo. I would think that more or less, even just feeling into it, and I'm not always right. I think it may just have been, could be an energy. Could, the land holds energy. It could be an energy that wanted his attention, right? Because if it was something like a skinwalker, they don't just say, hey, over here. And again, with today's day and age, with deep fakes and with everything else, anything's possible that's caught on video or audio, but it's pretty insistent when it's calling for help or what have you. And they sound like they're dying when they're calling for help. It's like urgent, urgent, urgent. And they're hoping to call someone in. So Kevin says, yes, true, Laura Lee. And then Michelle said he messaged her once he was in his car. She had a strange feeling before she got his message. And spirits could do that. Maybe there's somebody around. Could even have been a drop-in or passerby. I almost feel like this was somebody, was this farming community before, Michelle, or anything like that? Do you know? I almost feel like that, like it was a past spirit, and they could be there for whatever reason, right? Wouldn't be the first time I have heard EVPs caught where spirits will say, hey, hi, hey, I'm over here. Twin Paranormal. Watch those guys on Sunday. You guys should check out their video. It's pretty creepy. They were getting the most intelligent responses and with multiple devices. And they had been there the year before and they were getting a lot of the same responses. They had a friend with them this time, and it was pretty crazy what they were getting. And this spirit kept saying, come find me, come find me. You're back. Oh, sorry, Kat. Sorry, Jonathan's here. Good thing he messaged me as I'm yapping away here. Hang on. So it is farm. Yeah, I almost feel like it's a farmer. Hey, I didn't give you any notice, did I? I was going to do it myself. Are you still there? Can you hear me? Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I just wanted to check your audio. No, I was going to do it myself, and then I seen you pop in, And a lot of people, I don't know if you were here at the beginning. For everybody that doesn't know Jonathan, I said you've been on here before. He's from JK47 Paranormal, or Jonathan. And where I was going with this, and I got off on a tangent. I started to say this about you. And I knew you usually just pop in to say hi and, support the show. And I appreciate that you have a gift with ITC, with intertrans communication. You get some incredible responses. You get some incredible communication. You do your own podcast. I know you're part of Talking with the Source, but you do your own. You wanted to tell people about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So I do it at Tuesday at noon Mountain Standard Time. It's called Targeting with the JK47, and basically I work on cold cases, try to help find some answers and stuff. This tomorrow is going to be pretty interesting, so you should all tune in.
Can you give us a little teaser about what you're going to do?
Yeah. So in 2009, whole family disappeared in Oklahoma. So they're known as the Jameson family.
Okay.
And it's going to be fun. Before they disappeared, they were talking about spirits in their home, and like when they were packing their truck up, like they looked like zombies, like they weren't interacting with each other. They were just.
I think I know this case. I think I know this case. It's a mom and a dad and a son. Was there 2 kids?
Just one, a 6-year-old.
Okay,
girl.
it was just one. I've heard this story. Nobody knows where they've gone, right? Like they just seem to have vanished.
Their bodies were found 3 miles away from their truck, and in their truck there was still $32,000. Their dog was in the truck, and the dog survived 8 days without food. It was really weak.
Wow.
All their cell phones and wallet were in the truck, and they were found 3 miles away. So Spirit reached out to me as I was looking for a new cold case, just going through, and they said, "This one, do this one."
Cool.
And it's funny because I bought the episode. They were on a show called Disappeared.
Okay.
And it's season 2, episode 10. It's not on Discovery Plus for some reason, so I had to buy it on Amazon Prime. So I watched the video, and then I pulled a card for myself. I'm like, tell me what this session's gonna be like, and I got Expect Miracles card. So. Yeah.
So I was starting to talk. You'll have to send me the name of the episode. I'll have to see if I can find it because I'd love to watch it. But what TV episode were you on again? I was talking about you. You had already. Pardon?
Yeah, I'm on a show that's on the Science Channel. You can watch it on Discovery Plus. It's called Mission Unexplained. I'm episode 3. I'm in the middle because mine was the longest. So.
We forgot to mention that you also have served with the military, so thank you for your service.
Yeah. All my experiences in Iraq. There's so many situations that could have happened that didn't, because something was protecting me, and actually. It's funny. Next Monday is the 20-year anniversary, of one of my major attacks. So, how did they die? That's what I'm gonna figure out. I'm gonna ask their spirits and see if they can tell us how they died. I have a clip. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Okay, because what I was going to say to you in the meantime is what made me think of this. Well, Spirit talked to me about it today. I've been thinking about it for a couple of weeks, but today is the 1-year anniversary of Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. They were viciously murdered at the University of Idaho and today's the 1 year anniversary. And then people were mentioning, we started out talking about a little bit about the holidays, and Zach's here. He hasn't been here for a while, and it's going to be his first Christmas without his mom. And it's the anniversary of Michelle's mom's passing 4 years ago, and Sandra's lost both her parents 2 years ago, and as well Michelle. There was quite a few people that lost people, so I thought that might be kind of cool. I downloaded a bunch of videos and stuff, but if we don't watch it tonight, you guys just tune in Thursday, because I'll tell Dave. I'll say, hey Dave, all our research is all done. So I thought, you know what, you've got such a gift with ITC. I've done some, because we kind of bonded, if you will, really, right? Like I met you on Talking with the Source, but because we both follow true crime. And when what was his name? Concalvit. What was his name? The guy that we were doing, that we worked, we did the Estes method.
Oh, that guy that escaped the prison.
I forget what his name was. There was a manhunt everywhere for him, and it's right on the tip of my tongue. I can't remember his name.
Forgot his name. Yeah.
But the stuff you got, and you do get stuff. And I think you've got a real gift, because with the Ellen Greenberg case, you've got a lot of stuff with that case as well. And I thought
Suzanne Morphew's case was really good.
Okay.
Go to YouTube, you can watch all those. Yeah.
I will go, because I know all about it. Like I always usually start out, especially on my own show, if I don't have a guest, calling out my favorite paranormal channels, my favorite true crime channels, and yeah, definitely. So did you find the interview? Did you find it by any chance, Jonathan?
No, it's on my TikTok, and it's on my Facebook channel. If you go to JK47 Paranormal, in my reels, it's the newest one.
Okay.
I was helping somebody. She wanted to find out what happened to her uncle, and I asked, were you murdered? And, after a length of time, I slowed it down and stuff, and it's clear as day. It says, yes, I think I know who it did it. So,
is that Suzanne you're talking about, Suzanne?
No, it's a private case.
Oh, a private case. Okay. So I apologize for putting you on the spot, but I figured I warned everybody, if he's in the middle of something, he will be. But if not, I said, I'm pretty sure he'll come on. So
I'm always here for you, love and light,
I know you are, and you support the show too, and really appreciate it. So have you got everything all set up? Should we see if
got the candle going, opened the portal. They've been talking pretty significantly, so
okay, so how about we do this? If you guys have a question, could we ask people to ask a question, or if they want to try to say hello to a loved one or something, could we do that?
Yeah, I got my eyes closed, so I won't be able to see them, but I'll be able to hear you. So okay. I got my mic up to the speaker, so hopefully everybody can hear the responses.
Okay, so if you guys have a question or anything,
I'll go turn off the lights and stuff.
Okay, go ahead and get set up, Jonathan. So if anybody has a question, or maybe something you want to ask of a loved one or a friend or anybody whatsoever, you can ask anything that you want. I apologize for the noise in the background. Hopefully you can hear that okay. And it won't be too, I'll try and go closer to the mic for you, because I know that the background noise is a little loud. So I'll try and talk much louder for you guys.
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me okay?
I can. It's pretty loud, the SB7, but are you able to turn the volume down, or are you going to put headphones on, Jonathan?
I'll turn it down a little.
Yeah, just so, because it's really hard. I know it'll be hard on people. There.
Well, what I can do is I'll turn the mic away from the speaker. I'm so used to turning
that's better, okay, because you're going to probably speak out anyways what it is, Jonathan, because you'll hear it better. Yeah. Okay, Kevin says he can hear us okay. So we have a question already. So this is somebody famous. Okay, this is somebody from the band The Cars. His name is Ben. Okay. And so somebody's just asking if they may be able to hear anything from him, even if he'll come through and say something like, I don't know, hi, it's Ben, or whatever.
All right. Spirit guide. Santos, Christina, Ryan, Errol. Let me know when we are ready. You ready? Okay. In our room, I'm going to have many spirits coming in. I just ask that you protect the session and bring the spirits that we ask for so that they can give response. Protect the session, protect my home. Don't let any entities interfere. I call upon my Army brothers, my Native American brothers, my brothers. Come and give these spirits voice, work as a collaborative. So the first question is for Heather Cooper. She wants to hear Ben say hello. So can you find Heather Cooper's Ben and have him say hello for us? I know it's very vague. Ask her spirit guide who she's talking about. She'd like to say hello from Ben. Yes, I heard Heather's name. Ben, are you here with us? Can you say hello? That was something there.
I couldn't hear what it was. I know Jonathan will. It's a bit like it's fuzzy, so he'll tell you what he hears. That was a guy's voice. That was loud.
Yeah, it sounded like he said, "Hey there." You know, when I get those responses, I'll normally have to review them, and that's how.
Yeah,
I
I know you will.
Stuff, so. But yeah, what's the next one?
Okay, so Faye said, I'd love to hear from my brother Kenny, who passed a few years ago. Now, guys, I want to tell you something before we go forward with this. Just in case if something doesn't come through, it doesn't mean that your loved one doesn't want to communicate with you or whatever. It just might be they're not able to work with the frequency right now or what. But I'm telling you, Jonathan gets some incredible responses, and I thought, what better person than just me doing it? So I really appreciate this, Jonathan.
All right, so let's see if we can help Faye out. All right, Spirit, what I need you to do now, my guide, is on my screen you can see the name Faye Hewing. She would like to say she would love to hear from her brother Kenny. So find Kenny. You may ask Faye's spirit guide. Once Kenny is here, can you let me know? They said absolutely.
Okay.
Is Kenny here with us? Kenny, are you with us? He's here. Do you have a message? He said, I'm here.
Okay.
Do you have a message for your sister Faye Hewing? Kenny, what's your message for her? I heard a hello. Kenny, come through. Use my energy. Use this channel's energy. My spirit guides are here to help you. Do you have a message for your sister Faye Hewing?
That was something.
Come through, Kenny. It sounded like he said, hey, sis. Kenny, if
remember
this
that
is you,
Jonathan just going to listen to this to you guys because this is using radio wave scanning really fast, and Spirit will pull out the words.
Kenny, come through and tell your sister a personal message for her so she knows you're okay. I don't know what it said. That was something.
That was something, you guys. And what Jonathan does is he'll go back through this and you clean up the sound a little bit and you'll identify the messages. Oh, Faye just said, Kenny always said, hey, sis.
Oh, yeah. That's what I heard a little earlier.
I
Let me
think
see if
he
I can
said
get
some
him to
other
say I
things.
love you. Let me see if I can get him to say I love you. Kenny, your sister heard you. She heard you say, hey, sis. Do you want to tell her that you love her? Sounded like it said love her.
There is a lot that came through, you guys. And like I said, this is the wonderful thing that Jonathan will go through. And when he gets some really clear stuff, he'll go through. I know you will, right, Jonathan? And you'll put the messages up there because it
You're
also
recording
supports
it.
your work. Thank you, Kenny.
But see, it's, I don't know if you guys can see how fast it's scanning. The lights.
Yeah, I
kind of
forgot. We got so excited, forgot to tell people how it works. That's why you're hearing kind of that static. So you may not always, sometimes they do come through with their voice, don't they, Jonathan? But a lot of times they'll pick the word from the word bank and use it too.
Well, there's not a word bank. It's just scanning radio stations.
Okay. Some of them have a word bank too, so I apologize.
So
The
let's
face
see.
said thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, love and light. Your brother loves you.
Okay, Nicole Thomas Ryan said, is there any family on the other side that has a message for her?
Okay. Spirit guide, I need you to connect with Nicole Thomas Ryan, Spirit guide. She wants to know if any of her family on the other side has a message for her. Can you find her, spirit guides, or maybe one of her relatives that are in the afterlife, and pass the message on to me? And this is for Nicole. Let me know when you have got the message.
Michelle says that's really amazing. And Faith says she's pretty sure she heard Kenny's voice, so.
That's good, yeah. So, who is it, Nicole?
I'm going to put it back up. Yeah, Nicole. He really does have a gift with this, you guys. Like, and it's much easier, too, if you have the headphones on sometimes. I know that.
I understand, Spirit. Can you find Nicole Ryan's ancestors? I will. My spirit guide Christina said she will. Christina, once you have found them, say the message that they want to say to Nicole. You did? You found them?
Thank you, Spirit.
What is the message that Nicole needs to hear? I heard that we're okay.
We're okay.
Is there another message that they have for Nicole? You said, hold on. Yep. What's the other message? That was something that said, hey, tell her, and then it cut off. So Let me ask again. Can you repeat that message? I heard, hey, tell her. Now just finish the rest of the sentence. Use your strength, you guys. I know you can come through. It's really silent. There, I don't think because my connection is really what I do before I do my episodes is I leave this equipment running for about an hour to make sure.
know. I put you on the spot.
No, but I'm surprised I'm getting what I can.
Okay, so Kevin says he heard you're on the right path with recent decisions.
Thanks.
Is what I heard. Yeah, feel free to put in what you guys may hear. I will tell you right now, if you listen with headphones, it's much different. So Michelle wants to know, is there a message for all of us? Words to heal us all now.
Okay. Spirit guide, this question is for the source. Oh, I heard you're welcome. I just heard you're welcome. So that must have been in reply to Z-Sun. Spirit, I need you to ask source. I need you to find out if there are any healing words that they can tell us right now to help us feel better about the current situation in the world. We help you.
Okay, I thought I also heard the planet, like something about the planet.
It says we help you. So what I'm getting from that is you have to believe in yourself. You have to open yourself up to your guides, and they'll send you signs. You'll feel this overwhelming love, and that's what I get a lot from my guides. But let me make sure. Let me see if we can get something else.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan.
All right, Spirit Guides, thank you for that message. I know you help us. What can we say to the listeners that aren't connected with their guides? What kind of message can we tell them? Come through, guys. What message is Source telling you to tell me that we can tell these listeners that aren't in contact with their spirit guides? How can we tell them everything will be okay? How can we help them? I heard something with love.
Yeah, I thought I did too, because Michelle said wisdom. I think I heard too. She goes, awesome, thank you. I have one thing I'm going to ask, and this is kind of in the field that we use our gifts for, is with true crime. But with it being the anniversary for Kaylee and
I actually did an episode when that all happened. I did an episode for them. I talked to Kaylee, so I'll see if I can get her back. I might be able to.
It's the anniversary today, and I'm going to say their names again. It's Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan. That we love them. We're thinking of them. I'm thinking of Ellen Greenberg as well, and many of the others that you've worked on the cases, and we follow it, we familiarize it, we send so much love and healing to their loved ones. And so
I'll get Kaylee, because I had a connection with her, and Z-Sun's absolutely right. Just trust in yourself. This is your guys' universe, so you got to believe that this is your universe. Okay, you let people into it, like I let Laura Lee in. And her connection with spirit and my connection with spirit, when we're together, it's crazy.
It is. So you said it was Kaylee?
Kaylee, the blonde girl, is the one I talked to.
Well, they were both blonde, but Kaylee had that really outgoing, big personality.
Yeah. So she was able to talk a lot. So
I
let's
could
see.
see that. Yeah.
Let's see if we can get her.
Okay.
Spirit guide, I need you to find Kaylee. We talked to her about a year ago.
Kaylee Gonzalez.
She was murdered in Idaho, near the ISU campus, Idaho State University. Let me know when Kaylee is here. She said I can do that.
When she comes, Jonathan, ask her if she can tell us her dog's name.
Kaylee, are you with me, honey? She says hello again.
Hi, Kaylee.
Hi, Kaylee.
I saw a message from your sister on Instagram, Kaylee. She posted your bucket list, and one of them was to become TikTok famous. So she put on your birthday, you're TikTok famous.
Did you hear that, Kaylee? Do you have a message for your sister? Kaylee, stay with me. Do you have a message for your sister, Kaylee? I know she misses you with all her heart.
The whole family, they've got lots of kids.
I heard that's
Kaylee,
cool.
what's your dog's name?
Kaylee, what is your dog's name?
Oh my God, I think I heard it. I have goosebumps major.
I heard something like polka or something.
No, Murphy. I think I heard Murphy.
All right, let's see if we can say it again.
Okay,
Kaylee. Kaylee, can you say your dog's name again? You said it once. Can you say your dog's name again? Can you say Murphy? There you
Oh
go.
my God. Thank you, Kaylee. Oh my God, Jonathan, I am like covered in goosebumps right now. Thank you, Kaylee.
Yeah. Spirit, I feel really good. I feel really good energy. So, is there anybody else that wants to say hi to anybody?
Well, Kevin says he keeps hearing wolf. Why do I keep hearing wolf? And he's laughing. I don't know.
Maybe she's making the sound of the dog. Woof, woof.
And Faye just went in huge letters, OMG. You guys, I've never done ITC live on this show before, and it wasn't planned, but I had heard from Spirit earlier today. Now, I have some apps, but they're not as, I know that background noise is a little grating, but I know how gifted Jonathan was. And when we were talking about all the losses, I thought, why don't, and you popped in. And then I thought that was a sign I would message you. I didn't give him much preparation. Like Jonathan, you said, you let the machine usually like go for a good hour because they're going to take some of that energy too. It takes a lot of energy for our loved ones to come through too, guys.
Yeah, and I do a lot of grounding before it. I go outside and touch the earth to make sure I'm grounded. And there's so much I do before the show. Like I pull a card to see if I'm on the right path. I do all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
You know what? I'm really glad that you brought that up. And I know we're just gonna let it run for a bit, but and if anybody else has got any more questions, but what people don't realize when you're doing this type of work, and this is spiritual type work, this is a way to communicate directly, you have to do a lot of preparation. You know, you can't just, like, I know you can do it, but normally I wouldn't just hit Jonathan up. And like I said, if he said no, you said no, and I would completely respect that. But you should do these things to try to prepare yourself because it can be very draining. Like you offered your energy.
Spirit just said, yes, you should.
Did they? Yes, you should.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kevin says that background noise is where the voices come in from,
Yeah.
so it's necessary for it is, but this is a pretty accurate method. Would you say that, Jonathan, versus any other device?
I mean, this is like the most basic SB7. Like, this is the first one they made, and it's only like $40 now. But I know Spirit's with me because I get this weird beep beep, and everybody that I talk to, they have never heard that through their spirit box. That's why I know it's significant to me, and that's usually when I get the best responses is after that beep beep.
Okay, so before you started, because for people seeing this and thinking this is super cool and everything, any kind of communication device, you started the session the way, and I'm going to get Jonathan in just a sec to explain who he was talking to at the beginning. I know, but for people watching or listening, and then when we end it, there's a way to close it. You don't just hop on here and do whatever. You should know what you're doing when you use these devices. So who were you talking to at the beginning, Jonathan?
So in the beginning, I talked to my spirit guides. I have 3 of them. They just said hello. They So I found these spirit guides from a psychic medium 2 years ago, and she was able to say, okay, your first guide, she's really standing out. Her name's Christina. She has this long blonde hair, a white cape, a long sword. She says that she was the one that helped you in your times of need back in 2001 to 2005. I never told her I was in the Army, but that's when I went to Iraq, was in 2003. And she said she's the strongest one I've ever seen. And she said my other spirit guide, his name is Santos. She sees him in a really tall, tan, kind of olive colored skin. He's wearing a black trench coat with a black hat, and he's tough guy as well. And then she said a little boy named Ryan.
Oh,
yeah,
beautiful. They said, I loved hearing from my brother. He was a few years ahead of me, and he always seemed larger than life. I know he's having the greatest time.
He's always with you, Faye. You gotta remember that. And
Yeah.
if you get a session with Laura Lee, she might be able to help find your spirit guides, or at least one of them to talk to.
Well, I have exercise for people.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you really quick. I'm putting together a course. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it. Now, it may not be till around February-ish or so, but it's for people who are either newly developing into spirituality, or even if you are spiritual, but you want to learn about some different things and what have you. It's going to go over one night a week for probably at least a few months. And these are some of the things I'm going to be teaching you, but one of them is, so what I get people to do is to clear their mind. You're going to take a couple deep breaths, say in through the nose, hold for 4, hold it as you're breathing for, you're holding the breath in for about 4, and then breathe it out for 4. Okay. Whatever's comfortable for you, but 3 deep breaths. You're going to try and clear your mind, and you're going to ask, what is the name of my spirit guide?
Yeah.
Whatever comes to you, accept that. I don't care if it's a super crazy name. I don't care if it's as simple as Mary or Bob or whatever, because what that's doing is, okay, they don't need names on the other side. I know you know this, Jonathan, we've talked about this, but they don't need it. It's energy. We really are a part of each other. So that guy that you're going to connect with is going to, so you'll associate Bob, for example, with Bob, and you can give permission to Bob and say, Bob, I'd like to get to know you more, like you were talking about. Please send me some signs. You may get more than one name, or if you want to find out, we don't just have one guide, we have many different guides. We have many different angels and ascended masters and elementals. And this is how you can start to get to know them. You can ask them, let me know what you feel like. Like you mentioned, you get a certain sensation when you're establishing communication. Your guides and angels and all your helpers that you have on the other side, we're never alone. They want to work with you. They're here to help you succeed at why you came here in the first place. We're all here for a reason. That's what.
And they will never leave you. They will always be there. So if you ever feel alone and you feel depressed, you just talk to them, and they'll take those feelings away. You just got to ask.
I'm going to mention one thing though, and it's kind
Yeah.
of something that came to mind in a conversation recently. You can write to them. Say you like to write, and you start to write and you journal. You can ask questions and write down whatever comes to mind. But as you're doing it, you might get this sensation of, why am I doing this? This is crazy. Like, if anybody saw me doing this, they think I've lost my mind or whatever. That is the ego part of ourself. You will find people in this field who will tell you got to banish the ego. Well, guess what? The ego will not be banished. It is part of who you are. And I love what one of my mentors taught me, and it's worked really well, is we learn to make friends with our ego, but recognize that if that part comes in and tries to kind of convince you, this is stupid, don't do this, it's ridiculous, that's your ego, right? And you can just tell your ego, listen, I hear what you're saying in your own mind's eye, if you will. How about you just hang out? You can hang out on the side. If you got something to add, great. But I think I'm going to continue to do this and keep doing it, right? That's one way. But you can connect, and they will communicate with you. So we are almost out of time. I'm going to have you back on again, Jonathan, because Kevin says I got a lot of names that way of guides. I agree with Laura Lee. They will tell you their names, and yes, they will help instantly when you ask Jonathan.
Yeah, no. And the best way to try to communicate that I found is to think of yourself in a state of sleep. So I close my eyes because light is a frequency, and I think it interrupts with my communication. So I always make sure my eyes are closed. I always make sure that I'm breathing as if I was sleeping, a nice calm breath. And I just try to do whatever I would do as I'm sleeping.
You get into theta. Theta in the brainwave state, and that's the best. It's a sweet spot is when, say, you wake up, your alarm goes off, and you hit snooze, and you're kind of awake, kind of asleep. That's the best place to get messages. Leave my crystal alone, please. Thank you. She loves that crystal, my cat. Well, maybe
here, let me close this portal real quick. Let me close this.
Yeah,
Let me
go
close
ahead and
this
close it.
session
We
real
got to
quick.
pop off here. We got like a minute or two left. So.
All right, spirit guides, all spirits, thank you for your session.
Thank you
for your protection. I thank you for everything you do for me. Thank you, Santos, Christina, Ryan. Thank you, my Indian brothers, my Native American brothers, my Army brothers, my brother. I say thank you, and I close this session. Can you say goodbye? Can you say goodbye, acknowledging that the session is closed? We help.
Thank you.
Goodbye. There they go. They said it.
So,
Thank
Jonathan,
you,
you want to let them know quickly how to get a hold of you. And if you guys enjoyed this, I have a couple more weeks. Like, I'm booked solid probably for the next few months. So that's why I've taken these shows over the last few months to do alone, because I love doing them with you. If you guys want us to do this, I'll ask Jonathan if he's free, and I'll have him on for a whole 2 hours, and we can talk and questions. And so how do they get a hold of you, Jonathan?
Best way, you can just follow me on JK47 Paranormal on Facebook, or you can follow me on TikTok. And if you want to send a message through like Messenger, just look for Jonathan Keyworth and send a message. I'm always home, so that's what I do. I just read.
Everybody's saying thank you, Jonathan. Thanks, everyone. So you guys, if you're enjoying the paranormal and you want to talk more about it, stay tuned, because we've got the Horsefly Chronicles coming up next with friends of mine as well, Philip and Julia Syracusa. They've got a great show. Otherwise, you ever want to get a hold of me, you can get a hold of me on facebook.com/The Angel Rock. If you got a guest suggestion, show idea, you got questions, maybe you want to book a reading with me, I do Akashic Records. I do healing energy sessions such as Crystal Reiki. I do mentoring. Also, I have 2 groups on Facebook, Paranormal University for all things paranormal and the Angel Rocker Tribe for all things kind of spiritual. Also, I will be back on Thursday with my good friend and co-host David Hansel at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Kevin says, great show. This was so much fun with Jonathan. So like I said, you guys, we've got enough weeks left. What's today? 13th. I think we got 2 more Novembers before the guests start. And it's nice to have guests too, but I like to be able to sit and talk to you guys. Okay. So I send you all so much love and light. Remember that we're thinking of all of you, and I'm very grateful that you shared some personal things tonight, everybody in the chat. I send you so much healing as well. And until Thursday, okay? We'll talk to you soon, everybody. Stay spooky. Thanks again, Jonathan.
No problem.
Welcome to Negotiating Happiness, the show that helps you find happiness, success, and balance in your work and life. I'm Adriana Fiestro, your host for this journey into entrepreneurship and personal growth. We're broadcasting live on 107.7 and 105.3 FM in New Orleans as part of the United Public Radio Network. We explore the latest strategies, insights, and stories from successful entrepreneurs and experts. From managing stress to building a thriving business, we've got you covered.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is your host, Adriana Fiestro, and you are tuning into Negotiating Happiness. We are live on 107.7 and 105.3 FM in New Orleans on the United Public Radio Network and UFO Paranormal Radio Network. Today, it is November 13th, and I am here with the wonderful Grace Baldwin. Hello, Grace.
Hi, Adriana. Thanks for having me.
I'm so excited that you're here today. I haven't gone live actually in a couple of episodes, so I'm really hoping that people take notice and come into the comments for us.
Amazing.
I'm just gonna send everybody a quick hey on all of our platforms. If you guys have any questions, please let us know. Grace is our GTM messaging consultant today, and she has so much wisdom to share with us. All right, so we are live. If you guys have any other questions, I've started off the chat here. Please let me know. I just wanted to introduce everybody to Grace here. So today we have Grace, a messaging consultant, copywriter, brand strategist, amazing person, extraordinary Grace here. We will dive into the entrepreneurial journey and branding landscape. Grace will share insights on navigating the challenges of growing B2B brands, infusing creativity into technical topics, and the cultural influences from living in Holland that shaped her approach to storytelling in the world of enterprise. SaaS. How do you say that, Grace?
SaaS, software as a service. Yeah.
SaaS. I knew that. I just had to double check.
No worries.
I'm just being a goofball. This is normal for a Monday.
It's a very much an industry term. So yeah, of course, no worries.
Perfect. See, I'm probably not the only one that didn't know that.
Definitely not.
I've seen it around. I've written it out a couple times, but I'm like, I just need to make sure.
You know what? Like snaps for you for asking the question.
Totally. I'm that person. If I don't know, I'll ask you.
Which is something I appreciate about you.
Yeah, I love it. I can't wait for everybody to meet you today. I would describe you as a dynamic force in the world of copywriting and brand strategy. And since 2018, you have been making waves in the industry, collaborating with exceptional enterprise B2B SaaS companies. And your expertise lies in transforming cold audiences into passionate brand evangelists, all while boosting monthly reoccurring revenue, which is MRR. I learned that yesterday as well, is also an
another
industry
term.
Yeah. Grace's passion for marketing is palpable, and her love for telling compelling business stories is infectious. Beyond her professional pursuits, you'll discover Grace immersed in various endeavors, from running through the woods and preparing for triathlons to crafting earrings and indulging in arrested development. I love it. I love bringing entrepreneurs on this show that are not just a number on paper or purely driven by money or profits, or, I love it because it just shows the human side of it, and, why we do all of this and why we put ourselves through so much stress.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Like, I mean, entrepreneurship and starting your own business, is not for the faint of heart. It's a lot of hard work, but I mean, you get to, you
Totally.
can watch Arrested Development at 4:30 in the afternoon on some days, which is it's
It's
worth
great.
it, Yeah, it's great.
It's great. I don't see a problem with that,
No, me either.
Or if you're like me, you get to drive 2 hours every day to drop off your kid at daycare, and you don't have a boss who is probably super mad at you.
That's how
Right?
long it takes you to
So
drop
there's
him off
that.
at daycare.
Yeah, because we just moved, so it takes me
Okay,
an
yeah.
hour there and an hour back, and then at 4 o'clock I have to leave again to do an hour there, an hour back. So it kind of cuts my day really short, but it's only temporary. We did find him daycare actually about 6 minutes away from my new place, which I'm super pumped about.
That's so nice. You can walk there when it's not cold.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so funny that you say that. You could tell you're so immersed in the European culture because everybody there walks everywhere or bikes or whatever. And here it's like, it's Canada. It's like
Yeah.
-2 degrees. It's not happening.
No. No, yeah,
So Grace, tell me a
definitely.
little bit about your background.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so
Tell me a little bit about your background. So where are you originally from?
So I'm originally from Denver, Colorado in the US, and I went to university in Maine. And then while I was I studied abroad in Amsterdam while I was in university, it was just for a semester. And then I ended up meeting a boy while I was there, while I was in Amsterdam. And then
I love it.
yeah, exactly. I went back to the US. I finished up my degree, and then I moved back here actually in 2017. And yeah, so when I moved here, I didn't have very many skills. Like I had done, I think, like a marketing internship in college, but didn't have like a lot of skills except for the ability to write. And so from there, I just kind of fell into this world of copywriting and content writing. And I spent my first year here freelancing just to pay the bills. I was writing 1,000-word articles about golden retrievers or about bathtubs for elderly people, and I did a lot about pest control at that time too, so I learned a lot about that. But yeah, then I found my way into like business to business B2B tech companies serendipitously through I got an offer for an internship at an ed tech company, and then that turned into a job at a retail tech company. And then I worked at a satellite tech company, and I have been out on my own as an entrepreneur for the last year. And I've been, between jobs, I was always freelancing. But really for the last year, it's been 100% on my own.
Amazing. And how do you feel about that?
It's crazy. It's actually like kind of it's been a year since this week that everything kind of happened. And when I really made the decision to leave and start my own business. So it's a bit of a celebratory week in that regard. And which has been amazing. So it's been a wild year. I've learned a lot about myself. But I've also just been surprised at, like, I did a lot of pre-work before this year, and I'm really thankful that I did that.
Right.
But it's just been, you're learning something new every single day, and I've loved every single moment of it.
Right. And congrats, because a year is a huge milestone when you're putting all this blood, sweat, and tears into your own business. So I'm so happy to have you here and for you to share that with us. So you talked a little bit about how you kind of fell into this whole B2B market. How did your strategies change? Because obviously messaging and writing for I guess, from golden retrievers to recreational topics to, a product or a service is very different. So what strategies do you tend to employ to help businesses articulate their core messages?
Yeah, that's a really good question, actually. And for the first couple of years I was working in-house at different tech companies, and so it gave me the time to really get to know the product. But I think that over the years I've just kind of developed the skill of like figuring out, okay, I need to get a product demo, I need to listen in on sales calls to understand the product, because that's the first foundational part of it, is getting to know the business and what they do. And when I'm, originally I started out doing copywriting, right? And so I originally just wrote the words on the website, but over the years I've also moved more into messaging strategy, because I realized I can't just write the words. I have to be involved in the messaging strategy, because I need to know the product so well and like help shape it. So yeah, it's just been a slow progression over the years, but of all of everything really changing from just doing the words and, looking up YouTube videos about golden retrievers to now I'm actually helping really shape messaging, which is a different experience.
Totally. And you basically have to immerse yourself in it, right, in order to be good at what you do. So there is definitely strategy there. I feel like sometimes, unfortunately, sometimes copywriters don't get the flowers they deserve, because people just tend to DIY a lot of this stuff. And maybe at the beginning it's okay, but then after that you kind of have to invest in it, because it's so important, right?
Definitely.
So,
yeah.
And like you said, it's not just words. It's also the strategy and the positioning, and it's so much more than just the copy.
Exactly. Yeah. Like the words on a website, if there's a website that you love, like take Apple, for example, like the words that they have on there are a direct results of months of messaging work in the background. And when you when you do it properly, the words kind of write themselves, but there's a lot to consider before you even get to the blank Google document.
Right. And it takes also a little bit of like psychology almost, right?
Yeah. You have to like the persuasion techniques. But although I don't like to really think of it as persuasion at this point, but I think of myself as more like an educator than anything, and helping people understand what a product is and why it may or may not be the right fit for them.
Right. I guess when I first started being in this digital space, I didn't even realize that conversion copywriting was a thing. So it's not persuasion. It's more like you need to be able to understand the problems, the solutions, and who the audience, like how the audience can relate to it. Right. It's not some like trickery. It's just understanding what your client is looking for. Right.
Exactly. It's and what the audience is looking for. So there's a lot of like customer research that you have to do. Just to be able to empathize with what people are going through, and what kind of problems they're experiencing, and what they've done to try and solve it, and how your like my client's product might help them in that process.
Totally. And how crucial do you think is a brand voice? Because obviously you go through campaign from campaign. It's not going to be like, it's not one project and you're done, right? So how crucial, like how does that translate into your future work, their brand voice?
Yeah. Okay. That's also a good question, because I think brand voice, and in my experience, it's something that gets kind of overlooked. And so in the last year, the way my business has evolved is that I'll review a company's positioning. So I'll help them with their positioning. I'll do the messaging, which is figuring out what you want to say in the first place. And then I'll help construct a brand voice that then helps bring that messaging to life in a way that like reinforces the positioning. So if you want to come off as like, if your position is that you're the easiest solution in the market, right? Your brand voice should be really easy to understand, to, subconsciously signal that you are a simple solution, or if for example, I had a client earlier this year that was an IT escrow company. And they're introducing something completely new to the market, but they wanted to lean into the fact that they had 20, 30 years of experience in like what is a very prestigious and it's an industry that's based on trust. It's kind of like being a lawyer, right? The IT escrow companies trust you with their source code, right? So you have to come off as trustworthy. And so my client wanted to lean into that expertise and experience. So we had a bit more of an mature adult, not like mature in like a mature content kind of thing, but like a more adult academic, I think is the better word, brand voice to reflect that. And I think that so many companies overlook the power of brand voice to, really make your message believable, I guess.
Yeah, and
And stand out.
And I find that a lot of people just end up flip-flopping. They don't really know what they want to sound like or who they want to attract because they've never gone through those exercises, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's ever asked them those questions. They just say, "Can you sell this?" Right? This is why what you do is so important, because I feel like it sets a business up for future success as well, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. And the way I do it is I do a lot of documentation. I was just talking with a friend about this an hour ago too, about how documentation is so important, because I've also been in situations where the strategy's been set, but then it wasn't documented. So I have to go and try and go through the whole process and figure out, what is the strategy.
Right.
Which then it's kind of like playing telephone, right? Like the step you're kind of, bits are getting lost in translation, the less documentation that there is and the more people there are that are involved in a process.
Right.
So the documentation of it's really important so that you can scale it.
Right. And so who do you typically work with when you onboard these brands?
Yeah. Okay. So
role wise in the company.
So usually the like VP of marketing or the director of marketing, that's like my main contact point. But then for my enterprise clients, I will also almost always be talking to a sales leader, because it's really important, because the sales team they have the most contact with the market, because they're on the phone all day with people. And they're giving demos and everything, and they're able to kind of respond to things faster. So it's important for me to be connected to sales. And then also product, because ultimately, I write a lot of product marketing content, which requires, I'm not an engineer or I'm not a extremely technical person, but I need like a review of the content frequently from a product person, so that to make sure that it's accurate and believable too.
Of course. And that's the beauty of it, is you don't need to be an engineer. You don't need to understand the specs, but you need to understand how they play out in the whole process, right?
Yeah, exactly. And just how to take what's going on in somebody's head and like turn it into something that other people can read. I think that that's really like the power of copywriting, is being able to, really scale up any kind of communications.
That's right. So thinking about how you work with all these different roles, right? They're very different. Some are higher up than others. What are some of the challenges that you commonly encounter when you're working with, especially growing brands, right? Like I know you used to work with a lot of growing brands, like a lot of startups. What are some of the challenges that you encountered there?
Yeah. So with startups specifically, you mean?
Yeah, just somebody that's growing, that's not quite yet, matured in their business.
So, okay. So with like a pre-product market fit company, so a company that's just getting started, maybe they've found a bit, like they have a hunch, they've got domain experts and they're building a product, but they haven't quite tested it. I think a mistake that I've seen is actually to not even do a basic messaging kind of guide. So I think a lot of companies in the smaller stages, they want to just have a website up, which I can understand. Like they want to have a website up, they want to start getting out there and getting market feedback, because things will change. Everything, I think something can change a month from now, right? For a small startup.
Right.
But having like a very basic messaging guide, which is something, I had a client like this a couple months ago where I just did a message, like a 1 day, we're just going to put together a basic messaging guide, just so that we have the documentation there, so that we can have it in the future and then come back and say, okay, did this messaging work, rather than, forgetting what the original message was.
That's right.
I think that that's a mistake. But it doesn't need to be anything too big. It's something that, it can be done in a day, but it's just having the documentation there, because otherwise you're going to get lost as you grow and scale and bring on more people on your team and everything.
Right. So you mentioned that you also work in days as well. So you don't just work on retainers. So you can help clients kind of figure out or have a plan in a day.
I do. Yeah. I have a day option if people want that. This is not, to really like plug anything or anything, but that is there as an option. There are other people that do similar services too.
Yeah, so the reason why I asked that is because I'm also kind of leaning into that, and I'm finding that people are a lot more perceptive, especially these days where I feel like the economy is so uncertain. It's like people want to lean into these services, but sometimes they're hesitant if it's a long-term commitment. So from an entrepreneurial view, I'm seeing this a lot. Everybody I talk to, they're offering day reservations, kind of like we can look at A to Z, but we might only get done, D through F. And
Yeah.
that portion is done for you. And then you can kind of come back and continue this process if you're not going to engage for a long period of time or a big project, right? So I always say I don't want people to get discouraged from getting the help that they actually need, because you're just
Yeah.
going to end up wasting more time, you're going to end up wasting more resources, and you're going to bang your head against a wall because you are not, like, you're meant to focus on what you do best, not all of these other pieces that we make come together. So
Exactly. Yeah.
it's
And for your
really
business, especially. Yeah. Like setting up a system so that somebody can grow and scale, and just have something like, in place. It makes such a big difference. And for my clients too, just having something there is really helpful. And being able to like provide something for people who need it and are looking for it right now, but who just don't have the budget is an amazing opportunity for us.
And I just wanted to mention that even if you are a larger company that actually has departments and you have a marketing department, it doesn't mean that you don't need somebody like Grace, because there's a reason why you're a messaging consultant, right? Your marketing department is like, I like to think of them as the doers, but the doers have to have a strategy, and it has to come from above as well, not just amongst them there. So this is kind of nice that when you were explaining to me all the roles, I saw you as like the middle piece that everybody is kind of helping feed information to, and then you work directly with the people in marketing, the people in the tech, or whatever it may be. So to me, this all makes sense. It's just when I first started out, I didn't even know that your job existed, to be honest, right? So this is why I'm like, let everybody know that this is a thing. Like, this is helpful,
No, it's something that's, I think, growing. And I think even, I've been doing this for like 6 years now, and I think I'm starting to see it grow even more and more within B2B. And I think that it's coming into other areas as well. Because I think overall across the board markets are just getting more competitive. And so like, I like to think about like mattresses, for example. If you buy a mattress in a box, there's, I don't know, however many companies that are doing it, right? And how like you can compete on features, right? But eventually you're going to be competing on your messaging. And that's just going to it's just happening it's happening in tech, it's happening in SaaS, I think it's just happening everywhere. Like, you're having a solid message is really what helps you stand out.
Totally. It's happening to us as well. There are so many, OBMs and virtual assistants and all kinds of business consultants that, I truly believe that there's enough for everybody to go around. I don't think we need to get to the point where we sabotage each other. This is not the space for that. And, but I truly believe it comes down to the messaging, because you are not going, like, you in general, you are not going to be a good fit for every single person that needs services like yours. And that's okay, right? Like, that's okay. You don't want to go through those challenges over and over again. You want to find the people that you can vibe with, that you can resonate with to do these things, right? That's the whole idea of being an entrepreneur, is having so much more control over your own work, right?
Exactly.
That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah. And that's part of a journey that I've been on over the last probably 2 months or so. I kind of realized, I was working with a lot of startups, but I've realized that I'm a better fit for bigger companies that have a product market fit, that, have like maybe a 5-person marketing team already in place. Right. That's where I'm a better fit. But there are people who are awesome for the smaller startups, and there's also people that are way better for the bigger companies. It's just about like the service that you provide.
Totally.
And what makes you happy.
Yeah. What makes you happy doing it? And also maybe, Grace, in a year, you might have a team. We don't know. So maybe then your market changes again. So it's really good to be able to have these conversations, and even as a business owner, to know who would be the best fit for your needs, right?
Yeah.
I had a question about products because I don't deal with products very often, so I'm excited that I have you here. What strategies do you find most effective in not only showcasing a product's features, but also communicating its unique value proposition to potential clients?
Yeah, so there is a woman, her name is April Dunford, and she is really well known in my world of B2B software sales. And she has a book, it's called Obviously Awesome. And she's like known as the positioning consultant. And she worked, I think, at IBM. Like she's just an expert on positioning. But she has a great book called
Ooh.
Obviously Awesome that has a 10-step workshop. It's her framework for how to go about positioning. And I read it a couple years ago, and I've been hooked ever since. It's one of the best workshops I've ever experienced. I've done it for myself. I worked on it last week for my own business. I put clients through it. And as part of the process, you think about, okay, what are our competitive alternatives? But you also think about like the features and what actual value they bring. And I see like features, there's kind of a 3-step process for how you talk about them. First, you have to explain what the feature does, right? Then you have to figure out the advantage of, or like what that like feature allows somebody to do. And so that's called the capability. And then you have to figure out what is the value created by that capability. And that's ultimately the value. A lot of people they'll say something like, I'm trying to look around, my water bottle holds 1 liter of water, like as if that's a feature or as the value, but the value is that I can carry more water than, I don't know, a 500 milliliter bottle, or I can carry more water with me when I'm hiking up to Yosemite, right? Or
Yeah. So funny that you say this because I've always had to stop and think about this. You're right. If we're leaving the client to assume what the value is, then you're not actually communicating it properly. So while it's true that your water bottle holds 1 liter, what you're saying is actually you can just carry more than the leading brand over here, right? So that's this is why you need somebody who's a wordsmith, because they understand all of this.
It's not even the wordsmithing, because the wordsmithing comes in at that 3rd level where you think about, and that's where it just gets more, the messaging gets more interesting, because you can say, I don't know, you can take more water with you, like that's the benefit. But then the value is, if you're hiking, you can take it with you if you're hiking in Yosemite, or you're going to take your kids to the beach, for example, for the full day. Like those are 2 different use cases. So then you can figure out, okay, what audience do I have? What language are they going to react to the best? Like what's going to resonate the most with them? And that's when you get to actually have fun and play with the writing and become more illustrative with your work. And just start
be creative.
Be creative. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's
awesome.
the blend of the art and science.
That's right. Yeah. I've just posted here a comment from one of our viewers. Hello, Marinela. How are you? Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for tuning in, guys. Just remember, you guys can send us questions and we will do our best to address them. Yeah. I mean, obviously this is the whole part of it is creativity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what can you tell us about future trends and future insights into like the industry? What kind of changes do you see coming?
Yeah, so my personal belief, and again, who's to say that this is right, but I really think that, and I think we've kind of been talking about this, but I think that brand is going to become way more important in the world of B2B. And not in like B2B companies, they don't need to lead all into like e-commerce style branding, right? Where it's, I don't know, you don't need to get kind of cute and kitschy with it. But I think that having a strong brand and strong messaging is really going to help people stand out, because the costs of development are plummeting. So it's a lot easier to build products. And also just, I mean, with the world globalizing even like more and more, right? It's just becoming easier to have competitors from anywhere else in the world. And yeah, and if you've been building something for, I don't know, 10 years, you have a decade of experience, right? But you also have a decade of tech debt, and it's not quite easy, but it's becoming easier for someone to come in and, basically copy your product. And at that point, they don't have that tech debt. They're maybe a bit more agile than you are. And if you don't have a strong brand and they do, then you can start losing opportunities quickly. So that's why I think
about that.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I never thought
Yeah.
about that. I never thought about how everybody is keeping up, because we tend to think about those, like Apple and Microsoft, and they're backed by so many funds. I doubt these are the brands that would worry about tech debt, right? It's the smaller brands that probably have a really good product, but if they are not showcasing it, you're right, the next person can just use some AI, some very intuitive, platform to kind of already, in a year, they're halfway done what the previous brand did in 10. So
Yeah.
it's wild.
And like, I'm by no means a developer, right? Like I have no leg to stand on in that, but I do know, I have worked with clients actually that are, they're outsourcing to development agencies to build products, which is amazing. It's amazing that it's becoming so much easier for someone with a great idea to start building a product, and one that looks really great and that works really well. But it just means that if you want to remain competitive, you need to like start thinking about your branding a bit more, which is fine.
Right. Which is fine.
It's an amazing opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that you have those kinds of insights from working with all these different brands. Would you say that you work mainly with brands maybe in the States or in Europe, or is it like a mix? Where are your clients?
Primarily, a lot of the US and Europe. I've had some clients in Asia, and South America too. So really all over the place, but primarily the US and Europe. That's where, in terms of time zones, it works out easier for me to communicate ideally with Europe and the US. And so that's just really like my, space.
But there are no limits, is what you're saying, which is amazing.
There's no limits as long as people are okay working asynchronously. I mean, people have to be okay working asynchronously to work with me anyway, but there are not limits.
Yeah, that's awesome. So we're just about halfway through here. So I'm just going to do a quick station intro. For those of you just tuning in, you're listening to Negotiating Happiness, and I'm your host, Adriana Fierstro, and we are live on the United Public Radio Network and UFO Paranormal Radio Network on 105.3 and 107.7 FM in New Orleans. And if you wanted to check out some of our other shows happen to be on Roku TV as well. So sit back, relax, and watch some TV. And I'm here today with the wonderful Grace Baldwin. She's a GTM messaging consultant. She was just telling us about future trends and who she usually works with in terms of her clients. But if there are any, aspiring consultants or even starting out as copywriters, please feel free to leave us comments. We will try and get to them on the show. If not, we'll get to them after too. So feel free. So what does your day look like? Let's dive into this whole why this is the best thing you've ever done for yourself.
Why entrepreneurship? Yeah. So every day looks a little different. I try and work out in the mornings. It's been a little bit less successful because it's now dark and cold and rainy in the mornings, but I try and go to the gym or go for a run in the mornings. And then I usually spend my mornings working on my own business, which is fun. Today I spent the day like working on some branding stuff and thinking about, some of my own messaging. And then in the afternoons, I do like client stuff normally. And then that's client stuff as Tuesday through Thursday. And then on Fridays, I'll either do a VIP day or work on my own stuff or take the day off, which is really nice. And then Mondays I do like bigger business stuff for myself. So like bigger strategic stuff.
Yeah, this is the dream. The dream, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we've got somebody on Twitch saying hi. Hello, DKIX.
Hi.
Thanks for tuning in. That's amazing. I do that too, right? Where I take some time usually on Mondays, aside from the show, when I do some business things. It's so great. And you're like describing what makes you happy and what you do with your routine. You're like the gym really early in the morning, and all I can think of is, oh my God, not for me. Thank you.
I've started going in the afternoons though. Yeah. No, it's I'm not gonna lie and say winter hibernation has like started to set in, and I have been tracking my sleep, and I'm like sleeping 9 hours at night, and because I clearly need it. I don't know, something when it starts getting dark at 4:30 in the afternoon, like, man, I need more sleep. So it's been harder right now, but yeah.
You know me, and I like some of the woo woo things. And
Oh, girl, me too.
Somebody said something, and it made so much sense to me. It's like, even Mother Nature slows down in the winter, so why do we feel like we have to go, go, go? And that's why you need 9 hours of sleep, because you're like, oh my God, you've been going for the last 8 months, like, chill, chill.
Yeah, exactly. It's time to slow down, relax a little bit, be cozy. Yeah, exactly. Just enjoy the winter. That's something over the last couple of years I've tried to like lean more into the seasons and just embrace it a bit more.
Totally. So it's really great that you can do that as an entrepreneur. There's just so many benefits, and everybody that says, "Oh, it's so risky," I'm like, please, your job is risky too. You just don't know it because you're not the owner.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of risk involved in it. I mean, I've been laid off twice from jobs, and like entrepreneurship, there is obviously risk involved, and there can be a lot of risk, but I think a lot of people maybe make it seem more risky than it actually is, which is understandable. There's fear, yeah.
Sure, but I think the benefits outweigh any of the risks, because the risks are actually pretty normal for, being employed as well.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You can't convince me otherwise. I've said I'm never going back. This is it for me. I'm never going back.
I'm never going to say never. The times that I've been in-house have given me a lot of empathy for my clients, and I've grown a lot from those experiences. But for right now, I'm really happy where I am. And I think that for me personally, I make the greatest impact, and I'm the most happy when I'm outside rather than inside. I feel like I can move the needle more as a consultant I'm just as a service provider, it makes me happier to just come in and like do something for people rather than having to the day after day of the recurring meetings or these like projects that take I guess more internal navigation than just being on the outside. Right. I was thinking about this the other day. I have significantly fewer meetings now than I used to, which is nice.
Which is great.
Yeah.
Those memes that, oh, this was yet another meeting that could have been an email. I totally get it. Yeah. So you're living in Holland. How has that influenced you as an entrepreneur? Do you find that there are different opinions or different attitudes towards entrepreneurship there?
So it's funny so someone else that we both know recently told, she recently gave me she recently told me something, gave me a compliment, and she said, "You're very direct and to the point," which is something that I've definitely inherited from my adoptive country. Because I mean, coming from the US, I think American culture is much less kind of to the point, but I've become more just focused and saying, okay, this either works or this doesn't. I've become much better at being diplomatic about it. But so that's something that has influenced me. But I think a big thing here, and this was both working in-house and externally, is the idea of work-life balance is really different here. And here, what I really appreciate with the Netherlands is like working overtime is seen as being inefficient rather than being seen as like you're going above and beyond. The general cultural attitude is if you can't get your work done in 8 hours, then something is wrong. And that's something that I've taken with me because you shouldn't be. Yeah, I had to deprogram myself because I'd always grown up thinking, okay, I have to work overtime. I have to be the first person in the office and the last person to leave. And I mean, my first manager literally said, "I want you here for 8 hours, and then I want you to leave and not think about work."
Yeah, and I think this is strictly a North American thing, because I've worked in Scotland as well, and it was the same thing. If you were maxing out your overtime, which was so funny, we used to work 35 hours a week, or 30 or 32, something like that. And no, 35, 35. So if you were maxing out this whole like 40-42, like they would say like, yeah, we'll give you the time, but like, why? Why
Yeah.
are you like, why are you there? You're not supposed to be there. But here it's just like, oh, like you have to do this for your career, blah blah blah. You know, and recently I've been watching this series. She's a creator on TikTok and I totally forgot the name of it, but she was presenting an interview that she had with the CEO, who happens to be from the baby boomer generation, and she was presenting to her the 4-day work week, and it was like they were speaking different languages to each other, just completely missing each other. Whereas the Gen Z, you know, creator said, well, I can take the day and do something else for myself. I can get my work done in 4 days because of
Yeah.
XYZ platforms. And, you know, we're more efficient, we're faster, we're more equipped to deal with the large amount of information that comes in. And the CEO, the baby boomer generation, what would say, but what are you doing to advance your career? And the Gen Zers say, you're assuming that I want to advance my career, that I'm somehow not happy doing the work that I'm doing, right? And it just kind of hit that not, you know, I knew that not everybody was the same, but somebody verbalizing that to me was like, oh, so you mean we have to adapt to other people's expectations? That's wild, because not everybody, so just because you're a good business person or just because you're good at your job does not make you a good people manager. And I say this all the time, and I always have like this fear, like if I'm scaling, if I'm working with people, I hope I'm not that person, you know, where that everybody says that about. But it was just so fascinating to see the talk about the 4-day work week and how foreign it is. But then in Europe, you have like 6 weeks of paid vacation a year that's legislated. And you've got, you know, like, why are you working overtime? Why are you not taking your vacation? I still know people here in Canada that still don't take all of their vacation days, and we only have 2 weeks legislated
Yeah.
a year.
So here I think you have to have 21 days off, which, so it's not that generous in terms, I think, by European standards, but most companies will give you, I think I had like 28 days off for if I was working full time. But my previous company, I had a 4-day work week. Actually, I was one of only 2 people in the company. And it made such a big difference on my like positive impact on my overall happiness. And it's something that I can't do it as much now because I mean, I own my own business. Like I have more responsibilities, or like I have to, you know, bring in the revenue. But it was shocking how much happier it made me to have an extra, because I feel like your weekends, you need one day to rest, one day to do errands, and one day to see people, kind of thing. And
which we don't have right now.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, we have statutory holidays, so that's like an extra, I think almost 10 a year. So 10 plus the 2 weeks, I guess, would be the same. It would be like 24 days or whatever, but it's just not the same. Like when you have 6.5 weeks legislated, you know, in Europe, it's kind of like night and day. And all those overtime hours that you pull in, nobody expected you to do those out of your own time or to show that you're going above and beyond. I'm putting quotes in here for anybody listening because it's such an odd concept. It was, they will give you a day in lieu each month if you got to that amount of hours, which would then mean that you get an extra 12 days a year.
Okay.
Right. And I'm like, oh, no, that's what some people have total. This is not like the bonus day. This is just what they have. It's so wild to see that. But now that you have a little bit more control over your schedule and you have a little bit more autonomy in how you work, how do you choose to spend your time outside of the business? Like, what makes you happy? I want to know about all of the fun and wonderful things that you do.
Well, lately, for the last 8 months, it's been thinking about marathons. I just ran the Chicago Marathon, which was my second marathon. So that took up in September, on August, September, and October, it took up all of my energy because it was just so much time spent. I mean, I would spend hours running at a time and like thinking about, I had to travel all the way to Chicago, thinking about my nutrition plan. But so that was a big one. And then since I got back to the Netherlands 2 or 3 weeks ago, and since then I've been kind of hanging out and I'm planning for the next one. But going to the gym. So I'm signed up for a half marathon in the spring, and I have entered the lottery to get into the Berlin Marathon next September. So, and if I don't get into Berlin, I'm going to try and go for the New York. And if I don't get into New York, then I think I will do the Loch Ness, so in Scotland, or
Yeah.
go to back to the US and go do the Marine Corps Marathon.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Have you been to Loch Ness yet?
Where?
Have you been to Loch Ness yet?
No, I haven't been to Scotland actually, so I really want to go see it. I've been watching Outlander, and so it makes me want to go there. Yeah.
If you love running through the woods, that's like a perfect sort of outdoorsy person's country. I loved living in Scotland. I did it for 2 years, and I've been to Loch Ness. But that's so funny. Like, are you guys running around the lake, or
I
like,
think
do
it's
you
just
know
like a
where?
loop around the. I think it's a loop around the lake. So it's a road race. It's not a trail race, but like, yeah. I think it's just. I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. I would have to look it up. But it's on the roads there. But it looks really beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's green all the time because it's super rainy there, but it's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a comment here from D Kicks on Twitch. I love Saturdays because I have a day off tomorrow, but Sundays can be a bit less happy because work is just around the corner. Exactly. That's what we're saying. You need another day to decompress and kind of have a breather, see your friends, and then Sunday you can just kind of gear up to, meal plan and eat better and whatever else, and kind of
reset for
prepare.
like wipe your slate clean and like prepare for the next day, like wash the sheets, for example, or meal prep, all this stuff, that takes up a day. Clean the house.
Yeah, or if you just want to take a day to just completely like lose yourself in your VR game, then that's what you do, right?
Yeah,
like it
exactly.
depends on what everybody's into. That's not me, but I'm also not a gym person, so for me it's more like I love being around my friends, whereas some people get drained socially. I just feel like I recharge my batteries, so when I leave being with my friends, I'm noticeably happier. So that would be me. That would be like, let's do something. Or I guess in true mom chaos fashion, it's like, let's just get the children together to destroy one place instead of
exactly, rather than two.
Yeah. And then
I never thouut about that.
Supervise.
Yeah.
Just supervise. Or the best is like in the summer, because you just take them to a park and you just go you're free.
Have fun. It's like a dog, at the dog park. Yeah.
And every so often they'll come back because they need treats. So
yeah.
I know that's my like idea of having a balanced weekend. It doesn't always happen, but
but it's beautiful that you have like the ability to create that, and you can design your business the way that you want to, and that we're all working towards that.
Totally. And I mean, there's things that work, there's things that don't work, and that's why we're all here to kind of learn from each other. And I've always said this, like, I want this to be a space where everybody feels free to share or to ask questions. I hate it when people gatekeep things that don't even make sense. And gatekeeping, it's like, you should be happy when people succeed because it means they're making a path for you to succeed as well, right?
Or it means like if you were the one who's creating a path, if other people are succeeding, it's because of work that you did, right? Or like what you were saying, somebody to the right of you is creating a path. I don't know, you're just creating different paths, and overall it's a beautiful thing, right? And again, going back to what you were saying earlier about having competition, like, it's not competition, it's just different ways of doing things, right? And you're going to find great fits for the way that you do things, and then you can have somebody else who you can refer bad fit stuff to, or stuff that's a better fit for that person. So I don't know.
Exactly.
The other day I read something the other day. Sorry, just kind of on this topic, but I read something the other day that was like, no professional anything is going to make fun of somebody or gatekeep anything from somebody who's just starting, right? Like, no professional tennis player is going to make fun of you for trying to learn tennis. No professional soccer player is going to, judge you for trying to start playing soccer, right? Like, the professionals and things don't gatekeep, and they don't block people from joining. They are just excited about that other people are coming to join in and experience it.
Not at all. That's right. And I see this too. Sometimes I do get DMs sometimes from VAs who have questions, and sometimes it's an overwhelming amount of them, but I would never block them from seeing the content or getting the resources or on my website. It's just sometimes you don't have time, and that's okay. But when you go out of your way to like hide or just be kind of, you know, a child about things, and that's when we're like, the entrepreneurial stage is not for you, or at least not my kind.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, we have a couple of minutes left here, and just want you to tell us about any upcoming projects that you might have, or if you've got a resource that you want people to check out. I've been putting here on the banner, guys, if you want to check out Grace's website, it's heygracebaldwin.com. I'm going to paste it in the chats as well, so you have it there for a direct link if you're listening to it later. But tell us, Grace.
Yeah. So right now I'm working on actually a new brand voice offer. So I've been taking I'm calling it a brand voice apprenticeship. I think it's technically built as a course, but it's more like a 7-week, really intensive learning experience with somebody who's really a master of brand voice. And so I'm relearning, or not relearning, but like leveling up my brand voice skills and abilities. But sorry, I just got a little distracted by the comment, but that's mostly what I'm working on, is like improving my brand voice skills so that I can create more comprehensive and better messaging strategies for my clients.
Which is amazing. Yeah. So I want you to come back on next year to tell us what's new then, because it seems like you have so much going on and we want to hear about it.
I would love to come back on, Adriana. This has been so fun.
Yeah, it's such an easy conversation, right? If you're us, yeah. So the quote that you got distracted by, so sorry, it just kind of appears huge on the screen here.
Yeah.
Listening. We've got D Kicks from Twitch again. It says, this reminds me of a quote by Einstein. Quote, everybody's a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. End quote. Yeah, that is 100% right. We all have our areas of genius, and we don't all have to, be good at everything. This is why you have people like Grace can do things for you in your business or for your brand that you might not necessarily be really good at, but you might also be really good at the service that you do offer or the product that you are developing, right? So this is exactly it. It's a very good quote. Thank you, DKix.
Yeah, thank you, DKix. One of my favorites. I love that one.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense, and it works in real life too, not just entrepreneurship. Not that it's fake life, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
In personal life.
Yeah, exactly.
It feels like in real life, because you're not staring through a computer. Like I do all of my work mostly remotely, right? So
exactly, and sometimes it's exactly, and like as an entrepreneur, you're so directly connected to your business. Like a lot of your personal growth, when you prioritize personal growth, you also see business growth. But it can sometimes be hard to separate. Okay, this is real life versus business life.
That's right.
Just one of the challenges of it.
Yeah, and I mean, we're all still learning, so that's great. Any last bits of wisdom for maybe copywriters that are trying to follow in footsteps very similar to yours?
I mean, I would say, like I really got my start working through the copywriter clubs, through all of their podcasts and all of their content and courses and everything, and then Copy School. So those are just 2 amazing resources. And I don't know, I guess if you are interested in copywriting and you really want to grow your career, I think the best advice I've ever gotten is just remember to have fun with it too.
Yeah, because it's definitely a creative industry, right?
Yeah,
so that's awesome.
And
it's like
for a long time,
I like. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like for a long time, I kind of, I focused too much on like the trying to be professional and blah blah blah, and then a friend of mine just told me, you also have to remember to have fun with it, and it's like my life has just gotten better, and my copy has gotten better. It is a creative pursuit. It is a business, but it's also we're fortunate enough that we get to have fun with it.
If it doesn't have personality, it might as well be a result of ChatGPT prompt, because that's what it feels like, right? So you have to have personality when you're writing. Again, don't get me wrong, I love AI, but there are a lot of different things with writing that they're just not up to par with somebody that is, real human and has valid feelings and tone and thoughts. It's not the same thing. And that's
it's a lot
exactly
of clinical thought.
yeah, and this is exactly what differentiates, a piece or, messaging, written by a person, an expert that does this versus something that ChatGPT spit out in 2 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, ChatGPT can't do the strategy part of it, and that's the copy is a result of the strategy. And I mean, ChatGPT do some amazing things. I use it for research and helping me write stuff. But yeah, it can't replace that human emotional connection. So
no, I think if you like ChatGPT, you would love Jasper.ai.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna get started with it. One of my clients uses it internally, and I'm gonna build out their brand voice guide in there and their style guide. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I just haven't played around with it.
Yeah, it's way better. I really like it. ChatGPT is really good and quick. With Jasper, you have to have a little bit more input. It's not just like a prompt. But I love it.
I've heard good things about Claude too, but it's not available in Europe, so I haven't been able to play around with it.
Yeah, no, we don't have it here. I don't think. But thank you so much. This has been amazing.
No, thank you so much, Adriana.
Again,
this was
come
so
back
fun.
next year, or maybe sooner. But then again, it is November.
Yeah,
I'm so glad we were able to make it happen, and thank you to everybody in the comments as well. You guys always make it a little bit more fun. Thank you to everybody at the United Public Radio Network and UFO Paranormal Radio Network for allowing us to have this platform. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We will see you next week.
Yes.
Welcome to the Science and Paranormal, where science meets the unexpected, where we delve deep into the mystery.
Looking for stories that are fresh and new? Dark fantasy, humor, space exploration, time travel, cyberpunk, alternate history, and more. They're in the L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future anthology, from 24 award-winning authors and illustrators, plus art and writing tips and bonus stories. L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future. Buy your copy at galaxypress.com, Amazon, or wherever books are sold.
Looking for something new in dark fantasy, humor, space exploration, time travel, alternative history? They're in the L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future anthology. Get the 10-volume box set with 159 stories in full color illustration. Hello, everybody. How are you? Welcome to the Sunday edition to Into the Night. First of all, I want to say hi, Johnny. Hi, Cindy. Hi, Johnny and Sybil. I hope I said that right. Hey, Virginia. Good to see you. So everybody's wondering, why am I doing here on this Sunday night? Well, to bring you some news, what we're doing, on UPRN radio. I'm going to start doing an hour show on Tuesday nights, and I'm going to be doing an hour on Sunday nights. And the reason being is just to split it up a little bit. We got a lot of brand new shows coming on, and I'm like totally excited about this. So I want to apologize for messing up at the beginning because usually on Tuesday I got that down to a science, but it being a Sunday, kind of like threw me off there for a bit. So as I was saying, my shows will be on Sunday night from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. And I'll hold the Tuesday night from 8 p.m., 8:10 to 9:10 p.m. Um, and I'm just so looking forward to it. Okay. As you could tell, as I was playing the beginning, I hit the wrong button. And Dr. Yana, I listened to her show. She comes on right after me. And I highly recommend that you listen to her show. Very, she makes you feel at ease, make you feel down to earth and stuff like that, And I really enjoyed listening to her. And she brings on some, a couple good guests too, the ones that I've heard, and I was like totally impressed with them. So that's what's going on. Sunday night, 8 to 10, 8 to 9, and Tuesday night, 8 p.m. to 8:10 to 9:10 p.m. As you can tell, I got a haircut. Okay, had to get rid of the beard because it was like totally being annoying. You know what I mean? We are on UPRN Talk Radio 105.3 New Orleans, 107.7 Mississippi. And tonight, what I would like to talk about, since this is going to be like a mellow show, and I'm sure people have heard me discuss about the paranormal and the paranormal investigations, and that's what I'm going to do. And if Hey, Gary, good to see you, buddy. Welcome. Cybel, Cindy. Thank you, Cybel. Appreciate it. So we're going to keep it nice and easy tonight, and it's going to be like that on Sundays. I really thought long and hard about how I would like to present my Sunday night show, and it's going to be a relaxing one, okay? And I'm going to try to stay with that type of genre, nice and easy. And if anybody out there has any questions that want to ask me, feel free to do so. That would be great. Hey, Squatch man, good to see you. Welcome to the show. If there's anybody who wants to ask a question, feel free. If anybody would like to be a guest on my show, just send me a message at the Pittsburgh Paranormal Society Facebook page, and I will definitely get back to you and have you on for the show. It's a laid back show, and it would be nice to get a little bit more, a little different situations, different topics and stuff like that. So, but how has everybody's week been? Mine's been crazy. It is Thanksgiving. Okay. And in the meat department, being a meat cutter, it's turkey time. Okay. Now, I always say this, I always give this advice out on Facebook, but I'm going to give it out here on my show. If you buy a frozen turkey, okay, buy it tomorrow and start thawing it out, okay, because if you wait any longer than you are right now, then the turkey is not going to be thawed out by Thanksgiving. Please do not buy a frozen turkey like a week before. Hey, Brandon, good to see you. It's good. And it's like a lot of people make the mistake at buying a turkey like with 3 or 4 days before Thanksgiving, and especially frozen ones. And it's not going to work. If some reason you have a problem, getting a fresh turkey, soak your turkey in cold water, okay, and go from there. But I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and pretty soon it's going to be Christmas. So, and again, being in the meat department, I deal with hams. Okay. And then come New Year's, I don't know. Oh, wow, Virginia. Virginia's her first Thanksgiving, and she's not cooking in years. Just sit back, relax, watch football, Virginia, and enjoy the day. Gary says, buy my turkey from a barbecue guy already cooked for $50. You know what? That ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. Um, so uh, enjoy Thanksgiving, football, family. If you have no family, go find a friend, give them a call, and wish them a happy Thanksgiving. You know, and during this time, like I have been, I still am, but I don't go to meetings. I am in AA, and we had it's called the Gratitude Month. Okay, and I'm going to express some of my gratitude, what I'm grateful for on my shows all the way up until Thanksgiving. So what I'm grateful for is everybody out there listening to my show, everybody who has come in to watch the show, all my friends, all my dear friends, all my relatives who listen. I'm grateful for all you, and I wouldn't be where I'm at if it wasn't for you guys out there. And I'm also grateful because I have a son and a family. There's so much to be grateful for. But right now, today, I'm very grateful for every one of y'all. Scott, Savo, Brandon, Amanda, Virginia, Johnny, Gary, I mean, Johnny, everybody else, Cindy, uh, just it just goes down the line. And what is really great is that thank you, Gary. I appreciate that. Makes me feel good, touches my heart. Um, and I have good friends that I'm grateful for. I have great friends. So let's have a nice Thanksgiving, everybody. And you know what? That comes on a Thursday. I think it's the 23rd. So the Sunday after that, I would like to talk about how everybody's Thanksgiving went. You know, that would be great. I would like to hear the stories. And don't forget, give somebody a hug who needs a hug. Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Wow, I'm blushing here. I don't know if you can tell on the screen or not, but so everybody have a happy Thanksgiving, and then we'll talk about Christmas in a couple of weeks. So how's that sound? But back to the topic for tonight. Oh, before I go on real quick, at about 8:30, I am going to take like my 2 minute break. Okay, and I'm going to play some ads. Hopefully, I'll get them done right tonight in the second part. But you know what? Thank you, Virginia. And it's like we'll see if we can get it right. But I'm going to take my 2 minute break at the bottom of the hour, and then I will definitely pull my cards like I do on Tuesday night. Okay. So paranormal investigation. Okay. Um, I have been doing paranormal work for over 30 years now. Okay. I formed a group, the Pittsburgh Paranormal Society, in 2006. And last year at this time, I dissolved the group. Um, and there was a lot of reasons why I did it. And I'm not really going to share them to you because some of them are personal. But to be honest with you, I was investigating so much that it actually took a toll on me. Okay. Um, Jumping in the car, going to Ohio, going to New York, going to West Virginia, and all around Pennsylvania to do them. So that's the reason why I gave up on the paranormal investigation. But you know what? This past year taught me a lot. It taught me a lot. It taught me that if you really go out and enjoy something, continue doing it. Okay. Um, so slowly but surely, I mean, I'm not jumping in in like with 2 feet in because I don't want. Thank you, Virginia, and I don't want to jump into like I did at the beginning. I just want to take it easy. Help other groups out. Talk about the different experiences I had. And we'll see where it goes from there. Really, I don't know where life is going to take me with this, but you know what? Wherever I land, I'm going to land. But I need to tell you, everybody, that paranormal investigation is not just ghost. Okay. Paranormal investigation is hunting Bigfoot, UFOs, aliens, cryptids, all kinds of stuff. Anything that is out of the normal is paranormal. Okay. And it's a lot of fun. But what I'd like to talk about tonight, and I know I'm just rambling, and I've talked about this many times, but I would like to explain to you what a paranormal investigation at the start, in the middle, and at the end. Okay. Hey, Tony, good to see you, buddy. Welcome from Texas, buddy. Good to see you. How about them Cowboys, huh? Tony's a really good friend of mine. See, it's so great having all these people, you know. But it starts off, I'll get an email or a phone call from a person that claiming that they have some paranormal activity happening in their house. Okay. And so we'll sit down and I'll talk to them on the phone for a while, take down some notes. And if we set the investigation up for a Saturday night, what I usually do is take another member. Oh, I'd love to hear about that, Tony. Hey, Mandy, good to see you, hon. I want to really learn more about the forest, buddy. From all the stories you have told about the story about that forest, I'm looking forward to hearing them. But so what I like to do is like on a Wednesday or a Thursday, go to the house and actually sit down and do a walkthrough with them. And how I explain a walkthrough is, before I bring, my group with me and before I bring all the equipment, I actually like to go to the people and ask them and sit down and talk to them face to face because you really cannot get no answers or you really can't tell anything over an email. So I like to have a little face to face and walk around the place, the house, the business, whatever it is, and just get a feeling for it. See what we can do and get a feeling and go from there. And usually we'll set the investigation up for a Saturday. Okay. So after I sit down and I talk to the clients, right? I usually call up my group and I bring whoever I need to bring with me. There are some places that we have gone to that I can't take everybody, and I remember that was a big rift in my group. Okay. Because everybody started to wanted to go on all these investigations, but there was some of them I couldn't bring on, and there was a little bit of animosity there, and eventually what happened was that they actually left PPS and they formed their own groups. And I just gave them, all the love and respect for them when they did start their groups, and I offered my help, if they wanted it to, help with their group. But usually that really never happened. I don't know, but if anybody else out there who is with some kind of paranormal group or who, is with like Bigfoots and stuff like that, who studies cryptids, whatever, I don't know. But from what I have noticed and found out is that there's a lot of egos out there, right? Everybody is the best investigator. And you know what? That's not true. Okay. And I fought this tooth and nail for the longest time. We're all in it to help people. We're not in it to, see who gets the best evidence. So what? So I'm going to call you Cy. Okay, Cy. I'm sorry, but that's easier for me. Cy says I've worked with groups. Yes, lots of egos. And you just can't have that in a group. You can't have no egos because you just like throw the whole scheme of things out the door, you know? So a person don't like the way I investigate. So what? You know, I'm not telling you how to investigate. And it just gets into a big rip, you know. I tell you what, and I'm not bragging and I'm not boasting, but I have some awesome evidence. Okay. But I don't show them online because I know I'm going to get ridiculed. And half of them like don't believe me, when I show them this. And it's like, why do I need to put up with that nonsense? You know what I mean? When other groups, are jealous of other groups. And what for? I mean, we do this to help people, okay? We do this to get answers for people. We don't just like go out there and be on TV, okay? We're not going to get a TV show or nothing like that. Um, but you know what? I will tell you this. I've been on a couple of ghost shows already, and it's not what you think it is on TV. But I'm not going to knock them. Yes, Virginia, people do get competitive, extremely, and there's no need to. And Johnny said that's why I research only with a few people. And I totally agree with you on that. And that's how I got, and that's where I am at today, Johnny. Is there's only a certain few groups that I'll do work with. Um, there's some people, but if there's anybody that has any questions, from other paranormal groups, I'd be more than happy to share. You know, long time ago, there were groups that were ran military wise. It's like you had to stay in a room for 45 minutes and you had to get permission to go to the bathroom. And I'm like, seriously? You have to get permission to go to the bathroom? That's a bunch of horse crap. I mean, it's not like that you're not getting paid for it because you're not. You're definitely not getting paid for it. But I know I went off a little bit. Johnny says anything you do is wrong unless you follow them. That is true, Johnny. Virginia said she'd be in trouble. I wonder why, Virginia. I wonder why. But you know what? You know, I was the boss, and I had to make decisions that I particularly didn't like. You know, I always wanted to help everybody. But you know what? No, but everybody don't want to help. They watch something on TV and they think they're the best, paranormal investigator out there, and that's a bunch of horseshit because you're not. Because paranormal investigation, it isn't. It isn't fun, to be honest with you. Um, it's serious because you definitely can get burned, right? Um, and I always say this, I always suggest people who want to get into paranormal investigation, find yourself a group. Okay, find yourself a group. Find somebody that's been around for a while and then ask if you can tag along with them so they can show you the ropes. Okay. Uh, yes, it's people's lives. It is. I've seen a lot of people go out and go into a cemetery and start, snapping pictures and stuff like that, and calling the ghost out and being mean with it. And it's like, you know what? No, 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 you don't do that. Um, because what will happen if it isn't a friendly ghost? They're going to pick up on your anger and say, "Well, I'll show you," and they'll follow you home. Johnny Freeman says you have to keep an open mind, and that's true. You definitely have to have an open mind. You're not going to get the best evidence out there. And say, like, okay, you know what? You do go out there and you get your good evidence. I mean, what I learned, through the paranormal was, yes, at the beginning I shared with it, okay? And I am a firm believer in real orbs, okay? I'm not talking the dust. I'm not talking about the dew. I'm not talking about, the bugs that fly around, but they are pretty cool looking if you catch a bug flying. But you know what? A real serious orb. Now, there's a lot of people. That's good, John. Johnny doesn't share much, and you can't. And it's sad. It's sad. And then people like, it's like, no, I don't want to see what you have. Rhonda, hey, Rhonda, good to see you, hon. Rhonda says, and I've investigated with Rhonda, man. She's great. We've done many a good ones, huh, Rhonda? We did some good ones. Rhonda says you can get the best evidence with the most basic equipment. Some think you'll need all the expensive gadgets. And that's the truth. That's the truth, Rhonda. To me, when it comes to the experience, oh, thank you. I'm blushing. A lot of nice people on tonight. I'm glad to see that, making my Sunday really good. But Rhonda's right. When it comes down to the equipment, I use a K2 meter and I use a digital recorder, which they call EVPs. But I really don't like EVPs because, seriously, to be honest with you, I don't like listening. I don't like listening to them because, it gets on your nerves after a while, just sitting there and hearing nothing. But I like to hear other people's EVPs. But I like the K2, and the K2 for me it's the one that the lights go do 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 do. They do pick up energy fields, and spirit is pure energy. Okay. But a digital camera, it's funny. I was thinking about this, Rhonda, a long time ago, just recently, not a long time. But when we started out, um, the only digital cameras that were out there were the 4 megapixels and an 8 megapixel. And it was like, wow, you know. And then one year came out with a 12, 15, a 20, 22 megapixel. And you're like, wow. But I got a lot of good evidence with the 4 meg, or the 8 meg. You remember them, huh, hon? Yeah. And how about you got these little cameras that you go around like this in your hand. The ones that we used to use at the beginning were the old VCR ones, the ones that were like really, really, really huge. You just put them on your shoulder and you just go like that. And I'm telling you, with all from 2006 up to now, there was really a big change in the equipment. And what else is sad about the equipment wise, right? Here's what's sad about the equipment is that it is so damn expensive. It really is. I know people that spend $5,000 to $6,000 on equipment, and I'm thinking to myself, why in the hell would you want to bring all that to an investigation? You got to set up the cameras. You usually set up 2 or 3 cameras, and you keep them rolling, and then you got this, the lights that lay on the ground, and if something walks by it, then the lights go off. You're right, Si. Yeah. And then after the whole investigation done, you think about it, right? It's a 4-hour investigation, and you got 4 hours of tape on 4 different cameras. That's 4, 8, 12, 16 hours of video that you got to look at. And it's like, wow, why? You know? But I will tell you this. I remember at the beginning, we bought the digital cameras, and I can guarantee it. We used to take at least, I know I did at least 400 pictures. an investigation. You just kept snapping, 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 snapping. Then the next day on Sunday morning, if I didn't have to go to work, and I would sit and plug them in my computer, and I'd look at all 400 of those pictures, and that was crazy. But you know what? As time went on, I could take those 400 pictures and actually eliminate them. Sai says, LOL, Sean, you need to come to my humble house. We are never alone here. We have 5 portals. Oh my goodness, 5 of them. That's crazy. I bet you a lot of them are in, some of them portals are in cupboards, huh, Sai? Maybe I might just do that. But yeah, so, and out of those 400 pictures, if I got one picture that was at least legit, right? I'd be happy as a jaybird. I'd be so excited. And then again, I would go and share it with everybody, and I'd get hammered, totally hammered. You know, that ain't no Lord, that ain't no spirit, that ain't this, that ain't that. And I'm like, okay, I won't to show them no more, you know. But that's how, you know, things are. The paranormal community need to work together, you know. And to be honest with you guys, that's another reason why I kind of got out of the investigating of the paranormal, is because there were too many damn egos going on out there. You know, everybody had to be the best. Then you go to conferences and people are sticking their chest out and pounding them like, hey, look at me. I'm the best ghost hunter out there in Pittsburgh. And it's not like that. It's not like that. But we are coming up at the bottom of the hour, and I'm going to throw a couple commercials on, and then I'll come back and I will finish telling you about how we do investigations. Okay, so it is 8:30 minutes in, so I am going to throw a couple commercials on, and hopefully I will get it right. See you in about a couple minutes, everybody.
Looking for stories that are fresh and new? Dark fantasy, humor, space exploration, time travel, cyberpunk, alternate history, and more. They're in the L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future anthology, from 24 award-winning authors and illustrators, plus art and writing tips and bonus stories. L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future. Buy your copy at galaxypress.com, Amazon, or wherever books are sold.
Looking for something new in dark fantasy, humor, space exploration, time travel, alternative history? They're in the L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future anthology. Get the 10-volume box set with 159 stories and full-color illustrations, plus 34 articles with writings and art tips. Get the UPR on discount, $125 for the entire box set. That's a $60 savings for that beautiful box set. L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future. Go to uprntalkradio.com, click on the link, and place your order.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. I hope everyone got a drink or something, some sort, you know, something to eat, something to drink. Had to go to the bathroom, Virginia. That's funny. Had to throw that one in there. I just got a message, and yes, I am going to be doing my cards later on, okay, before the show's ended. But so second part, couple announcements. Again, I want to tell everybody that I am going to have 2 1-hour shows. Today is the inaugural Sunday night show for me from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. And Tuesday, I am going to have an hour show, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. on UPRN Talk Radio 105.3 New Orleans, 107.7 Mississippi. And so today's the 12th, so that would be the 4th thing. This Tuesday coming up, it's a 2-hour show, and I got an awesome guest coming up, and I just want to surprise everybody with her, with my guest coming up. It's been a while since her and I worked the show together, and it's going to be very, very, very like, homecoming, just like a little bit of a reunion going on. So what's going on? So it'd be a 2-hour show on Tuesday. Okay. And that's what, the 14th. So on the 21st, okay, I will be going to 1-hour shows on Tuesday night, hopefully. So back to, like I was getting back to the investigation, how we do it, right? So that Wednesday or Thursday, I like to go out and I would like to sit down and I usually talk to the people who we're going to investigate. And so we sit down, and if I think it's a legitimate investigation, yes, we will go Saturday. But if I think they're blowing smoke up my butt, I won't go. I won't go, because there's a lot of people out there that just wants attention. You know what I mean? But if I think it's a legitimate one, yes, I will definitely bring the crew in. So that Saturday, everyone says they get really, really excited about going on the investigation. Well, yes. And each person has a different, thing that they kind of like go through before they go to the investigation. Thank you, Si. For me, I just lost the word. I have a bad habit of doing it, but what gets me going and excited about the investigation, okay, is the time before the investigation starts. Okay. I'm all excited to get my stuff together, make sure everybody's going. I'm all pumped up, ready to go. I'm so excited, and I eat about maybe a half a pound of spaghetti or a couple meatballs, something like that, whatever. But, and then we get to the investigation. And usually when we get to the investigation, it's around 9 o'clock at night. Okay. Maybe a little bit earlier, 8 o'clock. I like to get there 8 o'clock, especially my tech guys. All right. And the reason behind that, it will give them an ample enough time to set up their cameras, to put all their gadgets out in that what they want to do. You know, at the beginning, I would, tell the techs what to do, where to put the cameras and stuff like that. But as time went on, I'm thinking, no, let them do it. Let them walk around and see what they feel, you know. And what they would do is they would go out and they would feel like to where everything was at. And they would set their own cameras up, you know. And come 9:30, lights out. And, at one point in time, now, real quick, what really ticks me off is that there's a lot of groups out there that would actually kick the people out of their own houses for the night and let the paranormal group have reign of the whole house. And I'm thinking, no, 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 no. A, they live with it. They live with the spirit. And B, it's their house. If Virginia brought a paranormal group in my house and she told me to leave, I would say, go back. No, I don't want you. Because you got to realize that the clients, they live with this. They want the answers. You know what I mean? And the majority, in fact, all of them, stayed out of our way. And and I was okay with that. But you know what? I also like to have them participate, to get it from a point of view like what we go through, right? So we split up the groups. Everyone goes to a room. Everybody walks around outside the house, inside the house into the different rooms. And we do our EVPs and we do our K2 readings. And what you do, you know. What I had a rule was if people felt that something wasn't right in the house, they had to come and talk to me first, okay? Because it is my group, okay? And I'm the one responsible for everyone. And I am responsible for talking with the clients itself. Um, and it's funny if you put in the way I was, bah, Sean, do you have any mediums in the group? Yes, we do, Si. We did. And I'm one of them. I'm one of the mediums that were in the group. And I had a couple others. And, when it came down to, we never really interfered with each other, okay, when it came to that. Like if we went to a house, and I'm saying, okay, Margie, take care of this. I'll let you do the mediumship in this and I'll just stay out of it. Right. So I gave everybody the ample time